The world was in complete chaos. Amid the ruins of a city, something grand was unfolding. An intense battle was being fought by a lone swordsman. Explosions echoed through the devastated world, destroying the countless buildings around. Gripping his massive sword, the red-haired warrior engulfed it in flames and prepared to strike his opponent. As a wave of heat surged toward the enemy, the swordsman leapt, gaining even more momentum before launching his attack. Meteor Smash. The blow was devastating. It not only hit his enemy, but also swept away the massive buildings that still stood in the ruined city. Soon, the red-haired warrior, confused, noticed something was off. What is this? There was a small area untouched by the attack, completely intact and unaffected by the blazing flames. Suddenly, someone appeared right in front of the red-haired swordsman. "Is that all you've got, Hyuntae Kim?" The red-haired swordsman named Kim was utterly stunned, but his enemy continued to taunt him. "If that's the best you can do, then it's my turn now." Kim was in trouble. The brown-haired warrior was pressuring him effortlessly. Kim, on the other hand, was already at his limit, large veins bulging from his forehead as he struggled to block his enemy's blade. Without hesitation, the brown-haired warrior broke through Kim's defense and landed a clean strike to his chest. Kim was thrown backward with no chance to counterattack, and thus began the story of the strongest hero who was expelled from his party. One day, countless plants and animals on Earth transformed into monsters. As if that weren't enough, invaders from another world launched a large-scale assault. The world was now truly plunged into utter chaos, resulting in the massive destruction of Earth. Amid the attack from all kinds of monsters, a defenseless human lay among the rubble. A red-skinned creature with sharp fangs stared him down, ready to strike. The man began screaming for help, which only enraged the beast further. It charged at him with ferocious speed. Just before the creature could sink its teeth into its prey, something pierced through its mouth, killing it instantly with a single blow. In this world overrun by hostile creatures, humanity created a group of heroes with special powers to fight them. In present day, amid the destroyed city, a sector boss appears, Goat Taurus. The gigantic beast wielded a massive double-bladed axe. Lifting its weapon as it roared in fury, the creature charged one of the heroes. The attack from Goat Taurus was effectively blocked by tanker Hwang Junho from the Kairos Guild. Even so, the warrior was struggling. The beast was unbelievably strong. Now the two were locked in a contest of strength. Whoever gave in first would lose not only the duel, but also their life, until Hwang Junho spotted something unexpected. The giant Goat Taurus was grabbing another double-bladed axe. The warrior was in shock and thought to himself as he closely observed the creature's movements, "This monster is unstoppable." Suddenly, someone blocked the sneaky attack from the giant Goat Taurus. It was a scrawny warrior, barely able to stay on his feet after showing such bravery. He was also a member of the Kairos Guild, but merely a support. His name was Yuji Han. In the midst of desperation, he looked back, searching for someone. As soon as he spotted a young woman, Yuji Han shouted for her to act. The girl knew what she had to do, but her attack wasn't ready yet. She moved behind the giant Goat Taurus and, with the aid of her staff, unleashed the attack Burning Thunder. A massive electrical discharge struck the Goat Taurus's entire body. The beast panted in pain and howled wildly. In seconds, the previously scattered lightning bolts merged into a massive wave, frying the creature in an instant. After realizing her opponent was completely defeated, the girl playfully mocked the monster's pitiful state. "What did you think of my attack?" Shocking, wasn't it, Goat Taurus? That young woman was also part of the Kairos Guild. She was the group's mage, and her name was Im Si-yeon. What Im Si-yeon didn't realize was that, even after being hit by a focused attack infused with her mana, the Goat Taurus remained intact, and even more furious. With an unpredictable move, Goat Taurus attempted to slash at the young mage with its sharp claws. Luckily, she was saved just in time by the support, Yuji Han. Taking all those direct hits was tough, but they managed to buy some time. At least enough until Lee Mia, the team's main damage dealer, arrived to help. Wielding only her small daggers, Lee Mia charged at the massive Goat Taurus. With absurd agility, she dashed across the beast's body, slashing it over and over, leaving countless cuts in her wake. The Goat Taurus dropped to its knees, even more enraged by the endless warriors showing up. After finishing her attack, Lee Mia simply stood in front of the giant. Thinking she had dropped her guard, the creature tried to attack her. Calmly looking back, Lee Mia just pointed her finger upward. Falling like a meteor, the red-haired warrior Kim landed on the beast's back and delivered his signature move, Meteor Smash. A massive explosion followed, finally reducing the monster to ashes. With his massive sword embedded in the ground, the group's leader, Kim Hyuntae, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, this dungeon wasn't a problem for me either. and so the boss was successfully defeated. In the background, Yu Ji-han watched all the team members gathered around the leader, Kim. Even though he never received credit for anything, the young man silently reflected, "I'm one of the founding members who started Kim Hyun-tae's group," and that alone was enough for him. But all good things must come to an end. Fate had a surprise in store for our protagonist. After the hunt, leader Kim called Yu Ji-han aside and finally declared, "Yu Ji-han, you're expelled from the group." On a rainy night, Yu Ji-han wandered aimlessly, stunned by the turn of events. He checked his phone and saw a transfer of 10 million won, a pitiful amount that hardly made up for everything Yu Ji-han had done in the 7 years he'd been treated like a dog. Soon after, with a blank stare, the boy recalled the words of his former teammates. "What have you even done all this time? Even a rookie could do what you do with some training. Yu Ji-han, you're weak." The harshest words came from the team leader himself. "You're no longer useful to our guild." In the end, he was dismissed as if he had never contributed anything. Feeling lost, our protagonist looked up at the rainy sky, wondering why he was ever in the Keros Guild. His journey as a hero had come to such an abrupt end. Watching the thunderstorm tearing across the sky, Yu Ji-han activated his ability. An intense green light mixed with shades of blue began to pulse from his eyes. A glowing green mesh activated around him, leaving the boy deep in thought. That was the protagonist's unique ability. He could randomly trigger certain events. After being expelled from the Keros Guild, Yu Ji-han spent a week holed up in his dark room, searching for a new guild. In the end, he found something unique. A group called Cool Fun Guild, the Fun Guild. Suddenly, a notification popped up suggesting he join the guild. There was a 99% chance it would become huge one day. Yu Ji-han could clearly see the probabilities of events. With this ability, he confidently declared while thinking of his old group, "I'll definitely be more successful than all of you." Meanwhile, at the Fun Guild's headquarters, a grumpy girl was complaining in the dark. "Just as I poured water on my noodles, the power went out." To make things even more eerie, someone opened the door just as lightning struck outside. It was Yu Ji-han. He seemed entranced, his eye glowing, and stated firmly, "I'm here to join the Fun Guild." The blonde girl from earlier was confused, but before she could ask anything, Yu Ji-han collapsed. Later, the boy woke up disoriented and scared. The power had returned and he noticed someone staring at him. "You're conscious now? You were out for about an hour. You're Yu Ji-han, right?" That young woman was the master of the Cool Fun Guild, Kim Si-hoo. Yu Ji-han had a pounding headache and looked at the young woman, asking how she knew his name. She showed him Yu Ji-han's hunter ID, which stated he was part of the Keros Guild. So why would someone from such a large corporation want to join the Cool Fun Guild? Determined to clear up the misunderstanding, Yu Ji-han decided to explain everything that had happened. How he had worked hard for 7 years only to be expelled in the end. Kim Si-hoo understood his situation, but she had a point. "With your experience, Yu Ji-han, you could easily join another major guild, right? I don't understand why you want to join the Cool Fun Guild." When Yu Ji-han grew uneasy, should he tell her the whole truth, even about his mysterious ability? Sensing his hesitation, the young woman decided to show a side of herself he hadn't seen yet. "There must be a reason you can't say. So let me start with my story." In a firm tone, Kim Si-hoo revealed, "I was born from a human and an elf." This revelation shocked the protagonist. With the increase in incidents of otherworldly invasions on Earth, the existence of different races had become public knowledge, and one of the most prominent among them were elves. Once more, the half-elf declared, "I have the blood of elves who massacred humans. So what? Do you still want to join the Cool Fun Guild?" But the girl was trembling, and Yu Ji-han noticed, "For someone trying to scare me, your hands are shaking a lot." "I have no prejudice against elves. I've seen some, and they're no different from humans. Discriminating against someone because of their race is something only trash would do." All the half-elf could do upon hearing those words was blush completely from emotion. "Thank you for today's talk. We'll evaluate your application positively and get back to you later." But their meeting wouldn't end so simply. Sylph, a spirit that had been dormant for 12 years inside a staff, was reacting to our protagonist. A ball of energy emerged from the staff and floated to Yu Ji-han's forehead. A powerful wave of energy filled the entire room, triggering a contract between a spirit and a human. Still collapsed on the floor from the blast of energy, Kim Si-hoo could hardly believe what had just happened. And so, the hero who was cast out of his group, Yu Ji-han, became one of only 20 people in the world with an extremely rare class, a spirit summoner. These are heroes who form contracts with special beings and use their powers. This is the ultra-rare class known as Elementalist. Among the active Elementalists around the world, we have Luca Harrison, the Elementalist of Mist, Malosi Soifua, the Elementalist of the Sea, and Abu Bakar, the elementalist of sand. Each of them possesses the power of an entire guild. All of them are extraordinary beings. And now a new extraordinary being had been born, Yuji Han, the elementalist of wind. Yuji Han could hardly believe what he had just heard. So, you're saying I made a contract with a spirit? Kim Si-hoo confirmed confidently. Exactly. Sylph, the spirit of wind. She was bonded to my late mother. Yuji Han hesitated, surprised. If that's the case, I should return her to you. Let's cancel the contract. It's already too late, Kim interrupted seriously. She pointed out, once a spirit chooses a master, it doesn't change easily, unless the contracted one dies. Jihan swallowed hard. Then, what should I do now? Kim smiled. What do you mean? You passed the test, Yuji Han. Are you thinking of leaving me now? Determined, the young man declared, No, I have no intention of joining any guild other than the Cool Fun Guild. Kim Si-hoo, smiling with satisfaction, said at least he had good taste. With everything settled, she told him she would teach him how to use the spirit little by little. Jihan interrupted, determined, No, let's go straight to the test. The test would take place in what was called the Ma, short for monster area. In short, Ma refers to specific zones where monsters appear, ranging from level 5 to level 1. The higher the level, the more dangerous the creatures. The test would be conducted in a level 5 area located in Buchan, a place considered suitable for beginners. As they were about to enter the monster zone, Yuji Han noticed that Kim Si-hoo looked quite anxious, so he asked if something was wrong. With that, the half-elf girl made a rather shocking confession. Well, actually, this is my first time in a monster zone since Hero Academy training. This was unexpected, but the girl had been too embarrassed to say it earlier. After all, she was the guild master. Because of these unforeseen circumstances, Yuji Han decided to lead the way for safety. Seconds later, they finally entered the much-feared beginner monster zone. While walking, Yuji Han asked the half-elf to check which monsters were in the area. The young woman checked her phone and discovered that the monster appearing in Buchan was the cockatrice. According to the news, about 2 weeks ago, a truck carrying hatchlings had overturned nearby, which had caused the situation. Yuji Han checked his sword. The cockatrice would be a tough opponent, but there was no helping it. This was the battlefield after all. He'd have to be careful, especially since there were only 2 of them. That meant he would need to act as both the attacker and the tank. A bit further ahead, something caught the half-elf's attention, making her uneasy. I sensed something in that parking lot. In the parking lot, they came across a cockatrice devouring a lone warrior. The monster was just a lower level 5 cockatrice. Even so, the moment it spotted our 2 warriors, a murderous pressure filled the entire area. Our protagonist shouted for Si-hoo to stay back and provide support. Then the cockatrice leapt forward, trying to grab Yuji Han with its sharp claws. The battle had begun, and Yuji Han quickly managed to block the beast's talon using his sword, acting just like a tanker would. With the cockatrice restrained, he signaled the half-elf to begin her attack. Kim Si-hoo closed her eyes, gripped her staff tightly, and began chanting wind spells. The Wind Si-hoo spell was unleashed on the cockatrice, trapping the creature in a swirling vortex of wind. It slammed it into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Yuji Han watched in awe, impressed by the power of the attack. Si-hoo replied, I may not look like it, but I graduated as one of the top students from the Hero Academy. Pleased with her success and enjoying the moment, she didn't notice the movement happening behind Yuji Han. Suddenly, she froze in shock. Multiple cockatrices were leaping out, aiming straight for him. Reacting quickly, his eyes glowed a greenish hue. He had activated his ability sampling, searching for a way out. The system reported, evasion possible if you duck right now. He crouched instantly, clutching his sword, took a deep breath, and with a calm look, channeled energy into his hand. To top it off, our protagonist used a wind ability called Haste and sliced the beasts into 1,000 pieces. Watching him wield the spirit's abilities so well left the half-elf speechless. Impossible! He's already handling Sylph this well? It was unbelievable. It had only been a day since the spirit had awakened. This made Kim Si-hoo deeply reflect on what kind of person Yuji Han really was. With the battle over, the young man sheathed his sword and called the half-elf to start collecting materials. Yuji Han felt proud of his skills. This marked the end of his test. Suddenly, his left eye began to glow. He tried to warn the half-elf to be careful, but it was already too late. As she walked toward him, a massive cockatrice, dozens of times larger than the last, charged from the shadows, ready to devour her. She didn't even react to the attack, but once the beast struck, it realized it hadn't caught its prey. Yuji Han had moved in time and pulled Kim Si-hoo out of the cockatrice's claws. Analyzing the creature that almost killed her, the half-elf sensed something was off. Why is an A-rank beast in a beginner monster area? Our protagonist had already figured it out. That creature was a mutant, and its true level was unknown. Using his eyes, Yu Jihan assessed that their chances of victory were only 12%. Even so, he came up with a plan. Sihu, can you restrict the beast's movements? The girl hesitated but said she could, though only briefly. That was enough for Yu Jihan to act. He dashed forward to confront the mutant cockatrice. Upon seeing him, the beast went berserk and charged furiously toward our hero. A few meters away from the creature, Yu Jihan shouted for Sihu to restrain its movements. With the beast frozen in place, Yu Jihan drew his sword, and with the help of the wind spirit, charged at the monster. Nearby, atop a building, someone was watching the fight. Adjusting his glasses, the man muttered to himself, intrigued. Is there another spirit master in Korea besides me? That man was also a spirit master. He could control the spirit of Earth, and his name was Yoon Do-ha. Meanwhile, in the Gyeonggi-do Hwaseong monster area, level 2, a team was fighting giant worm-type monsters. That team was none other than the protagonist's former squad. To draw the monster's attention, the tanker activated a skill called Taunt. All the beasts on the battlefield were drawn toward him, but things quickly got out of hand. The creatures were extremely agitated, and the tanker was starting to struggle to bear the full weight of the battle alone. The warrior then looked back and shouted, calling out to one of the team members, "Si-yeon, hurry! I can't hold out much longer!" Si-yeon finally launched a powerful lightning attack called Chain Lightning, striking the red worms and frying them instantly. Satisfied with her performance, the young woman boasted about how easy it had all been, but the tanker was furious. She had almost hit him along with the monsters, showing a total lack of care. They were both getting ready to regroup with the rest of the team and report the situation when a giant red worm suddenly emerged behind Si-yeon. One of the monsters had survived the electric attack. Forgetting that the team no longer had a support, the girl instinctively screamed for cover from Jihan. However, her eyes widened as she remembered that the useless trash was no longer part of the team. Just as she was about to be devoured, a flaming attack sliced the worm in half with pinpoint precision. At the last moment, the group's leader, Kim, appeared and saved the girl. With all the monsters defeated, the mage and the tanker leaned against a short wall to catch their breath. Something felt seriously off. With frustration in his voice, the tanker commented that nothing felt normal. Nearly growling, he asked if maybe a mutant had appeared among the beasts they fought earlier. The mage didn't know either, but the fight they just had was definitely unlike the usual. Interrupting them, the leader Kim asserted with confidence that the monsters were just regular giant worms. Furious, Kim punched a nearby wall and shouted in indignation, questioning why they were having such a hard time against monsters like that. Just then, Lee Mia appeared, covered in monster blood. Apparently, her battle hadn't been easy either. With blood-red eyes, full of rage, she declared firmly, "Zone 2 has been cleared." Still angry, Kim scolded Lee Mia for her recklessness, reminding her that he had told her not to act irresponsibly. She simply responded in a subdued tone, "I know that." The tanker then murmured the name of their former teammate with sadness, wondering if all this chaos had been caused by his absence. But Kim, consumed by anger, shouted back, "That's impossible! Even if he left, he's still just Yu Jihan, someone the team didn't need." Back at the protagonist's battle, the boys skillfully sliced the cockatrice into perfect blocks with the help of the wind spirit. The half-elf muttered quietly as she watched. He took down a mutant, alone. At that moment, another adventurer observed the aftermath from a distance, wondering if those two hunters had really taken down a mutant on their own. The boy laughed suspiciously. "This is going to be a gold mine." Alarmed, the half-elf ran over to Yu Jihan. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Suddenly, the boy collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Kim Si-hoo held him in her arms, frantically asking if he was injured. Slowly, the protagonist used what little strength he had left and raised his arm. With great difficulty, he told the half-elf to start gathering materials and declared, "Mutant monsters are rare. They'll definitely sell for a high price." This unexpected response left the half-elf stunned. Suddenly, she punched and kicked him repeatedly, worried something had gone wrong. Looking at the sliced-up mutant, she realized they had a lot to collect. With just the two of them, it would be a bit of work. At that moment, the suspiciously cheerful stranger who had been watching them earlier appeared, offering his help. He carried a massive backpack and introduced himself enthusiastically. "Hello, heroes! I'm Jang Sa-im from the Mongdang Monster Disposal Company." The elf raised an eyebrow, suspicious upon hearing the name of the company. "Monster Disposal Company?" Sensing the tension, the protagonist explained directly. "They're people specialized in collecting monster byproducts." Still, suspicion lingered in the air. What was a collector doing in a monster zone? That definitely wasn't normal. Zhang Sa-im, nervously scratching his neck, tried to justify himself. Our company is new. We need to do this to survive. Then he smiled and made a suspiciously enthusiastic offer. So, how about you leave the cockatrice's body with us, Mongdong? This is the perfect opportunity to solve all your problems. Excited, the half-elf didn't think twice. This came at the right time. Let's leave it to him. But something bothered the protagonist. There was definitely something off about the whole situation. Shortly after, Zhang approached the cockatrice's corpse for inspection. Wow, you cut it with such precision. Materials of this quality will sell for a fortune. As happy as a child, the half-elf jumped with joy. Yahoo! First thing I'll do is upgrade the office. Seeing no one paying attention, Zhang crouched down, discreetly picked up a crystal, and murmured with resolve, "You can keep the leftovers, but the valuable part is mine." With shining eyes, Zhang declared, "The magic crystal that only appears in mutants. If I have this, I'll be rich." Suddenly, things spiraled out of control. The collector was attacked, his arms and legs pinned under a thick layer of rock. Desperate, Zhang screamed, "Please forgive me! I'll give back the magic crystal!" From further away, someone commented disdainfully, "These collectors always light-fingered. Is it right to steal other people's items?" Then an imposing figure stepped forward, claiming with authority that the crystal belonged to him. The man was none other than the rank 1 hero, Yoon Do-ha. This strange situation led to a big question. Why was a rank 1 hero in a place like this? Unfazed, the protagonist walked up to the number 1 hero with a cold look and firm voice. "This is a legitimate hunt by the Fun Guild. The crystal is ours." Silence fell like a stone. Everyone exchanged looks. Was a rank 1 hero really about to loot them? It was all under orders from the association. Do-ha had been assigned to deal with that mutant. But the protagonist stood his ground. His eyes locked with Do-ha's, and he replied in a quiet yet determined voice, "That's your problem." Yu Ji-han knew the situation was dangerous. He had already analyzed his chances of victory, and it wasn't looking good. The only reason it wasn't worse was because his ability didn't register any negative probability. The problem was, Yu Ji-han had zero chance of winning that fight. Realizing that the boys had misunderstood the situation, Do-ha stepped forward to clarify things for the rookie spirit mage. In the blink of an eye, Do-ha disappeared from in front of Yu Ji-han and reappeared behind him. Furious, Do-ha grabbed the protagonist's head. Thick veins bulged from his hand as he slammed the boy's head into the ground. Then he revealed to Yu Ji-han, "This isn't just a request, it's a warning." Zhang was nervous. Of all the warriors who could have shown up, it had to be Do-ha. He was the master of the Dado Guild, one of Korea's top 5. On top of that, he was the world's only Earth Spirit Summoner, the transcendent hero, Earth Dragon. The half-elf tried to help the protagonist. She raised her staff and ordered Do-ha to step away from the boy. But pressing the boy's face even harder into the ground, Do-ha warned her more sternly. She'd better stay still if she knew what was good for her. After all, she wouldn't want the boy to get accidentally eliminated. With no choice, the half-elf backed off. She couldn't risk it. But our young hunter wasn't about to just accept that. Getting eliminated by some random jerk? No way. Channeling energy through his whole body, he launched a powerful gust of wind at Yoon Do-ha, hurling him into the ruins of the destroyed city. To cushion the blow, Do-ha quickly summoned the Earth Spirit, raising a wall of rock that softened his landing and stopped his body from being flung even farther. Even so, he was stunned. The boy should have been unconscious with his face buried in the ground. But no, he fought back. At the very moment he hit the ground, Yu Ji-han had summoned a spirit to cancel the damage, even hiding the spirit beforehand to unleash a surprise counterattack. A precise, calculated move that even a rank 1 hero hadn't expected. Do-ha found Yu Ji-han interesting. Barely able to stay on his feet, the young hunter calmly analyzed his odds. If he kept using his spirit, the chance of elimination rose to 95%. The situation was incredibly dangerous. He had burned through every last drop of mana with that final strike, and still, it hadn't even left a scratch. It made him think, is this how a real top-tier hero fights? "I can't win this!" Excited, Do-ha shouted toward the protagonist. "So, rookie, we've traded blows. How about round 2? Who's going first?" Suddenly, the boy made a surprising decision. He threw the magic crystal to Do-ha and, raising his hands in surrender, calmly said, "I surrender." Do-ha was furious. "What? You're giving up now?" But the boy had made up his mind. "Your goal is the magic crystal, right? Fine, I have no intention of fighting anymore." Yu Ji-han still looked Do-ha in the eye and said, "You're not planning on violating Article 38, Section 9 of the Hero Law regarding surrenders, are you?" Do-ha grimaced in frustration. Tch, just when it was getting interesting. At that exact moment, several helicopters appeared overhead. The association team had arrived. At the door of one of the choppers, a young woman yelled angrily, "Yoon Doha! What do you think you're doing, acting on your own?" Unbothered, Doha just held up the crystal he'd collected and replied with disdain, "I finished everything, and you're already nagging me the moment you show up?" Then he turned to the boy. "Let's postpone our fight for another time. Oh right, Junior, what's your name?" The protagonist answered with determination. "Yu Jihan from the Fun Guild." Doha repeated his name, making sure not to forget it. Then, Doha gave Yu Jihan a parting gift. He told him to take the 4th level promotion exam. He would personally give the recommendation. This took our protagonist by surprise. Why would Doha do that? But the man had no reason. He just wanted to have fun. Brimming with excitement, he boarded the helicopter. Right before leaving, Doha told the woman beside him, "You heard that, right? Send the recommendation." Seated and smiling on the helicopter bench, Doha was confronted once again by the still irritated woman. "The exam is in 2 days. How do you expect us to send a recommendation now, and from a guild that hasn't even been properly verified?" But suddenly she froze upon noticing Doha's injured arm, something she hadn't thought possible. Meanwhile, Doha, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, just kept smiling, already enchanted by that so-called Fun Guild. Later, at the Fun Guild's base, the collector who had tried to steal the crystal earlier was apologizing for everything. Yu Jihan accepted the apology, but under one condition. Apology accepted. But now, get ready for a beating. Desperate, the boy begged Jihan to wait. In fact, he had overheard the earlier conversation with Doha. "You're going to take the 4th level promotion exam, right? It's the day after tomorrow, so shouldn't you start by fixing your equipment?" Jihan frowned. "Fixing my equipment?" The boy pointed, concerned. "From what I can see, your sword's about to break, and the rest of your gear is in terrible shape too. If you go to the exam like this, you'll fail miserably. That's why I suggest we go to a workshop I know. After that, you can beat me up all you want." Jihan immediately told the boy to lead the way. Shortly after, they arrived at the location. The half-elf looked around, suspicious. "There's no one here. Is this another one of your tricks, Jang?" Clearly spooked, the boy denied it. At that moment, a voice echoed from inside the workshop. "Who's there? The workshop is closed today. Ha ha ha! What do you need?" A dwarf blacksmith appeared, surprising the half-elf. "A dwarf blacksmith?" Narrating mentally, Jihan reflected, "Dwarves, a race known for their exceptional weapon forging skills. The gear they make is S-rank quality, highly coveted by heroes." Moments later, Jihan mentioned he'd never seen a dwarf before. And despite being a half-elf, even Kim Si-hoo hadn't seen one. While the two were distracted, Jang, the collector, took advantage of the moment and quietly slipped away. Still unaware that the boy was gone, the half-elf commented, "Jean, you're impressive. Is this really a dwarf's workshop? Wait a second, where is he?" Hearing the commotion, the blacksmith claimed the youths were talking nonsense. With a forced smile, he said, "I'm human, born and raised in Korea." Jihan and the half-elf stared at him, clearly skeptical. "Liar! Anyone can see you're a dwarf. Then show us your ID if you're so sure." The supposed dwarf called them crazy, but pulled a card from his pocket to prove his identity and handed it to the young hunters. Surprisingly, the ID was legit. The card said he was 27 years old, though the photo looked nothing like his current appearance. Still inside the workshop, Jihan and his companion remained suspicious of the supposed human who claimed not to be a dwarf. Irritated, the half-elf asked, "Isn't this identity theft?" "It has to be. That Mungdong tricked us again?" Without hesitation, Jihan said, "Si-hoo, call the cops. Number 222. Suddenly, the blacksmith changed the subject with an unexpected request. "Hey, can I see your sword for a moment? These markings are rare. Are you by any chance a wind spirit summoner?" Jihan was surprised. "How do you know that?" The blacksmith replied proudly. "A high-level blacksmith can identify someone's class just from the marks left on their weapon. Unfortunately, your current sword can't handle your spirit's power. But wait a sec. I've got the perfect weapon for a spirit summoner." After rummaging through some items, he found what he was looking for. Here it is. A sword that harmonizes with spirits, the Namho Yol Blade. The half-elf grimaced in disgust. What a ridiculous name. Sometime later, on the day of the 4th level promotion exam, the test area was packed. Among the participants, a few recognized the protagonist. Yu Jihan remembered the 4th level exam. It had been a while since his time at Kairos. Meanwhile, whispers filled the waiting room. "Isn't that the guy who got kicked out of Kairos? Showing up here for the exam? If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to keep calling myself a hero." The half-elf noticed the stares and asked, "Are they talking about you, Jihan?" The protagonist calmly replied, "Ignore them. People always talk too much." Even amidst the gossip, Jihan felt relieved. The incident in Bushin didn't seem to have spread. He decided to keep his identity as a spirit summoner a secret to avoid unnecessary attention. At that moment, the lead examiner walked in, silencing the crowd with his presence. His name was Bang Yoon-sik, and he didn't seem to have much patience. "Silence! You're way too excited for a mere 4th-level exam. Get a grip. You're not special. You're just a bunch of fools who haven't even reached the intermediate level. All of you are unqualified." Bang muttered something under his breath about that damned Yoon Do-ha, clearly annoyed with the rank 1 hero. Jihan quietly reflected. He had analyzed his chances for the exam, only 1%. Given that, he silently wondered, Do-ha, did he really recommend me for this? Back at the guild quarters, Yoon Do-ha was approached by his assistant, the same woman from before, seemingly responsible for helping the rank 1 hero. "Mr. Yoon Do-ha, I've already sent the letter of recommendation for Yu Jihan's 4th-level promotion as you mentioned earlier." The top hunter was surprised by the woman's speed and efficiency. However, the assistant found something odd. Why had Do-ha chosen Bang Yoon-sik as the examiner? Meanwhile, back at the exam site, a group was undergoing the test. 2 determined young warriors charged towards someone. Every fighter in the room was targeting a single individual, Bang, who remained still, clearly disappointed with the current situation. During the evaluation, one participant was eliminated after abandoning the group strategy and impulsively attacking the examiner with his sword. The other 3 hunters tried to strike Bang's neck, but just as their blades were about to reach him, he knocked them all out instantly with a single move. His evaluation was ruthless. Bang Yoon-sik then declared that Group 12 had failed. He even called them cowards for always acting on impulse. In the observation room above the arena, another examiner, Kim Han-geok, watched the situation unfold. "Isn't Bang Yoon-sik going too far? At this rate, I'm not sure anyone will pass." Oh Hye-in, a 4th-level examiner, also expressed skepticism. But then again, that was typical of 5th-level candidates. The examiners debated among themselves, unsure of what to report to upper management. The last group to be evaluated was from the Fun Guild, the very same one personally recommended by Yoon Do-ha. Seconds later, Seo Jung-woo, the 4th examiner, announced that only the final group remained. Everyone was surprised to realize that these candidates had been recommended by Do-ha, the guild leader. These evaluators belonged to the Dado Guild, which was led by Do-ha. It was clear that even within his own guild, Bang Yoon-sik was known as a rigid and traditionalist figure, which made the evaluation process even more complicated. Inside the 4th grade examination room, the group was greeted by Bang Yoon-sik with his usual strict posture. A voice welcomed the new challengers to the 4th grade evaluation room, instructing them to prepare for a duel against the examiner for the next 5 minutes. The voice continued to echo through the room, explaining the rules. If you completely defeat the examiner or earn his approval, you will be qualified for promotion. The half-elf girl was extremely annoyed by the rules. How could a 5th grade group possibly take down a 4th grade examiner? Even so, Yu Jihan confidently took position and asked Kim Si-hoo to provide backup in the rear, just like last time. This would be a tough battle. And so the promotion battle for the 4th level began. Without wasting any time, Bang leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Jihan. The boy barely had time to raise his sword to block the sudden attack. Jihan twisted in pain. That was an ambush right from the start. An explosion occurred, causing the half-elf to lose sight of the protagonist. She called out for him, worried. But at that moment, Bang's fist was already inches from her face. Bang was caught off guard. A barrier had appeared and blocked his fist, preventing him from hitting the elf girl. Looking back, he saw that Jihan had raised a shield to protect her, but he was clearly in bad shape. Enough for Bang to question whether Do-ha's recommendation letter was even real. Bang quickly changed his combat strategy. He kicked the barrier, breaking through it effortlessly and hitting the half-elf directly. As the girl was sent flying, Bang began running toward the protagonist. The boy quickly got up and, with difficulty, blocked the examiner's strike. The man was using a fragile wooden sword, yet the attack was heavy. The boy never imagined such a weak-looking sword could carry that much power. Faced with a critical situation, Jihan decided to create some distance between himself and Bang. He unleashed his Nightwind attack, successfully pushing the examiner back. But the examiner sneered, "A mere wind-based spell? What annoying tricks are you hiding?" Immediately after, the boy used another spell, Acceleration, stopping right behind Bang, who was in free fall. This time, the protagonist was about to catch him off guard. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Do-ha's assistant asked, "Why did you choose Bang Yoon-sik as the examiner? Don't you think giving a recommendation letter might have the opposite effect? The Fun Guild could be in trouble." But that was exactly what Do-ha wanted. Examiner Bang was unique, the most strict of them all. Back in the fight, Yu Jihan failed to land his attack on Bang and ended up getting hit with multiple strikes. Lying on the ground, Too weak to get up, the boy noticed his speed wasn't the same as when he fought the cockatrice or even Yoon Do-ha. His body was still recovering from the previous duels, but he also noticed something about the sword. Its mana consumption was absurd. As he stared at the trash scattered before him, Bang confronted the protagonist. You received a recommendation letter from Yoon Do-ha, only to be eliminated here, but Si-hoo stepped in determined. She leapt at Bang's back and delivered a powerful attack with the help of her staff. However, the attack was easily dodged by the examiner, who simply jumped backward. Still, the half-elf's goal was only to push Bang away from Yu Ji-han. Now it was her turn to duel. Bang tried to provoke the girl, mocking that failures always tried to counterattack no matter what. But the girl asked not to be underestimated. She tousled her hair, revealing her elven ears. That certainly caught the examiner's attention. It's not every day you come across someone like that. Determined, the girl dashed toward Bang, but he didn't let her get close and immediately launched several slashing attacks, claiming that she was just another weakling. Si-hoo replied confidently, "Elves can hear the flow of mana." With that, she calmly dodged all of his attacks and emerged unscathed. Then, she cast a wind arrow spell. Bang laughed. It was such a weak attack it had no chance of hitting him, but the wind arrow was only a distraction. The real duel began now. A magic circle appeared behind Bang. As he managed to block the surprise attack, 2 more magic circles surrounded him again. Once again, Bang blocked the attacks, but more magic circles appeared around him. The examiner was surprised. Was that elf trying to cast an A-rank spell? There were 6 magic circles, but soon the man felt 2 hands grab his legs. In truth, there were 7 magic circles, a 7-layered spell. The attack hit Bang Yoon-sik head-on, and a massive explosion echoed through the arena. In the end, nothing could be seen. The half-elf was sure that this time at least one attack had landed on the examiner. However, she couldn't have been more wrong. Bang Yoon-sik acknowledged the girl's effort. Not bad. Closing the gap and trapping me was a good strategy, but it was still a bit slow. At that moment, Bang already had his wooden sword at the elf's neck. Si-hoo asked, breathless, "You blocked my 7-layered spell?" Bang didn't answer the girl. He simply turned his gaze to Yu Ji-han, who was about to strike. He asked the boy, "When are you going to attack?" At that moment, Bang was using the elf girl as a living shield, holding her in front of his body. Firmly gripping his sword, the protagonist pointed out that because of his arrogance, Bang had already lost the battle. Ji-han analyzed everything that had happened in the fight and noticed something crucial. The sword wasn't absorbing mana, he was just wasting energy. So he focused the smallest amount of mana possible, compressing his power to the max. Then, Yu Ji-han prepared his finishing blow and launched his windblade attack. In an unknown location, a secret meeting was taking place. The latest report on the group led by Kim Huntae was delivered directly to the guild master Karos, Park Jung-sub. His attention turned to Kim Kang-woo, the new member of the group, placed in Yu Ji-han's spot after his expulsion. Kang-woo was still in the adaptation phase, and there were reports of some instability, but Park Jung-sub believed Kim Huntae would soon stabilize him. To him, Kang-woo seemed a much more promising bet than Yu Ji-han had ever been. However, an unexpected piece of information surfaced. Yu Ji-han had taken the promotion exam for the 4th rank. At first, Park Jung-sub reacted with disdain, doubting the ability of someone who hadn't even managed to get a recommendation letter. However, upon learning that the boy had received a recommendation from none other than Yoon Do-ha, his expression immediately changed. Surprised and perhaps a little worried. Back in the arena, the scene unfolding was, at the very least, unusual. On the ground was a shattered wooden sword, the same weapon used by Bang during the test. Sitting beside a large crack left by the impact of the final attack, the examiner Bang was facing the reality of his defeat. Before him stood Yu Ji-han, sword firmly pointed at the opponent's neck. Ji-han's gaze was firm and imposing, while Bang wore an expression of resignation. His face was covered in bruises, a direct result of the overwhelming force of the last blow he failed to block. It was at that moment that Bang finally understood how this young man had received a recommendation from Yoon Do-ha. Faced with the irony of the situation, he simply laughed, and accepting his defeat, declared the duel over. The man thought that sending a spirit mage to the exam almost seemed like a form of cheating. In the break room, Kim Si-hoo and Yu Ji-han collapsed onto a couch, finally able to breathe in peace. Ji-han was still trying to understand what had happened. The young woman was completely surprised. She asked, "How did you manage to adapt to spiritual magic so quickly? With each battle, it seems you reveal a new and impressive technique." Ji-han admitted, "I'm not sure either, but I feel that after that fight, my connection to spiritual magic has strengthened significantly." He then wondered silently if all of this had been planned by Do-ha. Meanwhile, he recognized Si-hoo's performance, praising her efforts. It was thanks to the distraction Sihu caused that they managed to win. Sihu, embarrassed, asked the boy, "Don't exaggerate, please." But she also showed relief for passing the preliminary evaluation. The final interview was still to come, but for now, everyone was grateful for their mutual effort. Soon after some warriors left the interview room, Jihan's group was called. As they entered, the evaluators' scrutinizing gazes fell on them with calculated intensity. Their performance in the preliminary stage had drawn attention. The preparation, the strategy, and the collective strength. Everything pointed to a positive evaluation. The first evaluators showed interest, recognizing the group's solidity and the highlights of their previous performance. However, the apparent unanimity was soon broken. Among the attendees, a member of the influential warrior guild spoke firmly, questioning the team's readiness. The criticism was aimed at the member who had taken the tank role. According to him, the hesitation shown in that essential role jeopardized the entire stability of the group. For some, it was merely a slip under pressure. For others, it was reason enough for disqualification. The atmosphere, which had seemed to lean toward recognition, plunged into uncertainty. And at that moment, more than strength or talent, the group would need to prove that they were worthy of trust. The man crumpled the paper in his hands, clearly expressing his discontent. He considered it absurd that a group like theirs had reached the 4th rank promotion evaluation. In his view, the Fun Guild was not worthy of a class upgrade. With the rigid pace of judgments, it seemed inevitable that no team would be promoted in this round. Frustration hung in the air like a silent sentence. Although the Fun Guild had initially been received with enthusiasm by the evaluators, as it was practically the only group to win the preliminary evaluation, the atmosphere in the room soon began to turn tense. Even with the praise, the guild members remained humble, attributing their success to luck. However, that brief friendly mood quickly dissipated, giving way to a growing tension. With a provocative tone, one of the evaluators, Lee Dong-ho, started making inappropriate comments. He asked to see the ears of the half-elf, insinuating that her hairstyle was suffocating, and expressed surprise upon discovering she was a hybrid, thinking she was a pure elf. Even after being reprimanded, he justified his behavior by saying it was a habit. The interview continued in a tense manner. Unnecessary and prejudiced comments kept emerging, including an offensive question about which side the half-elf would be on if Korea were invaded by elves. This deeply angered Jihan, who couldn't contain his indignation. The verbal confrontation escalated, resulting in total chaos in the interview room. The protagonist, filled with frustration, even stated that he would rather forego the promotion than see his guild being humiliated in this way. In the face of the confusion, both returned to the Fun Guild's base, leaving behind the interview room where the evaluators were still arguing loudly. Jihan, feeling guilty, apologized to the leader, believing he was responsible for the failure. However, Sihu, the half-elf, showed gratitude. For the first time, someone had gotten angry and defended her like that. The emotion was visible. Meanwhile, she anxiously updated the page with the promotion exam results. After the wait, the names of the successful candidates finally appeared. To both of their surprise, the Fun Guild was among the groups promoted to the 4th level. At the same time, Lee Dong-ho, reflecting on his actions, admitted his exaggerated behavior. With a smug smile, Lee Dong-ho said, "I want to see how far this arrogant guild can go. I'll watch them from above, like an adversary." Despite the chaos and adversities, Jihan and his guild managed to move forward, demonstrating that, even in the face of pressure and prejudice, their willpower and the unity of the group were able to overcome the challenges. At the entrance of the Level 2 monster area in Paju City, Gyeonggi-do, a van stopped in front of the barrier. Inside, a group of hunters was preparing for another mission. At the entrance, several people, or rather fans, were already waiting anxiously. It was Kim Hyun-tae's team. The crowd went wild upon recognizing them. Everyone started shouting, calling out for their idol, "Mr. Kim Hyun-tae, please look this way for a moment." Amid the excitement, a security guard, irritated by the noise and movement of the young fans, clenched his fist, ready to retaliate. But before he could take a single step, Kim noticed. His eyes caught the aggressive gesture, and in a swift movement, he grabbed the security guard's arm firmly, stopping him from acting. "What do you think you're doing?" His voice was calm and friendly on the surface, but inside Kim's blood was boiling with pure hatred. Then he turned to the fans with a gentle smile and said, "Thank you for coming to cheer for us again today. You could get hurt, so please watch from a safe distance, okay?" With these words, the group proceeded toward the barrier. In the background, the shouts continued, "Good luck! Go Kim Hyun-tae!" And so, they crossed the border and entered another dangerous monster area. Now that they were away from curious eyes, Kim Hyun-tae finally revealed his true expression. He was irritated, his forehead furrowed, and muttered through clenched teeth, These idiots are too loud. As his heavy steps crossed the monster zone terrain, the group's tank made a random comment, trying to lighten the mood. There are even more people today than yesterday. However, Kim was more concerned about how those girls always managed to find out where they would be hunting. It was a mystery that left him perplexed. Meanwhile, the team's rookie opened his mouth, mocking the situation in the most untimely way possible. "Hyuntae, Hyung, did you see that girl at the entrance?" He laughed like a pig without any filter. "She was so ugly I almost puked, haha." That guy was Kim Kang-woo, the replacement for our protagonist. Hyuntae preferred not to respond, but Kang-woo didn't stop there. He continued with his nonsense. "Hyung, what kind of girl do you like?" The red-haired warrior simply said he liked pretty girls. Then the rookie revealed that he was throwing a party over the weekend and would have amazing girls, inviting the captain to come and have some fun. Meanwhile, the girls in the group were already showing signs of discomfort with the direction the conversation was taking, especially the mage. She firmly spoke up. "Hey, rookie, Mia and I are also here. How about stopping with that talk in front of us?" But Kang-woo had no sense at all. "So Seyeon Nuna, why don't you come with us too?" The mage didn't know how to respond. After all, why would she go to such a place? But the jerk kept going. "There are tons of models who want to see you too, Nuna, haha." The mage turned completely red, not knowing where to hide her face. And at that moment, Kang-woo thought he had figured out the way to win her trust. "I'll get some handsome guys for you too." In his mind, everything was too easy. Piece of cake, just flatter them a little and they all fall. But there was one exception, one he still couldn't understand at all. Lee Mia. Kang-woo simply had no idea what was going through that girl's mind. She noticed the rookie's persistent gaze and immediately returned it with a sharp look. Kang-woo tried to cover it up, looking away when she asked him, "What's up?" At that moment, the rookie thought he needed to keep an eye on that girl for a little longer. Soon after, another group, consisting of a warrior, apparently a nun and a fighter, approached the Karos Guild and greeted Captain Kim and the other members. The leader of the visiting group approached Kim with a friendly smile on his face. "It's been a while since we last met. How long has it been since we saw each other in the monster area?" Kim responded with his usual calm. "It's been a few months since we last met in the field." The other warrior looked around, a little confused when he noticed someone was missing. "Where's that guy?" Kim raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand, but the man was direct. "The one who used to carry the backpack?" Kim then looked back toward the rookie and replied indifferently, "He left some time ago. This one replaced him." The rookie, full of confidence, stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Kang-woo, the new support." The visiting leader shook his head as if he really felt the absence of someone. What a pity. That guy was special. That sentence irritated Kim. He asked curtly, "Why are you upset about it?" It was then that the other man revealed, "About a year ago when we were around here, that guy helped me a lot." The scene came back to his mind. A dark cave. He was severely injured, being supported by the nun, and Yuji Han, that kid no one took seriously, charging alone, facing monsters and protecting everyone with incredible courage. To this day, the leader of the opposing group remembered how Yuji Han moved. How could someone with such a big backpack move like that? Then the man announced, "If he's still out there and isn't in any guild, let me know. Our guild would love to recruit him." Moments later, they said their goodbyes to the Karos Guild, but Kim was visibly annoyed by the compliments. That trash of a warrior being called amazing? Kang-woo, not understanding anything, asked, "Was this Yuji Han really that great? From what I heard, he was just a burden to Hyuntae Hyung, a dead weight. That guy's overrating him too much." Kim, with a sharp look, cut off the rookie's laughter. "Hey, give me my sword." A terrifying roar echoed. A giant monster had just appeared. Its presence was suffocating. It came charging, hungry, and was about to devour the entire team. As he wielded his sword, Kim enveloped it in flames. This was the perfect moment. He was boiling with anger, and it would help release some of the built-up stress. With a fierce strike, Kim charged at the beast, gritting his teeth while muttering Yuji Han's name. Meanwhile, in the city, something big was happening. A police officer was trying to guide citizens to a safe place. The crowd was restless. Some murmured about forgetting their phones, others their wallets. The officer then made an urgent announcement. "This area has been identified as a level 4 monster zone. Everyone must evacuate immediately." As people ran, some were still concerned about what they were going to lose. "Property prices are going to crash. Your house is about to disappear. Who cares about the price?" At that moment, the most dangerous duo of the day arrived. The boy asked, "Is this the right place?" The half-elf confirmed, "Yes, I've confirmed the appearance zone of the level 4 Shavelcat." Kim Si-hoo checked his phone to ensure they were in the right spot, while Yuji Han simply scanned the surroundings with his observant and calculating gaze. Suddenly, a huge Shavelcat appeared. It was a level 4 monster, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Without wasting any time, Yu-Ji-Han rushed in with his sword in hand. Behind him, the half-elf was already positioning herself to support him. With precision, she launched 2 magic circles. The spells shot through the monster in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opening, Yu-Ji-Han finished the creature off with a clean millimeter-perfect cut down the middle of its body, using his magical sword. The half-elf was excited. Phew, I thought facing a level 4 was too early, but this is more rewarding than I thought. Ji-Han then commented with his calm and precise voice. That variant cockatrice we faced before was extraordinary. The girl then wondered how they would move the shovelcat bodies to the first floor. The most logical thing would be to call a collection company for that. It was at that moment that both of them heard screams. Someone was calling for help. They both started running, and the half-elf commented, panting, "It seems there are still civilians who haven't evacuated." Ji-Han urged them to hurry to rescue the civilians in time. But with his heart racing, Ji-Han thought that voice sounded oddly familiar. Upon reaching the location, Yu-Ji-Han announced loudly, "The Fun Guild has arrived for the rescue?" But the scene that unfolded was hilarious. Or perhaps not so much. It was the same collector boy from before, Jang, or as the elf always called him, Mong Dang, completely panicked, about to be devoured by a shovelcat. The young man was crying desperately as he shoved something into the monster's mouth in a desperate attempt not to be eaten. Seconds later, the area was completely cleared. Several shovelcats lay on the ground, defeated. The half-elf could barely contain her excitement. "Oh, what a surprise to see you here. It must be destiny, don't you think, Mongdong?" But destiny had a different plan for the collector. He was face down on the ground, his butt facing the sky, being severely punished by the half-elf. All he could do was cry for mercy and apologize. Ji-Han, however, was beside the boy, trying to ease the situation. "Could you stop here? Thanks to Mongdong, I got some good equipment." Yu-Ji-Han then turned to the collector. "Jang, how about signing an official contract with us to take responsibility for the monster collection?" The boy was surprised. After everything he had done, why him? Ji-Han explained with conviction that despite some unpleasant incidents, he found Mongdong's skills impressive. The boy then got super excited. "Thank you, I'll treat you like true hyungs." With that, he ran back to the building shouting, "Leave the remaining bodies inside the building with me." The half-elf didn't seem too convinced. "What if he tricks you again?" But Ji-Han was confident. "It'll be fine. We needed someone immediately. He handled the cockatrice collection well, didn't he?" As they began to organize, a sudden shout echoed. "Heroes, stop hunting creatures! Stop! Stop! Creatures are lives that deserve respect. They are lives! They are lives!" The half-elf looked worried. "Are those humans?" Kim confirmed. "Yes, they are from the International Union for Creature Protection, also known as IUPC. Ji-Han continued. "They say monsters can coexist with humans like common animals. But recently, they've been causing a lot of trouble with protests near appearance zones." The elf then questioned the protagonist. "Do you agree with the actions of those people?" Ji-Han replied firmly, "No way, that's absurd. If they saw heroes being killed by monsters right in front of them, would they still think the same way?" There was a police barrier protecting the monster field, but it was breached. The protesters began to invade in droves. Soon, they surrounded Yu-Ji-Han and Kim Si-hoo. "They are the heroes! Don't let them escape!" Instinctively, Ji-Han put his hand on his sword. What were these lunatics thinking? Then, out of nowhere, one of the militants started shouting, "Ah, look at this! How can they be so brutal?" She was crying, holding the lifeless body of one of the fallen shovelcats. The crowd became even more furious. "Heroes? These guys are just murderers. This is going too far. Heroes can't intervene directly with civilians." Kim thought to himself cautiously that he had no choice but to hold out until the Hero Association sent reinforcements. Then, a new voice echoed through the area. A powerful voice filled with rage, telling everyone to get out of the way because he had something to resolve there. Everyone stopped for a moment. The protesters recognized him. It was him, the most hated man in the world, Yoon Do-ha, the #1 hero. Amidst this, Do-ha raised an enormous stone wall behind him, ensuring that no one could escape. Some called him the Earth Dragon. Others nicknamed him the Clown. In the West, he was known as the Living Earthquake. But among all these names, Do-ha preferred to be called the Bad Boy of the Beast. Without ceremony, the man greeted the protesters with a rude gesture, pretending to adjust his glasses with his middle finger raised right in front of the crowd. As expected, the reception was hostile. "Ah, it's the troublemaker Yoon Do-ha. Why is a top-tier hero in a place like this?" Ji-Han, visibly annoyed, could only think, "Why does this guy always show up to stir up trouble? Doesn't he have anything better to do?" Seconds later, Do-ha stared at the restless crowd and declared with a mocking smile, "All right, everyone, time to visit hell." At his command, he summoned a creature. Mumu. From the ground, a colossal beast made entirely of rock emerged beside Doha. Its size and presence immediately caught Jihan's attention, who thought, that is a spirit? And yes, to everyone's shock, it was revealed that this was the earth spirit, Mumu. Without hesitation, at Doha's signal, Mumu opened its mouth and launched something toward the crowd. It wasn't a direct attack. It was whips of earth that twisted and entangled precisely around the bodies of the protesters, immobilizing them without causing a single scratch. Suspended in the air, they were completely at Doha's mercy, who controlled the situation with a terrifying calm. Yu Ji-han and Kim Si-hoo watched everything with surprise and silent respect. On the protesters' side, however, the outrage was palpable. Is this acceptable? A national hero treating civilians like this? Ji-han analyzed the hero coldly. He neutralized everyone without hurting anyone. His control is unbelievably precise. Then, the number one hero calmly walked over to Ji-han and Si-hoo with a smirk on his face. Sorry. Took me a while to get here, huh? Doha got straight to the point with his usual carefree attitude. I heard you passed the promotion exam to 4th class, right? But all Ji-han could think as he watched him approach was, I really faced a monster like this. With a clearly sarcastic tone, the boy responded, Thanks, by the way, you really gave me a great evaluator. Doha burst into laughter. Bang Yun-sik had a very explosive fighting style. Ji-han snorted internally. I almost died, you know. But Doha, as always, kept talking without a care. Even so, looks like you've grown a bit. As expected. Doha paused, his expression turning more serious. He confronted the boy firmly. Which of us is stronger now? At that moment, a red aura began to surround his body, making the air around them incredibly heavy. Ji-han instinctively reacted, activating his own energy. A soft green aura flowed through his body. He stepped forward, facing the number one hero. Is this why you're here? Just to talk about this? But before any real confrontation could happen, a crowd of curious people approached. Oh, it's Yoon Doha. What's a 4th class hero doing here? Does he have something to do with that group? These people were members of Doha's guild. Doha sighed, now more reserved. There were too many eyes on him, so he asked Ji-han to follow him somewhere else. Soon after, he, Ji-han, and Si-hoo were walking through a construction site. Workers greeted them enthusiastically upon recognizing the hero. Hello, Mr. Yoon Doha, not working today? All of that only made Doha think. He found everyone annoying. Ji-han observed the busy environment. Doha then explained casually, This is the headquarters of the Dado Guild. Things are pretty busy these days. They're expanding the underground training field. Even with the noise, try to bear with it. Ji-han nodded quickly. Sometime later, they arrived at a massive building. As always, Doha walked with that relaxed posture, with Ji-han and Si-hoo following closely behind. As they crossed a magical barrier, Ji-han immediately noticed something. It feels like I just entered a quiet cafe with no customers. The sound of the construction just disappeared. Meanwhile, the half-elf was amazed. Incredible! To cover a building this size with a magical barrier of this level, it would take a fortune. As expected of a big guild, they don't spare any expenses on this. Ji-han, oblivious to the technique involved, just asked, Is it really that difficult? The elf answered immediately. Of course. At least 20 billion must have been invested in this. Ji-han's eyes widened. That guild must have money to burn if they spent that much on something like this. At that moment, a woman with black hair appeared behind them, with a subtle smile. She stated that she was glad the elf liked that technique. The woman then asked if the girl was interested in magical barriers, as she had guessed the amount they spent with flawless precision. That mysterious woman was none other than Park Jae-kyung, the vice master of the Dado Guild. Ji-han was frozen, and even the mage was shocked. Si-hoo even nervously remarked, I thought she was just a regular secretary, and I admit, I thought the same, especially after the helicopter scene in the previous chapters. Doha, enjoying the situation, approached the vice leader with a playful tone. Yo, Secretary Park, remember that fun thing last time? Get the meeting ready. Getting into the mood, she replied in the same tone, Yes, Mr. Yoon Doha, I'll get it prepa. But then her expression changed. Furious, she squeezed the hero's cheek tightly. Is this what you thought I was going to say? Where have you been? Ignored all your schedule today? And a heated argument began. Doha tried to defend himself. What do you think you're doing with your guild leader? But the woman retorted, If you think you're a leader, act like one. Meanwhile, Ji-han and the half-elf watched the scene completely lost. It was at this moment that Ji-han reached an inevitable conclusion. It was as noisy here as it was at the construction site outside. After the initial conversation, everyone moved to a quieter room where they could talk without interruptions. Doha got straight to the point. So let's get to the important part. Why do you think I brought you here? Ji-han replied firmly. Probably because of the spirit I have. And the boy was right. Doha confirmed with a simple nod. Seconds later, the coffee table glowed with a bright yellow light, illuminating every corner of the room. Then a golden and cute puppy appeared. That was Mumu. Doha petted the spirit's head. "Say hello. This is my spirit partner, Mumu." Jihan could hardly believe it. Was this the same terrifying creature he had seen during the confrontation with the protesters? How could something so cute be so threatening? But Mumu itself cut the moment short with its high-pitched voice. "Mumu helping with the construction. Mumu busy. Very busy." Doha insisted, half joking. "Come on, it'll be quick. We've got visitors." Mumu then gave Jihan a careful look. Sihu, enchanted, couldn't contain her excitement at the sight of such a cute spiritual creature. Meanwhile, Jihan extended his hand, trying to summon his own spirit. Doha watched with curiosity. "What are you doing? You gonna summon your spirit here too?" Jihan simply nodded. A ball of energy appeared in his palm, but it remained just a floating orb. Mumu stared at it curiously. "That is a spirit?" Doha also commented, "As I thought, it's a wind spirit. What's its name?" Jihan answered, "It's Sylph." Doha looked thoughtful. "I see. The reason I brought you here today is because of Sylph. Until now, the only known domesticated spirit was Mumu. This in 17 years as a spirit master, and that fact had never changed." Doha said he had researched Jihan's hero records, but found no mention of spirits. The only suspicious point, according to him, was when Jihan left the Keros Guild and joined the Fun Guild. But still, it didn't make sense to get a spirit just because of that. With a serious expression, he pressed, "How did you contract this wind spirit?" Jihan hesitated. The real story was hard to tell. Sihu then stepped forward, determined. "I'll explain. Sylph had a previous contractor." This immediately caught Doha's attention. "My mother," the half-elf finished. Erna Haas was Sylph's previous contractor. Doha was shocked. "I can't believe you contracted Erna Haas's spirit." It was the first time he'd seen something like that. Doha had always thought spirits disappeared with their contractors. It seemed they still understood very little about spirits, but that was fine. Then he revealed that not all his questions had been answered. He moved on to the main point. Sihu furrowed her brow. Wasn't Sylph the main reason? Doha revealed that this was only one reason, but there was another important reason. He got straight to the point. "As master of the Dado Guild, I want to acquire the Fun Guild." The proposal hit Jihan and especially Kim Sihu like a bomb. Doha then made his offer. "On the condition that you transfer all the shares of the Fun Guild to me, I'll give you 200 billion won. Shocked, the half-elf stood up, slamming her hand on the wooden table. "Are you serious?" Doha maintained his posture. "I can't joke about something like this. If you think it's too little, I can offer more. You can stay as a 2-member guild as you are now, or I can bring in other heroes if you want." He looked directly at Jihan. "Boy, I'll personally train you in spiritual arts, and I promise I won't interfere with your team's activities. What do you say?" Sihu seemed inclined to accept the proposal as it sounded very interesting. It was all incredible, no doubt, but it was all so sudden. Jihan, however, remained silent. Doha, noticing the hesitation, concluded, "I'll give you plenty of time to think. Of course, the sooner you answer, the better." Then something unexpected happened. Jihan stared firmly at him. "I don't like this." The words caused Doha to lose his expression. He was visibly stunned. Jihan announced firmly, "The Fun Guild, I will never sell it." The elf behind the protagonist was frozen in shock. Meanwhile, outside in the monster field, Zhang finished collecting. He looked around but saw no one near the building. At least not the people he was looking for. Just the protesters from earlier still suspended in the air. He muttered to himself that he was done cleaning everything and left, but where did Jihan go? Holding something that looked like colored grass, he smiled. "I wanted to brag about this amazing thing I got." Back at the discussion about selling the Fun Guild, Doha still couldn't understand why Jihan rejected the offer. The man even tried to argue. "If it's about the value, I can increase it." But Jihan firmly retorted, "You said it cost around 20 billion to cover this place with a magical barrier, right? That's not even close to enough. The Fun Guild is like the Dado Guild. It will become a giant guild." Doha stared at him seriously in silence. But it was the half-elf who lost control. She grabbed Jihan by the collar and shook him as if she had lost her mind. The young woman screamed, tears of frustration flowing down her face. "Why is it you who decides this?" Doha, on the other hand, just smiled, a smile that mixed madness with admiration. He looked at Jihan with sharp, provocative eyes. "You're saying you'll turn a guild with only 2 members into a giant guild? Don't you think that's a little too arrogant, newbie?" Jihan didn't back down. On the contrary, his tone was direct and confident. "Let's call it confidence." Doha laughed inwardly, but it seemed that the boy spoke with absolute certainty. In the end, he found Jihan even more interesting. After that, Doha raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I give up on the acquisition. The elf panicked. What? At least hear me out. But Doha completely ignored the half-elf. He continued speaking. Since you came all the way here, I think it's only fair that I give something in return. At that moment, the guild's vice leader appeared with a familiar crystal, the same one Doha had taken from Jihan before. You remember what this is, right, kid? Jihan immediately recognized the purple glowing stone. It was the same crystal from the other day, but the question was, why was Doha returning it? Doha explained that he had only needed the crystal for research, and now the research for the association was completed. He added that he would return the stone to the boy once the guild was purchased. As a senior spiritual master, this was the least he could do for the novice. Jihan took the box, surprised, and thanked him. I accept with gratitude. But after all, what's the reason for all this fuss? Before he could finish his sentence, something strange happened. As soon as he touched the crystal, Jihan's spirit, Sylph, flew toward the stone and tried to merge with it. A blinding flash filled the room, nearly blinding everyone for a few seconds. It was then that Doha explained. A spirit can absorb the magic contained in a magical crystal to grow. Collect magical crystals. That way, Sylph can materialize, just like Mumu. And there it was. The small energy sphere that was Sylph began to change. Gradually, a shadow emerged. Its shape resembled that of a fairy, but it was still uncertain what the true form of that mysterious spirit was. Jihan watched in silence, intrigued. In the end, his spirit could also materialize. Meanwhile, at the IUPC headquarters, Korea branch, there was a certain commotion in the building. A receptionist, looking like she worked in telemarketing, answered a call as if it were just another ordinary morning. This is the International Association for the Protection of Creatures. How can we assist you? She heard something on the other end of the line that made her raise her eyebrows. A mix of suspicion, or perhaps anger. You're telling me the cat you were transforming into became a creature? The room was filled with women answering calls, handling documents and conversations that seemed too important to be interrupted. The woman from earlier said to the person on the other end of the line, "Don't worry, we'll capture it safely." Some side conversations echoed in the room. How long until the promotional poster I mentioned yesterday is done? It should be ready in about 3 hours. Meanwhile, a young woman caught the attention of her colleague beside her. Darling, when is our next voluntary activity? The young woman revealed it was on the 21st of this month. The woman remembered a heated situation where an elderly woman had hugged her tightly. In addition to controlling creatures, the association also engaged in charitable activities, visiting nursing homes, distributing food to those in need, and among them, there was a strong belief that one day the world would see the value in all of it. They claimed that people needed to recognize these good deeds more, and that one day everyone would appreciate it. But not everything was as it seemed. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the room, a monstrous sound that made even the most confident women pale. The others stopped what they were doing and stared at one woman in particular. Something was wrong, and someone commented, "The beast must be hungry." The conversation then took a bizarre turn. Someone announced, "It's snack time for the kids." One of the women, with a psychopathic look and a twisted smile, walked toward a door. She opened it slowly and stared at what was on the floor. There, an elderly woman gagged and completely terrified. She trembled, not understanding what was about to happen. Another staff member appeared and completely ignored the elderly woman's pleas. Soon, they opened another door and shoved the woman inside, still with her hands and feet tied. "Lunch is served!" shouted one of the staff, excited as if announcing a party. The elderly woman began to cry. That was undoubtedly the end. A large red beast lunged, tearing the woman apart in a brutal attack. The others watched everything from behind a cage, smiling. It was pure entertainment for them. "Hoo-hoo, our kitty looks so cute when it eats, don't you think?" Seconds later, a car parked in front of the building. One of them pointed out excitedly, "Look, it looks like the director has arrived." A young man got out of the car. His face was terrifying, his presence imposing. On his mouth, he carried a huge scar. But as soon as he entered the building, his expression completely changed. An angelic smile spread across his face, as if he were the very model of kindness. His name was Im Min-gu, the director of the Korean branch of the IUPC. He entered the communications room, greeting everyone kindly. The women greeted him back. "Welcome, Director. How was your business trip?" Min-gu revealed. "I brought many new, beautiful, and kind friends. They are in the next building. Please make a visit later." The women became excited. Min-gu then gathered everyone's attention. "Listen carefully, everyone. I have good news." He opened a briefcase that glowed with intense purple light and announced, "Our partner company has finally launched the prototype." Inside the briefcase, something resembling a weapon gleamed, though it was still a mystery how and for what it would be used. Min-gu began to explain. Do you remember the cockatrice we recently implanted in Buchan? We managed to create a variant with magical crystals, but it was unstable. The body dissolved quickly and it was practically uncontrollable. Clearly, this was the same creature that Ji-han had defeated earlier. Mingu approached the cage where the red beast was still licking the remnants of its meal. He smiled, a glint of psychopathy in his eyes. The creature roared, but Mingu was unfazed. He pointed the new device at the monster. Let's make our baby even more beautiful. A purple light spread throughout the cage. The beast writhed in pain as it underwent a monstrous mutation. At the end of the transformation, applause filled the room. Mingu looked satisfied. I have created the most beautiful of all creatures. Inside the cage, something horrendous, deformed, and bloodthirsty stared at everyone with demonic eyes. Meanwhile, in the area where the 4th class Shavelcat creature appeared in Incheon, everything seemed calm. The city continued with its routine, protected by the magical barrier keeping the monsters at bay. Ji-han and Kim Si-hoo were passing through the area when the elf commented, "Unlike yesterday, the barrier is active today." Ji-han carefully analyzed the place. Considering the confrontation with the IUPC yesterday, they must have judged that eliminating the Shavelcat quickly was impossible. With a little luck, we might get some magic crystals from the mutated monster today. As he spoke, Ji-han didn't notice something lurking behind him. A shadow of rage drew closer, until a hand touched his shoulder. It was Jung. He screamed desperately, "Brother Ji-han, where have you been?" It seemed like the boy had gone through a rough time, as his eyes were marked by deep, dark circles. The elf was startled by Jang's sudden appearance. Ji-han simply looked back and stared at Jang. The collector was visibly irritated. He shouted, claiming that everyone had disappeared after leaving him alone to clean the Shavelcat the day before. At that moment, Kim Si-hoo and Yu Ji-han remembered that they had forgotten about Jang. Suddenly, the young man froze. Within seconds, his body started shaking, and then he exploded into an insane laugh. Yu Ji-han and Kim Si-hoo simply watched him. The elf, suspicious, pointed out, "What's wrong with him? He must be crazy." Ignoring the judgment, Yang eagerly pulled out his phone and showed it to the two of them as though revealing a treasure. "You two can still stay so calm after seeing this?" Both shouted in shock when they saw the phone screen. It was then that Yang revealed the truth. The cockatrice from last time and the Shavelcat we collected yesterday are all gone. Sold. The half-elf couldn't contain her excitement. Her eyes scanned the numbers on the screen. All of this, dozens, hundreds, thousands, millions, 550 million. In the background, Jang boasted proudly. The mutant cockatrice was an unprecedented discovery. That's why we were able to sell it for such a high price. Overcome with emotion, the elf knelt before Jang in adoration, thanking him for his good work and claiming that she had always trusted him. Meanwhile, Ji-han remained silent, staring at the phone in his hand. Jang, still excited, commented, "Everything that passes through my hands sells out. Now about the commission from the sales, we need to talk." Without wasting time, Ji-han replied firmly, 4%. Jang's reaction was immediate. Perplexed and furious, he retorted, "Brother Ji-han, I mean client. There are traditional practices in the collection business. 4%, no, 8%. But Ji-han stood firm. 4%. Don't be so irrational. That's my final offer. Jang nearly exploded. Why are you ending the negotiation yourself? And this doesn't even suit your stance. Brother Ji-han, have you always been this much of a trickster? Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoo observed them, not understanding anything. What are you two doing now? Until someone caught the girl's attention. The half-elf turned. A creature was approaching, looking like a giant rubber monster carrying a huge backpack. She murmured suspiciously, "What is that?" A nearby hunter commented, amazed. "Wow, is that a tamer?" People kept talking, and some even mentioned the girl. That was Min Yuri from the Snowflake Guild. The guild of one person. Min Yuri from the legendary Snowflake Guild walked calmly alongside her pet, a giant chinchilla. The crowd made way for the two, all observing the stunning beauty of the tamer and the strange charisma of her pet. Whispers spread among the onlookers. She's famous for hunting only Shavelcats. So beautiful. Seriously, but why only Shavelcats? Min Yuri passed right in front of Jihan's group. The half-elf could hardly hide her admiration. Tamers are so cool. But Jihan was impatient. He wanted to get into the monster area already. That tamer specialized in hunting Shavelcats. The protagonist was in a hurry because, if they took too long, the hunter's chinchilla would get everything first. Jihan's words triggered the animal's fury. The chinchilla shot a cold, threatening glare directly at the protagonist. Jihan immediately sensed the danger. A chill ran down his spine. It was as though murderous intent had surrounded him. He looked up, staring at the pet seriously. What the hell is this? Soon, the chinchilla opened its mouth. The half-elf and Jang panicked, realizing how dangerous the situation was, but Jihan remained calm. He had already analyzed the situation. The probability of this monster attacking him was less than 2%, and then, surprisingly, the chinchilla began licking the protagonist's face. Kim Si-hoo and Yang looked visibly disgusted by the scene. The tamer approached, surprised. It's rare for Chilla to show interest in someone else. Smiling, she introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Minyuri from the Snowflake Guild. Jihan extended his hand with a polite smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Yu Jihan from the Fun Guild, and this is our guildmaster Kim Si-hoo. Curious, Minyuri asked if the boy had a hamster at home. While still being licked by the chinchilla, Jihan replied that he didn't have any pets. She seemed confused. Her chinchilla wouldn't lick anyone without a special reason. At that moment, Jang intervened. Approaching Minyuri, he took her hand and knelt, revealing that it was an honor to meet her. Jang spoke about his monster disposal company, Mongdang, announcing that if Minyuri ever needed monster collection services, he would always be available. She, however, was straightforward. The young woman wouldn't need such help, but Jang insisted. Meanwhile, the chinchilla glared at Jang with a deadly look. The function-stealing thief had awakened the creature's fury. In seconds, the beast lunged, trying to devour Jang's head. Other hunters approached. Minyuri was known for hunting alone, so it was strange to see her interacting so friendly with another group. Soon, all eyes turned to Jihan and his team. They recognized him from the day before when Jihan and Si-hoo had been with Doha, and this only fueled the whispers and gossip that filled the room. This situation made Jihan visibly uncomfortable. Noticing the confusion, Minyuri apologized to Jihan and Si-hoo. She had certainly drawn too much attention for no reason. She then said her goodbyes. I'll be going now. Good luck, everyone. The chinchilla finally released Yang, who lay on the ground covered in saliva, as if he had been run over by a furry flood. As Minyuri walked away, Jihan watched her attentively. Minyuri, from Snowflake. The last time he had heard about that guild was about 3 or 4 years ago. The boy thought to himself quietly, with this level of recognition, she should already be in the 3rd class. Why is she still in the 4th? But soon he dismissed the thought, as it wasn't his problem. With everything settled, Jihan called his group to continue the hunt. Jang was still lying on the ground, while the elf poked him with a dry branch. Not really caring, Jihan told him to stay there. Jang didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. Yu Jihan and Kim Si-hoo continued toward the hunt. However, later, while they were walking through the monster area, which this time was in a huge building, the elf noticed something strange. They had already reached the 5th floor, and still hadn't encountered any monsters. Jihan already suspected what might be happening. Apparently, another guild had arrived before them and cleared the area, so they would have to search floor by floor. As they descended the stairs, the elf complained. She was tired and wanted to take the elevator, but Jihan remained firm. Continuing down the steps, the elf sighed behind him. It was unusual for a mage to exert so much effort. Climbing all those stairs was almost torture. However, Jihan just commented casually, mages also need stamina. At that moment, a voice echoed from the top of the stairs. Who's there? Upon seeing Jihan and Si-hoo, the man became furious. What the hell? Who are you? It was Moon Hungjin from the Knife Guild, and he didn't seem friendly at all. The man warned them, didn't you see the notice on the 1st floor? From building 207 to 209 is Knife Guild territory. Go hunt somewhere else. The elf's eyes widened. What? Your territory? What nonsense? Internally, she thought that she wouldn't have gone through everything she went through for nothing. After all, she almost died climbing those stairs. Moon snorted. In the end, there was no point in having a decent conversation with losers from unknown guilds. Thus, the man revealed, territory is an unofficial rule that some groups created just to ensure the best spots in the monster areas. The group claimed that their guild was strong, and this was their territory. When an influential guild claimed territory, others had to respect it. Moon made it clear that this also applied to small groups like Jihan's. The direction of the conversation was starting to irritate the protagonist. He told them to get lost. After all, the Fun Guild wasn't just any guild. Jihan added that everyone knew that claiming territory in the monster area was illegal, so he would report this abuse to the hero department. Moon Hungjin became furious. He locked eyes with Jihan in pure rage, calling him crazy. The man drew his sword with a murderous look, and along with his guild, charged without hesitation, trying to intimidate Jihan. Do you really think the hero department will protect you? Jihan confronted the group of hunters with a firm gaze, asking if they were threatening him. Drawing everyone's attention, the boy didn't waste time. He assessed his situation with tactical precision. A tank, 2 warriors, and a mage. Given the nature of the emergency staircase, it's hard for 4 people to descend at the same time. He quickly evaluated his chances and the probability of winning a fight against the group in front of him. The enemy team didn't hesitate and launched the attack. Jihan responded in kind. At that moment, he received his answer. Jihan had an 80% chance of victory, and that was more than enough for him. When the opposing swordsman crossed his sword with Jihan's, something made him hesitate. He realized that the boy wasn't retreating even an inch. Startled, the warrior looked back and shouted for the mage to start his attack immediately. Without delay, the mage began chanting a fire attack spell, but Sihu, Jihan's support, was already ready. She was just waiting for the protagonist's signal. At Jihan's command, the half-elf launched a precise water arrow, colliding with the enemy's fire spell. The explosion was devastating. The building's walls gave way and formed a massive waterfall. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jihan and his ally moved up the stairs, passing the enemy group who tried to block them. But the opponents didn't give up. "They're escaping! Chase them!" Sihu cast another spell, this time a fire spell. The stairs were engulfed in flames. Paralyzed by the heat and surprise, the enemies became easy targets. Jihan attacked from behind, wielding his sword with skill. At the last second, the same warrior from before blocked his strike. But he was in trouble. What the hell? He's really rank 4, like me? While the man was still recovering from the shock, Jihan took advantage of the opening and landed a direct kick to his chest. The swordsman rolled down the stairs, lying motionless on the ground. Irritated, he tried to threaten the protagonist. "If the department hears about this..." But Jihan drove his sword into the ground just inches from the enemy's head. At that moment, he used the same words he had heard before. "Do you really think the hero department will protect you?" The captured enemy mage just murmured, "Captain, they're beyond our level." With the situation under control, the half-elf approached, asking if they should call it quits for now. One floor above, a mage and a warrior were maintaining an intense fire barrier. The warrior called out to the mage, "Hey, put out the fire already, what are you doing? Water spells take time." Both were frustrated. They hadn't seen a single saber-toothed cat and were already exhausting all their energy in that useless place. The warrior spoke casually, unaware of the approaching danger from behind. A monstrous beast. Suspicious, the hunter looked back. Meanwhile, the mage focused his water magic to extinguish the firewall. As he cleared the path, he turned to warn his companion but found him being devoured by a monstrous creature. It was the experiment left by the psychopath group. Almost unconscious, the warrior murmured for help. The mage screamed in desperation. He was about to be the next victim of the beast. Jihan and Sihu heard the screams echoing from the emergency staircase. The mage was confused and wondered if that was the work of a saber-toothed cat, but Jihan suspected it was something else. No, someone screaming like that. It's something else. Then he used his ability. What was the probability of Jihan surviving in this place? In that instant, the giant leg of the creature appeared in the hallway where he was. The beast roared, spotting its new prey. A chill ran down his spine, and then the boy obtained his probability. 0.5%. That was Jihan's chance of escaping the monster. That monster appeared to be a mutated beast, an evolved saber-toothed cat. The bloodthirsty mutant beast stared at Jihan and Kim Si-hoo with hungry, bloodthirsty eyes. The protagonist and the half-elf froze before the terrifying creature. Kim Si-hoo couldn't tell what it was and muttered in confusion, "Could it be a shavel cat?" Jihan guessed. "It looks like a mutant version, but I've never seen one with such drastic changes in appearance." The creature's mouth opened, revealing menacing fangs, and its body was now gigantic and absurdly muscular. The group of losers that had been tagging along was utterly terrified, having no idea what the creature could be. They had a vague notion that it might be a mutant monster. In the face of the critical situation, Jihan tried to take the lead and called out to the group, "Hey you guys, let's cooperate, just for now." But at that very moment, the group turned their backs and prepared to flee. "Shut up! How are 4 people supposed to handle a mutation like that?" Anger took over Jihan. "You damn cowards! There's no way Sihu and I can handle a level 4 mutant alone." Suddenly, a roar echoed, and Jihan turned his attention back to the mutant creature. With just one step, the beast cracked the ground beneath its paw. Seconds later, it charged furiously at Jihan and the half-elf. The beast was completely out of control. The battle began. Jihan reacted in time, drawing his sword and blocking the creature's attack. He managed to defend himself but realized something alarming. What insane strength! If I hadn't infused my sword with a spirit, it would have shattered by now. We have to end this quickly. No dragging it out. As he thought this, Jihan felt a chill. An even fiercer attack was about to hit him. The beast's claw was inches from his neck when suddenly it froze in midair. Looking ahead, Jihan understood what had happened. The half-elf had blocked the blow with an energy whip. The energy didn't just stop the claw, it wrapped around the creature's entire body. It was the attack known as slow wind. With the beast immobilized, the half-elf shouted, "Jihan, now!" Without hesitation, the boy lunged forward, his sword shrouded in ghostly spirit energy, and delivered a clean, precise slash across the creature's back. But as he looked closer, something was off. He tried another clean, direct strike, but then realized the unthinkable. The beast dodged. The elf's restraint broke a few seconds later, and the creature counterattacked with brutal force, hurling Jihan hard against a wall. The impact was violent, and the boy spat blood. Dazed, he thought, "What kind of speed is that?" Meanwhile, the half-elf mage tried to support him, launching several wind arrows at the monster. The attack flew straight toward the creature's head, but from the beast's perspective, the movements were slow and predictable. Growling like a wild animal, the mutant simply ducked, dodging with ease. Then it charged at Sihu with deadly precision. The girl, frozen with fear, realized, "There's no way I can dodge that." Then from behind, a voice echoed, "Chinchilla!" And Minyuri's furious mascot sprang into action. With its massive body, the chinchilla slammed into the mutant. The impact was so powerful it destroyed part of the building's wall, and both creatures fell, plummeting toward the ground. But since both were enormous, the fall wouldn't be fatal. In fact, it didn't even seem like a normal fall. Saved at the last second, Sihu approached the opening left by the crash to see what was happening. Minyuri's voice cut through her thoughts. "I came because I heard an explosion. Didn't expect to find all of you here. Good to see you again, Fun Guild." Now Minyuri looked even more imposing. With a firm posture, she walked calmly over to Jihan. Seeing the boy's condition, she remarked, "If I'd arrived just a little later, this would have turned into a disaster." She then approached the half-elf who was still watching through the opening. "I'll handle the mutant. Take Jihan and get out of here." The half-elf hesitated. "Alone? That's way too dangerous. We should call for help from other heroes." But Minyuri wasn't just anyone. She firmly told the elf not to worry. When it came to shovelcats, no one knew them better than she did. It was at that moment that Sihu noticed. The atmosphere changed. Then Minyuri leapt through the opening, heading toward her giant mascot. The hunt was about to begin. Apparently, the mascot didn't need any help. With its massive body and sheer brute strength, it completely held the mutant at bay. The beast was utterly overpowered, struggling against the chinchilla's overwhelming might. Its body trembled from weakness. Blood dripped from its mouth. In a final act of desperation, the mutant raised its head and sank its fangs into the giant mascot's shoulder. Seeing this, Minyuri shouted in alarm, worried for her companion. The chinchilla looked up. It knew exactly what that meant. Minyuri was already focusing her energy to unleash a precise attack. Ice rain. A vortex of power formed around her. Within seconds, sharp waves of ice surged toward the spot where the beast and the mascot were locked in combat. And then, at the exact moment, almost like a choreographed dance, the chinchilla released the beast and leapt back with incredible speed, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Ice rain struck with brutal force, freezing the creature entirely before it could react. But the relief was short-lived. With a furious explosion, the creature shattered the thick layer of ice that tried to trap it. Shards flew in all directions, and the sound of the rupture echoed like thunder. At that moment, Minyuri calmly descended and landed atop the chinchilla's head. Her gaze was serious. She murmured, almost in disbelief, "It's getting back up. Even after being hit by that many ice arrows? Could it be because of the mutation?" The beast, consumed by pure rage, charged again with devastating speed. Despite the creature's terrifying power, the girl remained composed. Her eyes glowed with confidence. She answered her own thought. "Even so, the result will be the same." Minyuri focused once more. Her hands shimmered with magical energy as she prepared another attack. Blizzard shot. The shot tore through the air with surgical precision, heading straight for the creature. But then, something unexpected happened. The beast used a special ability, mobility. With it, the mutant managed to dodge Minyuri's attack. The girl was stunned. That was a shovelcat's greatest trump card, and also its biggest weakness. Something the mutant hadn't accounted for occurred. Its body, too weak to withstand the power of the newly used ability, gave out. Every bone in its knee shattered. A dry crack echoed. The creature collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. It couldn't even move. Apparently, that experiment was still far from reaching its peak. Minyuri, though startled before, noticed the beast's paralysis. She quickly drew a conclusion. The shovelcat's abnormal physical abilities come from the flexibility of feline muscles, but if those muscles contract because of the cold, the mutant's legs were trembling. Traces of ice still clung to parts of its body, remnants of the frozen wall Minyuri had unleashed. She continued thinking, "Its joints won't be able to bear the weight and will collapse." The moment the beast was hit by my ice arrows, the fight was already over. Seconds later, Minyuri prepared to deliver a decisive blow to end the abomination. Meanwhile, the half-elf watched from afar, amazed. "Incredible! Jihan and I couldn't handle that mutant on our own. At that moment, Jihan, who had been unconscious until now, began to regain consciousness. He coughed up some blood and, though weak and delirious, muttered, "Sihu, we need to help Minuri." The half-elf tried to calm him. "Don't worry, Minuri already took care of the mutant." But Jihan shook his head. No, his eyes glowed. He had activated his ability to foresee probabilities, and what he saw startled him. He predicted the odds of Minuri's victory against the mutant Shovelcat. His thought was clear. If things go on like this, she'll be in danger. Meanwhile, Minuri was about to deliver her final blow. She was too close to the creature. She whispered, "I'll end this painlessly." But the mutant roared, a brutal roar, the fiercest of them all. At that moment, the area around them was flooded by dozens, maybe hundreds of Shovelcats. There were too many for Minuri to handle alone. Even with the powerful chinchilla's support, the situation was critical. What were the chances of victory? Less than 10%. Minuri narrowed her eyes, worried. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. Inside the building, Sihu was helping Jihan to his feet. When they looked through the hole, they saw chaos. Countless Shovelcats surrounding the girl and her mascot. All the Shovelcats in the area had gathered there. Jihan clenched his fists. Then turning to her, he asked urgently, "Sihu, do you know how to use levitation?" She quickly nodded. It wasn't a perfect skill, but it was doable. He smiled. He already had a plan. "Great, use it when I give the signal." Without warning, Jihan grabbed the elf's waist. She blushed, surprised by the sudden contact, and instinctively screamed his name in shock. But he didn't respond with words. He summoned his spirit. There was no other choice. Then, holding her in his arms, he jumped from the building, heading straight for the ground, relying on his haste skill to accelerate and control the fall. In free fall, the half-elf panicked. Tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Jihan and shouted, almost pleading, "You could at least explain what you're going to do." Meanwhile, several Shovelcats surrounded Minuri. She fired ice arrows, attacking any creature that got too close. She was confident she could handle the situation alone. But then, in an unexpected moment, a Shovelcat launched a stealthy attack from behind. She was about to be hit. That's when the chinchilla stepped in. In a swift move, he used his own body to block the beast's attack, shielding his master. With surprising strength, he struck the monster's head with a powerful paw swipe. For now, both were safe, but more and more Shovelcats were approaching, surrounding them and waiting for the right moment to strike. Minuri was starting to get tired. As she wiped the sweat from her face, she thought desperately, "No matter how many I kill, they never stop coming. Where is that mutant hiding? We need to take it out fast." Then she realized. All the Shovelcat's eyes were locked on her, hungry eyes thirsty for blood. Suddenly she heard a scream. It was the half-elf, and turned immediately, worried. Jihan was still in midair, falling with Sihu in his arms. In seconds he shouted, "Sihu, use levitation!" The half-elf was already holding him tightly. Even without his request, she would have done it. She didn't want to be shattered by the fall. She activated levitation on both of them, but it wasn't enough. They were falling too fast. Jihan was low on mana, but he had no choice. In an instant, he summoned his spirit. An explosion of energy spread across the area. Only then did the two begin to slow down and float. The half-elf's eyes widened. Was I the one who managed to use the skill? But Jihan ignored her. He drew his sword, determined to fight. The young man thought, just like when I cut down that mutant cockatrice, the strike will go in a straight line. Seconds later, he unleashed the wind cutter at a line of Shovelcats. The beasts barely had time to react. Everything around them was completely destroyed by the boy's attack. Finally, he and the half-elf landed safely on the ground. Jihan, barely able to stand, crouched, using his sword as support, breathing heavily. A thought crossed his mind. Even after controlling my mana as much as I could, this is the result? Minuri ran to Jihan, worried. "You idiot! I told you not to get involved!" Jihan stood up, a bit annoyed by her reaction. "Is that what you say to someone who came to help?" She didn't back down. "I could have handled this myself." The girl's determination was strange. Jihan noticed and questioned her. "Why are you so obsessed with those Shovelcats?" Minuri's gaze darkened. It wasn't fear, it was rage. Suddenly, the chinchilla alerted the group. Everyone turned toward the warning, and the half-elf's eyes widened as she saw more Shovelcats approaching. They emerged from the rubble left by Jihan's attack. "There are still survivors!" the elf exclaimed. But the protagonist realized the truth. It's not that they survived. The mutant is calling more of them. Minuri furrowed her brows in concern. "But his joints were supposed to be destroyed." Jihan narrowed his eyes. Serious. "I don't know how, but it looks like he has healing abilities." Minuri fell silent for a moment. That was unexpected. She thought silently, a saber cat with a healing factor? Then a chill ran down her spine. Terror overtook her face. She heard a voice calling her name, calling Min Yuri sister. A memory flashed through her mind. She saw a young girl lying on the ground, covered in blood and barely breathing, as she ordered Min Yuri to run and flee the scene. But Min Yuri had stayed frozen, staring at her own blood-covered hands, having no idea what to do. Back in the present, Jihan pointed ahead. The number of shovel cats has dropped significantly, and the mutant is severely injured. If we work together, we can defeat them. Suddenly, Min Yuri started running towards something. Jihan tried to stop her, but she didn't even hear his shouts. He had no idea why she was acting like that. But thinking about it, that impulsive behavior explained why she belonged to a guild formed solely by herself. With no other choice, Jihan looked back and asked the half-elf to cover him. He was about to begin his attacks. In moments, a wave of shovel cats charged at the group. With deadly precision, Min Yuri used her ice arrows to eliminate every creature that tried to attack her. But in the background, the mutant shovel cat finally revealed itself. It was staring specifically and threateningly at Min Yuri. Meanwhile, another ordinary shovel cat tried to ambush her from behind. Min Yuri noticed in time and fired her ice arrows, irritated. She screamed, "Don't interfere, he's mine!" She wanted to take down the mutant with her own hands. Suddenly, the mutant dashed at her at absurd speed. Min Yuri gasped. How did it regain so much mobility? The beast grabbed her. It was ready to crush and devour her. Jihan acted fast and shouted at the creature, "You shouldn't eat that! Cold food gives stomach aches!" With a precise strike, he slashed the creature's arm, saving Min Yuri at the last second. The mutant roared in agony. Soon after, the chinchilla arrived to land a crushing blow, hitting the beast with full force. Supporting them, the half-elf launched even more attacks at the fallen mutant. On the ground, the mutant shovel cat was subdued, its body full of ice arrows. But despite everything, it was still breathing. Jihan moved forward to deliver the final blow, ready to decapitate the creature with his sword. However, Min Yuri jumped in front of him, shouting, "Don't kill him!" Jihan abruptly stopped so he wouldn't hurt her, confused by her sudden behavior. He shouted, "What are you doing, Min Yuri? We need to finish it off before it recovers." But Min Yuri insisted, eyes resolute. "There's a reason. We need to capture this mutant alive." Jihan couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Capture a monster like that? Are you crazy? Get out of the way!" As they argued, the creature trembled and tried to get back up. Determined, Min Yuri summoned her skill to show she wasn't bluffing. "I can't let you kill him." Jihan was even more confused. "Why are you going this far?" Meanwhile, the mutant's arm began to regenerate. The beast screamed. The process was probably agonizing. Then a dark and intense light engulfed the mutant's entire body. Min Yuri was still blocking the way, preventing Jihan from finishing the job. Both Jihan and Sihu stood in disbelief. What was Min Yuri thinking? Why was she doing this? A black energy enveloped the mutant shovel cat completely, which roared in despair. The other monsters began running toward the group. The half-elf pointed. "Jihan, the shovel cats are regrouping again." Worried, Jihan replied, "Damn! I'm almost out of mana. What should I do now? Wait, what's that?" Suddenly, a mysterious warrior appeared, using gravity powers to pin all the shovel cats to the ground. The creatures were immobilized. On guard, Jihan raised his sword and asked, "Who are you?" Another man appeared, mocking him. "Still fighting after just reaching the 4th rank? What a disappointment." Jihan's expression turned dark. He recognized that man. More and more people began gathering around the mysterious warrior. A young man in a white cloak taunted, "Weren't you the one bragging about finding an incredible talent?" Another woman, drawing her sword, said, "Well, it's impressive they've held out this long." In the background, the gravity user ordered coldly, "Enough talking, finish this." That was the reinforcement group, and among its members was Bangwoon Sheik. At the top of a nearby building, the scarred psychopath watched everything through binoculars, smiling with satisfaction. A star has finally arrived. He kept observing intently, not wanting to miss a single detail. "I expected a high rank to show up. Maybe I waited too long?" His name was Im Min-soo, the well-known branch manager of IUPC Korea. Amid the chaos, a subordinate asked, "What should we do, manager?" Min-soo replied coldly, "We have no choice. Let's fall back. We've gained enough. It's unfortunate that it spread at the end, but..." As he spoke, the mutant beast remained collapsed on the ground, completely deformed. Min-soo continued, pointing, "The liquefied magic crystal's power was satisfactory. Proceed with the plan as scheduled." With that, he turned his back and walked away calmly, while the other hooded members assessed the situation. Min-soo smiled, utterly pleased with the performance of his experiment. The situation was finally under control. All the shovel cats summoned by the mutant had been eliminated. The creature's deformed body lay on the ground, now reduced to a limp mass, almost like it had turned into slime. Small, purplish bubbles still popped from what was left of the aberration. The man in the white cloak watched curiously. What exactly was that thing? Bang! The same person who had approved Jihan in the promotion exam kept a firm gaze on the creature, murmuring as if sensing things weren't over yet. Looks like it's about to get noisy again. The creature's giant body was completely deformed. Bang's group watched cautiously. The mutant was still alive. Exhausted and injured, Jihan was helped to his feet by a hooded figure wearing a black gas mask. Two others approached the half-elf, but she waved them off, saying she was fine. Farther away, Min Yuri and her chinchilla turned their backs to the scene. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the battlefield, perhaps looking at the mysterious mutant one more time. At the Fun Guild base, Jihan was lying on the couch reading the latest news. 20 confirmed dead, including one hero in Class 4 Monster Zone incident in Inshan. Ma ranking system urgently needs revision. Hero department shovel cat reclassification must be discussed. Zhang was making a fuss in the room. It's been days, and the news is still all about the monster field incident, and Hyung got beat up so badly he barely made it out alive. Still lying on the couch, Jihan grumbled. We can't reveal the details of what happened in the monster fields to civilians. You really want to get beaten again? But Zhang didn't care. As a partner of the Fun Guild, I have the right to know. Jihan ignored him. His mind was still stuck on what he'd seen. The headlines. The chaos in the monster zone. That day, 8 heroes died in the monster fields. There had been far more shovel cats hidden in the underground parking lot than the hero department had predicted. And with the mutant's appearance, they surged all at once. It was a disaster. The protagonist felt like something was off about all of it. He got up and ripped off a bandage from his face. Even as he tried to distract himself, his mind remained uneasy. It was as if someone had carefully orchestrated the entire attack. Moreover, that mutant's form didn't look normal at all. But Jihan quickly tried to distract himself. Better not dwell on these complicated thoughts. The hero department's investigation results will be released soon. Suddenly, Zhang remembered something important. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen Sihu Nuna today, Jihan replied without changing his tone. She's handling some personal matters. Took a week off. Just then, the room's phone started ringing. No one expected a call at that time. Zhang's eyes widened. This is the first time I've seen that device actually receive a call. Jihan explained, that's the communication device shared between guilds. He hesitated for a second. Is there really any guild that would call the Fun Guild's shared line? Then he answered, this is the Fun Guild. What's the reason for the call? An energetic voice replied on the other end, hello, this is Min Yuri from the Snowflake Guild. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise as he repeated the girl's name. Min Yuri! Zhang immediately perked up, watching Jihan intently, curious about the conversation. He thought to himself, this is going to be fun. On the other end of the line, Min Yuri quickly added, sorry, the guild line was the only way I could reach you. Jihan was a bit surprised, but kept the conversation going naturally. Then came a simple question, but one filled with concern. Have your injuries healed? Jihan took a deep breath and answered honestly, after almost a week, I'm nearly fully recovered. And you, Min Yuri? The young woman said she was fine, but after that a silence fell over the call. Jihan found it strange. It felt incomplete. He wondered, confused. Did she really call the guild line just to ask how I'm doing? But before he could say anything, her voice came again, this time more direct, more serious. You, Jihan, if it's not too much trouble, could we meet today? That definitely caught Jihan off guard. But the one who nearly had a heart attack was Yang, who was watching everything with a bucket of popcorn in one hand and a cold Coke in the other. The boy almost choked from the shock. Zhang, nearly jumping from excitement, thought, this is going to be so fun. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the half-elf calmly cleaned her staff when she received an unexpected call from her father. She answered it relaxed, asking what the call was about. The reply came loaded with paternal concern. I heard you faced a mutant in the monster zone. Are you hurt? She paused, then answered in a calm tone that she was fine. Still, the half-elf's father couldn't stop worrying. You need to be more careful with 4th grade monster zones. Even the rear lines get attacked frequently. But Sihu was already tired of hearing these lectures. She retorted with a pout, come on, you said the exact same thing last time. Her father, however, wasn't one to give up easily. He continued with his advice. If you run into an intruder, don't look back and... Exasperated, Sihu interrupted him. Dad, stop with the same old advice. But instead of repeating himself again, he changed the subject. Still, I'm glad you found someone good. That caught her attention. Remembering the protagonist, her face turned completely red. She confessed, it's true, I've gained a lot thanks to Jihan. If it weren't for him, I'd still be stuck in the same place. That's when we finally see the half-elf's father. He was a middle-aged human man still talking to his daughter. If I get the chance, I'd like to meet him someday. His name was Kim Jono, senior researcher at the Kyoto Monster Research Institute. As he spoke to Sihu, he stared at a photo of a beautiful elf, presumably the girl's mother. Jihan grew even more curious about Jihan. Seconds later, he pointed out, a hero who inherited his mother's spirit. There are so many things I'd like to know about him. At that moment, someone rushed into the office. Mr. Kim Jong, oh, I think you need to come take a look at the samples. Left with no choice, he said goodbye to his daughter. He had something urgent to deal with. Sihu still tried to ask one last question before he hung up. Wait, Dad, when are you coming back to Korea? He replied, already preparing to end the call. I'll return for your mother's memorial. I'll see you there. And just like that, he hung up, leaving his daughter hanging. She wasn't too happy. Her father always called, said what he wanted, and then quickly hung up. Resigned, she finished cleaning her staff, stretched, and thought, I guess I'll catch up on the house chores now. But before she could decide what to do, she got a call from Mongtang, or rather, from the collector Jang. Meanwhile, the city was buzzing with life, and Jihan was walking through the streets, dressed to impress for a date. He remembered the bracelet Yang had given him for good luck with Min Yuri. Even though he had refused it at the time, there it was, on his wrist. He looked at it with slight irritation. That guy was so insistent I got dragged into this. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He turned and saw Min Yuri. Like him, she looked completely unrecognizable without her hunter gear. Jihan noticed her immediately, thinking to himself, she looks so different from when we met in the monster zone. Min Yuri asked if he'd been waiting long, but Jihan replied that he had just arrived as well. The two headed to a restaurant she had reserved in advance, but of course, who else would be lurking nearby but Yang and Sihu, tailing them closely? Jang, with popcorn and a Coke in hand, could hardly believe it. Jihan is eating with Min Yuri? Sihu, on the other hand, was not happy at all. Furious, she thought, Min Yuri pointed an arrow at us in the monster field, and now she's going out with Jihan without even telling us? She's clearly trying to steal Jihan from me. Meanwhile, the boy and the lone warrior arrived at the restaurant, and as expected, Jang and Sihu kept trailing them. After coffee, the two went to a shooting game, and again, the two spies didn't take their eyes off them. Later, they strolled through the streets leisurely. Jihan even offered to carry the teddy bear Min Yuri had won at the game. And yes, Jang and Sihu were still stealthily following them. Jang found it all very suspicious. This is clearly a romantic date, and right then, a punch exploded squarely on his face. Sihu couldn't take the frustration anymore. He collapsed to the ground while the half-elf stormed off, furious. Even she was surprised by what she was feeling. Why is this making me feel so bad? The day was already coming to an end. Min Yuri was still with Jihan. Stretching, he commented, it's been a while since I walked around the city like this. It was fun. She smiled and thanked him. Thanks to you, I got to clear my head a bit. But Jihan decided it was time to stop pretending. So, can I know why you really wanted to see me today? The question visibly tensed Yuri. He continued, calmer. You didn't call me just to unwind, did you? I'm waiting for you to tell me. Min Yuri looked down, hesitant, and said, Actually, there's a place I want you to go with me. The sun was almost setting. The two arrived at a hospital. Jihan was confused. He thought to himself, slightly worried, a hospital? Why did she bring me here? Yuri, noticing the concern written on his face, replied, This is the hospital where my younger sister is admitted. Jihan became concerned. Is she very sick? Seconds later, they entered the hospital and walked toward a dark room. There, an unconscious girl lay in bed. Min Yuri simply said, This is my little sister, So-yeon. Her condition was critical. Looking at her, Jihan could see everything. Her current state was unconscious. The little girl was suffering from mana discoloration syndrome. Her infiltration rate was at 95%. Jihan furrowed his brow, curious. Mana discoloration syndrome? Min Yuri stepped closer to the bed, placed the teddy bear beside her sister, and began to explain. You asked me why I was so obsessed with the Shabelle cats in the monster zone, remember? It was because of her. 4 years ago, she was attacked by a Shabelle cat and has never woken up since. The doctors can only say that the cause is unknown. So I kept hunting Shabelle cats, thinking I'd find some clue, but I was wrong. I thought the mutant's healing factor might help my sister. But according to the report I received today, there's no connection. I'm sorry for what happened that day. Because of me, I almost put you and Sihu in danger. Jihan, moved by her revelation, responded, It's okay. Now that I understand the situation, I completely get it. At that moment, his probability vision activated. A panel appeared. His ability searched for information on Min Yuri from the Snowflake Guild. The system alerted him that she was a key figure for the growth of the Fun Guild. Current mission progress, 1 out of 4. Jihan was confused. Min-Yuri is a key figure? Then he remembered. He had seen this before. It was the day he saved everyone in the monster zone. Everything had happened at the exact moment Jiang was being scolded by the half-elf. He had interrupted Sihu, stopping her from further punishing Jiang because his eye had detected valuable information. Jihan's probability eye had analyzed the characters. That's when it revealed that Mongtang Jiang Sa-Yim was a key figure necessary for the expansion of the Fun Guild. At that time, the marked progress was 0 out of 4. Jihan thought, "It's like my eye is giving me a mission, a type of sample I've never seen before." The decision to recruit Mongtang into the Fun Guild had been a test, and now the same thing he had seen before was appearing for Min-Yuri. If the progress was 1 out of 4, that meant he still needed to recruit her. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. 3 more members, including Min-Yuri? Because he had used his eye for too long, Jihan started to feel intense headaches, especially in his left eye. The lone warrior grew concerned. "You, Jihan, you don't look well. Are you okay?" He simply said he was fine, just a little dizzy. Still reflecting on what he had just seen, Jihan thought, "My eye's vision showed me that if she joins the Fun Guild, there's a 99% chance it will become a mega guild. But now, a condition has appeared." Jihan came to the conclusion that things were more complicated than he initially thought, but that was fine. He would meet the condition. He then asked a question to better understand the situation. "Yuri, how long have you been hunting saber cats?" Slightly hesitant, the girl replied that it had been 4 years. Seconds later, Jihan looked at her sister. "So in all that time, you haven't found a single clue to wake her up?" Min-Yuri responded without hesitation. "Exactly, not a single clue." With calm confidence, Jihan continued, "I know it might be delicate for me, a stranger, to say this, but if you haven't found any clues until now, maybe it's time to try something different." Min-Yuri looked confused and worried. "What do you mean by different?" To explain better, Jihan decided to tell a story. When someone gets hurt on their hand or arm, they usually disinfect it and apply an ointment, right? Do you know what's in that ointment? Still not sure where he was going with this. The girl replied that she wasn't certain. Jihan continued, "One common ingredient is Centella asiatica. In Korean, we call it gotu-kola. You know that green herb that grows all over fields and mountains? It has incredible antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. A lot of researchers are curious about it, even though it hasn't turned into a monster yet. Even if you get scratched or cut, Centella doesn't have a direct connection to the injury. But its extract helps heal wounds. Isn't that fascinating? The cause of the wound and the plant itself aren't directly related, but it still helps." Min-Yuri grew uneasy about what he was leading up to. Jihan then concluded, "The same might be true for your sister. The clue to her recovery might come from something completely unrelated to shovel cats. It's information you already have in your head, but your heart hasn't accepted it yet. The reason you keep hunting shovel cats probably comes from your obsession with the ones that did this to her." Min-Yuri walked over to her little sister and placed her hand on her forehead, silent. Jihan took the opportunity. "So, I'd like to propose something." The young woman turned to listen more closely. Jihan spoke with sincerity. "I'd like to recruit you officially." Shock filled her face. It was clear. Jihan wanted to recruit her into the Fun Guild. He continued, "If you join the Fun Guild, the entire guild will actively help with your sister's recovery. And I mean it. We can even include it as a separate clause in the contract." Min-Yuri's face turned completely red. She stood there with her mouth open, unable to respond. Moments later, Jihan used his eyes again, searching for answers. Probability of Min Soyeon regaining consciousness. The inner screen displayed. Current state, 95% mana saturation. Consciousness undefined. It was the same as before. His eye provided no new information. The protagonist fell deep into thought. "I still don't know the chances of physical recovery, but I can't let Min-Yuri slip away." Meanwhile, the girl didn't know how to respond. She asked for more time, saying she'd give an answer later. Jihan respected her decision. "Of course, take all the time you need." He remained confident as he thought, "It's better to take a step back for now." Before leaving, he said gently, "You must be feeling uncomfortable. I'll be going now." Min-Yuri apologized. "Sorry for dragging you all the way here for nothing." Before leaving, Jihan looked at the bracelet Jang had put on his wrist. He called out to the young woman, "Oh, Yuri, I have something for you." Jihan showed her a bracelet and said, "It's a bracelet made from a lucky whisker." In a calmer tone, he explained, "They say it brings good luck if you keep it close. I thought it'd suit your sister more than me." Min thanked him with a sincere smile. She was visibly happy to receive the bracelet. Holding it gently, she murmured, "Soyeon will definitely love this." Jihan started to walk away but couldn't leave without saying he'd be waiting for her answer. Still holding the bracelet, Min-Yuri watched him leave, her eyes gleaming with admiration and her cheeks flushed. She simply nodded in silence. Meanwhile, in a massive building, a meeting was about to begin. Several people were gathered, but no one was speaking. The scene focused on one man in particular, Park Young-seob, Guildmaster of Karoas. He was clearly irritated. Someone was late. A voice announced through the microphone, "We've waited long enough. One guild is still missing, but let's begin the meeting." Just then, someone strolled in casually wearing plain clothes. It was Doha, the #1 hero. He looked annoyed to be dealing with this so early in the morning. With his usual arrogance, he said, "Are these people you've gathered really that important?" The vice leader of the meeting didn't let it slide. "I've told you many times to hurry up." Doha responded with disdain. "I already have too much work. Do I really need to be here right now?" Someone cut in, clearly annoyed. "And the late guy is still complaining? Can't you see everyone's been waiting for you?" It was Kang Jun-il, Guildmaster of the Warriors. Doha looked surprised to see him. "I thought you all died in that level 1 monster zone incident recently." Kang stood up in anger, shouting, "Don't underestimate our warriors." Doha shot back, "We conquered that monster zone ages ago." As the argument escalated, another man spoke with a disapproving tone. Baek Kang Cheon, Guildmaster of Red Hall. He pointed at Doha and said, "You're still immature, even as a guildmaster. Even after being defeated by me, you haven't snapped out of it?" Doha narrowed his eyes, clearly irritated. "Baek Kang Cheon, why don't you challenge the Dado Guild if you hate me so much?" But Kang Cheon replied coldly, "No thanks. You're weaker than me anyway." At that moment, their battle history was revealed. They had dueled 103 times. Baek had 52 wins and 51 losses. Doha had 51 wins and 52 losses. From a distance, a woman with black hair and red highlights also spoke up. "Seriously? Even at your age, you're still fighting? Men like you never change, then or now." She was Kim Min-jung, Guildmaster of Snowball. Doha immediately recognized her. "Kim Min-jung? It's been 3 years? You've gotten old while I was away." That made her slam the table in fury. "Who are you calling old?" In the middle of the chaos, she unleashed a string of curses at him. Doha just laughed, turning back to the vice leader. "She's still just as fierce as ever, haha." But the vice leader retorted, "What woman wouldn't be mad at being called old?" Shortly after, a man in a suit took the floor, drawing everyone's attention. "All 6 guild masters are now present. Let's begin the meeting. The reason for this urgent gathering is the Shovelcat incident that occurred at level 4 of the monster zone in Incheon a week ago. After investigating the case, we detected involvement from the IUPC. The entire room went silent, everyone alert, but it didn't seem to be a surprise. Even Doha grinned slightly, energized. Without hesitation, he proposed, "Then, shall we crush them now?" Kim Min-jung, visibly annoyed, scolded the #1 hero. "Stop being so stupid," she stated firmly. "The IUPC is a global corporation. We can't justify action with just a single piece of evidence. Why do you think we've been walking on eggshells with them all this time?" Then the man leading the meeting called the room to attention again. As Kim Min-jung mentioned, the hero department cannot take immediate action. This could easily escalate into a diplomatic issue. First, please take a look at the screen. A recording starts to play. It shows the creature, or what was left of it. The mutant Shovelcat, which had once caused terror, was now nothing more than a pulsating, slimy mass of life. The heroes watched the scene in surprise. "What the hell is that? Is that really a monster?" One of them commented suspiciously, "That looks really weird." The man in the suit continued, "As you can see, its appearance is quite different from the monsters we're used to." He went on to reveal that the department had been receiving reports of similar mutations. For example, the Red Weaver mutant found on Gyeong Mountain. On the screen, an image of a creature with intense purple coloration appeared, drawing considerable attention. He continued, "And also the Dead Lion mutant, which appeared in large numbers at a golf course a few months ago. All of these were examples of monsters that had undergone mutations similar to the Shovelcats." One of the heroes paying attention realized the gravity of the situation. "We've been discovering new types of monsters continuously, haven't we?" And he was right. The man in the suit added, "If we only considered appearance, this might not be that unusual." However, when the Monster Research Department analyzed the mutant Shovelcat, they found something peculiar. Kim Min-jung was already showing impatience, feeling they were dragging things out. "Something peculiar? Stop wasting time and get to the point." The man then made the big revelation, saying, "Most of you already know that a substance called magic crystal is commonly found in the bodies of mutated monsters. According to the prevailing theory, it is the fusion with this crystal that causes mutations in these creatures. Although research is still ongoing, with current technology, it's a substance we can't process on our own. However, the magic crystal found inside this mutant Shovelcat had been artificially processed." The entire room was shocked. A liquid form of magic crystal? How could someone have liquefied a magic crystal? The majority of people confirmed that the man in the suit had just said that it was impossible to process it, and who could achieve such a feat? The vice leader turned to Doha, trying to find out if the number one hero already knew about this. Doha replied thoughtfully, "How would I know? Aside from the fact that spirits can absorb magic crystals, I don't know much more about it." Internally, his thoughts were in turmoil. So, does this mean that the recent increase in mutations was just a kind of test? The ones responsible for this are pretty obvious. Kion, one of the other heroes, pointed out, "This story is interesting, but there's still something that doesn't make sense. How does this relate to the IUPC? You mentioned at the beginning that there was evidence of their involvement." The man in the suit then revealed another point. He stated that on the day of the Shavelcat incident, his men had spotted suspicious individuals within the monster zone. He displayed drone footage, showing a group on top of a building, observing all the chaos caused by the Shavelcats. Then he provided information about a possible leader of the group. After investigating the man who seemed to be leading the group, we identified him as Lim Min-soo, 33 years old. He is believed to be a department head at the IUPC. Until 4 years ago, he was a researcher in the Department of Magical Engineering, but he was expelled after causing a scandal. The reason for his expulsion? The theft of a magic crystal from the lab and conducting illegal human experiments. Given all this, the Hero Association identified Lim Min-soo as the main suspect in the current situation. Finally, the man announced, "We request full cooperation from the guilds to capture him as soon as possible." And that apparently concluded the meeting. Back in the city, everything was calm, and many people walked carefree under the pleasant sunny day. Our protagonist was also walking through the city, catching attention due to his posture and imposing presence. Everyone started to think that he might be a hunter. Unaware of this, Jihan was simply focused on his cell phone. He sent multiple messages to Sihu, as the boy needed to report something urgent. But the girl hadn't seen the messages. A few moments later, Jihan began reflecting on the previous day, the events that had happened, about Min Yuri, and the people he needed to recruit to make the Fun Guild one of the best. He wanted to discuss with his leader how to handle this. Recruiting the young woman would be a significant achievement. However, he also worried about how much it would cost. Probably a very high price. Jihan sighed in defeat, but there was some relief. He had a solid financial foundation from the large sales made by Zhang. In the end, everything would work out. Out of nowhere, the boy rushed to a taxi, nearly missing his appointment because he had been lost in thought about his next steps. So Jihan asked the driver to take him to the commercial district. The old man noticed the boy's posture, and upon confirming that he was a hero, became excited to have someone like him as a customer. He asked him which guild he belonged to. He assumed it was the famous Keros Guild, which made Jihan a little uncomfortable. After all, he had been expelled from it, and it didn't bring back good memories. Jihan then cleared up the misunderstanding and spoke about his small guild, the Fun Guild. The old man was surprised. He had heard rumors about the Shavelcat incident and how this guild had helped contain them. The old man revealed that he lived in the building where the attack had occurred. As they continued on their way, they spotted a girl with beastly features entering an alley. The old man just stared at her and said that it would bring bad luck to them that day. Beastly creatures were known to suddenly become aggressive, and that tarnished the reputation of everyone of their kind. Jihan remarked that, judging by her clothes, the girl seemed to be just a student. But even so, being beastly, she still attracted negative attention. The old man didn't care. After all, she wasn't human. He said that for a hero, it didn't matter much, since they could defend themselves in case of an attack. But for ordinary people, the situation was different. They could even lose their lives. Jihan understood the old man's fear. People were terrified of invaders who attacked humans. Still, he didn't think it was right to discriminate against a little girl like that. He stared at her through the car window. He remembered Sihu, who had spent her whole life facing such looks. Suddenly, something caught his attention. 2 muscular men were following the young beastkin. They were probably going to attack her, or worse. Immediately, Jihan told the driver to stop. He grabbed his sword and ran into the alley. He rushed so quickly that he even forgot to pay for the ride. In the alley, noticing she was being followed, the young beastkin tried to run away. The men started chasing her and soon caught up. They grabbed her and covered her nose with a cloth soaked in a strange liquid. The girl was terrified and soon passed out. The 2 men were excited to have captured a young beastkin. Their VIP client would be thrilled. At that moment, Jihan caught the attention of the 2 men. A tense silence filled the alley. Then Jihan declared, "I'll count to 3. If you don't let her go by then, you're dead." The boy began counting, but soon someone appeared, not to attack him, but to block his way. The man was huge, at least 3 times bigger than Jihan. He revealed that this was an important business and that Jihan should leave, as a hero was interfering with their affairs. Jihan simply stared at him. His gaze was calm but piercing. He held his sword still in its sheath. Back at the Fun Guild office, Si-Hoo's phone kept vibrating with numerous calls. However, she ignored them completely. Jang, curious, asked, "Why do you keep ignoring Jihan Hyung's calls?" Irritated, Si-Hoo replied that it was just another flood of spam messages. She yanked her phone in frustration and retorted, "Why would I have any reason to ignore Jihan's calls?" But deep down, she knew exactly why. It was because of the meeting Jihan had with Min Yuri the previous day. Just thinking about it made her even angrier. Still, she decided to finally check her phone. She thought it was strange that he was sending so many messages, since he would soon be arriving at the guild's base. But when she opened the messages, she was shocked to read, "Si-Hoo, come to the place I just sent you. It seems someone has been kidnapped. Bring your equipment." Confused, she muttered, "What could be going on?" Meanwhile, back in the alley, the situation was getting more complicated for Jihan. The giant from before blocked his path, while the two men were carrying the unconscious Beastkin girl. Jihan glared at them and asked if the giant was involved as well. Then he warned, "Get out of the way now. If you do, you won't be severely punished." But the giant was not intimidated. He just responded that he would eliminate anyone who tried to get in his way, and charged at Jihan with a devastating punch. Jihan quickly realized, "It doesn't seem like I can talk to him." In the blink of an eye, Jihan disappeared from in front of the man. The giant, not realizing, punched the wall behind him, smashing it with a single blow. Only then did he realize the boy was no longer there. Seconds later, Jihan appeared behind him, delivering a series of precise attacks before landing lightly on the ground. The giant only became more furious. He yelled with hatred that he would finish the hero off. He raised his fist and brought it down with all his strength, aiming to crush Jihan right there. The boy, with quick reflexes, spun his body and blocked the blow with his sword. The blade trembled, as did the giant's hand. With sharp eyes, Jihan analyzed. This attack is clearly infused with magic. And the fact that he withstood my blow, could he be the hero? Meanwhile, the two lackeys placed the Beastkin girl inside a van and shouted for the giant to hurry up. This made Jihan tense. He immediately turned. The boy couldn't let them take her. Taking advantage of the boy's distraction, the giant prepared to attack him again with his monstrous fists. Jihan jumped back just as the giant's punch came down, and it created a crater in the ground. As Jihan moved away, he reflected, "I was trying to resolve this with minimal damage, since we're in a civilian area. But I have no choice." Once again, he infused his sword with energy and murmured that he would end it all with just one blow. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "That's enough." A young man with white hair had appeared, observing the confrontation. He soon announced, "If you cause any more trouble, this will become a problem." A strange purple electricity filled the air. Jihan froze. He didn't know where this power was coming from. The man with white hair said calmly, "Today is your lucky day, kid. The rule is to kill all witnesses, but we're in a hurry." Jihan looked at him suspiciously. "This guy also uses magic. Could he be on the same side as that brute?" The man with white hair then addressed the giant with a code. "CY013, have you already forgotten the directive to act discreetly? You've caused problems on your first mission. Do you want to be reprimanded by the manager?" The giant stayed quiet, visibly uncomfortable. He didn't want to get into more trouble. Then he retreated, destroying a nearby wall and raising a cloud of dust. He left Jihan with a promise. "We'll meet again." Jihan shielded his face. When the dust settled, they were all gone. The protagonist sheathed his sword and thought, who the hell are these people? There were too many unanswered questions. Without wasting any time, Jihan began moving through the city's buildings, using his wind ability and his embedded energy eye to track something. He used the power of probability to predict the direction where he might find the kidnapper's vehicle. With precision, he concluded, "If I follow this direction based on the percentages, it shouldn't be hard to find them." Using his wind ability, Jihan sped across the rooftops with impressive speed and precision. In the middle of his run, his phone started ringing. He answered without hesitation. "Si-Hoo, are you on your way to the location I sent?" The voice of the half-elf came through the line. "Yes, I'm taking a taxi right now." "What do you mean, a kidnapping?" Jihan replied without hesitation. "I saw a Beastkin student being kidnapped." On the other end, Si-Hoo, now more worried, replied, "I'm on my way, so please contact the police first, Jihan." The boy then announced, "I'll call you again when I find them." Si-Hoo agreed, and the call ended. Moments later, Si-Hoo stared at her phone with a worried expression. She thought, an interspecies kidnapping. Recently, hate crimes against individuals of different species had been increasing. She didn't know why this kept happening. It was already nighttime. The same black van that Jihan had seen earlier was now parked in the middle of a forest, in a completely abandoned area. Jihan had finally found the kidnapper's hideout. He stared at the van firmly, realizing it was the same vehicle he had seen in the alley. Looking through the glass, he noticed a man sleeping peacefully in the front seat. With a few light taps on the glass, Jihan woke him up. The man, still sleepy, mumbled something about the job being finished quickly this time. But then, he saw him. Jihan stood there, outside, with a dark and penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce his soul. Frightened, the man started trembling and tried to grab his phone with shaky hands, wanting to alert the others. Jihan was faster. He broke the glass with a sharp strike and took the phone from his hands. With a cold voice, filled with murderous intent, he said, "I told you to leave." The kidnapper was still trembling. "What? You're a hero, right? I can explain, please." Impatient, Jihan ripped the van door off as if it were paper. "There's no time for explanations. Get out and speak." When the man didn't move, Jihan grabbed him by the collar and forcefully pulled him out of the vehicle. He then pointed his sword at the kidnapper's neck and declared, "As a hero who discovered a crime scene, I have the authority to arrest you, and I even have the right to decide your fate. This is your last chance. Explain what you're doing here." The man was already in a panic, veins bulging on his forehead in desperation and frustration. Inside the abandoned warehouse, everything was silent and disordered. In one corner, several beastkin, both men and women, were gagged, blindfolded, with their feet and hands tied. They were all trembling. Soon, a well-dressed man appeared, carrying the beastkin girl Jihan had been trying to save. He threw her to the ground with contempt. Another man stood guard nearby. He had a huge scar on his shaved head and commented, "So, this is the special piece you managed to get this time?" The man in the suit nodded, looking at the girl trembling on the ground. "She's the beastkin girl the VIP client wanted." Suddenly, someone removed the girl's gag. She screamed for help, desperate. The scarred man laughed at her. "Ha ha ha, this little girl sure is confident, huh?" Trying to save herself, the young girl cried out, "Money! I'll give you all my money, is that good enough?" The man seemed entertained. "Really? How much do you think it's worth?" She quickly replied, "I have 2,000,001. This made the scarred man widen his eyes in surprise. Desperately, the girl continued with a trembling voice, "It's all the money I've saved working part-time every weekend." He chuckled in recognition. "Wow, you really worked hard to gather that." But then his expression grew darker, and in a disturbingly calm tone, he asked, "But what should I do with you?" Suddenly bending down, he grabbed the girl's hair with brutal force, having already made his decision. He was going to sell her for 900,000,001. With a cold smile, he revealed, "They said they're going to use you as test material. But don't feel too bad. Compared to the other beastkin here, you're being treated well. It's better than being sold as food, right?" The girl was terrified, looking around and realizing she wasn't alone. Several other beastkin, both men and women, were tied up, gagged, and blindfolded. They all trembled. The scarred man finally released the beastkin girl and turned to his lackeys. "The client will be here in 40 minutes, so get everything ready and clean up these horrendous things." With hatred, the girl shouted, "Do you at least know what you're doing? If people find out what's happening here." But the scarred man simply laughed, looking at the girl as if she were pathetic. "If people find out, you really think anyone outside will care about a different species like yours? Not a chance. Think about what your kind has done to humanity." His smile widened. "They'd probably be happy about it, don't you think? To their eyes, you're nothing but monsters." At that moment, the girl's eyes turned red, but it wasn't from anger. Not fear either, it was survival. She thought, trying to break free, "I didn't want to have to use this method." Her body began to be enveloped in a pulsating red aura. Her mana accumulated intensely, her strategy being to enter berserker mode to escape. But as soon as she infused more mana, everything stopped. The energy abruptly vanished. The girl was completely confused. "What? Why isn't my magic working?" At that moment, the well-dressed man who had carried her there realized something was wrong. He approached from behind and, without hesitation, dug his nails into the girl's head, throwing her to the ground with brutal force. With her face pressed to the floor, she screamed, unable to understand. "What did you do to my body?" The kidnapper answered coldly. "We fed you a magic suppressor, one that's especially effective on beastkin. Do you really think we wouldn't have a plan in case one of you freaked out in here?" Seeing the commotion, the scarred man grew irritated. "Hey, be careful not to damage the merchandise," the well-dressed man retorted with disdain. "Beastkin are so rebellious. If we don't do this, who knows what they do next?" In the next scene, the young beastkin girl was once again blindfolded, with a gag around her mouth to prevent any more trouble. It was then that the scarred man gave orders to his lackeys. "Enough! Take them all to the reception room. If they resist too much, just make them stop." Suddenly, the whole place began to shake. The scarred man was puzzled. He looked up and asked aloud, "What's that noise upstairs?" The well-dressed man also heard the sound. So the scarred man commented, There should have been someone on watch up there. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Jihan was destroying everything with his energy-coated fists. He tore through wall after wall until he finally reached the floor where the scarred man and the man in the suit were. Confronting them both, before taking any action, Jihan firmly declared, "Illegal human trafficking. Under the Her law, you are all under arrest." Nervously, the man in the suit shouted to the scarred man, alerting him, "It's him! It's the hero who interfered when we tried to capture the girl." The scarred man was enraged. His partner had just let slip an important piece of information, but the man in the suit chose to remain silent, not wanting to escalate the situation further. Jihan merely stared at them coldly. Looking over to the corner of the warehouse, he saw a group of subdued beastkin. He thought to himself, so all of this was their doing. Further ahead, he spotted the young beastkin girl, the same one from before. Near her, there were blood-stained sacks, likely containing the bodies of other beastkin. Jihan clenched his teeth in rage, thinking, "The situation is worse than I imagined. I was going to hand you over to the police, but that's not enough. From now on, you're all monsters and will pay for your crimes." Fueled by fury, Jihan drew his sword. He was determined to bring justice for every atrocity committed here. The man with the scar realized the situation was out of control. He knelt down, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. We were forced by our superiors." With a cold and threatening look, Jihan asked who these people were. Still kneeling, the man calmly responded, "I can't say in my current situation, please have mercy." But that was just an act. The man was counting on the boy's compassion to deceive him. While bent over, he acted like an animal, laughing maniacally. Seconds later, 4 men appeared behind Jihan, swords in hand. Without moving a muscle, but noticing everything, Jihan thought, "Do you really think I would fall for this?" He then activated his probability manipulation power and disappeared from sight in seconds. No one understood how he vanished or where he went. Falling from the ceiling, Jihan called the kidnappers' attention. "Idiots up here!" Internally, he thought carefully. Someone is approaching, hiding their presence. They are certainly not amateurs. With a sword in hand, ready to attack, he advanced, asking, "Are you heroes too?" Soon after, Jihan delivered quick and precise strikes, eliminating one by one. One of the men tried to attack him from behind, but made so much noise that Jihan immediately noticed. He ducked, easily dodging. The man was terrified. Those movements were abnormal. Before he could react, a sword was already flying toward him. Without hesitation, Jihan finished the enemy off. Then he turned his gaze to the man with the scar, who was now just watching the fight, hands in his pockets, completely shocked. He started shaking, incredulous about what he had just witnessed, thinking internally, stunned. He took down an entire squad of 5th-class heroes in an instant. Jihan slowly walked toward the man with the scar, now impatient. He ordered with authority, "Bow your head." Behind him, the scene was chaotic. All the warriors from before were defeated, or rather eliminated with fatal wounds. Soon, Jihan did the same to the man with the scar and the man in the suit. He didn't kill them, but left them in a pitiful state. He then approached the young beast woman, ripped off her blindfold and the tape covering her mouth. She looked at him with fear and curiosity. Without delay, she asked who he was. To calm her down, Jihan replied, "I came to save you. You are safe now." He untied her hands and stated, "The police are on their way. Can you testify about what happened here today?" The girl nodded without hesitation, but with a sad look, she gazed at the blood-stained bags containing some of the bestials and asked, "What will happen to them?" Jihan lowered his gaze and apologized. "I'm sorry. There were no more children alive in there." The young woman was shocked. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she questioned, "Why did they do this to us? Why do we have to go through this? We were just born like this. Why do they treat us like monsters? It's so unfair, so unfair." Jihan wanted to find a way to comfort the girl. He tried to think of something that could ease her pain, but no words came to mind. Internally, he reflected that he deeply wished to calm her, but the words simply wouldn't come. Deep down, he knew. No phrase would be able to console her in the face of such a tragedy. Outside, several police officers had already arrived, rushing toward the abandoned warehouse. One of them spoke into the radio. "Base, this is Alpha. We're entering the location. Confirmed that a hero from the Fun Guild subdued the kidnappers." Sihu was also on site, observing the police handle the situation. The chief gave instructions. "All units proceed with caution." Sihu, in turn, just observed the chaotic situation with a tired look. Elsewhere, a secret meeting was taking place. One of the men present was manager Minsu from the IUPC group, a group that conducted experiments on bestials. He thanked the host. "Thank you for organizing this meeting." But the other man responded with a smile. "I thank you for accepting." The manager then revealed, "The samples you sent were extremely helpful, We've almost gained full control over the magic crystals. Curious, the other man commented. I saw the news. You caused quite a stir this time, didn't you? The association is keeping an eye on you. Is everything okay with that? While serving a purple drink to the manager, the host heard the response. Nothing to worry about. The host then warned, I'm glad to hear that, but make sure our side isn't affected. We've already had enough bad news today. Manager Minsu wondered what kind of bad news it could be. It was then that the man revealed, haven't they told you yet? It seems there was some trouble at our factory today. We had many important research materials there. This incident will cause some problems with our supply. Coincidence or not, I heard the disturbance was caused by the same hero who defeated the Shavelcat mutant. I would appreciate it if you could handle this quickly. The manager simply drank the purple liquid, as if not caring about any of it. But soon after, his face filled with purple veins. His eyes changed color. In a cold and murderous tone, he stated, Don't worry about that, we'll take care of it personally. In the warehouse, the police continued rescuing the survivors, taking care of each one attentively. One of the officers spoke into the radio. We managed to rescue 12 children. As for the others, the non-humans who were already dead. Outside, the place was completely surrounded, with even more police working intensely. In the midst of the commotion, someone called for Ji-han. Turning around, he saw Sihu. He still didn't know she had already arrived. Her face showed sadness and concern. She approached and asked if everything was resolved. Ji-han, looking sorrowfully at one of the bodies being carried by police officers, responded with a grim look. We couldn't save everyone. Some of the children were already dead when I arrived. Sihu's eyes widened as she saw one of the bodies covered on the stretcher. In a faint voice, she asked, What happened to the culprits? Ji-han answered seriously, We didn't kill them. We took them into custody for a proper investigation. At that moment, the half-elf's eyes filled with anger. The intense gleam in her eyes made it clear the pain and fury she felt. Ji-han thought with a tight heart, It's the first time I've seen such a murderous expression on Sihu's face. As a non-human myself, I understand her anger, but there must be a reason behind this incident. Even if they are scum, I had to keep them alive to find out the truth. Soon a few officers escorted the kidnappers to their vehicles. Before leaving, Ji-han warned one of the officers, They probably won't show up here, but it seems there's a VIP merchant involved. Please include that in the investigation. The officer nodded, but was visibly concerned. The heroes can leave now, but the victim has something to say to you. The young beast girl was inside a car. Ji-han approached, and the girl immediately asked if they could take a ride with her. Sihu also joined them. With a shy look, the girl apologized. Sorry for this unreasonable request. But Sihu just smiled and replied, It's fine. It's a relief for us too. The girl had specifically asked Ji-han and Sihu to take her home, not the police. She then pointed to a building, which was the Sky Shelter. Among the other beings from another world, that shelter was for the weaker non-humans. Like an ordinary orphanage, it offered shelter and basic meals until the children came of age. Ji-han thought, I heard that this was the largest shelter for non-humans in the country. Soon, he spotted a woman standing at the entrance of the building. She looked extremely worried. Crying, the woman shouted, Rixus! It was the name of the young beast girl. Seconds later, the girl ran and called her director, jumping into her arms for a tight hug. Trembling, she apologized for what had happened, but the director reassured her, saying none of it was her fault. When Ji-han approached, the woman remembered that Rixus was with someone and quickly apologized. She introduced herself politely. I am Jong Yoon-young, director of Sky Shelter. I was the one who contacted you earlier. You are Yu Ji-han and Kim Si-hu from the Fun Guild, right? Thank you so much for saving Rixus. Si-hu replied that it was nothing, as that was the work of a hero. Even so, the director invited them inside. If you're not too tired, even for just a little while, please come in. Ji-han and Si-hu exchanged glances and decided to go in for a few minutes. They walked down a long, quiet hallway. The director explained that it was late and everyone had gone to bed. But suddenly, several children appeared, crying with joy. They were happy that Rixus had finally returned home. They ran to the girl and hugged her tightly. The director lightly scolded them, as it was already bedtime. But the children were afraid Rixus had been hurt, or that she might never come back to the shelter. Trying to ease the tension, Ji-han gave a calm laugh. Lately the children are having a hard time sleeping, huh? Rixus then said she would take the little ones to their rooms, so Ji-han, Si-hu, and the director could talk more peacefully. Watching the scene, Ji-han couldn't help but think, even after everything they've been through, they're still so full of life. In a quieter room, the director apologized for the noise earlier, but Ji-han was kind. No, actually, it was nice to see the children being themselves. The director sighed and then revealed, When I got the news, I was so shocked that I ended up telling the children Rixus had been kidnapped. It seems they stayed awake waiting for her to come back. Sihu then asked, "Are there any more victims in this shelter?" The director shook her head. The only one involved in this incident was Rixis. The other non-human children affected seemed to be from neighboring shelters. Sihu then realized, "So, does this mean there have been similar cases before?" At that moment, a young woman interrupted the conversation. A brown-haired woman entered the room carrying tea. She said to the director, "Director, the car has arrived." The director smiled and thanked her. "Ah, Layla, thank you for coming at this hour." But Layla replied calmly, it was just part of her job. She then stared at the visitors with her vibrant red eyes and asked the director, "Are these the visitors you mentioned earlier?" Upon hearing a yes, the young woman bowed gratefully. "Thank you so much for saving Rixis." Soon after, the director explained, "Layla is also a child who went through something similar. 4 years ago, 2 children were kidnapped from the Seohee shelter. Layla was freed, but the other child never returned." Jihan lamented the incident. "I'm so sorry about that." Sihu slammed the table in frustration and asked, "Is there anything we can do to help? If you don't mind, we'd like to make a small donation." But the director refused their generosity. She explained that even with the help they had received before, the promises of those offering support were always the same. "We will provide more sponsorships. We will make Korea a better place for non-humans," just empty promises. Such promises rarely turn into real help. The director mentioned that when Layla was kidnapped, the only significant support came from a large guild. Jihan became interested. What could be the name of this guild? The director then revealed, the Dado Guild, where the hero Yoon Doha is. He played a crucial role in finding Layla. Jihan began to sweat coldly, shocked by this. He remembered Yoon Doha from 4 years ago. He was famous for being a troublemaker. Jihan also remembered and thought, back then there was a big conflict because of the negative reaction from the sponsors. Many non-humans among the sponsors don't like heroes. It was all very complicated. Even when offering or receiving help, there were many interests behind it. The director commented, somewhat downcast, "Given the situation, we can't accept any donation. We will only accept your kindness." Sihu spoke lightly, "You don't need to worry about that." The director didn't quite understand what the young woman meant until Sihu fixed her hair and showed her ears, explaining, "As you can see, I also have non-human blood." Layla was surprised to realize Sihu was half-elf. The director also noticed and pointed out, "But I heard Sihu is the leader of the guild." Sihu then revealed, "A guild founded by a half-elf, that's all. I also faced discrimination for being mixed while growing up. I used to have a closed heart and a skeptical mind. I was afraid of the people who hated me." She turned to Jihan, "But I believe there are people who place understanding above prejudice, and it is these people who bring about change." The girl then pointed to director Jong Yun-young. "You are one of those people, aren't you?" The director was touched. That was another small but significant gust of wind challenging the solid wall of racial discrimination. Yun-young Jong felt as if the wind was blowing right in front of her. At that very moment, someone was silently spying on the conversation through a crack in the door. It was a young woman, Rixis, and something was starting to stir in her heart. Rixis was watching Jihan and Sihu with a warm and expectant gaze. With that, the conversation with the director came to an end. The night was silent, and under a streetlight, Sihu bowed and apologized to Jihan. But Jihan said she didn't need to apologize for anything. Sihu then revealed that she had done something. She donated a huge sum of money to the orphanage. She said, worried, "But an unexpected donation will weigh heavily on the guild's expenses, right?" Even so, she insisted, "Please list it as the highest amount possible." Still, Jihan didn't mind. It was fine, but this gesture made the half-elf feel even worse. She could barely look at him, still bent over and apologizing. Then Jihan said, "Still, it was good to see you acting like a guild leader today. After all, Sihu is the leader of the Fun Guild, right? As long as the decisions don't go down the wrong path, I'll follow the guild leader's orders." Finally, the half-elf raised her head and looked at Jihan with vibrant eyes. Then she dropped the bombshell she had been holding for so long. "Is it true that someone is having a private meeting with Min Yuri? Just thinking about it makes me so mad. How can you have contact with another guild without informing your own guild leader?" Jihan replied, somewhat reluctantly, "Well, there were certain circumstances." But before he could explain, someone appeared running, shouting for them. It was Rixis, out of breath. Jihan became worried, thinking something had happened. But the young woman just wanted to thank them. Still breathless, she mentioned, "There's something I didn't get to say before. Thank you so much for saving me today. I was so shocked I couldn't thank you properly. Thanks to you, I've regained the strength to move forward. I'm truly grateful." She then stated that she wanted to give something in return for their kindness. Sihu was confused. What could it be? The girl raised her hand. and an immense wave of energy surged. Then she revealed, "It's something I brought from the other world I originally came from Catlum." The energy had already filled the entire place, and seconds later, a crystal rested in the protagonist's hands. Jihan and Sihu were surprised by this, both wondering if this item could be a magic crystal. The stone had an intense blue shine, very different from the crystals that emitted a faint purple light. Back at the Fun Guild's base, Sihu was caught off guard by an unexpected revelation. Unable to contain her emotions, she quickly asked Jihan, "Are you saying you want to recruit Min Yuri?" Jihan calmly clarified, "Since we became a level 4 guild, I think it's time we had a new member, right? It's not confirmed yet, but Min Yuri said she'll think about it." It was at that moment that Sihu realized that what happened a few days ago wasn't a date. She felt her face burn with embarrassment. The situation was, at the very least, awkward. Blushing, the half-elf thought, "I misunderstood everything." Even so, she still had doubts. She turned to Jihan and asked hesitantly, "But do you really think it's possible? Recruiting a heroine like Min Yuri?" Jihan responded with conviction, "We'll see, but it's worth a try. It's rare to have the chance to recruit a veteran like Min Yuri for our small guild." That last expression, small guild, hit Sihu like a giant rock falling on her back. She was emotionally knocked out. Unable to argue, she threw everything into his hands. "All right, this time I'll let it go. You're in charge of recruiting the veteran, but this is the last time, got it? Next time you have to inform me first." Changing the subject excitedly, she asked, "When are you going to use what Rixus gave you?" Jihan looked at her, remembering the crystal. He confirmed if she was talking about the glowing stone and picked it up. Sihu observed closely. "A blue magic crystal. You said it came from Karlum, right?" Jihan nodded. "Yes, it seems to contain much more magic than the ones from here." Jihan didn't want to rush and revealed, "We don't need to wait. We could use it on Sylph right now if we wanted. But this time I'm thinking of doing some training." Curious, Sihu didn't understand what that training was about. Jihan, however, stepped away and said that she would understand soon. He placed the crystal on the table, then summoned his air spirit. As usual, a small energy sphere appeared and quickly tried to hide inside the boy's jacket. Confused, Jihan asked, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Calmly, he picked up the spirit and said, "You can stay outside since we're here in the office for now." Sylph got excited, spinning around Jihan's head and making a lot of noise. He tried to calm her down. "Calm down. You're making too much noise." That left Sihu intrigued. Since when could he communicate like this with Sylph? She even thought about her own mother and reflected, "Even compared to my mother's time, there's not much difference." Jihan then managed to calm the spirit. "Sylph, look at this. It's your favorite magic crystal." Sylph immediately showed interest in the bright blue crystal, trying to absorb it, but Jihan stopped her. "No, you acted the same way at the Dado Guild, remember? You know how embarrassed I was that day?" Holding the energy sphere with his fingers, he said in a threatening tone, "If you keep acting like this, I won't give you the crystal." Thus, the training began. First, Jihan ordered her to jump 3 times, then to spin clockwise. As he gave the commands, Sihu watched in shock, not believing what she was seeing. "What is this? This is more like training than education. Back in my mother's time, she treated Sylph like a life companion, almost like a dear friend. But Jihan treats her like a pet. Is this the new master you chose?" Frustrated, Sihu held back tears and thought, "Hang in there, Sylph." At the end of the training, Jihan said, "All right, very well. As a reward for following the instructions, you can keep the magic crystal." Sylph immediately ran toward the crystal. Jihan tried to stop her. "Hey, wait, take it slow." But the spirit was hungry for magic. Seconds later, a blinding flash filled the entire guild room. Jihan covered his eyes, dazzled by the glow. He thought, the reaction is much stronger than last time. This can only mean she has much more magical power now. He remembered Yoon Do-ha's words. "Collect the magic crystals and soon you'll see Sylph take a tangible form." His eyes widened. Just like Yoon Do-ha said, is Sylph materializing? An even brighter burst of light exploded until the crystal shattered, filling the room with shards. When Jihan opened his eyes to understand what had happened, he realized he was no longer in the guild room. He was floating in a strange place, tinged green with black shadows. It was definitely not reality. He wondered where he was. A voice responded, "This is an illusory space I created. You don't need to be so surprised." Jihan tried to communicate, not understanding who it was, but having a vague idea. In front of him, there was a huge egg about to crack, radiating intense energy. The voice spoke again. "Nice to meet you, Jihan. We can finally talk." Completely confused, Jihan asked, "What's going on?" "Sylph, can you speak now?" Sylph explained, "Thanks to the magic crystal you gave me, I managed to create this space where we can talk for a while, but I don't think I'll be able to keep it up for much longer." The energy sphere began to break apart. "This space is slowly disappearing." With no time to lose, Jihan asked, "What did you want to tell me? Creating this space must have been risky for you too." Sylph then warned him, "There are those who are after us." Jihan didn't understand, and she continued, "Just as I regained my strength with the magic crystal, they are also getting stronger by acquiring crystals. Keep an eye on the people around you. Sometimes the ones we trust the most may be hiding the biggest secrets." Shocked, Jihan tried to get more information. "Secrets? Is there a traitor among us?" Sylph revealed enigmatically. "I don't know about that. It's something you'll have to figure out on your own. And make sure to protect Kim Si-hoo by your side. The reason you were chosen as a successor is part of Erna Haas's will." Surprised, Jihan asked, "Successor of Erna Haas? You can't just throw something like that at me and expect me to understand." But Sylph simply replied calmly, "In time, you'll understand." Soon after, the sphere where the spirit resided exploded in a massive flash of energy. Before disappearing, Sylph left her final words. "Then, we'll meet again when the time comes." Jihan tried to stop her, asking her to wait, but it was too late. He returned to reality, breathless, cold sweat pouring, gasping for air. Si-hoo was kneeling beside him, looking at him with great concern. She asked if he was okay. It was then that Jihan realized he was back in the guild room. Si-hoo, clearly shaken, said, "You weren't waking up and I was really worried." Calming down, Jihan revealed that he met Sylph. Si-hoo was confused, not understanding how that was possible. He himself couldn't explain what had happened. At that moment, something began to glow intensely. It was Sylph. The spirit had gained a physical form. Jihan looked, intrigued, at what appeared to be a small fairy floating in the air. He murmured, puzzled, "Did Sylph's appearance change?" Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of IUPC, Min-soo was in the lab, conducting another one of his experiments. Pouring a purple liquid over a small white rat, he turned sternly to the two men who had allowed Jihan to escape in the alley that night. "There was a problem during the process of kidnapping a non-human, right? Because of that, we lost an important delivery point. And we also damaged the trust with our business partner. Who will take responsibility for this loss?" At that moment, the small rat began to undergo a brutal transformation. Its body swelled, muscles violently formed, and it screamed as the purple liquid penetrated down to its molecules. SY-015 tried to defend itself. "With all due respect, our mission was only reconnaissance. If we tried to fully subjugate the suddenly appeared hero, we'd risk exposure." Min-soo interrupted him, filled with rage. The whole room grew heavy, as if being crushed by an invisible force. He shouted, "Risk? You couldn't even deal discreetly with a mere hero? That's not why I created you. I won't repeat myself." C015 was completely cornered, barely able to bear the pressure engulfing the room. Min-soo then gave the order, "You, Jihan from the Fun Guild, bring me his head." Both CY015 and CY013 immediately obeyed without hesitation. Suddenly, someone rushed into the room. "Manager, we've got a huge problem." The manager turned, irritated, and asked what was going on. The man, agitated, replied, "The heroes are attacking us." At the forefront of the attack was Bang, leading the charge with a firm and authoritative gaze. He announced, "By order of the association, arrest all of them." Min-soo froze. He didn't show any reaction, only thinking, with visible rage on his forehead, where veins bulged with pure fury. A few moments earlier, at the headquarters of the Dato Guild, Bang walked through the corridors to Yoon Do-ha's office, the #1 hero. He knocked on the door and, without waiting for a reply, entered. "You called for me, Mr. Yoon Do-ha?" Do-ha turned around, excited, as if already expecting him. "I heard about the recent Class 4 incident in the monster area. I heard your group played a significant role." Without showing much emotion, Bang replied calmly, always firm in his posture. "That's an exaggeration. By the time we arrived, the situation was almost resolved." Do-ha pointed at him with a slight smile. "You're being modest. This is the time to show off a little." Then the #1 hero shifted his tone. "Despite just coming back, I already have another mission for you." Bang looked at him attentively. "Did something happen in another monster area?" Do-ha stood up from the couch, the atmosphere now much more serious. "No, this time it's not related to a monster area." He stared at Bang for a few seconds. This mission wasn't just any mission. Do-ha pointed. "The target is Lim Min-soo, a department head at the IUPC, and his associates. Arrest all of them." Bang's expression changed. His face hardened with the gravity of the order. "Is this coordinated with the Hero Division? If we act rashly against the IUPC, it could backfire." Do-ha went straight to the point. "No, this is a personal decision of mine," he continued, conviction in his voice. "The association keeps talking about joint investigations, but with that approach, you'll never catch these guys. Plus, there's a traitor within the association itself." This caught Bang's attention. You're saying the IUPC has infiltrated agents among the heroes? Doha nodded, his expression turning even darker. It seems to be connected to the recent increase in heroes involved in criminal activities. Given that, I concluded cooperating with other guilds is useless. But be careful, they seem to be planning something even more dangerous than we expected. Back in the present, Bang clearly remembered his leader's orders. As his men arrested everyone in the area, Bang observed his surroundings, frowning, confused and thoughtful. He thought, despite all the alarming things we've heard, none of them seem truly dangerous. The white-clad warrior who was with him commented in surprise. Most of these people seem to be just ordinary civilians. Bang then asked, already anticipating complications. Any news on Lim Min-soo's whereabouts? But the young man beside him just shook his head, and they all refused to speak. They would rather be eliminated than reveal anything. It was then that Bang heard something, a murmur coming from one of the men lying on the floor. If he knows about this, it'll be a problem. Those words were almost whispered. Bang crouched down, getting closer to try and understand what the man was mumbling. His face was pale, almost lifeless. But then, his eyes flashed a vibrant purple. With a dark and eerie tone, he whispered, "When they arrive, everything will get difficult. All of you will die." Bang listened carefully. It was hard to pull any emotion from the man's apathetic face. Still, he demanded, "Be clearer." The prisoner, with a disturbing smile, replied, "When the blessed arrive, you'll understand." Bang's group only thought that the man was a crazy, arrogant lunatic, but those words echoed in Bang's mind. Blessed? Does this have something to do with what Lim Min-soo is plotting? The white-clad warrior stepped forward, trying to push his leader's worry aside. "Ignore the lunatic. Let's move on." But at that moment, something changed. The girl in the group felt something and instinctively turned her head. The man with gravitational powers also turned his face, alert. An invisible tension filled the air. It was as if the environment itself screamed that something was wrong. Then a monstrous energy took over the corridors, almost painting everything purple. At the end of the hall, two figures appeared, walking imposingly. It was CY015 and CY013. Both approached the heroes with an intimidating presence, and CY015 exclaimed, "What, aren't these the same ones we saw last time?" The man had a playful grin on his face. In seconds, a purple static energy covered the entire area. CY015 was excited. He was already planning to unload his stress. Bang's group didn't doubt it. Those two were dangerous. That strange purple energy surrounded them like a sinister fog. They all assumed combat positions, their eyes fixed on the enemies. Meanwhile, Bang simply asked, "Where's Min-soo?" Grinning like a true psychopath, CY015 answered, "Ah, that information? I won't give it up that easily." In an instant, he launched his attack. Giant, monstrous creatures were thrown at the heroes like living projectiles. The girl drew her sword, which glowed with a vibrant blue light. This was her style, dual sword style. In an agile and cutting motion, she shredded all the beasts coming toward the group, or at least, that's what she thought. From the back of the room, centipede-like creatures began to silently crawl toward some of the men who were more distant. That scene made her uneasy, as they were his own allies. In surprise, she questioned, "Is he attacking his own men? He's completely lost it." Meanwhile, CY015 smiled like a madman, enjoying every second of the chaos as if it were a show. The girl, torn, didn't know whether to rush to save the others or take the chance to attack the centipede maniac. But in that instant, she was surprised. CY015 had silently crept up behind her, ready to deliver a fatal blow. She wouldn't have time to react. It was then that the warrior with gravitational powers sprang into action. With a firm gesture, he manipulated the gravity around the brute, freezing his movements in mid-air. Immediately after, the white-clad warrior leapt forward and delivered a powerful downward kick, striking CY015's head and slamming him into the ground with brutality. The centipede boy's eyes widened. How did they subdue CY013 so easily? But he barely had time to think. Bang sprang into action, running toward him with cold determination, and announced, "Now it's your turn." With a clean and precise cut, Bang severed CY015's arm, ripping it off without hesitation. The enemy tried to retreat, but Bang was too fast. In a few seconds, CY015 was lying on the ground, motionless. He had been caught off guard. Bang wasn't here to play. This was a duel, and the young man with white hair was treating it like a game, but his life was on the line. Soon, the rest of Bang's group approached. The leader then ordered, "Report the casualties and collect the bodies." But before they could react, something completely paralyzed Bang. Still on the ground, CY015 gave a twisted smile and murmured, "You should be the ones being careful." Suddenly, both he and CY013 grabbed small vials containing purple liquid and swallowed them in one go. Then he announced, "Consider this an honor. It's the first time you're witnessing the second blessing." Meanwhile, Jihan and Sihu were making a visit to the Dado Guild's base. Everything seemed calm, and Sihu pointed out that the construction had been completed. At that moment, someone appeared in their path. It was the vice leader of the Dado Guild, Park Jae-kyung. It had been a while since they last met. Jihan took the opportunity to mention that they had come to speak with Doha, but Park Jae-kyung unfortunately revealed, "Mr. Yoon Doha is out at the moment." Jihan then asked the vice leader about the return of the #1 hero, explaining that there was something important to discuss regarding Sylph. While saying she would notify Doha as soon as he arrived, someone appeared, interrupting their conversation. He looked clearly nervous. "Vice leader, we've lost communication with the team led by Bang Yoon-shik, who entered the IUPC." Surprised, the vice leader repeated in shock. "Communication was cut off? For now, let's not discuss this with outsiders around." Park Jae-kyung thought to herself, did something go wrong? And at such a time, Mr. Yoon Doha is absent. The woman was clearly frightened, but before she could leave, Jihan interrupted her. "Can you tell us what's going on?" Back at the Korean branch of the IUPC, CY015's mutilated body lay on the cold floor, his right arm torn off. Even so, he still had the strength to stare at Bang, who stood with his back turned, distracted, unaware of the fallen youth behind him. With an insane grin and a trembling voice, CY015 murmured, "You warned the others not to get complacent, but look at you now." Before he could even finish the sentence, he burst into maniacal laughter, a twisted sound that echoed through the blood-stained walls of that cursed place. Bang watched the scene in silence, trying to comprehend how that boy in such a pitiful state could still speak. He was exhausted, confused, and everything around him seemed to be spiraling out of control. That's when CY013, CY015's hunting partner, appeared holding a vial with a glowing purple liquid, and coldly reprimanded him, "How long are you going to lie there?" Upon hearing that, CY015, as if gaining one last burst of strength, drank the liquid without hesitation. His eyes turned to Bang with a demonic gleam, and he declared in a solemn and threatening tone, "Consider this an honor. You'll be the first to witness the second blessing." The atmosphere seemed to freeze with his words, as if something beyond comprehension was about to awaken. Meanwhile, miles away in the city, the tension was rising as well. A man ran up to the vice leader and shouted, "We've lost contact with Bang Yoon-sik's team after they entered the IUPC." Before the vice leader of the Dado Guild could respond, Yu Jihan stepped forward with determination. "Can you explain what's going on?" Later, Jihan and Kim Si-hoo were aboard a helicopter alongside Park Jae-kyung, the vice leader of the Doha group. Trying to grasp the gravity of the situation, Jihan asked, "You said they infiltrated the IUPC?" With a tense look and a serious tone, Park replied, "What I'm about to tell you is top-secret information. Recently, the Hero Association requested a joint investigation into the IUPC. The main target is a man named Lim Min-soo. He's been identified as the primary suspect behind the recent mutant monster crisis. This information has already been shared with the major guilds, including the Big Six. It concerns all of them." Kim Si-hoo reacted immediately, confused. "The joint investigation was supposed to begin in a few days. Why is the Dado Guild handling this alone?" The vice leader then revealed with a restrained but firm tone, "Yoon Doha doesn't trust the other guilds. Previous joint investigations always cause problems. That's why this time, without informing anyone, we led an assault on the IUPC with Bang Yoon-sik's team at the forefront." Kim Si-hoo furrowed her brow, visibly worried. "But now we've lost contact with them, and sending reinforcements could jeopardize the entire operation?" The woman lowered her gaze and nodded, her voice heavy with frustration. "In this situation, the only thing we can do is—" But Jihan interrupted her before she could finish. "Understood. Leave it to us." Park Jae-kyung looked at him in surprise, her face a mix of hesitation and relief. Looking out the helicopter window, Jihan continued, "Since we're a new guild, there's less risk of exposure. With just 2 people, infiltration will be easier." And without hesitation, he opened the helicopter door. The wind blew fiercely against his face as Kim Si-hoo widened her eyes at the sight of him about to jump. Extending his hand, Jihan thought to himself, and most importantly, this is the perfect chance to test the newly awakened power of Sylph. A green orb floated in his hand, the elemental spirit now bound to him. Turning to Si-hoo, he commanded confidently, "Si-hoo, use your levitation ability." The girl panicked and shouted, "What? You're not thinking of jumping from here, are you?" Almost out of the aircraft already, Jihan replied seriously, "Time is of the essence." And then, he dove into freefall toward the ground without looking back. The half-elf screamed, terrified. You could at least give me time to cast the spell. The sky quickly faded behind them, and the silence of the IUPC's interior awaited them. At the organization's base, chaos was absolute. The floor was stained with blood and traces of human life. No sound broke the silence except Bang's labored breathing. Dazed, he opened his eyes and coughed with difficulty. Was I knocked out for a moment? What happened? He thought, confused, trying to process the scene before him. He forced himself to raise his head, his blurry eyes struggling to focus. But what he saw froze him. The bodies of his teammates lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. It was a massacre, a complete horror scene. His eyes widened, his heart pounded, and he screamed in shock. How is this possible? An excruciating pain exploded in his body. Looking at his arm, he realized it had been torn off. Screaming in agony, Bang crawled backward, trying to stay conscious. With clenched teeth and a mind gripped by guilt, he muttered, "This all happened because I let my guard down." But before he could react, a presence loomed over him. It was CY015. He stared at him with a cruel gaze, his insane expression still intact. With a twisted smile, he sneered, "Why are you just sitting there? Weren't you the one who said there's no time to slack off? Fight a little more, come on!" CY015's body had undergone a grotesque mutation. Numerous purple centipedes emerged from his back, writhing like living extensions of his rage. The arm that had been destroyed was now fully regenerated, and his body radiated a menacing, almost monstrous presence. Antennae projected from his head, and his eyes were completely black, with violet glowing pupils. He no longer looked human. Glaring at Bang with fury and contempt, he declared, "I'll make sure you pay for using magic crystals." CY015 was no longer human. He had become a monster type called Nightcrawler. Hands in his pockets and a crooked grin on his face, he walked slowly and provoked his partner. "You agree, don't you, CY013? In response, CY013's body transformed, assuming a brutal and animalistic form. Covered in thick fur and bulging muscles, he now resembled a giant gorilla. With disdain, he growled, "Weak heroes." CY013 had become Galvas, another monster type radiating the same silent rage. Bang stared at them, stunned, trying to process the monstrosity before his eyes. It looks like a fusion between humans and monsters. Could the IUPC have been conducting this kind of experiment? I need to warn Yoon Doha about this. Beside him, a faint sound pulled him from his thoughts. The white-cloaked hero, Kim Han-seok, was still alive, though barely able to breathe. "Kim Han-seok, are you conscious?" Bang asked urgently. The young man moved his lips, trying to form words. "Sorry, Captain. As a tank, I should have protected everyone." Bang was startled at the boy's condition, but he still tried to offer some reassurance. "Stay calm for now. Dotto HQ will send reinforcements soon." Han-seok raised a hand to his eyes, his voice weak. "No, I think this is the end for me. Captain, you need to escape. I'll stay and see this through." Overcome with rage and helplessness, Bang snapped, "Shut up, before your condition gets worse." But the boy, even with blurred vision, was pleading for Bang to survive. Before he could finish, CY015 lunged in the blink of an eye and struck Han-seok with brutal force. The young man's vital fluid splattered in all directions, even hitting Bang's face, who stood frozen in shock at the scene. CY015 smiled, satisfied, and coldly declared, "Heroes, I'm going to wipe you all out." Bang's blood boiled. Screaming in despair, he cursed them as damn bastards, and struggling to his feet, charged at CY013 with fury in his eyes. "I'll end all of you." But before he could land a single blow, a monstrous hand appeared and hurled him against the wall with overwhelming strength. The impact was so brutal that he felt his bones nearly shatter completely. CY013 now displayed monstrous power, far beyond what Bang could handle in that state. Beside him, CY015 laughed maniacally. "I can't watch this without getting emotional." Then, with a cruel grin, he gave the order. "Take him alive. We need to find out what these heroes are up to." But at that exact moment, a new voice echoed across the battlefield. "No, you can't do that." Yoo Ji-han and Kim Si-hoo had finally arrived at what remained of the Korean IUPC base. Someone in the background murmured in shock, "Yoo Ji-han, how is he here?" The half-elf stared at the devastated scene, wide-eyed and trembling. "We need to contact the rescue team quickly," she whispered. But Ji-han, after carefully analyzing the entire scene, concluded it was already too late for that. CY015, overtaken by uncontrollable rage, charged forward, yelling, "Director, I want Yoo Ji-han's head!" C013 tried to stop him. "Idiot! Don't do this!" But it was useless. CY015's mind had succumbed to chaos, and now only one command remained in his brain: kill Ji-han, Minsu's will. The protagonist took a step back and said to his partner, "Sihu, stay behind me." She shouted in protest, "Are you insane? You're not going to fight him alone, are you?" Jihan didn't hesitate. "I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you. We don't know if he can control it properly yet." A small green light began to shine in his hand. It was Sylph, the spirit of the wind, appearing in the form of a tiny fairy, floating gracefully. Gripping his sword tightly, a cold look in his eyes, Jihan silently analyzed all the possible outcomes before him. He began channeling mana into the blade, activating his special technique, Sylph's infinite mana. The air around him trembled from the accumulated energy. The giant gorilla was already just inches away from landing a devastating blow, but Jihan stood still, his sword still gathering pure energy. And then with a sharp gaze and a firm voice, he declared, "Flames from the tip of my sword!" With intense energy swirling around him, Jihan charged at the mutant gorilla with impossible speed. The moment his blade touched the creature's body, a burst of dense, brilliant light filled the darkness of the ruined IUPC base. The brightness was so intense that it blinded everyone present, making it impossible to see what had really happened. In the distance, both the half-elf Saihu and CY015 watched in utter astonishment at the magnitude of the strike just unleashed. This wasn't a common technique. It was the legendary attack known as Aura Blade, a supreme manifestation of spiritual magic, achievable only by those who had formed a true pact with nature spirits. Unlike regular elemental magic, which merely imitates natural elements, spiritual magic is a direct link, a communion with the pure essence of the natural world. In Jihan's case, that bond had progressed with few obstacles. From the start, his affinity with spirits was remarkable. However, one critical obstacle remained, an overwhelming lack of mana. Jihan wasn't born with a magical gift. He was just an ordinary boy forced to fight with what little he had, and that made him adapt. To make up for his limitation, he developed techniques that consumed the least mana possible, sword moves that mimicked magic but required absolute precision. They were movements on the border between bladecraft and arcane spirituality. But now, everything had changed. With the awakening of Sylph, the wind spirit, Jihan finally had access to a new kind of power. Since Sylph's manifestation, the boy had begun using the spirit's mana instead of his own, and for the first time he was free from the limitation that had chained him for so long. Sylph had been reborn as a true wind spirit, real, tangible, and directly bonded to him. Seconds later, the attack ended. The impact had been so intense that it opened a massive crater in the ground and ceiling of the IUPC base, allowing natural light to flood the devastated space. Fragments of spiritual energy scattered like sparkling dust. In the background, CY015 raised his arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself, but it was too late. His wide eyes reflected pure disbelief. "This is insane! One strike!" And he took down the awakened CY013. The monster that had once taken the form of a gorilla had now returned to its human shape. His body, however, was cut cleanly in half, and as unbelievable as it was, he was still alive. Subtle purple flame slowly consumed what was left of his flesh as his consciousness faded. With the last flickers of awareness, he muttered to Jihan, "Hey, hero, order, eliminate, from the manager." Jihan remained silent, watching the man before him. But his eyes caught something disturbing. Purple fragments of energy still pulsed around the body. That mana wasn't human. It was the same kind found in mutant monsters, unstable, aggressive, and completely alien. He narrowed his eyes and thought, could they have fused with mutant monsters? As he searched for answers, his gaze turned towards CY015, still standing in the distance. "We're old acquaintances, aren't we? We've fought once before." The centipede-like creature gave a slight tremble, as if it vividly remembered that past battle. Jihan stepped forward, voice firm. "Back then, we didn't settle things, but this time, I won't let it slide." Calling out to Sylph once again, the spirit responded instantly, floating to him in the form of a tiny fairy. With his sword already loaded with condensed mana, Jihan declared, "I'm going to make you confess everything about what you're planning at the IUPC." Psy015, upon seeing the energy being concentrated on the boy's blade, felt a chill run down his spine. That technique is far too dangerous. Challenging him now would be suicide. That's when he remembered the direct order from his leader. "Bring back Yu Jihan's head." His hands trembled and his eyes searched for an escape. "If I go back like this?" Deep in thought, he scanned the battlefield until he spotted Bang's limp body thrown against a wall. A flash of opportunity lit up in his mind. Using his centipede-like tentacles, CY015 grabbed Bang's body before Jihan could react. Lifting it like a shield, he pointed at the protagonist with a cruel smile. "Isn't he someone important to you?" From the background, Sihu shouted in uncontrollable rage, "Using Bang Yun-sik as a hostage, you're nothing but trash!" That made Jihan hesitate. He didn't want to put Bang at risk. With the hero's body being used as a shield, Jihan knew he couldn't act recklessly. Now confident, CY015 began to gloat with a twisted grin. Try anything stupid and I'll crush this guy's body instantly, reducing him to pieces. Despite the tension in the air, Jihan remained calm and slowly lowered his sword, declaring, "That won't work. If you let Bang Yunsik go, I'll walk away quietly." CY015 responded with a forced smile, trying to maintain control. "I'm glad we can talk things out like rational people." But inwardly, his thoughts were far different. What naive fools. A hero's habits are easy to exploit. This situation is out of control. The manager must have noticed and will send reinforcements soon, if I can buy just a little more time. Before he could finish his mental strategy, Jihan suddenly appeared at his side. The speed was absurd. CY015 didn't even have time to react. With a precise slash, the boy destroyed the claw holding Bang, freeing him from being a hostage. CY015 instantly retreated, growling in fury. "You bastard!" But Jihan was already advancing relentlessly, his gaze sharp and his presence overwhelming. "You're more naive than you look, huh?" the boy said before slicing CY015 clean in half with a single blow. The sword cut through the modified body with ridiculous ease, and the monster barely had time to comprehend what had happened. Desperate, CY015 screamed, "You cut through my body, even after my second transformation, with just one sword strike?" His upper half crashed hard to the ground as Jihan held the blade to his neck. "I'll ask only once. What is the IUPC planning? Who is Lim Min-soo and where is he now?" Even injured, the centipede sneered. "Now I understand why he cares about you. You, Jihan, you're special. Join us. The manager ordered me to eliminate you, but if you join the IUPC, you might just save your life. Some heroes have already earned his favor. Think about it. If you combine your spiritual abilities with our power," he laughed maniacally and added, "you'd become way stronger than you are now." Jihan kept his gaze firm and replied, cutting off the negotiation, "I'm not interested in that crap. Enough talk. Answer my question. What are you all plotting?" CY015 laughed again, mocking his resolve. "You fool! The manager's plan is already in motion. You'll find out soon." Meanwhile, Sihu was rushing to Bang, who was still trembling in pain. His body was weak, and he was coughing with difficulty. "Bang Yunsik! Are you regaining consciousness?" the half-elf asked, kneeling beside him. Bang looked at her with effort and asked, confused, "Where's the guild? Why are you—" Before he could finish, she replied firmly, "Park Jae-kyung sent me to rescue you." Feeling awkward, he tried to sit up. "Really? I was supposed to be an examiner, but the situation is a mess." Sihu gently scolded him. "Stay down. I've stopped the bleeding, but you need to stabilize." As he lay back down, Bang muttered between breaths, "One of their mana sources vanished. Looks like you took care of one of them?" The half-elf replied confidently, "If you're talking about the two who seemed fused with monsters, don't worry. Jihan took care of both." Confused, Bang looked up. "What do you mean?" He closed his eyes for a moment, then stared directly at Sihu. "I sense a considerable presence of mana. One of them is definitely still nearby." But seconds later, his expression changed. He felt something strange. No, this power is different. His eyes widened in instinctive fear, and Jihan felt it too. While confronting CY015, his body froze under the sudden, overwhelming pressure. "This mana is on a completely different level from theirs. What is this? What's happening?" he thought. In a second, a presence approached from behind. He reacted on reflex, spinning around with his mana-imbued sword. "Is there another group involved?" The strike was blocked at the last moment. A mysterious figure appeared before him. A woman's voice echoed softly, surprised. "Attacking a woman with a sword?" Jihan was confused when he saw who stood in front of him. "What the hell is this?" The woman, with snake-like eyes and flushed cheeks, gazed at him without a hint of tension, as if she were enchanted. "He's so cool. Totally my type," she said with a love-struck smile. "Now that I'm seeing him up close, he's also so handsome." The boy immediately backed away, trying to distance himself from the lunatic. Analyzing her movements, he thought, "She's skilled. She blocked my strike with a dagger?" The woman walked calmly toward Jihan, twirling her dagger lightly with a disturbing smile on her face. Her red eyes were locked onto him with intensity, and she spoke to herself as if in a romantic daydream. "Yes, I like him. Now that I see him up close, he's totally a hottie. Want to be my sweetheart? Jerry will take good care of you." Jihan remained impassive before the disturbing words, coldly rejecting the offer. Inside, his thoughts were more analytical than emotional. Could she be another IUPC test subject? Despite the rejection, the woman showed no frustration. On the contrary, she raised her dagger with a spark of excitement in her eyes and said, as if disappointed only out of courtesy, "Oh, that's a shame. Just then, a voice interrupted her theatrics. It was CY015, still alive, crawling on the ground with a trembling voice. Jerry looked at him with disdain and mockery. "What are you doing, CY015? You'll catch a cold lying there like that." The centipede tried to plead. "Please, just give me one more chance." She crouched beside him, the smile vanishing, replaced by a cold and impatient expression. "What? No way, you've already consumed 2 mana crystals." Her voice was sharp as a razor. "Did you forget your test bodies can't handle more than that?" Even so, CY015 insisted, his trembling hand outstretched. "Please, just one more crystal. With that, I'll be able to catch that boy." But Jerry didn't hesitate. She drove her dagger into the head of her former ally without changing her expression. "That's definitely not going to happen." Jihan watched everything in shock, stunned by the woman's cruelty. She pulled the blade out with indifference and added, "From the beginning, there's no second chance for trash that lost a fight." Rising with an insane smile, she turned her attention to the protagonist. "And what about us, darling? Think you can grasp a once-in-a-lifetime chance?" He could hardly believe how coldly she had eliminated her own ally. "Jerry, weren't you on the same side?" he asked, trying to understand the logic behind such brutality. She gave a sarcastic smile and twirled the dagger in the air. "Same side? Sweetheart, are you feeling sorry for him now? In combat, there's no room for pity, right? If you leave defeated trash lying around, it starts to rot. Isn't it better to clean up right away?" She shrugged and pointed the blade at Jihan with an almost childlike smile. "Anyway, how much longer are you just going to talk? Men who talk too much don't interest me." In an instant, she stopped talking and lunged with bloodlust in her eyes. Her gaze was fixed on Jihan's neck as she coldly declared, "I hate guys like you." He dodged on reflex, throwing his head to the side and shouting, "Sylph!" A sphere of energy appeared, positioning itself between him and the girl's dagger. She was captivated by the shimmering light. "Darling, what are you, huh? You're using something absolutely delicious." But before she could touch the sphere, an explosion of energy blasted her away. The corridor fell silent for a few moments. Jihan cautiously observed the destroyed area, but the woman had vanished. The space was completely empty. Sylph hovered in the air, whispering something unintelligible, and for a moment, he wondered if the tiny fairy could actually speak. But he pushed the thought aside and focused. "I need to regroup with Sihu for now. There might still be enemies lurking, like the one from before." That's when a chilling voice whispered at his nape. "Where do you think you're going, darling?" Jerry reappeared behind him, her face flushed, arms wrapped disturbingly around herself. Veins bulged from her neck as she declared with a crazed glint in her eyes, "Jerry is madly in love." Jihan immediately turned, analyzing the situation. "I'm sure I hit her dead on. Even if it was unintentional, maybe I'll have to eliminate her." But she was already running toward him. "Let's play a little more with Jerry." Jihan acted fast. "Sylph, return to the sword," he ordered, and the spirit obeyed instantly. Jerry was mere centimeters away from driving the dagger into his head. "What are you going to show me this time, huh?" she shouted excitedly. With a single movement, the boy struck a precise blow, apparently cutting the girl in half. But something was off. What, a residual image? She dodged in that split second. Where did she go? Before he could think of an answer, the girl was behind him again, about to stab the back of his neck. Jihan sensed the danger and purely on instinct raised his sword, managing to block the attack at the last second. His left eye glowed with a faint blue hue, and he thought, if this were more than just a sample, I wouldn't have been able to block it. Her fighting style, it's like an assassin's, but now that I'm this close. His eyes glowed even brighter as he processed the possibilities. The variables spun in his mind like pieces on a game board, and the answer became clear. If I counterattack now, the hit chance is 85%. As he brought the blow down with resolve and precision, Jihan thought, she won't be able to dodge this. But defying all odds, Jerry threw her body backward and dodged with astonishing grace, escaping the charged attack with unsettling ease. The protagonist widened his eyes, trying to comprehend her movements. She dodged that too? Her movements are completely unpredictable. Jerry got up with an excited smile, clearly impressed by the strength she had just faced. Shaking her body almost playfully, she exclaimed, "Woo! That was close! Really close!" Then she assumed a fighting stance, still smiling as if it were all an innocent game. "Wow, that last hit was really dangerous. No wonder you defeated those enhanced humans." Jihan's gaze turned more serious. He knew that if he didn't end this soon, things could spiral out of control, and Sihu might be in danger. The energy around his sword began to pulse intensely, and his eyes shone with determination. Sihu might be in danger too, but I have no choice. I'll have to use the aura blade again. Jerry, realizing what he was about to do, got even more excited, laughing with enthusiasm. That's aura, right? It's my first time seeing someone use that in this world. Jerry's totally ready. Bring it on! Without hesitation, Jihan rushed toward her, and to his surprise, the girl also charged forward as if it were all a game. I'll blow up even the area she could use to dodge, the boy thought, carefully planning the impact. Both were just steps away, ready for a decisive clash. But before their blades met, a powerful voice echoed through the area. That's enough. They both froze immediately, turning their eyes toward the source of the voice. A tall man in a white lab coat emerged, walking calmly. His gaze was cold and calculating, his presence commanding. He didn't seem rushed or nervous, just confident. As he stopped near the center of the scene, he cast a disapproving look at the girl. I told you to analyze the situation, Jerry. I didn't give you permission to fight. Like a scolded child, Jerry immediately recoiled, shrugging her shoulders. The man calmly adjusted his glasses and turned to Jihan. Well, either way, nice to meet you. My name is Im Minsu. Then he asked bluntly, Are you Jihan? Jerry, breaking the tense mood, raised her hand with a cheerful grin and gave the man a playful hi, as if nothing had happened. Jihan remained on guard. He still didn't know if he could trust this new enemy, so his eyes stayed sharp, tracking every move. So that's Im Minsu. But why show up now? The boy wondered. Still excited, Jerry turned to Minsu and protested. I told you I'd take care of this myself. Why did you come? With arms crossed, the man responded calmly, pointing to the chaotic scene around them. From what I see, it looks like things got a bit out of hand, don't you think? Jerry laughed, the crazed glint still in her eyes. This is nothing. It always turns into a mess during cleanup. Im Minsu averted his gaze briefly, focusing on a few bodies in the distance being consumed by purple flames. In a serious tone, he asked, CY013 and CY015 were eliminated, correct? Jerry casually pointed with a finger, showing no remorse. That's right. They lost and even begged for another magic crystal. Can you believe it? Minsu let out a bored sigh, muttering, Fools. And without wasting time, he gave his order. Jerry, retrieve their magic crystals and return. The girl huffed, clearly displeased. She still wanted to fight, but Minsu's reply was final and curt. Who said you could continue? At that moment, Jihan stepped forward with determination. He approached with his sword drawn and pointed it directly at Minsu's neck, declaring firmly, Im Minsu, you are a wanted Class A criminal. You're under arrest. With a cold gaze, he added, Reinforcements from the Hero Association are already on their way. Surrender peacefully. But the man didn't show the slightest concern. On the contrary, he smiled as if this was exactly what he had expected. Reinforcements? From the association? He repeated, lifting his gaze. Then with a satisfied expression, he concluded, Good. That's actually what we wanted all along. Jihan frowned, trying to grasp the meaning behind those words. But before he could react, Minsu began to be enveloped in an extremely dense purple energy. His entire body radiated power, and the aura around him swelled like a storm on the verge of bursting. I'm the one who orchestrated this plan from the beginning, he revealed, his voice reverberating with mana. The magical pressure emanating from the man was overwhelming. Jihan was forced to step back, his muscles tensing involuntarily, and his heart raced in the face of Im Minsu's true power. The energy surrounding Im Minsu was so dense and suffocating that Jihan dropped to his knees. Gasping for air, he could barely remain upright, using his sword for support. His eyes trembled under the crushing magical pressure hanging in the air. What an absurd magical power! This definitely exceeds human limits. Casually leaning on Jerry, Minsu observed the boy's condition and spoke calmly, as if explaining something obvious. If everything had gone according to plan, the 6 guildmasters would already be here. But that damn leader of the Dado Guild ruined everything. At least all this chaos was enough to distract the 6 guilds. So in the end, it was a pretty good outcome. Jihan raised his head with difficulty, still dazed by the revelation. You're saying you manipulated the association? That's impossible. They would never follow your whims. Minsu laughed with disdain, his expression dripping with superiority. Of course they wouldn't obey me. Not directly. Jerry, with an ironic smile, added, Oh, you poor fool. You're more naive than I thought. Then the man revealed what Jihan didn't want to believe. Have you never considered the possibility of a traitor within the association itself? The revelation struck him hard. Jihan's eyes widened, and a name nearly escaped his thoughts. But they were cut off before he could finish. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the sun began to set on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. A man walked with firm steps through an imposing building, stopping in front of the Hero Association president's office. Inside, Yoon Jun-young, the president, was tidying up some papers on his desk, getting ready to leave. Glancing at the clock, he murmured, It's finally time. But as he stepped out of the office, a voice cut through the silence. You're quite busy, aren't you? Stay Standing outside the office was Yoon Do-ha, eyes sharp and voice direct. "Hello, traitor." Yoon froze. His fingers trembled as he adjusted his glasses. "Traitor? What are you talking about, Do-ha?" But he didn't have time to continue. Without hesitation, Do-ha launched a brutal attack. A massive stone log, conjured through his magical power, struck the president with full force, slamming him against the wall like a rag doll. Then a second log crushed him, pinning him against the cracked concrete. Groaning in pain, Yoon Jun-young looked up, his face bloodied and filled with disbelief. "Why are you doing this to me, Do-ha?" Hands in his pockets and gaze cold, Do-ha answered, "You have influence over the 6 guilds and the Hero Association." His eyes gleamed as he added, "And you've been leaking information to the IUPC. Come to think of it, it had to be you, President." Still pinned down, Yoon muttered, "No, Yoon Do-ha, you've got it all wrong. I never—" But then, he stopped pretending. The expression of pain vanished. His hands turned into claws, and the stone log was pushed aside with monstrous ease. A purple light flared from his body, and his eyes turned black with violet pupils. Evil energy completely enveloped him. Then in a bitter tone, he stared at Do-ha. "Since when did you know?" Destroying the rest of the log with a furious scream, the president exploded. "I was extremely careful. You're attacking me without any proof?" With a crooked smile, Do-ha replied with conviction, "My instincts never fail. I didn't like you from the start. The fact that a non-hero became president of the association," the tension in the air was palpable. Yoon brushed his hair back with scorn and mockery. "Ha! A non-hero? Is that what you think?" Enveloped in a thick purple aura, he challenged, "Do you really think I made it to this position just by cleaning up after heroes?" Large black wings burst from his back, shredding his suit. His muscles swelled, his skin turned red, and horns emerged from his forehead. Yoon Jun-young was no longer a man. He had become a creature, a transformed being, the monster type, Evil Wing. Do-ha watched him coolly, not backing down. "A bat, huh? Fits a sneaky rat like you, always jumping from one side to another. You used a magic crystal extracted from a mutant monster to get that transformation, didn't you?" The monster sneered. "Heroes are just relics of an ancient era. Those outdated remnants, I'll take care of them myself." In an instant, the president lunged forward with animalistic speed, charging directly at Do-ha. But the man didn't flinch. Raising his hand, wrapped in powerful yellow energy, he said calmly and firmly, "You've got guts. I'll admit that, but that's all." Several stone logs surrounded the president's deformed body, trapping him within a towering mountain of rock that rose in the center of the association building. Do-ha's spiritual magic seemed to have prevailed, but not even for a second did the monster show fear. On the contrary, he mocked him, his voice echoing with scorn. "Nothing has changed from just a moment ago." Do-ha's eyes widened as he realized that, even completely encased in the rocks, the creature was crushing them with ease, pushing through as if he were brushing aside sheets of paper. The Evil Wing roared with contempt, advancing, "Even a top-tier hero is nothing special, huh?" The hero barely had time to react when the monster attacked again, but he dodged precisely, spinning his body to the side. Seizing the opening, Do-ha grabbed the creature's arm, and veins bulging in his hand shouted, "You thought that just because I'm a spiritual magic user I'd be weak in hand-to-hand combat? Actually, I prefer it this way." In a single brutal move, he tore off Yoon Jun-young's arm, and the president's scream echoed through the ruined building. Trying to retaliate, the monster roared, spitting fury. "Did you think I'd just scream in pain?" A dense purple sphere began to form in its mouth. Do-ha sensed the growing threat and raised his arms, bracing for impact. The Evil Wing's supersonic roar exploded through the air, leaving Do-ha stunned. As he withstood the devastating sound, the hero struggled to think. That's Evil Wing's ultrasonic attack. So they really did fuse with monsters. Seconds later, a violent explosion shattered one of the building's walls, destroying everything in its path. Dust, concrete, and glass flew in all directions. The monster laughed, watching its arm regenerate. With no sign of Do-ha among the rubble, it concluded that the hero had been obliterated in the first strike. With its body fully restored, it mocked loudly. "Even Yoon Do-ha from the Dado Guild isn't anything special, huh? Taking orders from such an incompetent leader. Isn't that why your subordinates are being slaughtered like dogs?" Its voice grew louder with each sentence. "Do-ha, don't you feel any remorse for your subordinate, Bang Yun-sik?" But before the arrogant speech could continue, a voice suddenly interrupted. "This bat is so noisy." Do-ha appeared in front of Yoon Jun-young, casually cleaning his ears, completely unharmed, and said teasingly, "Evil Wing really is annoying because of all the noise." The president recoiled, shocked. He didn't even get scratched, but Do-ha went straight to the point. "We're heroes. always ready to give our lives. That said, I don't think Bang Yunsik would go down that easily. Anyway, that was a half-decent cheap provocation. Suddenly, veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes took on a psychotic gleam and a crooked smile spread across his face. But you did manage to piss me off. At that moment, Yoon Junyoung felt the ground trembling beneath his feet and looked down. What is this? This vibration? From below? The entire building began to shake. From underground, massive rocks burst upward, crashing through multiple floors, rising like wild pillars toward where the two stood. They smashed through everything, walls, metal structures, clearing a path with brutal force. Yoon Junyoung screamed as one rock pierced the ceiling. Is this going to swallow the entire association building? With a provocative grin, Doha replied, Weren't you saying that spirit magic was outdated? Go on. I want to hear more. Then a gigantic hand made of stone emerged from the ground and grabbed Evil Wing's body, pinning it tightly. Despite its struggling, the monster couldn't break free. Doha declared confidently, This is a containment ability mixed with spirit magic. You won't be escaping that easily. But to everyone's surprise, the monster began laughing like a lunatic. Doha watched coldly and asked, What's so funny? Have you lost your mind? Still trapped in the stone hand, Yoon Junyoung revealed, Under the pretense of a joint investigation with the IUPC, the 6 major guilds were sent away, leaving many heroes absent from Seoul. Haven't you realized why we worked so hard to lure them away? The real plan starts now. In the city, as the sky slowly darkened, everything seemed normal. Children played. Adults returned home after a long day. A boy, pointing at the horizon, asked his mother, Mom, what's that? The woman looked in the direction he pointed with a calm smile, replying, What could have caught our little master's attention? But the smile vanished within seconds. In the distance, monstrous creatures appeared, invading the city with fury. They were huge, savage, and advanced like a wave of destruction. The woman was horrified. In moments, screams of panic echoed through the streets. People ran in desperation. Chaos spread like wildfire. At the top of the building, Yoon Junyoung's voice continued cruelly. There aren't enough heroes left to protect Seoul now. But Doha showed no concern. Ignoring Evil Wing's inflated speech, he simply smiled calmly and murmured, I told you this would happen. Meanwhile, in the streets of Seoul, cries for help echoed from all directions. The monsters were already too close to the civilians. The same woman as before held her son tightly, trying to protect him, bracing for the worst. Then suddenly, the creature threatening them was pierced by sharp ice stalactites that shot out of nowhere like spears. The monster fell dead without even knowing what hit it. Then a young woman with black hair streaked with red appeared, standing tall and declaring with authority, We are heroes! Monsters, how dare you bring destruction to my territory? Her gentle gaze turned to the desperate woman, and she said reassuringly, It's going to be okay now, because we're here. It was Kim Min-jung, leader of the powerful Snowball Guild. Her very presence changed the atmosphere of fear. The city was still overrun by beasts roaring violently through the streets and alleys, forcing citizens to flee in panic. But in response, heroes began to emerge from all sides. Amid the chaos, one hero appeared wielding a colossal warhammer. Without wasting time, he spun the weapon in the air and roared, Gigant Crush! The impact completely crushed a massive crab-like monster. Seeing the blood spray and the enemy collapse, he smiled in satisfaction. I was getting restless after all these days of doing nothing. This'll be perfect to relieve some of that boredom. His name was Kang Jun, leader of the Warrior Guild, one of the most aggressive and powerful heroes in the country. In another part of the city, more heroes fought against terrifying creatures, pumas the size of cars, serpents with metal scales, and grotesque bats with spiked wings. Despite the destruction, not a single civilian had been hurt. They acted quickly, almost as if they had anticipated this exact attack. Among them, a red-haired hero, member of the Kiro's Guild led by Kim Hyun-tae, was slicing through monsters without hesitation. After eliminating one, he turned and thought, Where are these things coming from? Did they plan this for when most heroes would be away? And as he sliced another enemy in half, his eyes gleamed red. I don't know who planned this, and honestly, I don't care. If I can use this opportunity as a springboard to become a high-ranking hero, then great. At the top of the ruined building, still trapped among the rubble, Yoon Junyoung watched the burning city with wide eyes. This can't be. How did so many heroes gather here? Doha, calmly standing behind him, replied coldly, We already brought back the heroes you tried to send away. The bat, still confused, struggled to understand how Doha had reversed the situation. He screamed in fury. When did you manage to do that? And your subordinates who were at the IUPC base? If all the heroes are here, there's no way to save them. But Doha remained composed. The base? Don't worry about it. I sent the person I trust the most there. At that moment, Soaring through the skies above the Korean branch of the IUPC, a new hero appeared. Observing the massive crater left by Jihan's battle, he casually remarked, "You put on quite a show here." It was Baek Gangcheon, the legendary leader of the Red Hall Guild. Personally chosen by Doha, he was considered by many to be the strongest hero in Korea. Back at the hero building, Doha laughed to himself at the memory and admitted, albeit reluctantly, "As much as I hate to say it, that guy's stronger than me." At the IUPC base, Baek appeared right behind Minsu, so silently that no one noticed his presence until he was already there. Jerry and Minsu turned at the same time, startled by the new opponent. In the background, Jihan also looked up, alert to the overwhelming presence of the man. Without beating around the bush, Baek assessed the chaos around him and said casually, "This looks fun. Mind if I join in?" All the tension in the area shifted toward him. Baek Gangcheon, an absolute class hero, had entered the battle. He fixed his gaze on Minsu and calmly declared, "You must be Lim Minsu, head of the IUPC." The man in the lab coat hesitated for a moment before murmuring, "Baek Gangcheon from Red Hall? How did you get here?" Jerry in the background immediately blushed, visibly charmed by Baek's imposing presence. Minsu, eyes narrowed, tried to process the situation. "Right now, the monsters should be wreaking havoc in Seoul. It's unusual for someone like you to be away from there." Baek responded with a slight smile. "Well, someone was very insistent in asking me to come here." He then added, "Don't worry about the monsters you released. Other heroes are dealing with them." Then his tone grew serious. "But the most surprising thing is that there's another unexpected guest here, Yu Ji-han from the Fun Guild." The atmosphere grew heavier at that name. Baek looked directly at the boy and said, "I've heard a lot about you from Yundoha." Frowning, the hero asked directly, "Why are you here? Are you on this guy's side by any chance?" Jihan replied instantly, "Of course not." But in his thoughts, he admitted, "I can barely stand because of Lim Minsu's power, but Baek Gangcheon's power is on another level." As everyone watched him, Baek began walking calmly. In his right hand, a small energy sphere began to form, intensifying as it grew. Jihan followed each step, impressed by the raw, natural power of the man. He wondered, is he really a hero? Like me? After surveying the battlefield, Baek muttered, "Looks like the heroes from the Dado Guild were completely wiped out. The situation's a bit different from what I was told, but it doesn't matter. My goal remains the same, to end all of you, here and now." The energy sphere turned into a black cane with a snake's head. Then, without warning, Baek unleashed his technique. Daydream realized. A colossal, blinding light exploded through the entire IUPC branch. Minsu screamed in silence, feeling his face and body burn under the devastating heat of the attack. Trying to shield himself, he thought in desperation, "So this is Daydream realized. I'd only heard of it before. So Baek came fully prepared to eliminate us." Distressed, Minsu shouted to the girl still hesitating, "Jerry, change of plans. Abandon the mission to collect the magic crystals and evacuate." Jerry stepped back, clearly unwilling. She didn't want to follow that order. But before she could react, Baek had already pointed his cane at Minsu and declared with conviction, "It's useless. You're already trapped." In an instant, everyone in the area was swallowed by a distorted light and transported to another reality. There was no longer ground, sky, or horizon, only a vast and serene infinite blue space that stretched in all directions. This was no longer the earthly world. It was Baek's dream world, a parallel dimension shaped by powerful spatial magic. Unshaken, Minsu and Jerry analyzed the new setting. "The space changed?" the scientist asked. The girl, in a strange daze, seemed enchanted. "This place is kind of romantic. Is this a date?" Baek remained still as he explained. "This is a space I created. Unless I allow it, none of you can escape." Jihan, who had also been pulled into this space, looked around in awe. "A human can create a space of this scale. It feels like the dimension Sylph created in the past." Activating his magic analysis, he read the ability, Spatial Magic, Daydream, Caster, Baek Gangcheon. It was a unique magic, capable of creating a world where the boundary between ideal and reality collapsed. Surprised by the spell's complexity, Jihan murmured, "And he even added conceptual magic to this space. At least the pressure on my body is gone now." Without wasting time, he dashed forward, sword in hand, aiming straight for Minsu. "Now I can go after Lim Minsu without worrying about being crushed by the pressure." But before he could strike, his body was suddenly pulled to the side. Disoriented, Jihan found himself beside Baek. The hero looked at him with a slight smile and said, "You're eager, huh? Attacking as soon as you could move?" Stunned, Jihan asked, "What's happening? Why am I moving like this?" Baek answered calmly, "Why do you think? I moved you. Focus and look ahead. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't?" Jihan looked and froze. In front of him, Minsu had transformed. Grotesque tentacles emerged from his back, pulsing like living creatures. Horrified, Jihan murmured, "What is that thing?" The scientist removed his glasses, tossed his hair back, and laughed with disdain. "Nothing's going as planned, but no matter. Sooner or later, I was going to face a top-class hero." The tentacles kept growing, soon becoming nearly 10 times larger than his body. The man had become a monstrous creature, a mass of flesh, eyes, claws, and twisted magic. A monster born from dozens of magical crystals, the pinnacle of years of research. The perfect fusion between humans and monsters. Jihan took a step back, overcome by fear. "How many mutant monsters did you shove into yourself?" he shouted. Baek, standing beside him, watched the transformation calmly and said, "So you had a backup plan, huh?" Turning to Jihan, he declared coldly, "You, Jihan, you're out." The boy's eyes widened in confusion. "That's exactly what I said. Stay out of the fight." Jihan tried to protest. "Even for you, fighting a monster like this." But Baek cut him off, still calm. "It's already started." A powerful wave of energy surged toward Baek. In response, he simply dematerialized his body and reappeared meters ahead, unscathed. "Just stay there and watch. At this point, you'd only get in the way." Then Baek turned his gaze to the grotesque creature before him. As he adapted to his new body, Minsu muttered in irritation, "Even the space itself is forming barriers? How annoying." But he quickly added, "This place isn't invincible. It was created with Baek Gangshin's magical power. Just keeping this space active must drain a massive amount of mana. If we keep pushing, it'll eventually collapse." As if to prove his theory, Minsu launched dozens of tentacles at Baek, trying to strain the limits of the magical world. Even with the monstrous attack, Baek didn't move. He spoke to Jihan as if explaining a lesson. "Just watch, you, Jihan. You won't see something like this often. A battle between top-class heroes." The pressure around Baek intensified like an invisible storm. He didn't even lift a finger, but Minsu's tentacles began to be sliced without warning, as if invisible blades were shredding the air around him. Each grotesque limb was severed cleanly, like paper before a razor. It was the legendary attack known in magical circles as Dimensional Slash. The cuts advanced with mathematical precision, destroying the structure of the tentacles one by one, heading straight for Minsu's main body. Even in his monstrous form, the scientist felt terror grow in his chest as he realized he was being torn apart mid-regeneration. Using such high-level magic in multiple casts, but I have hundreds of magic crystals inside me, he thought, desperate. With a roar of rage, Minsu activated his healing factor. His muscles rapidly reformed, flesh realigned on its own, and veins pulsed mana again. "I can recover from any damage like this," he shouted, as if trying to convince himself he was invincible. Baek, floating above the destruction he caused, crossed his arms and commented, annoyed, "That healing factor is such a pain." Still calm in voice but impatient in gaze, he began concentrating energy again, preparing his next strike. Minsu, even with all his regeneration, hadn't fully recovered. His breathing was irregular, and he stared at Baek with a mix of concern and hatred. "Damn it, I'm still not fully healed!" From above, Baek looked down at him and with a tone bordering on disdain asked, "Curious, are you?" Raising his cane, he pointed directly at the distorted space surrounding the monster. "What if I cut space itself? Would you still be able to heal?" Without waiting for an answer, he launched his new attack, Dimensional Obliteration. A sphere of intense light exploded over the field where Minsu stood. The ground, the air, even reality itself seemed to disintegrate before that force. Even Jihan, observing the battle from afar, was struck by fragments of the devastating power. His eyes widened, glowing as he murmured, "This is a first-class hero fight, huh?" When the light finally faded, a colossal crater had opened in the magical field. Nothing remained where Minsu had been, only suspended dust and silence. Baek floated to the center of the destruction. For a moment, he thought it was all over, but as he looked down, he noticed something. A fragment, small, almost insignificant, of twisted flesh, where one of Minsu's eyes was still blinking, trying to focus. With cold detachment, the hero remarked, "You survived that?" The piece began to move, emitting a hiss of pain and frustration. "Damn it! All those magic crystals, and now I only have one left. Impossible!" Before he could continue lamenting, Baek descended and stomped on what was left of the enemy with full force. His gaze turned merciless. "What are you whining about? Is this pathetic form your true self?" The ground cracked beneath his foot, and the fragment trembled on the verge of disappearing. But Baek wasn't alone. A presence crept silently behind him. Jerry, completely intact in this dimension and just as unstable as ever, appeared without a sound. With a disturbing smile, she whispered in the hero's ear, "Being crushed under my feet wouldn't be such a bad end for you." Her tone was soft, almost sweet. but laced with murderous intent. Before Bake could react, the girl ran her dagger across his neck with slow, controlled movements. Not pressing, merely marking territory. Still hugging him from behind, she finished with a morbidly enchanted voice. "I can't let you do that. If you eliminate Minsu, it'll be a big problem." The Realm of Reveries. That was Baek Gangcheon's secret technique. A legendary ability that allowed spatial magic to be used without any range limitation. In theory, it was perfect. But were there hidden flaws behind such grandeur? The answer was clear. Yes, weaknesses did exist. The first was the extreme mana consumption. This technique required an absurd amount of magical energy, something a regular mage couldn't sustain for more than a few minutes before exhausting their reserves. However, Baek Gangcheon had such an enormous mana pool that this drawback was virtually irrelevant. That was one of the reasons he reigned supreme as the most powerful mage in South Korea. But there was a second, even more critical weakness: the need to maintain a safe distance. All spatial magic conjured within the Realm of Reveries had to be activated at a certain distance from the caster. That was because the spatial distortions it caused could injure the mage if released too close. If someone managed to cross that barrier and invade his personal space, Baek became vulnerable, unable to react in time. To compensate for this flaw, he kept an active hypersensitivity skill capable of detecting any approach. Even so, he had failed. Jerry had managed to sneak up on him unnoticed, fully invading his safe zone. In fact, he didn't even remember her presence. She had been completely erased from his perception, as if she didn't exist. Baek's gaze fell on the dagger now resting against his neck. Confused, he thought, how did she do this? Avoid my detection and hide her presence so perfectly? He then stared at Jerry, still embracing him with the blade pressed against his skin. In a tone of surprise and doubt, he asked, "So that's it? You're an Azesian?" The girl's eyes widened, surprised and thrilled by the recognition. "Oh, my sweet thing, so you know about us?" But his reply was cutting. "If anyone should recognize you, it's me. I was one of those who drove your species to extinction." In that instant, Jerry's gaze turned serious, glowing a deep crimson. There was no trace of jest left in her expression. Baek then revealed how he knew the girl's alien race. 14 years ago, a species called the Azesa invaded Earth, starting an unprecedented war. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their arrival reshaped an entire era. However, a team of just 5 people, including Baek, managed to annihilate them. They believed they had eradicated every last Azesian. Never did they imagine they'd see one alive again. With a tense expression, Baek questioned Jerry. "In the end, did you survive just to help the IUPC? Is that all? What's your real reason?" Jerry's smile faded. The face that once showed excitement now held only coldness. She listened in silence as Baek continued. "Are you working with the IUPC to avenge your race?" She finally replied, a sinister smile on her lips. "Revenge?" She paused, then added, "What would Jerry want with losers who couldn't even win a war? I'm bored of this world." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Hearing people talk about useless peace makes me want to blow things up. Battle, that's what I want. A world where the fight never ends. A world where people scream and tear each other apart." Still clinging to Baek, she asked with psychotic gleam in her eyes, "Just thinking about it gives you chills, doesn't it?" Baek responded, serious. "That's a typical Azesian way of thinking." Then Jerry revealed, "For that to happen, Minsu can't be eliminated. The boss needs him." That last piece of information triggered an immediate alert in Baek, who quickly confronted her. "The boss? Don't tell me. You're talking about the leader who was supposedly eliminated 10 years ago." Jerry didn't confirm it directly. Instead, she asked with a suspicious look, was he really sure the man had been eliminated? Then the girl once again pointed her dagger at his neck and announced with a sadistic smile, "Well, either way, it's time to end this. Disappear already." Baek wasn't satisfied with that ending. Even with the girl about to slice off his head, he calmly thought, "I was hoping to get a bit more information out of her. Well, this should be enough." At that moment, Baek acted. With a precise movement, he teleported Ji-han, who was already prepared, sword in hand, right next to Jerry. Demonstrating total control of the situation, Baek sneered as he faced the crazed young woman. "I think you'd better deal with the one behind me, don't you think?" Jerry turned around, alarmed, trying to make sense of what was happening. She thought in shock. Spatial magic shouldn't be possible in this situation. But Baek calmly explained, "There's an exception when the target is another person." By then, Ji-han had fully materialized behind the girl. His sword began to glow intensely, the accumulated power concentrating with deadly precision. He didn't hesitate for even a second as he unleashed the strike, Aura Blade. The devastation was immediate and overwhelming. The blade carved a colossal crater stretching for kilometers, completely obliterating part of that dimensional plane with the force of wind spirit energy. Jihan landed gently on the ground seconds later, and right behind him, Baek also materialized. With a slightly annoyed tone, Baek scolded him, "Hey, watch it! Were you trying to cut me too?" Jihan, cold and unbothered, replied without even turning his head, "I assumed you'd dodge." As he observed the destruction, Baek reflected silently. The space within the dream world had been torn so violently that it had almost become unstable, to the point of damaging space in this plane. So this is wind spirit magic. That was an impressive performance, almost comparable to Doha. Now I understand why he's so interested in this kid. In the middle of this reflection, he remembered Doha pestering him at a cafe with his usual flamboyance. "I found an amazing spirit mage. You're jealous, aren't you?" So jealous. Baek simply stared at the memory with indignation, thinking, "What's with that random arrogance?" His thoughts were interrupted by Jihan's voice calling his attention. "Baek Gangchun, please focus on what's in front of you." Facing Jerry, Jihan declared seriously, "Looks like I didn't finish the job." The girl was now surrounded by a dense red aura, holding the mutilated remains of Minsu's body. Even Baek, with disdain, commented, "Well, those Azizians have always been as stubborn as cockroaches." With flushed cheeks and an enamored gaze, Jerry exclaimed cheerfully, "Darling, you're amazing. Jerry's falling for you all over again. But today's fight ends here." Right after that, a thick black layer opened behind her, violently tearing through the space Baek had created. The dark energy destabilized the dimensional plane, and both Jihan and Baek raised their arms to shield themselves from the sudden distortion. Jihan was confused. This seemed to be more than just an escape spell. Baek then revealed seriously, "It's a spatial rift. It looks like your attacks damaged this space more than I expected." Determined, Jihan prepared to run toward Jerry, but Baek stopped him, holding his shoulder and warning, "In this state, attacking would be pointless. We could end up getting sucked into the rift too. They clearly know a lot about the dream world. The only ones who understand my magic this well are Doha, or that Azizian." As his eyes drifted into thought, Baek wondered uneasily, could he still be alive? Surrounded by the darkness slowly consuming her, Jerry declared with a mischievous smile, "As much as I'd love to keep fighting, the boss is calling me anyway. We'll meet again. Till then, bye-bye." The dark energy vanished suddenly, leaving behind only the traces of destruction caused by Jihan. The two remained still for a moment, staring into the emptiness. Jihan's expression clearly showed how much he hated letting them escape. However, Baek reassured him with a practical tone, "No need to be so disappointed. We gathered valuable intel today. The Azizians we thought extinct are working with the IUPC to mess up the world again. Not just Korea. The whole world is under threat. Right now, the Hero Association is in disarray. We need to alert the 6 major guilds before someone else stirs them up." Absorbing it all, Jihan commented thoughtfully, "I heard everything you said. So the ones working with the IUPC are Azizians. Azizians. Weren't they the ones who broke the peace treaty and started a rebellion?" Baek stuck out his tongue teasingly and joked, "What sharp ears you have, huh?" Then resuming his usual serious, pragmatic tone, he added, "I guess we have no choice. You, Jihan, let's teleport to Seoul immediately. Since you saw everything, you'll have to join us." Jihan hesitated a moment before responding, concerned. "Bang Yoon-sik and Shirhu are still at the IUPC site. They should come too." Baek raised an eyebrow as Jihan's body began to vanish into the void, asking in surprise, "What? That kid from the Dado Guild survived too? We'll send Red Hole forces there. You just follow me, no complaints." The protagonist tried to make him wait a bit longer, but it was already too late. When Jihan opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a dimensional tunnel. Baek was ahead, calmly leading the way. Noticing the boy's confusion, he explained, "It takes a while. This is a long-distance warp, and it might cause a bit of nausea, just saying." As he advanced through the tunnel, the protagonist's skill sampling activated, putting him on alert. A message appeared before his eyes. "Follow Baek Gangcheon and return to Seoul. Chance of encountering an unexpected individual, 99%. That revelation only deepened his confusion and heightened his vigilance. Back in the city of Seoul, darkness reigned supreme. Everything was in ruins after the monster invasion. Bodies, both human and beast, lay lifeless in the wrecked streets. It was the perfect picture of chaos and desolation. Amid the devastation, a deformed beast, a croctress, was furiously marching through the shattered avenues, drooling and ravenous for its next prey. Its wild eyes scanned the surroundings until they locked onto a shadow hiding behind one of the abandoned vehicles. It was Yang, the young member of the Fun Guild who had previously helped Jihan and the half-elf. Isolated and in a critical situation, he muttered in despair, "This is a total disaster." Gripping his phone tightly, he thought in distress, "Why aren't Shirhu and Jihan's phones responding?" Suddenly, the device vibrated in his hand. It was Shihu's number. With his heart pounding, Zhang answered the call, nervous. "Where are you right now? How could you leave the city and abandon your precious Mongdang in danger?" On the other end of the line, the girl sounded confused. Her voice came out desperate. "What are you talking about? What danger?" Zhang couldn't hold back his outrage. "Shihu, do you have any idea what's going on in the capital?" He then explained everything, leaving the half-elf stunned. "Monsters are invading civilian areas starting from Seoul. It's a real disaster," the girl repeated anxiously. "Monsters in civilian areas?" Her tone then shifted to something more reflective and grim. "Could this also be the IUPC's fault?" With no time to lose, she ordered the boy, "Mongdang, stay safe until the heroes can help." But the call began to break up, leaving Zhang even more on edge. As if things weren't already desperate enough, the beast found him. The crocotrees roared ferociously upon spotting him, and in the blink of an eye was ready to crush him. Zhang pulled the phone from his ear, staring at the creature charging at him, while on the other end, the half-elf still shouted his name. The beast leaped to attack without hesitation. But before it could devour the boy, 3 blasts of blue energy struck the creature head-on, disintegrating it in a matter of seconds. Lying on the ground, phone between his legs, Zhang trembled, trying to understand what had just happened. That's when he heard a man's voice. "Korea definitely got more exciting while I was away." On the phone, the half-elf continued to insist, worried. "Mongdang? Are you okay? What's happening?" The man who had just arrived recognized the girl's voice, and taking off his hat, looked at Zhang and asked, "Do you mind if I answer your call?" That man was none other than Kim Jeon-oh, the former Rank 3 hero and current head of research at the Kyoto Monster Studies Center. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the city, a massive blue-dimensional portal opened in the darkness. Baek and Jihan stepped through the portal and safely arrived in the chaotic city. Baek stated that they had finally arrived, while in the background, Jihan could barely stand, struggling not to throw up right there. But it was no use. In seconds, he doubled over and let it all out. Seeing that pitiful scene, Baek remarked with a touch of disdain, "You're such a drama queen." Still with his mouth dirty, the boy retorted between gags, "I'm not faking it. I'm really sick." Before he could continue suffering, a distant sound caught his attention. Both looked around. Cars were overturned, there were no lights, and everything seemed utterly destroyed. Still kneeling on the ground, Jihan murmured, "What is this place?" Baek looked at him almost indifferent and replied, "As you can see, this is Seoul. All of this is the IUPC's doing." Jihan jumped to his feet so furious that veins popped from his neck. "What do they want with all this chaos?" Baek silently analyzed the surroundings for a few moments and concluded, "The scale of destruction is larger than I expected. There are still many monsters roaming around, completely out of control." Turning to Jihan, he continued firmly, "As you must already know, the Hero Association has collapsed. We need to join forces directly with Yoon Do-ha." The boy nodded, understanding the gravity of the mission. At that moment, he remembered what had been revealed by his sample power inside the dimensional tunnel. The probability of encountering an unexpected individual was 99%, and finding this person could be the key to everything. That's when someone appeared, walking calmly down the destroyed street. Upon seeing Baek and Jihan, he announced casually, "That won't be necessary." It was Do-ha. The man scratched his head carelessly and revealed, "Park Jae-kyung told me everything. You, Jihan, I'm not the only one waiting for you. There's someone else who wants to speak with you." Do-ha looked over his shoulder, and 2 figures appeared behind him. The first was Kang Jun-il, master of the Warriors Guild, who spoke in a grumpy tone. "What took you so long?" The second was a young woman with a firm expression and red streaks in her hair. Kim Min-jung, master of the Snowball Guild. She looked directly at Jihan and said, "I waited an eternity. And you, boy, are you Jihan?" Baek smiled at the situation and commented, "Looks like we saved you the trouble of finding us." Jihan just stared at the newcomers, incredulous. Warriors and Snowball? The most powerful forces in South Korea, all gathered in one place. Soon after, Jae-kyung, the vice leader of the Dado Guild, ran to the protagonist, relieved. "Jihan, you're okay, what a relief." Without wasting time, she began bombarding him with questions. "And what about Bang Yoon-sik's group? Are they safe?" Head down, Jihan replied sadly, "I'm sorry. When I arrived, all the members except Bang Yoon-sik had already been killed. He himself was seriously injured. A rescue mission will be launched soon." The revelation left Jae-kyung speechless. In the background, Do-ha remained silent, but inside he was furious. With veins bulging on his face, he questioned Baek coldly. "Baek Kang-chun, what happened? Explain yourself." Scratching his head and avoiding Do-ha's direct gaze, Baek answered regretfully, "I'm sorry I couldn't save your subordinates. It may not bring comfort, but their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Thanks to them, we uncovered valuable information about the IUPC's allies." And as if throwing fuel on the fire, Beck added, "The Ezekian race is still alive." After that revelation, Doha's face froze in shock. In the background, the other warriors also showed signs of surprise and unease. Then Beck revealed with seriousness, there was a confrontation with a woman named Jerry on the IUPC's side. She used the Ezekians' ability to completely conceal their presence through magic. And based on the information we obtained from this woman, the leader of Ezekia, the one who started the Great War 10 years ago, at that moment, Doha's expression changed drastically as Baek declared, "Ryus is confirmed to be alive." Kang Jun-il couldn't accept the revelation. Shocked, he shouted, "That's impossible. We wiped out the Ezekians with our own hands 10 years ago. Are you saying their ghosts are haunting us now?" But Kim Min-jung quickly tried to stop him. "Kang Jun-il, stop it. We had agreed never to speak about that day again." Still, Jun-il was inconsolable and retorted angrily, "How can we not talk about it in a situation like this? Seriously, are we all cowards here?" That was when Doha caught Baek's attention with a sharp tone. "Baek Kang-chun, are you aware of the weight of your words, right?" Enraged, he added, "If that's a lie, I won't have any choice but to rip your mouth off." But Baek was undeterred and replied calmly, maintaining firmness, "Everything I said is true." Seconds later, Doha and Baek began infusing mana into their bodies, staring at each other intensely as if a confrontation was inevitable. Jihan watched everything and wondered, what happened between them for them to be so hostile to each other? His eyes glowed green as he continued thinking, does the unexpected individual mentioned by the analysis refer to these people? That doesn't seem right. At that moment, another group of warriors started approaching where Doha, Baek, and the others were. It was the Keros group, the protagonist's old team. Hwang Jun-ho, the tank of the team, announced excitedly, "Look at that. Aren't those the 6 masters of the most powerful guilds?" In the background, the rest of Kim's team was walking, but the mage was already exhausted and lamented with each step. "I was already completely out of mana. Let's just join them soon." Kim, irritated, scolded the young woman. "Are you crazy, Lim Si-yeon? Don't embarrass yourself in front of first-class heroes." She shot back without hesitation. "What? But we're exhausted. In a situation like this, it makes sense to leave command to a veteran hero." But Kim responded firmly, "On the contrary, it's precisely now that Keros needs to show its strength. Sooner or later, they are the ones we will have to surpass." With a frustrated, stiff face, Lim Si-yeon questioned, bewildered, "What are you talking about?" Lee Mia just sighed, while the group's rookie worriedly thought to himself, "This damn psychopath, should I ask for a transfer to another team?" Shortly after, he approached Kim and whispered in his ear, "But who is that person over there in front?" Kim had no idea who he was talking about, so the rookie pointed, the one explaining everything to the guildmasters. The boy in question was none other than the protagonist himself. Deep down, Lim Si-yeon recognized him. "Yu Ji-han? That's Yu Ji-han, right?" Hwang Jun-ho confirmed. "He looks a little different, but I'm almost sure it's Ji-han." Then Kim wondered mentally, why is that guy among the first-class heroes? Indignation began to boil inside him. He could barely contain the hatred growing in his soul. A memory surfaced, the moment he had expelled the protagonist from Keros. Kim announced coldly, "You're being expelled from the group." Ji-han asked, "For what reason?" Without averting his gaze, Kim replied, "By order of the guildmaster and with the agreement of all group members, you're out. Don't hold a grudge against me. As you know, the difficulty of the missions we face has increased significantly." Almost in a whisper, Ji-han said, "So it's out of concern for my safety." But he immediately corrected himself and ordered directly, "Stop making excuses and tell me the real reason." Without scruples, Kim burst out laughing and revealed, "To be honest, you're useless. You don't act like a real support, you only cause confusion all the time. And it's not like you're good at combat either, are you? Do you have any idea how many of my orders you disobeyed? Why does someone with no skill act like they're special? Now that we're about to be promoted to first-class heroes, we can't afford to keep someone like you." Unable to listen to that any longer, Ji-han turned and began to walk away. But before leaving, he thanked him. "Thank you for your honesty. I accept the expulsion." Kim then called him back. "Any last words?" Removing his glasses, Ji-han repeated calmly, "Last words?" Then he threw his glasses on the ground and said, "Can I give you some advice? No matter how hard you try." At that moment, he turned, his eyes shining intensely, and revealed to Kim, "You will never be a first-class hero. You're truly pathetic." Those words made Kim explode with rage. His veins bulged on his face as he mentally screamed, "How dare you despise me? You useless trash, Yu Ji-han!" Meanwhile, someone was pushing a suitcase through the city ruins. It was the old man from before, walking alongside Jang. They followed behind Kim's group, the furious red-haired boy. The man asked Kim's group, "Did you say Yu Ji-han? Where's that friend now?" Jang tried to look better to confirm if the protagonist was really there. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ano observed everyone closely and with a gleam in his eye declared, "I have some matters to settle with him." At the same time, at the Korean branch base of the IUPC, a heavily armed group was searching the place. All wore black clothes and gas masks. During the patrol, they located their target, a man fallen, motionless on the ground. It was Bang, the only survivor of the Dado Guild after the confrontation with humans who had turned into mutants. One of the soldiers ordered the rescue to begin immediately, but something was wrong. One person was missing. They found no sign of her in the surroundings. One of the team members said, "There should be a woman here." He tried to look through the long, silent corridors but saw no one. Suddenly, pink threads of energy enveloped their bodies. Confused, the warriors looked at each other, uncertain if they were facing a trap. The squad leader, however, maintained order and shouted, "Stay calm. It's a low-level containment spell. It can't harm us while we're wearing the drain armor." But something about that magic deeply disturbed him. He thought, "This containment magic seems familiar." Then Sihu jumped out from one of the dark corridors, staring at the group suspiciously. "Who are you? Are you from the IUPC?" The leader immediately recognized the girl and said her name, catching Sihu by surprise. Removing her mask, the woman revealed, "I never imagined it would be you we'd need to rescue. What a coincidence." Seeing her face, Sihu recognized her right away. The woman then questioned her. "Do you remember me? I'm Young Yeonji from the Hero Academy." The young woman was now the leader of the Red Hall rescue group. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, Kim Ji-ano observed everything from a distance. He stayed quietly in the background. Without beating around the bush, Kim approached and asked sharply, "Who are you? What are you doing here, old man?" With a slight smile on his face, Ji-ano answered, "Just a passing civilian, but didn't you just mention Yu Ji-han?" That answer made Kim suspicious. A civilian? Seriously? How could a civilian be wandering here if an evacuation order was issued long ago? His eyes glowed red, filled with threat. "This is a war zone. If you don't want to be eliminated, identify yourself properly." Faced with the hostility, Kim Ji-ano chose to remain silent, but soon he commented, calmly analyzing the situation, "If you look at it that way, no matter how rude you are, you're not wrong." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mongtang stepped forward to avoid misunderstanding. "Let me explain. I'm Jung Mongtang from the Monster Recovery Division of the Fun Guild, and this gentleman here is Kim Jong-oh, the father of the current guild master." In the background, Lim Si-yeon, the mage in Kim's group, widened her eyes. "Really? I knew he looked familiar." Hwang Jun-ho asked if Lim Si-yeon knew that old man. Excited, she replied, "Of course I know him. What mage wouldn't? He's a legend, the war hero who led us to victory in the Great War 10 years ago and later founded modern monstrology. For us mages, he's almost a myth." The old man laughed upon hearing this and replied modestly, "That might be an exaggeration, but it's not entirely untrue." Lim Si-yeon then bowed excitedly and asked, "I'm your #1 fan. Please give me an autograph." Keros, the newcomer in the group, approached Kim worriedly and asked, "That confirms his identity, doesn't it?" However, the red-haired boy was still furious, questioning himself. But why would someone like him be looking for Yu Ji-han? Before the boy could finish his thoughts, Beck appeared right in front of Kim, unnoticed by anyone. With a provocative smile, the man said, "Wow, look at that look. You're going to age faster like that." Everyone in the group turned to Beck. No one had sensed the man's approach. It was as if Beck had magically appeared before them. Startled and surprised, Kim began to back away, confused. When did he get here? How did I not notice someone appearing right in front of me? With crossed arms, Beck commented, "I wonder what kind of people have been hanging around here. And look, none other than the Keros kids." His gaze shifted to Ji-ano. "And what a surprise, an unexpected visit as well. What brings you to Korea, Mr. Kim Ji-ano?" The old man responded with a nostalgic smile. "It's been a while, Bake. You haven't changed at all, huh?" Bake shot back bluntly. "You usually don't show up around here, but now that everything's gone to hell, you decide to show your face? What's your real intention?" Ji-ano sighed, trying to explain. "I had an unavoidable family matter to attend to. I hope you understand." Lowering his gaze, he revealed with sorrow, recalling his late wife. "Today is Erna's Memorial Day." That touched Beck. He materialized beside the old man and, placing a hand on his shoulder, said more gently, "In that case..." But then he shouted angrily, "You should have told me before, you old fool." This drew the attention of everyone around. For those who didn't know the master-disciple relationship, it sounded disrespectful, but in fact, it was a normal interaction between the two. Bake continued, still shouting but now with a smile. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? When all this is over, we'll catch up over some good drinks." Kim Ji-ono hesitated, returning a nervous smile. "I'm afraid I won't have time for that." At that moment, Mongtang heard someone call his name. Turning around, his eyes filled with tears. It was impossible to hold back the emotion when he saw from afar someone he hadn't seen in such a long time, the protagonist. Worried, the young man approached, and the protagonist asked, "Mongtang, what are you doing here, huh?" While walking, a familiar face caught Jihan's attention. It was Kim Hyun-tae. Jihan looked at him with a sideways glance. Seconds later, his gaze scanned the others who once were part of his group, Lim Si-yeon, Hwang Jun-ho, and Lee Mia. Then it hit him. They had all protected Seoul. Jihan walked up to his former team leader and calmly said, "Long time no see, Kim Hyun-tae, so you were the one defending Seoul." Frustrated, veins bulging on his face and rage on the surface, Kim snapped sharply, "That worm thinks too highly of himself. Whatever the reason, do you really think you're someone just because you hang around a first-class hero?" Jihan laughed in his face, making his opinion clear. "Obviously, you're just clinging to these first-class heroes, hoping to get some crumbs. Do you really think someone like you can reach the status of a first-class hero?" Answering coldly, the protagonist was blunt. "You haven't changed, still arrogant and immature. Haven't you realized how much your attitude disrupts your team? I've told you before, no matter how much you fight, you'll never become a first-class hero." Kim's anger exploded. He tried to attack Jihan, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you!" Sensing the tension in the air, Doha appeared behind Kim, ready to restrain him, and said, "Boy, what do you think you're doing?" Then Doha easily pressed Kim's face against the ground. Watching the scene, he laughed intriguingly. "I barely touched him, but it looks like I already broke the kid completely." After that, the #1 hero stood up and mocked Jihan. "I don't believe it. You really took a hit from someone like that?" As he passed by Kim, who was still lying down, the protagonist thanked Doha for the help. Furious, Kim stared bitterly at Jihan walking away, thinking, "How dare he disrespect me like that? But don't count on it. I'll make you pay for this someday." Soon after, Kim Min-jung greeted the old mage with a smile. "Mr. Jeon-oh, long time no see." Baek still had his arm draped over Kim Jeon-oh's shoulder, and the old man commented nostalgically, "Seeing everyone again. It almost feels like the old days. Who would have thought these kids would grow up to become guild masters?" But Doha interrupted frankly. "Hey, old man, now's not the time for nostalgia, don't you think?" Kim Jeon-oh acknowledged that with a nod and then asked, "The Aizija race is still alive, isn't it?" With a stern look, the old man announced, "Their magical energy was detected in Japan. You're not the only ones who know of their emergence." Doha stared at him attentively as Jeon-oh continued, "The whole world is already preparing for the arrival of the Azizias." Deep down, the other warriors finally accepted that the report Baek Kang-chun brought was real, but only truly accepted it after Kim Jeon-oh's confirmation. Baek got irritated and retorted loudly, "You guys still doubted that?" At that moment, Sihu's father looked directly at the protagonist and asked, "You must be Yu Ji-han, right?" The boy nodded briefly, and at that instant, the power of his ocular sample activated, revealing a 100% probability that Kim Jeon-oh was the unexpected individual mentioned earlier. That's when Jihan finally realized, the person the sample told me to find is him? Sihu's father? Why did the sample lead me to him? Interrupting the boy's thoughts, Kim Jeon-oh addressed Jihan directly. "I heard part of what happened through Sihu. Thank you for helping stop the IUPC's plans. I've wanted to talk for some time, but for now, let's get to the point. You and Sihu must completely withdraw from this operation." The protagonist was confused by that last statement. The man then revealed, "Aizacia, what they really want is you, or more precisely, the wind spirit Sylph that resides in you, and also Kim Sihu." That left Jihan with countless questions, and for a moment he just stood there, digesting every word. Meanwhile, a helicopter approached the devastated skies of Seoul. Jung Yeonji announced to the half-elf beside her, "We've arrived. Prepare to disembark soon, Kim Sihu." Moments later, the helicopter landed amid the ruined streets. Sihu was the first to get off. Observing the surroundings with ruined buildings and the ground covered in debris, she turned to Jung Yeonji with a confused expression and asked if this place was really Seoul. The young woman who rescued her nodded firmly and explained, "Yes. According to reports, most civilians were evacuated to the outskirts. It seems most invading monsters were also repelled." Relieved, Sihu took a deep breath and gave a small smile upon learning that everyone was safe. Then, while looking at her, Jung Yeonji began to laugh cutely, which clearly intrigued Sihu. Still holding back her laughter, the girl apologized and explained the reason for her reaction. She said she found it funny that Sihu was worried about others right after returning from the most dangerous place of all. Sihu quickly tried to explain herself, somewhat stiffly. "A hero must naturally prioritize the safety of civilians. I don't find that funny." But Jung Yeonji, with a loving look, continued, "You're still exactly the same as you were at the Hero Academy. You haven't changed at all. That's what I like most about you." Sihu's confusion grew visibly and she looked at her seriously, asking directly, "What are you talking about now?" Young Yeonji just smiled and, changing the subject, discreetly pointed to someone approaching. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. What's more important, it seems we have a special visitor." A man was walking toward them. It was Kim Jiano, Sihu's father. Alongside him were other heroes. Upon seeing her, the man greeted her with an emotional look and declared, "You're safe, my daughter. Your hair is so long, just like your mother's used to be." Sihu couldn't hold back her emotion and ran to him. Hugging him tightly, she cried through tears, "I missed you so much, Dad." He gently stroked his daughter's head and softly replied, "I missed you a lot too." Doha, Baek, Jang, and even Jihan, who were in the background, smiled as they watched the touching scene. Jihan thought quietly, the long and exhausting day has finally come to an end. A new day dawned, and sunlight illuminated the traces of destruction left by the battle. Fallen buildings blocked highways, and those still standing showed huge cracks in their structures. With the reinforcements of the heroes, the monsters that invaded Seoul and the metropolitan area were completely eradicated. All those involved with the Korean branch of the IUPC, the organization responsible for the chaos, were arrested and are under investigation. Despite Lim Min-soo's absence, which made a stronger prosecution difficult, the Heroes Association was not spared either. Yoon Do-ha and other guild leaders called emergency hearings to investigate what happened. During the meetings, heroes were bombarded by older citizens, merciless in their questions. What were these so-called national heroes doing while Seoul was being destroyed? Are you all in cahoots with the IUPC? One hero almost lost control under the accusations. "Damn, why are you taking it out on us?" But Baek restrained him just in time. Exploding there would only make things worse. It was then decided during the hearing to keep all information related to the Izija race secret. In times of reconstruction, revealing information about an as-yet poorly understood threat would only cause more panic. As for Jerry, her location would be investigated jointly with government agencies. Later, at the headquarters of the National Intelligence Service of South Korea, an agent approached Sihu and Jihan, formally announcing, "The two heroes can finally return home." With deep, dark circles and exhausted bodies, both barely managed to stay standing. All they wanted was to rest. Sihu and Jihan were also interrogated by the agency, and despite their extreme fatigue, could not avoid the procedure. After a long 10 hours of exhausting questioning, they left the building with their souls practically out of their bodies. Still, Jihan felt some relief as he reflected, "Thanks to Baek Kang-chan's influence, we were released after a relatively simple interrogation." As he walked, Jihan momentarily forgot his fatigue and looked carefully at a figure that caught his attention, Sihu's father. Beside him, Sihu herself, still on the verge of collapse, murmured softly, "I just want to take a shower and pass out on the bed." At that moment, the half-elf's father, who had been patiently waiting for the interrogation to end, gently reminded her, "Sihu, it seems you'll have to postpone sleep. We have a place to visit today, remember?" The destination was a columbarium, the place where urns with the ashes of the deceased are kept in Korea, where they would pay homage to Sihu's mother, who had already passed away. With a small bouquet of flowers in her hands, Sihu approached the niche where her mother's remains rested. In the background, Kim Ji-no silently watched the scene, remaining composed despite the visible emotion on his face. After saying a few brief words to her mother, announcing her return, the father also spoke before the urn. "Dear, I'm so late, aren't I?" Touching the photo of his wife with sorrow, he added, "Thank you for always smiling so brightly no matter when I came. As you said, Sihu has become an incredible hero. She played a key role in this last incident. I wish you were here to see it." Hearing her father's words, Sihu began to tremble. The sadness tightened her chest. Unable to hold back the tears, she stepped away and said, "I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom." Kim Jun-ho just nodded and replied lightly, "All right, go ahead." Tears silently ran down the half-elf's face as she walked away, visibly shaken by longing. Watching his daughter walk away, Kim Jun-ho sighed and murmured, staring at the urn, "Every time Sihu visits you, she uses that bathroom excuse just to wipe her tears. Even after 10 years since you left, she's still such a sad child." Moving even closer to the urn, he whispered, "I can't forget you either, no matter how much time passes." And finally, with watery eyes, he confided in a low voice, "You shouldn't have left us like this. There were still so many things we needed to do together. I blame you for that." While Sihu and her father paid tribute to the memory of the deceased elf, Jihan headed to the Fun Guild headquarters. As soon as he opened the door, he collapsed on the sofa with a long sigh of relief. Finally I can rest. But his mind remained restless, unable to fully relax. The memories of that one endless day returned in waves, each carrying a different weight. He shuddered, recalling the monstrous transformation of Kim Min-soo, the IUPC leader, and the abominations created by his experiments with monsters. Then the image of Jerry invaded his thoughts, that insane girl but with eyes cold and sharp as a blade. And then frustration hit him hard. We lost sight of the main culprits right before our eyes. Sylph awakened and gained some power as a spirit, but it's still far from enough to face them. His eyes shone faintly, reflecting not only his concern, but also the weight of the words he had heard from Kim Ji-ho. What they want is Sylph and Kim Si-hoo. If the IUPC made contact with someone from Azizia, without a doubt they'll come after you again. In his memory, Jihan had questioned the old hero. Why does Azizia want Sylph and Si-hoo? Kim Ji-ho had explained sadly, 10 years ago, on the day the war against Azizia ended, Si-hoo's mother, the woman I loved, Erna Haas, was killed by them. Their goal was to take Sylph's power and Erna's strength for their own purposes. We managed to stop them back then, but it could happen again. Back at the guild headquarters, Jihan remained seated on the sofa, silently staring at his own hand. He murmured to himself with conviction, "Running away won't solve anything. If they're still alive, we'll have to face them. We need to get stronger. We need to reach the level of Yun Do-ha or Baek Kang-cheon." But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when someone broke into the guild headquarters. Startled, Jihan quickly drew his sword, ready to react. A mysterious figure crossed the entrance, their presence determined but not hostile, calmly announcing, "Just as I thought, you were here." Surprised and still on guard, Jihan asked, "How did you find this place?" The mysterious person who had just entered was none other than Min Yuri from the Snowflake Guild. She gave him a firm look, but soon her expression softened into an excited smile. "It's been a while, Jihan." Meanwhile, on the still-recovering city streets, Jang walked absent-mindedly, lost in his own thoughts, when he overheard a conversation between two excited young men passing by. Something in their words caught his attention and made him stop instinctively. One of the boys asked, "Did you see the video that went viral yesterday on NeoTube?" The other immediately replied excitedly, "Of course, it's blowing up!" One of them held his phone and showed a frozen image of Jihan to his friend. "Remember the hero we saw at the bus stop the other day? He was with the high-ranking heroes." The friend's eyes widened in surprise. "Seriously? What? I thought he was just a low-level hero." I should have asked for his autograph." Listening to all this, Jang couldn't help but laugh loudly at their naivete as he continued on his way. "Fools! Without my approval, getting an autograph from my Hyung is impossible." At the same time that the monster invasion of Seoul dominated the headlines, the internet was flooded with images of Jihan alongside elite heroes. The reaction was immediate. People were captivated by the promising young man emerging among the greatest heroes of today. Excited by how things were turning out, Jang allowed himself to dream. This is just the beginning. I've watched Jihan and Si-hoo grow up to this point. The Fun Guild will become legendary. And until that day comes, I, Mongtong, as a representative of the guild, will keep providing strong support behind the scenes. Filled with enthusiasm, he approached the guild headquarters, opened the door energetically, and announced with a radiant smile, "Jihan Hyung, I'm here." But his words were interrupted by a sweet and determined female voice coming from inside the room. "It's been a while, Hyung. Sorry for just showing up like this." Quickly, Jang moved silently to the side and decided to hide, curious about the situation. He immediately recognized the visitor, Min Yuri, from the Snowflake Guild. The girl then firmly revealed, "I wanted to respond to the proposal you mentioned last time as soon as possible." Concerned, Jihan replied sincerely, "You could have just called. You didn't have to come all the way to such a simple place." But Min Yuri was resolute. "Seeing you on the news helped me make my decision." Jang remained hidden, listening silently, his heart racing with curiosity. In his mind, he wondered, why is Min Yuri at the Fun Guild's office? Staring at the two with hungry eyes and a fertile imagination, he confidently deduced, this is definitely a love confession. From then on, he began to see them both in a completely different light. Finally, Min Yuri spoke clearly. "Jihan, I want to work with you." The boy, blushing, replied excitedly, "I've been waiting for that answer." Inside, Jang felt renewed, excited, caught up in the drama he was creating in his head. Will he accept it with his sword? Even amidst war, love blooms. But soon his expression changed, filled with doubt. Are we really talking about Jihan? But what about Si-hoo Nuna? What will happen? Si-hoo Nuna surely has feelings for him too. Composed, Jihan responded firmly to the girl. "We'll discuss the contract details later with Si-hoo." The protagonist felt encouraged by the idea, recognizing its potential. This is great. If Min Yuri joins the Fun Guild, she'll definitely be a huge help in the fight against Azicia's forces. At that moment, the young woman realized her chinchilla was no longer on her shoulder and began looking for it around. Meanwhile, Jihan reflected again, thinking about the power of his ability. Did the sampling foresee this? Min Yuri is a key piece for the growth of the Fun Guild. Did they already expect me to end up fighting Azizia? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected attack from the chinchilla, now shrunk in size, which lunged directly at Jang. The boy struggled desperately to rip the little animal off his face, screaming in panic as everyone watched in astonishment. Amid the chaos, Young shouted desperately, "Jihan Hyung, help me!" Min Yuri, looking like a worried mother with her pet, exclaimed with slight distress, "Ah, Chilla, I was wondering where you'd gone. What are you doing there?" The scene surprised Jihan. At the same time, Jiang finally realized that the tiny creature stuck to his face was the same giant chinchilla that had almost devoured him days before. Meanwhile, Sihu, returning from visiting her mother's grave, received a call from Jihan. Hearing the news, she asked excitedly, "Is Min Yuri going to join our guild?" Then her excitement grew. "That's great. You wanted to recruit her for a while. I'll be there soon, so let's start contract negotiations immediately. See you soon." After realizing her daughter had ended the call, her father, who was calmly driving the vehicle, asked, "Min Yuri, you mean the Tamer we talked about last time?" The girl confirmed and asked if her father still remembered her. The old man replied with discreet pride, "Of course, how could I forget? Min Yuri is quite famous even in Japan. She was the first to tame a chinchilla." Sihu was surprised. "Really? Is that so unusual?" Her father nodded with a slight smile. "For a heroine like that to join the Fun Guild, your guild is growing splendidly. Your mother would certainly be proud." Embarrassed but determined, Sihu replied, "It's not at that level yet. Mom wanted to create a huge guild led by other species. I will work even harder to build the guild she always dreamed of. I will make it happen no matter what." Kim Jong-oh, moved by his daughter's words, became emotional. "You're admirable, my daughter. So can I stop by? I'd like to see Jihan before I leave." The girl agreed and firmly added, "But please don't make Min Yuri uncomfortable." At the Fun Guild headquarters, Kim Jong-oh got straight to the point and greeted Min Yuri cordially. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sihu's father, Kim Jong-oh." The young woman introduced herself with a slight nervous slip. "Ah, hello. I'm Min Yuri from Snowflake." But she quickly corrected herself, maintaining composure. "No, I mean, I'm joining the Fun Guild. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Kim Jong-oh." While shaking the young woman's hand, the man observed her attentively and commented with satisfaction, "A true heroine. From the calluses on your hands, it's clear you're both a tamer and skilled with a bow." Bowing respectfully, he added, "Please take good care of my daughter." Jihan, puzzled by the formality, asked the guild leader, "Sihu, why is your father conducting interviews like this?" She, visibly annoyed, immediately scolded, "Dad, what are you doing now?" Jihan, despite his surprise, thought to himself, well, considering the current threat from Azizia, it's natural that he would want to personally check the guild members. Shortly after, Kim Jong-oh took an interest in the young woman's pet and commented curiously, "This must be Chilla, right?" The animal was still attacking Jang in its miniature form, and the boy was locked in a real battle trying to remove it from his face. Sihu's father, attentive, analyzed, "So it can change size from big to small?" The young woman explained naturally. "Yes, when it grows, it can reach up to 3 meters tall." Moving closer to touch the animal, the man was impressed. 3 meters? This little friend is really impressive. However, as he stretched out his hand, he said lightly, "Would it be possible to pluck some of its fur? It could be a valuable sample for the lab." The creature, however, fiercely lunged at his hand. Min Yuri, quick, pulled the old man's hand away and firmly warned, "If you need fur, I can pluck some later and send it to you." Chilla tends to be very suspicious of strangers. Pulling her father away, Sihu immediately scolded him. "Oh, what a shame, Dad. Let's go quickly." The old man apologized, embarrassed, while in Min Yuri's arms, the small Chilla still stared at Kim Jong-oh with sharp eyes, as if marking him as a new target. Observing the pet's behavior, Min Yuri thought seriously, for Chilla to act with so much distrust, there must be only one reason for that. But that reason, at least for now, was not revealed. It was already night when, at the London branch of the IUPC, a large meeting was taking place in a wide and silent hall. Several important figures occupied their seats. A man with an imposing posture calmly walked ahead of the others until he stopped in front of the IUPC president, Isaac Becker. Isaac noticed the visitor's arrival and observed him carefully. The young man, still shrouded in mystery, asked coldly, "Why was I called here?" Isaac, seated, replied without even raising his head, "The plans for the Korea branch have failed. It seems you'll have to go there yourself and get the plan back on track." After giving the new order, Isaac finally raised his eyes and looked at him directly, calling him without hesitation, "Rios." Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory, A tank was being energized with an immense amount of power. Inside it, a body floated in the midst of a purple liquid, still unconscious. Suddenly, air bubbles escaped from the individual's mouth, and then he opened his eyes. The person in the tank was none other than Minsu, a member of the IUPC group. Previously, he had been reduced to nothing more than a piece of skin after Baek's devastating attack. However, somehow, he had regained his human form. Seconds later, he destroyed the tank he was trapped in, crouching as he breathed heavily. Looking at his hand, he realized it was no longer just a piece of flesh, but there was something different. His pupils glowed purple, and his eyes were as black as night itself. It was at that moment that a female voice greeted him. "Good morning, Minsu." Jerry, the manic girl, appeared. Overcome with frustration, she began to shout, "I was so bored, I almost went moldy waiting. I waited for 3 whole days." Minsu was still trying to understand the situation. "If I woke up here, then the plan failed," Jerry confirmed with a cruel smile. "That's right. The old Minsu ended up being liquidated." Confused, he questioned, "Then why did you bring me back? Someone who lost to the Azeons doesn't deserve." At that moment, he was interrupted. The laboratory door opened with a snap. A figure entered, saying, "It was by my order." Rias appeared with calm steps, walking towards Minsu. He didn't know him, but something in his presence was dominant. Staring into Minsu's eyes, he revealed, "Minsu, you are still too valuable to be discarded." The man was shocked. Lord Rias had come to see him in person right after his awakening. Before they could continue the conversation, Jerry ran to Rias like a crazed fan. "Chief, I missed you so much!" But he dodged, causing her to fall face first onto the ground. Without any empathy, he reprimanded her. "We saw each other yesterday. Stop exaggerating." Jerry retorted with a smile. "I can't help it. I'm always happy to see you." Minsu, still crouching, apologized. "Lord Rias, I'm sorry. The plan we were supposed to execute." With Jerry clinging to his arm, Rias replied, "Jerry has already told me everything. Facing a rank 1 hero was too much for you. I heard the Wind Spirit Master appeared." Those words made Minsu freeze. Thus Rias questioned him directly. "The Wind Spirit Master, Yu Jihan, tell me where he is." Meanwhile, outside the Fun Guild building, Kim Jun-oh had his bags packed. Without lingering, Sihu's father stated, looking at everyone, "Then I'm going to Japan." Sihu tried to intervene. "Don't you really want me to take you to the airport?" But his father firmly refused. "You have too much to take care of. Now that you have a reliable ally by your side, I can rest easy." Before leaving, Sihu insisted, "At least see Sylph before you go." Jihan, looking at his own hand, murmured, "Speaking of which, I've been trying to summon Sylph since the day before yesterday, but she hasn't appeared." Sihu was worried. How could something like this happen? Jihan's thoughts raced. Strange, Sylph has never acted like this before. Jono opened the car door, not giving it much thought. She must just be tired. I'll see her next time. For now, I need to hurry to Japan. Jihan, you remember what I told you, right? Jihan nodded in affirmation. Before leaving, Sihu's father reminded him, "I told you to avoid it as much as possible, but someday you might have to face it. If that day comes, protect Sihu." With that, Jono got into the car and drove off, but he still reflected as he drove away from his daughter and the protagonist. No matter how much you try to avoid it, fate will eventually lead you to him. The die has been cast. After he left, Sihu turned to Jihan, curious. "What were you talking about with my dad?" The boy tried to avoid the conversation, claiming it was a man-to-man talk that should stay between them. Sihu eyed him suspiciously. "Man-to-man talk, huh? That sounds very suspicious." Jihan thought to himself, it's best to keep the events of 10 years ago a secret. Still curious, the girl insisted, "Come on, tell me the truth." Tired of a conversation that would lead nowhere, the protagonist stated as he walked away from Sihu. "There's nothing suspicious, let's call it a day, okay?" Trying to change the subject, Jihan kept walking away, but Sihu insisted, "If you're free, can you stop by the bank today?" At the bank, 2 tellers smiled and thanked Jihan as he left, both asking him to come back soon. Jihan was enchanted with what he held, so he murmured, "This is a guild card. In the old days of Keros, I never even got to touch one of these." The protagonist held a VIP corporate card, issued by the government based on the guild's credit. The government subsidizes part of the guild's operating costs, something extremely rare to achieve. He stared at the new card, enchanted and thoughtful. What a beautiful shine. How did Sihu manage to issue this? Already well known, as he walked distractedly, some people recognized Jihan. One of the passers-by pointed at the boy's sword while others exclaimed, "A hero!" Until one of them revealed with conviction, "I saw this guy on NeoTube." At that moment, the protagonist stopped staring at the card and looked at his sword. "Should I not have brought this? It'll draw attention from normal people, but you never know when or where enemies might appear, like in the Soul Invasion." He kept walking thoughtfully. observing people living normally as if nothing could collapse at any moment. Everything seems so peaceful. It's almost as if all the battles against the IUPC were a lie. Two worlds. The distance between the civilian world and the hero world is overwhelming. How much longer can people laugh and live so carefree? Lost in these thoughts, Jihan ended up bumping into someone. It was Ryus, tall with white hair. Jihan apologized, stating he was distracted for a moment. But before they walked away, the protagonist noticed the man's pointed ears. Was he a beastkin? But he soon realized the obvious. There's no way a beastkin would walk among people like this. It must just be my imagination. Ryus, with an intense red aura around him, murmured, "I found you." Feeling something strange, similar to Jerry's energy, Jihan quickly turned around. But looking back, there was nothing there. The energy had disappeared out of nowhere, just as it appeared. The protagonist questioned himself, not understanding what had just happened. Did I imagine things? At that instant, a merchant was arguing with a customer. "Sir, you need to pay before you eat. Do you know how much you've eaten?" The man in question was a beastkin with brown hair and ears and red eyes. The beastkin calmly replied, devouring all the food. "Money? I don't have any money." The merchant grabbed him by the collar, furious. "Look at this guy, what nerve! Are you trying to eat and run?" This caught Jihan's attention, who thought, should I intervene? Trying to approach the commotion, he made his way through the crowd, asking to be excused. His eyes glowed an intense green as he noticed something. Without caring about the threat, the beastkin merely murmured, looking at the sky, "All this for a cucumber? What a racket." The merchant didn't give up and stated, determined, "Fine then, I'm calling the police right now." The beastkin's eyes glowed red, and a killing aura filled the area. In a cold tone, he revealed, "Since it's like this, it seems I have no choice." He began to transform into a hybrid of man and wolf, and lunged at the woman. In the blink of an eye, the beastly creature sank its teeth into the woman's head, taking her life instantly. The surrounding crowd was utterly horrified by the scene, some even feeling nauseous. After savoring his new victim, the monster simply commented, satisfied, "This one is much sweeter and tastier." Now, the former customer was a rampaging beastkin. Jihan tried to usher everyone away and ran towards the creature. While brandishing his sword, the boy yelled that everyone should flee. Chaos spread through the nearby streets, and people ran desperately trying to save their lives. The monster then glared at Jihan and questioned, "Huh? Who are you? Are you my next meal?" Firmly, the protagonist replied, "I doubt I'd taste good." With his ability still active, Jihan thought, rampaging beastkin cases have almost disappeared recently. What's happening? He assessed the situation. My chances of defeating this creature, for now, are 76%. Jihan ran towards the beast, which screamed, consumed by fury, that the boy had to be eliminated. Faced with the inevitable situation, the protagonist stated to himself, "I have to neutralize this beastkin before he causes more chaos." The beastly creature lunged with fury, its sharp claws ready to tear its opponent apart. Jihan, already prepared for the attack, managed to block all blows with extreme dexterity. While defending himself, he analyzed the technique used by the beastly wolf. These attacks are unpredictable and indiscriminate. This is the Beastmen's combat style, based purely on instinct. Seconds later, the beast tried to grab him, but the boy agilely threw himself backward, dodging precisely. He continued analyzing the beastkin's fighting style. It was a considerable threat even for experienced heroes. However, that only applied under normal circumstances. For Yu Jihan, who is now a wind elementalist, a beastman posed no danger. Noticing an opening, Jihan advanced with his sword in hand. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind the creature, ready for the final blow. He called out the name of the wind spirit, Sylph, but the small fairy did not respond to his call and did not infuse mana into his sword. Without the elemental's aid, Jihan was in trouble. His final attack failed because at the last instant the beast twisted its body and trapped the blade with its sharp teeth. Disdainfully mocking the hero's skill, the creature murmured with the sword still caught between its teeth, "What pathetic attack is this?" Jihan, now with a cut on his face, looked worriedly at his sword. The blade didn't activate, as expected. Is something wrong with Sylph? The creature didn't let go of the sword. On the contrary, it continued to bite down hard, trying to damage the blade. The beastkin soon thought, biting harder, "This thing will break soon." However, the sword remained firm as a rock, which made the beast question uneasily, "What is this? Why is it so durable?" With a firm movement, Jihan yanked the blade from the creature's mouth and flung it away. The beast fell to the ground, spitting in irritation. "This sword is really durable." Concerned about his specially forged weapon, Jihan examined it. Fortunately, it only has a few scratches and didn't break. As expected, the sword made by Nam Hoyol performs excellently. The problem is, I can't use elemental magic now. A battle with great offensive power like before is impossible. His eyes continued to coldly analyze the situation. The probability of victory was 76%. Even at a disadvantage, he evaluated the data. Although the sampling indicates a 76% chance of victory, there's still the variable of me suffering critical injuries. The ideal would be to buy time until reinforcements arrive. The creature found the hero's calmness strange and began to wave its arms frantically. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you ignoring me?" Jihan questioned directly. "What is your purpose?" The beast laughed, mocking. "Purpose? Why do you care?" Jihan replied seriously. "You just took someone's life." Tired of the conversation, the creature put its hands to its head, finding it all nonsense. Immediately after, an insane smile appeared on its face as it said, "Why would I need a purpose to finish someone off?" The coldness of that answer changed Jihan's perspective. There was no way to have compassion for someone like that. He simply replied, "Is that so? Thank you for the answer." With eyes full of fury, Jihan charged forward, shouting, "Then it's time for you to meet the other side, too." Determined, Jihan abandoned his strategy of buying time until another hero arrived. The beast, excited by the hero's decision, charged forward laughing. Soon, the two were face to face, exchanging blows, Jihan with his cracked sword, and the creature with its sharp claws. The protagonist's sampling ability continued to alert him. Probability of right attack, 86%. Probability of bottom attack, 84%. Probability of eye attack, 90%. Probability of abdomen attack, 82%. Jihan watched the beast with determination. "I can clearly see the paths of the attacks." The beast laughed, preparing another blow. "You're blocking well, huh? So how about this?" With an unexpected move, it changed its trajectory at the last instant, making it difficult for Jihan to defend himself. The protagonist gasped, feeling the impact. He changed trajectory well before impact. Such an irregular attack cannot be predicted by sampling. The creature laughed as it pursued the hero, attacking frantically. "Now what? Where's all that confidence?" Jihan's arm was already torn, but he remained standing, holding his sword and analyzing the situation. "Damn it. If I could use elemental magic, I'd easily defeat a guy like this." Without giving him a chance to rest, the beast advanced again, calling the boy a weakling. Jihan moved into an attack position, thinking, "It's risky, but I have no choice. I have to counterattack." At that moment, someone jumped into the middle of the fight, calling out Jihan's name. Surprised, he thought upon seeing a girl. "What is she doing here?" Behind the creature, the young woman prepared to unleash her attack. She grabbed the beast's head and brutally slammed it against the ground. The impact created a huge crater. Even with the beast's body buried in the concrete, she continued to press down. The young woman in question was Lee Mia, one of Jihan's former teammates. As the beast groaned in pain buried in the ground, the young woman looked at Jihan and, seeing his injury, asked, "What happened to your arm?" Instinctively, he raised his arm and realized how badly it was hurt. She then lifted the creature's destroyed head and asked, "Did this bastard do this to you?" Without hesitation, Jihan confirmed with a simple nod. Struggling to remain conscious, the creature murmured an apology, but Lee Mia showed no mercy. She threw the beast to the ground once more. "You shouldn't have done something you needed to apologize for." Desperate, the beast man pleaded, "Please, spare me." But once again, the bestial creature had its face brutally smashed against the asphalt. Jihan watched everything in silence, hearing the grunts of pain. Observing Lee Mia's actions, he thought, her personality remains the same. The nickname Reaper still makes sense. After finishing her assault on the beast, Lee Mia stood up, covered in red vital fluid, staring at the protagonist. Later, the area was completely surrounded. The creature was still alive, but could barely move. One of the people in charge commented, "It's going to be difficult to make a recovery." Another officer approached Lee Mia and thanked her. "Good job. We'll handle the cleanup. You can go back." Upon seeing an old woman's body being carried away by an ambulance, she murmured regretfully, "I should have arrived sooner." Jihan called out to her, and Lee Mia looked at him and asked, "You, Jihan, are your injuries okay?" He raised his arm with some bandages and replied, "Just minor injuries. I already did first aid. But what's happening? Why are you here?" In the background, people murmured, "Aren't those two from Kim Hyun-tae's group?" Another affirmed, "I only know Lee Mia." "Who's the other one?" Annoyed by the stares, Jihan pulled her jacket, trying to get her out of there, and stated that they both needed to leave as soon as possible. Even without understanding the boy's attitude, Lee Mia let herself be led away. As she looked at the hand holding hers, her eyes turned to Jihan's arm and her cheeks flushed. The situation had been controlled, or almost. From one of the buildings, observing everything, Rhea stared at the creature's tragic end with wild eyes. Soon he murmured, "An intruder appeared." With his body emanating an intense red aura, he wondered, Jihan, why aren't you using elemental magic? Meanwhile, in the Hunter's building, a new meeting among the heroes began. Doha spoke. Everyone here knows why we've gathered today. Bayek, in a relaxed and almost mocking manner, commented, Of course they know, there's no way they don't. The leader of the Keros Guild, Park Youngseor, made a direct criticism. Since when did businessmen start participating in hero meetings? Bayek, who was nearby, immediately reprimanded him. Watch your words, Keros. Bayek shot a sharp look at Park Youngseor with an arrogant smile on his face. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier as he confronted him. Then tell me, Park Youngseor, what were you doing when Seoul was being destroyed? The accusation was direct. You sent rookies to the field and didn't even have the decency to show up. The Keros leader tried to justify himself. It's just that I was in an unavoidable business meeting. But Bayek didn't let him off the hook and realized that the bastard had just made up an excuse. At that moment, Min Jung, the red-streaked-haired heroine, intervened, cutting through the hostile atmosphere. Enough, Bayek Kang-chun. Keros is here as a legitimate member of the 6 great guilds. Kang, with his usual imposing air, looked around the room and asked directly, without hiding his impatience, Has everyone arrived? Bayek, dejected, leaned over the table and replied, One person is still missing. Doha then announced, The guy who was sent on a maximum-level mission in Russia is back. The announcement caused an uproar among those present. Voices rose in protest. What? Wait, wasn't he expelled? Another stated, No matter how urgent this is, how could they bring that uncontrollable guy back to Korea? It was then that the meeting room door opened. A man entered, drinking some kind of beverage. His face was completely red, his beard unshaven, and the strong smell of alcohol hung in the air. He seemed completely drunk, but didn't care about the others' stares. With a nonchalant smile, he commented, Wow, such familiar voices. It's good to see that nothing has changed. His identity was unmistakable. That was Kang Bayek of the Destiny Guild. Now the table was complete. All the masters of Korea's most famous guilds were gathered. Kang Bayek continued to drink as if the tension in the air was nothing. The sound of his gulps contrasted with the uncomfortable silence in the room. Everyone stared at him, surprised by his complete disinterest in the meeting. Kang Junil, losing his patience, glared at him furiously. He loudly called him a bastard, hoping the drunkard would finally read the room. Unable to take it anymore, he shouted, Do you think this is a drinking party? Even after being exiled, you still haven't come to your senses? Kang Bayek smiled lazily, trying to justify himself. Please try to understand, Senior Junil. Facing sirs like yourselves sober is just too difficult. But his gaze changed. It became firm, invigorated, and almost murderous. He stared at him and announced, I need to neutralize this disgusting feeling of having been exiled like some common criminal. That man was Kang Bayek. He is the leader of the Destiny Guild, one of Korea's 6 largest guilds, and the last living member of the 5 warriors who destroyed Azizia 10 years ago. Back to those old memories, in one of the dark alleys, one of the Azisians ran desperately. He looked back, uneasy. Damn it! How did they find us? The young man spoke to someone on a communicator. Didn't you say humans couldn't sense our presence? Further ahead, a man awaited him. Being attentive to what was behind him, the Azisian didn't notice him. The hero held his blade and then coldly muttered, I don't need to sense anything. The stench coming from you is unbearable. In seconds, the alley was stained red. The ground and walls were painted by the enemy's vital liquid. Kang Bayek, master of pursuit and elimination, contributed significantly to the extermination of countless Azisians. But 5 years after the war ended, although considered a national hero, he was convicted of leaking confidential information. His punishment? Indefinite exile in Russia. Back in the present, with a red face and the flask still in his hand, he declared sarcastically, Thanks to the generosity of my sirs, I was able to live well abroad for 5 years. I spent a good amount of time thinking about what to say when I saw you again. Min Jung, serious, warned him. Kang Bayek, watch your words. If anyone hears, they might think you were unjustly exiled. You tried to reveal to the world what happened 10 years ago. Considering that crime, your punishment was even light. The man raised his hand, still smiling. Senior Min Jung, you've gotten great at feigning serenity since we last met. But his eyes, now fierce, fixed on her. The atrocities we committed 10 years ago, pretending they didn't happen won't erase them, will it? The fact is, we are mass murderers who eliminated innocence. That doesn't disappear. Min Jung was incredulous, but before she could say anything, Doha intervened firmly. Enough, Kang Bayek. You agreed not to mention that day in exchange for your reinstatement, didn't you? Or do you want to get beaten again like last time to shut that mouth? Bayek stared at him with the same intensity. He almost replied, but smiled, raising his hands in surrender. That would be problematic. The spots where Senior Doha hit me still hurt, you know? I'll stop here. I also apologize for my rude behavior toward you all. Is that enough? Silence reigned for a few moments. Everyone stared at him, his words seeming anything but sincere. The tension became almost unbearable. Baek, in his carefree manner, decided to break the mood. Excellent decision. Welcome back, Kang Yu-baek. Now the 5 warriors are together again. But then he became serious. He looked directly at Doha and asked, So Yun Doha, now that everyone is here, shall we start the meeting and talk about the fate of Azizia's Rias and the wind spirit evoker Yu Ji Han? Let's decide what will be done with these two. Doha stared at him but didn't say a single word. The day was drawing to a close. Back on the city sidewalks, Jihan walked ahead, holding Lee Mia's hand firmly. As he walked, the protagonist glanced at Lee Mia before continuing to look for a suitable place for them to talk. He thought, a coffee shop would draw too much attention. The girl, her expression still a little confused, watched Jihan's hand grasping hers. Then she caught his attention with a soft yet direct remark. You, Jihan, your hand. Realizing what he was doing, Jihan's eyes widened, and somewhat awkwardly he quickly released her hand. Sorry, I didn't realize it while rushing out. Lee Mia simply shook her head. Understanding what he was looking for, she pointed to something ahead. If you're looking for a place, how about over there? Jihan followed the direction of her finger. His gaze stopped at a karaoke room. He immediately questioned himself. A karaoke room? It's true we wouldn't attract attention here, but is it really the best choice? Despite his doubt, they both soon entered the place, which seemed quite calm and private. They went to the counter where Jihan placed their order. 1 hour, please. The attendant stared at him for a moment, and with a quick gesture pointed to a notice pasted on the wall and ordered, Read this aloud. Jihan proceeded to read aloud. Romantic acts in the singing room are prohibited. Jihan froze. His face turned red, overcome with embarrassment. Still trying to justify himself, he quickly said, We're not a couple, you see. In the background, Lee Mia crossed her arms, trying to cover her body, visibly embarrassed by the situation. The attendant merely gave a half smile and replied ironically, That's what everyone says when they come in. Immediately afterward, he pointed the way. Room 4, please. They both entered in silence and sat down at a small table. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Trying to break the ice, Lee Mia picked up the microphone and held it out to Jihan. Want to sing? He shook his head. No, but it's been a while since we've been alone like this, hasn't it? Last time was just a quick meeting in Seoul. She confirmed with a nod. Curious, Jihan asked, You don't usually live around here, do you? What brought you to this place? Lee Mia explained simply, I moved a while ago. I was going to the market when I saw what was happening. It was then that Jihan remembered the moments they spent together, especially when they went out to eat. Now that I think about it, she really liked food. She could eat 10 servings of pork at once. If she were an ordinary person, she'd have turned into a little pig by now. Lee Mia stared at him with a sharp look, as if she had read his thoughts, and asked, You just thought something kind of rude, didn't you? Jihan's heart almost stopped. With trembling hands and a cold sweat, he replied, No, of course not. She stared at him serious. Your expression says otherwise. Jihan could only think of one thing. How did she know? Embarrassed and wanting to change the subject, he tried to strike up a conversation. Anyway, last time I couldn't ask because of the situation. How have you been? Are you well? Lee Mia murmured, not hiding her frustration. Same as before. Thanks to a certain someone, not a single day passes in peace. The protagonist immediately thought of the Keros guild leader. Is she talking about Kim Hyun-tae? That proud guy was humiliated. It's obvious what happened. The boy commented, curious. Last time I noticed someone new in the group. Since they joined right after I left, they must be pretty skilled, right? Lee Mia, indifferent, simply replied, I guess so. The girl's expression left the protagonist thoughtful and worried. What's going on? Mia is the type who speaks clearly when she likes or dislikes something. When she responds so ambiguously, it means she's a little worried inside, but it's not something I should worry about. After all, we're not even in the same group anymore. As he spoke, he noticed the dirt in her hair and snapped, You're still all dirty. Running his hand through her messy hair from the fight against the bestial creature, he questioned her, offering help. Do you have a handkerchief? Lee Mia stared at him for a while before accepting his help. Then she handed him the handkerchief, and the boy began to carefully clean her hair. He questioned, worried, Are you taking good care of yourself now? The young woman reacted. Are you insulting me? With a mocking smile, Jihan replied, Of course I am. You used to get so dirty, so I always had to clean everything up afterward. Lee Mia retorted, You've become more conceited since you left the group. But the boy replied with conviction, If you don't want to hear that, try fighting a little more carefully. The young woman, happy to be able to talk openly with him after everything, asked sincerely, You, Jihan, do you hate me? Now that her hair was clean, he seemed confused. Why would she ask something like that? She turned and confessed, I agreed to expel you from the group. If I had been against it, maybe everything would have been different. Surprised, he replied, Really? You agreed too? Shocked, the girl retorted, You didn't know? Jihan burst out laughing and revealed that he was just joking. He then calmly explained, I heard everything from Kim Hyun-tae. At first I was angry with you too, but I understood that you did it so you wouldn't see me get hurt, and thanks to that, I joined a new guild. Curious, Mia asked, Do you like your current group? Without hesitation, he replied that he liked it very much. Her eyes widened at his firm answer. Jihan concluded, I've met a lot of good people, and most importantly, I've become stronger than I was in Kairos. Now I'm strong enough to protect someone. Mia was speechless with everything she heard, but realizing that Jihan was fine, she was truly relieved and said with a soft smile, I'm really happy about that. Back at the heroes meeting, the atmosphere was tense. After a long conversation, everyone reached a verdict. As always, Baek Kang Cheon spoke in a relaxed manner. It seems we've said everything. And then asked in a provocative tone, As expected, Yu Jihan, do I really have to eliminate you? Min Jung, confused, reprimanded him. What do you mean? Take the life of the person we're trying to protect. Kang Junil also confronted him. Baek Kang Cheon, are you crazy? But Baek signaled for them to wait. Calm down. Let me finish. I'm not saying we should eliminate Yu Jihan. Impatient, Doha stood up. Then what do you mean? Baek explained. It's a trap. In the past, Rios also targeted Erna, the wind elementalist. He remembered the elf eliminated because of the wind spirit. If he's still obsessed with the wind spirit, he'll target Yu Jihan again. So let's exploit that. We'll set a trap to force him to appear. Already back in the city, night had fallen. The protagonist and Mia talked for about 30 minutes before leaving the room. Both had already left the karaoke place. Seeing a clothing store, the boy made a proposal. Mia, pick one. I'll buy it for you. She didn't understand the reason for the offer, but Jihan explained that he wanted to thank her for her earlier help. Mia approached the boy saying, Even though you cleaned my hair, I couldn't get the stains off my clothes. Sending them to the laundry takes time, so I accept the offer. At this, Jihan reflected, It's better to buy new clothes as a thank you. For Mia, clothes are just something to cover her body. She started looking at some items, but she didn't seem excited. Jihan noticed that the young woman had no interest in dressing up. After sifting through various options, she turned and said she couldn't decide. Already anticipating this, he suggested, Do you want me to choose one for you? Later, Jihan handed a bag to the young woman and announced, Here, your thank you gift. She opened the bag and saw something pink. Jihan got a little nervous. Before she could say anything negative, he quickly added, If you don't like it, I'll buy something more expensive at another store. But to his surprise, she liked it. No need. This is great. With a sincere smile, Mia said, I'll wear it with care, thank you. At that moment, Jihan thought, Is this the first time I've given Mia something? Well, if not now, when would it be? Soon after, Jihan asked, I'm going this way. How about you, Mia? She replied, hugging the bag with the gift that she would go the other way. The boy smiled and quickly said goodbye. So I guess this is where we part ways. See you next time. Be careful on your way back. They both walked away, waving at each other. Mia looked at the gift fondly and then at Jihan walking away thoughtfully. She was happy and wondered if receiving a gift was enough to make someone as happy as she was. It was a new feeling for her, and so good. The next day, at the London branch of the IUPC on the day of the press conference, the auditorium was packed. Cameras flashed as a man walked to the podium to speak. It was the president of the IUPC, Isaac Becker. With a serious air, he began his statement. The recent tragic events in Seoul have deeply shaken everyone. My sincerest condolences to the victims and their families. But then came the first question. You officially stated that the events in Seoul are unrelated to the IUPC headquarters. So are you saying that everything was orchestrated only by the Korean branch? Isaac replied firmly. The recent incident was the result of independent actions by the Korean branch. This is something we cannot tolerate, and the headquarters will also investigate those responsible. Another man, seated further front, posed another question. What measures does the headquarters intend to take in response to this situation? Are there plans for recovery or additional support? Isaac assured. We will mobilize all possible resources to aid in recovery efforts in Korea. Further back, a red-haired man raised his hand, questioning, President, considering how much this incident has damaged trust in the IUPC, is there a concrete plan to restore it? Isaac didn't hesitate. Trust is our greatest asset. We take full responsibility for the damage caused to it. From now on, we will rigorously monitor the activities of all branches and ensure transparent operations. Furthermore, we will spare no effort to offer all necessary assistance to the affected communities. We promise to uncover the truth behind this incident and respond appropriately to regain your trust. This concludes my statement." After finishing his speech, Isaac left the room and walked down a staircase in the same building. As he descended the stairs, he crossed paths with a young woman who made a sarcastic comment. "You truly are an eloquent speaker, aren't you?" Isaac looked up. His eyes were dark, and surprised, he recognized the girl, Shirley Day, a high official of the IUPC. Reprimanding her, he said, "Shirley Day, I told you not to come to the press conference. Are you disobeying my orders now?" The young woman, with a hungry look, bit her finger and stared at him. "I almost believed it, you know." Soon she revealed, "Robert, your disguise was almost perfect." The man before her calmly removed a mask made of human skin. He was another high official of the IUPC. His name was Robert. The man replied indifferently, "I guess your eyes can't be fooled." Shirley then stared at him. "We've worked together for years, haven't we? So what's the problem? Where's the real Isaac, and why are you the one talking?" Robert maintained a calm tone. The president had an urgent visitor. She insisted on a less vague answer. "An urgent visitor? I've never heard of that. Who is it?" Robert, maintaining the mystery, only said, "Well, I heard it's an old friend." Meanwhile, in a dark room, Isaac was waiting for someone. Soon the door opened and a man entered, pushing a rolling suitcase. Isaac turned around. "Long time no see, my friend." That man was Kim Jun-oh, Sihu's father. Isaac immediately confronted him. "Coming all the way here, do you have a special reason?" Kim Jun-oh replied firmly, "You're not going to feign ignorance, are you? The recent events in Seoul, they weren't discussed beforehand, were they?" Isaac tried to downplay it. "It was a small misunderstanding. The Korean branch acted a bit independently, but the problem has been resolved, hasn't it?" Kim Jun-oh clenched his fists and questioned him. "A small misunderstanding, is it? How do you explain my daughter being in danger because of it?" Isaac raised his arms and replied in a casual tone, "All of this is part of the process of creating the paradise we strive for. A little chaos is inevitable." His eyes, with purple irises and the rest black, darkened. He continued, "Besides, if I'm to become a perfect being, some conflict must be endured. Don't you agree?" But Kim Jun-oh didn't back down. "My daughter's safety is non-negotiable. Moving forward against my will is unacceptable." Isaac closed his eyes, lamenting, "I'm deeply disappointed in you. What could be more important than the goals we fight for?" Kim Jun-oh was direct. "Next time, it would be better if we discussed it first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long this partnership will last." The atmosphere between them became tense. Isaac replied in a sharp tone, making Jun-oh's eyes widen. "Can't guarantee it, huh?" In the blink of an eye, Isaac appeared behind the scientist and held his shoulder. Whispering in his ear, he completed, "Don't forget who made your research a reality. You certainly haven't forgotten, have you?" Terrified, Kim Jun-oh questioned, "How much magic crystal have you absorbed? That was meant to prolong your life. It's on a completely different level from normal means." The veins in his hand bulged, and Isaac still held him tightly. Licking his lips, Isaac replied, "Yes, your research is impressive. It not only extends life, but elevates this body to a transcendental level." At that moment, his body overflowed with energy. Isaac grabbed Jun-oh's neck and continued, "I just wanted to see it with my own eyes." Feeling cornered, Sihu's father still exclaimed, "This reckless ambition! Can you handle it alone?" Isaac tightened his grip even more. "Reckless, this power is the first step towards the perfect body you dreamed of." Finally, he released the scientist, who began to cough and catch his breath. Without that threatening aura, Isaac declared, "As the ruler of paradise, I need to become even stronger. Thanks to your research, that dream is becoming a reality." Trembling, Kim Jun-oh warned, "It's best not to let greed overcome you with my research. If you exceed your limits, this power could lead to your ruin." Isaac moved away, casting a sidelong glance. "I'll take your warning seriously. But before that time comes, paradise will already be complete." With furious purple eyes and an imposing presence, he concluded, "So don't even think about interfering with my plans again, my friend." Meanwhile, in Seoul, the protagonist group headed to a blacksmith shop. As they opened the door, bells echoed through the space, alerting the blacksmith that new customers had entered his shop. The blacksmith recognized his old client and, surprised, exclaimed, "Look who we have here! The Fun Guild! How long has it been?" Jihan greeted him politely. "It's been a while, Mr. Nam Hoyol." The blacksmith smiled enthusiastically, announcing, "Your guild's fame is spreading like wildfire." The protagonist, modest, thanked him. "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Hoyol. We decided to visit Mr. Nam Hoyol's workshop after a series of intense battles." At that moment, Jihan recalled the fight against Jerry and the Bestial. His thoughts were clear. "We felt it was time to upgrade our weapons." Further back, Min Yuri confirmed the group's need. "It seems we need new equipment custom-made for the team." Sihu then pulled out a black card with excitement in her eyes. "Perfect! As a welcome gift from the Fun Guild, I'll buy the equipment." Jihan, alarmed, scolded her, saying they would certainly go bankrupt now. The group had decided to buy a new weapon specifically for Min Yuri's role on the team. Shortly after, the girl called out to the protagonist. Blushing as she looked at the blacksmith, she timidly asked, "Is that person a legendary race? A dwarf? How did you find a workshop run by a dwarf?" Meanwhile, Jang had already become a chinchilla's snack. The fierce mascot was gripping his face with no intention of letting go. Realizing the misunderstanding, Sihu explained to the new member, "It's nothing like that. Mr. Nam Hoyeol may look like it, but he's a native Korean." Surprised and still suspicious, Min Yuri was given the blacksmith's ID, which he promptly affirmed. "Don't believe me? Here's my ID." She examined the document, full of doubts. 27 years old? And this photo here? Jihan interrupted her observations, trying to clarify. "He's not a dwarf, but Mr. Nam Hoyeol is an excellent blacksmith. He forged my sword himself." Min Yuri then approached, bowing to apologize for the misunderstanding. But the man just laughed, already accustomed to such confusions. After all, he heard it all the time. With a more serious expression, the blacksmith soon asked, "So, what kind of weapon are you looking for? Judging by your build, it seems you specialize in ranged combat." Min Yuri was shocked by the accuracy of his analysis. She admitted, somewhat awkwardly, "I'm looking for a bow that prioritizes power over mobility." He nodded and commented directly to the girl. "Changing from a solo style to team battles, huh? Are you focusing on providing support as a ranged damage dealer?" Min Yuri looked at him suspiciously and questioned Jihan. "Did you arrange this with him beforehand?" Jihan affirmed he did no such thing. He was also surprised by the blacksmith's skills. Soon after, the blacksmith walked to an immense iron door. As he opened it, he announced, "If you're looking for a good weapon, I've prepared several." He opened a room filled with bows. Min Yuri walked through the equipment, dazzled, accompanied by Sihu, equally enchanted. Finally, Jang was free from the chinchilla's attack and also proceeded to analyze the bows. Near the blacksmith, Jihan exclaimed, impressed, "This place is incredible!" The man replied proudly, "And that's just a small part of it." After that, Nam Hoyeol extended his hand, already suspecting something was wrong with Jihan's sword. "And you? Need anything? I'll give you a great price." Jihan, eyeing the sword with a worried look, replied, "Actually, I have a question. There doesn't seem to be any visible damage, but considering the recent battles, I want to check on my sword's condition." The blacksmith reached out to take it and soon announced, "This is one of my masterpieces. It shouldn't even have a scratch. Let me take a look." Silently, Nam Hoyeol examined the blade. He began to murmur to himself, observing every detail. Worried, Jihan asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" Finally, the blacksmith revealed, "This sword, there's something strange." Jihan immediately asked if the blade was damaged, but the answer was different from what he expected. "No, it's the wind spirit inside your sword. It's terrified right now." The protagonist was visibly surprised. "Sylph is scared, but why?" The blacksmith explained, "Something or someone is completely dominating her. I don't know what exactly, but the spirit's energy isn't flowing properly. In this state, no matter how much you call, she won't come out." Recalling the battle against the bestial, the boy thought, so that's why she remained silent even during the last fight. The blacksmith put the sword back in its sheath, and at that moment Jihan took his blade back, questioning him. "How do I bring Sylph back?" Nam Hoyeol looked at him seriously and replied, "You need to find out what's scaring her. A spirit's power isn't just a tool. Without trust, the bond breaks. From the marks left on your sword, you can see how you've treated the spirit so far. Now, as the wind summoner, you need to talk to Sylph, just like her former master, Erna Haas." The revelation shocked the boy, who asked in surprise, "Mr. Hoyeol, how do you know that name?" But before any answer could be given, the conversation was interrupted by an excited shout from Sihu. "Jihan, aren't you going to take a look?" Jang was also excited and yelled, "Jihan Hyung, this place is a real treasure." Faced with the young people's excitement, the blacksmith simply nodded and said, "Go on. You still have a long journey ahead of you." So Jihan entered the weapon room. In the back, Min Yuri was intently observing a bow that had clearly caught her eye. After that, the group left the blacksmith shop. The half-elf, visibly shaken, mumbled while holding her black VIP card, almost in tears. "Why is this bow so expensive?" Seeing her companion's despair, Min Yuri commented, "You didn't need to exaggerate so much. It's a miracle we haven't gone bankrupt." Jihan then scolded the half-elf. "How did you manage to spend more than half the budget right after getting the card? As guild leader, you should be more mindful of expenses." Sihu didn't stay quiet. She pointed at Jihan and started shouting, "And you, Jihan? Do you really think you're in a position to say that?" Confused, he retorted, "Why are you falsely accusing me? Have I ever spent money irresponsibly?" It was then that the half-elf revealed, "The day you got the card! I know you bought women's clothing using guild funds." Min Yuri was paralyzed with shock. Jihan tried to justify himself. No, there were circumstances that justified it. And how do you know that? Sihu gave no quarter. Were you secretly going out with someone on your day off? Still trying to recover, Min Yuri asked in a panic, Jihan, do you have a girlfriend? The boy denied it desperately. No, I don't. This is a complete misunderstanding. But Sihu pressed him even further. Then how do you explain the adorable frilly pink top on the receipt? Jihan tried to grasp the situation. Aren't these kinds of clothes too distinctive? At that moment, he remembered Lee Mia. If I say I met Karos's Lee Mia, things will only get worse. What do I do? In the background, Young tried to help. Sihu Nuna, Yuri, please respect Jihan Hyung's privacy. But the atmosphere heated up and Sihu yelled, Montang, are you taking his side just because you're both men? The protagonist turned to the younger boy, suspicious. It was then that Yang announced to everyone, do you feel better finding out this way? That Jihan Hyung has a hobby of dressing as a woman? Jihan was perplexed. This guy, is he serious? In the background, the girls were stunned. Min Yuri murmured, incredulous, Ah, so that's his taste, is it? Followed by Sihu. That's disgusting. Seconds later, Jang winked at Jihan and gave a thumbs up. He had successfully resolved the misunderstanding, but the protagonist was on the verge of committing a crime. Don't wink at me. I swear I'm going to end you today. Without hesitation, Jihan pounced on Jang and began to shake him violently. You're the worst. But Jang was confused and questioned him. Why are you acting like this? In the background, a drunk man sprawled on the ground watched the whole commotion. He chugged his bottle, laughed loudly, and mumbled, What a blessed life, the Fun Guild folks and Yu Jihan. These words caught the protagonist's attention, who shifted his gaze from Jang. He noticed the man stand up, swaying, hand on his head and mumbling, My head, I knew soju wasn't for me. Jihan stared at him. That man knew his name in the guilds. So he asked, cautiously addressing the drunk, Who are you? The drunk stared back and retorted ironically, Would you even know my name if I told you? Jihan narrowed his eyes, trying to understand, and asserted, Stop talking nonsense and just tell me who you are. But his words were interrupted when the bottle in the man's hand was violently thrown in his direction. In an impressive reflex, Jihan drew his sword and cut the bottle in half before it hit him. With his eyes glowing due to the activation of his sample ability, he looked for the man, but he had vanished, until a voice sounded beside him. Where are you looking? Jihan spun around quickly and saw Kang Yu-baek crouching over his sword. The man even had the audacity to tip his canteen and state, You're too weak. After finishing his canteen with his face completely red, the man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stated with a smile, Now I feel alive. As expected, vodka is the best. Staring at Kang Yu-baek, the protagonist questioned once more seriously, Who exactly are you? The man, about to tip his mug once more, stared at the boy, finding him too insistent. If you're so curious, I guess I should tell you. Skillfully rotating his dagger, he revealed, I am the current master of the Destiny Guild, the former rank 1 hero, the exiled of Korea. Stopping the weapon's spin, now looking down at Jihan from atop his sword, he completed, Baekong Gyu, the leader of one of the 6 great guilds, nice to meet you. Jihan finally pulled his sword back and repeated the drunk's words in disbelief. Destiny Guild? So why are you attacking us? Leaping to the ground, Kang Yu-baek replied firmly, Yu Jihan of the Fun Guild. The council of the 6 great guilds has reached a decision about you. The young man frowned, curious. A decision? The man, with a penetrating gaze, revealed, You are someone Azusia desires. Therefore, the council decided that you should be protected. But I disagree. At that moment, Kang Yu-baek looked at the still-sheathed blade and stated coldly, If I simply eliminate you, Azisha will naturally lose its purpose, right? That's why I came personally, to see with my own eyes if you're really worth protecting. With eyes burning with fury, he advanced on Jihan with the clear intention of testing him. Even with his sword still sheathed, any blow would be devastating. Luckily, Jihan managed to block the attack. His hand trembled just from the impact, and he thought, staring at the drunk man's weapon, Even for a dagger, it's heavy. Seeing Jihan's defense, the drunk, his face still red, commented, Your reaction speed isn't bad, but if that's all you've got, I'll be disappointed. Why aren't you using the wind spirit? Jihan returned to his guard but didn't respond. Kang Yu-baek smiled and assumed an attack stance again. Still silent? Fine. If I pressure you enough, you'll eventually use it, won't you? Once more, he charged at the boy. Jihan used his foresight ability to anticipate the movements, and when the drunk approached, he tried to counterattack. But Kang Yu-baek was too agile and continued to dodge with extreme ease. While avoiding the young man's hasty attacks, the drunk laughed and commented mockingly, Your movements are too broad. Attacks like that are fodder for counterattacks. However, noticing the enemy's movement pattern, Jihan, his right eye glowing, revealed, "I knew you would dodge and come forward." At that instant, Kang Gyubek leaped backward, avoiding a treacherous attack. A giant ice stalactite had almost pierced his body. The blow would have been devastating if it had hit him. The man continued to stare over his shoulder at the ice that had formed behind him. Then, turning forward, he spotted Min Yuri and commented, "Impressive skill. I heard the Fun Guild didn't have long-range combatants." The young woman then ran to the protagonist. "Jihan, are you okay?" the boy affirmed, relieved to see the young woman. "You arrived at the perfect moment, Yuri." With her combat gloves ready, Min Yuri looked at the drunk and questioned, "Is this person an enemy?" Jihan confirmed, without taking his eyes off the man who still held the sheathed dagger. "For now, yes. From what I heard, he's a former rank 1 hero. Someone we can't face in this state. It's a difficult request, but buy me some time." At that moment, Sihu approached him and Min Yuri. The young woman asked, "How long do I need to hold him?" Jihan didn't have a direct answer. He just asked, "As long as you can." Thus, Sihu and Min Yuri prepared to take the front of the battle. Tired of waiting, Kang Jubaek scoffed, "Are your plans finished? I'm getting tired of waiting." The hero noticed something strange in their formation. The two long-range attackers were in front, while Jihan, a swordsman, remained in the back. He wondered, confused. A swordsman in the back? What are they planning? Soon, Min Yuri called out to Sihu, who responded promptly, stating she was ready. Sihu used her magic to try and trap Kang Gyubek. While being surrounded by countless pink threads, the drunk analyzed the technique. "Restraint magic, huh? It's a basic spell, but it seems you've altered its properties on your own." The half-elf continued to chant her spells. Several magic circles floated around her as she conjured, "Multi-launch, 6 magic arrows." On the other side, Min Yuri also began her attacks. Freezing Bow, Ice Rain. Both attacked Kang Gyubek at the same time with a devastating long-range combo. Even trapped by the binds, the man became excited and revealed with an animated smile that it seemed very fun. He blocked all attacks with ease, even with the dagger still sheathed, swinging it frantically. Sihu could hardly believe it. He blocked everything? After neutralizing the combined attack, Kang Gyubek slowly walked with a red aura around his body, towards the guild leader. Observing Jihan motionless in the back, he questioned, "What? Is that all?" Meanwhile, Jihan remained paralyzed, deep in meditation. He was filling his body and sword with mana, trying to reach Sylph. At that moment, the blacksmith's words echoed in his mind. A spirit's power isn't just a tool. Without trust, the relationship inevitably breaks. From the scars left on your sword, it's clear how you've treated the spirit so far. The time has come, as the summoner of the wind spirit, to have a true conversation with Sylph. Lost in thought, Jihan searched for the little wind fairy, who was still hiding inside the sword. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a completely different space. He was floating in greenish cosmos with black fragments and energy palettes drifting in the background. He questioned himself, intrigued, is this place the subspace created by Sylph? Looking around, he searched for signs of the small fairy. "Where are you, Sylph?" Until, after a few minutes, he spotted something unusual. Sylph was huddled in a small sphere of energy, floating alone in the infinite void. Seeing her like this, Jihan exclaimed, "There you are!" With difficulty, the protagonist tried to calm her. "Sylph, I've come to see you." But the little fairy replied, scared, "Don't come." When he tried to approach, Jihan hit an invisible barrier. Still protected by her barrier, Sylph looked at the boy with regret and said, "You, Jihan, I don't want to eliminate you." Jihan moved even closer to the sphere of energy that held Sylph captive, isolated from the outside world. Touching it, the young man questioned the little fairy, "You don't want to eliminate me? What are you talking about?" Sylph looked at him seriously. "You already know about my first contractor, about Erna's fate." Jihan's eyes widened, still confused. "Erna, you mean Sihu's mother?" Little Sylph lowered her head, nostalgic, and revealed, "She was an incredible and true person, a woman with incomparable strength and a gentle soul. But above all, she was foolish." Sylph looked directly at him, her expression now filled with a firm decision. "You, Jihan, I cannot let you follow the same path as her." Meanwhile, in the real world, Jihan remained paralyzed in meditation. The girls were doing their best to hold the line. Kang Gyubek, impatient, let his red mana flow intensely around him. He walked towards the group and asked disdainfully, "Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to attack again?" "Well, I'm not really keen on hurting any of you either. The only person who interests me is you, Jihan." With a cold and murderous gaze, he issued a direct warning to the girls. "If you get out of the way silently, you can live to see another day." Min Yuri, undeterred, replied firmly, "It's not over yet." Immediately after, she called for Chila. The small pet transformed, growing 3 meters tall. With fury in his eyes, he ran towards the drunk with the dagger, leaping with a flying kick, ready to crush him with his giant foot. Kang Jubaek only realized the danger when the enormous chinchilla was already over his head. Still red-faced from intoxication, he looked up, surprised. When did that appear? The blow came down with force, raising a cloud of dust. However, Kang Jubaek hadn't suffered a scratch. He blocked the blow with ease, using only his dagger still in its sheath. Observing carefully, he commented, "A monstrous chinchilla. I see, I heard there was a tamer in Korea who trained chinchillas. But this, was the rumor a bit exaggerated? It's big for sure, but it hits like a pillow." The creature's foot trembled. The pet couldn't contain the drunk. Without hesitation, Kang Jubaek threw it back with a dry movement. Before attacking it again, he announced loudly, "I don't make a habit of tormenting pets, so how about taking a nap?" With a devastating kick, the man sent Chila flying like a torpedo. The poor pet landed on the ground, gasping in pain. Worried, Min Yuri ran to help him. The chinchilla had returned to its tiny form and fainted from the impact. She carefully picked him up in her arms. In the background, Kang Jubaek let out a low laugh. Resting his dagger on his shoulder, the drunk stated mockingly, "So that was your last trick?" Sihu fell to his knees, disbelieving what he saw. "This is wrong, he's too strong." The half-elf looked back and shouted to the protagonist, who remained motionless, wielding his sword. "Jihan, are you ready yet? You said it was just to buy some time." Jihan remained silent, deep in meditation, not uttering a single word. Min Yuri stood up with a backpack, and inside it was her new bow. With a determined look, she whispered, "I trust you, Jihan." With her eyes fixed on the opponent, she prepared to give her all. Sihu, surprised to see her take out the backpack, exclaimed, "Min Yuri, that's—" Before he finished his sentence, the girl interrupted him and with a firm voice ordered, "I'll hold out just a little longer. Protect Jihan." In a flashback inside Mr. Nam Hoyol's blacksmith shop, he observed the bow Min Yuri had chosen and commented with a slight smile on his face, "Who? So that's what you chose? You have a good eye." Min Yuri, determined, replied, "The quality of this bow is excellent. I'd like to buy it." But at that moment, the blacksmith warned her, "Perhaps you'll want to reconsider." The girl frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" It was then that the blacksmith explained seriously, "This bow is a metamorphic weapon. It alters the nature of magic. If an inexperienced person tries to use it, they might end up having all their mana drained." Surprised, Min Yuri questioned him, "Are you saying it can steal all my magic?" Mr. Nam Hoyol nodded with a serious expression. "Exactly. For someone without enough skill, it could even—" He didn't finish the sentence, but his gaze made it clear that nothing good would happen if someone unprepared used that bow. It was too dangerous. Later, already on the battlefield, Min Yuri opened her backpack and took out the bow. The blacksmith's last words echoed in her mind. It could take the person's life. Even so, now equipped with her new weapon, Min Yuri raised her eyes and stared at the drunk hero in front of her with a cold and determined gaze. Min Yuri was ready to fight, no matter the cost. Kang Jubaek observed the young woman carefully, and seeing her draw the bow, stated, "Look at that, a weapon swap? But that won't change anything." Min Yuri, with determination in her eyes, shaped an ice arrow as she prepared to attack. Thus, she announced, "Who knows? Let's wait and see." Firmly, she wielded the bow and prepared to launch the blizzard shot attack. Faced with the young woman's imminent attack, the drunk hero noticed something strange. "That bow is gathering an absurd amount of mana. If this hits me, it could be dangerous." But instead of waiting to be hit, he began to run towards the girl, shouting, "That is, of course, assuming she hits." Min Yuri did not intend to miss. She aimed precisely and murmured, "Hit, no matter the cost." Then she launched the arrow directly at Kang Jubaek. The hero skillfully dodged the arrow, which was aimed directly at his head, and commented, "Sure, it's powerful, but in the end, it's still just an arrow. Dodging such a predictable trajectory is child's play." However, that arrow was no ordinary projectile. After the dodge, it began to glow intensely, alarming the man. An immense wave of energy spread throughout the area like an avalanche of ice. Escape was impossible. Kang Jubaek was completely hit. Before being fully frozen, he exclaimed in surprise, "The arrow's shape suddenly changed." His body was then enveloped by gigantic ice shards. On the other side, Min Yuri felt exhausted after the attack, but the effort had been worth it. The young woman stared at the ice column left by the explosion and stated, "Direct hit. That should be enough to trap even a first-class hero." But then, the enormous ice structure began to vibrate, worrying the young woman. "He's gone? He was supposed to have been caught in the explosion." Sihu, sensing the danger, yelled for Min Yuri to look behind her, but it was already too late. Kang Jubaek was behind her. With no time to react, the young woman was grabbed. The drunk hero covered her mouth and pulled her against him, pressing a blade against her neck. A beautiful bow. Just before impact, It alters the form of magic to cause an explosion. I was completely caught by surprise, but your compatibility with me is weak. He then began to recall past battles. When I was exiled in Russia, I endured sub-zero temperatures every day, in a place where even my breath seemed to freeze. There, Kang Yubek fiercely faced wild monsters. Returning to the present, he faced the young Min Yuri and completed, "If you thought you could freeze me, you should have at least reached Minjong's absolute zero level." Anyway, what a pity. Having to deal with such a remarkable heroine with my own hands breaks my heart. Or perhaps, Min Yuri, why don't you join our guild? If you accept, I'll forget all your past mistakes. Sihu, enraged, yelled for him to release her, pointing his staff. Kang Yubek warned him without even turning around, "Don't be reckless. You wouldn't hurt your own companion, would you? Better give up and hand over Yu Jihan silently." At that instant, his eyes met Sihu's, but something unsettled him. He no longer saw the protagonist standing behind the young woman and, surprised, questioned himself, "Where is Yu Jihan?" The protagonist was no longer meditating behind the elf. The boy had completely disappeared. Immediately after, Jihan's voice echoed, launching the haste attack. Kang Yubek looked forward and saw the young man with his sword enveloped by the wind spirit's mana ready to attack. "You wanted to see my spirit weapon, right? I'll show you until you're tired." Jihan advanced with full force, forcing the drunk hero to retreat a few steps. Holding Min Yuri, he thought, "He's attacking even with his companion as a hostage? That means he has enough confidence to hit me without harming her." Aggressively throwing Min Yuri backward, he looked at Jihan, highly excited. "I thought you'd never make a move. What were you doing while leaving your companions waiting? Meditating?" The young man simply confirmed, "Well, something like that." Jihan then activated his sample ability to analyze the situation. Probability of civilians in the area, less than 10%. Probability of civilians getting involved in the battle, less than 10%. With that, he concluded, "Something's wrong. This is a city, but there are no civilians around. At the very least, there should be signs of evacuation. Well, that makes it easier. No risk of involving innocents." The half-elf ran to Min Yuri to help her, and heard Jihan say, "Sihu Yuri, thank you for buying me time. Now leave this to me and get out of here. I can't guarantee your safety." Intense energy emanated from Jihan, and beside him, Sylph, the wind spirit, floated. Soon, he stated with conviction, "Let's go, Sylph." The little fairy readily complies. Moments before, in the dimension created by Sylph, she was huddled in a sphere of energy. She stated in fear, "Yu Jihan, I won't let you go down the same path as her." Jihan confronts her. "Why did you change your mind? Before you said naming me as successor was Erna Haas's will." The fairy replies, "At that time I tried to respect her will, but now I understand. Erna was wrong. She believed that sacrificing herself would save everyone. But look what happened. She was eliminated, leaving only hatred and an endless cycle of war. Now the same tragedy is about to repeat itself. Protecting everyone was never possible from the start. I'm afraid you'll end up like her." Jihan tries to understand her. "You want me to run away, is that it?" She just nods. After all, the target wasn't him. It was Sylph. She reveals with regret, "You should never have gotten involved in this." A strong gust of wind fills the dimension, and the fairy pleads, "I can no longer drag you into this tragedy. Give me up and go back to your precious companions." She charges mana in her hand, but Jihan stares at her firmly. "You're mistaken, Sylph. You are my precious companion too." The fairy is astonished. He's resisting my power, but then says, determined, "It's useless. This is my mental domain. You'll never break this barrier." Even so, Jihan insists, "If I were someone who gives up in front of a simple wall, I would never have started this journey." An explosion of energy breaks through the field. This left Sylph impressed. How can a human break a spiritual barrier? Finally, Jihan reaches for the fairy's hand. His scars from the last battle against the bestial wolf were evident. He tries to ease the burden on her heart. "Don't carry everything alone, Sylph. Sihu and I have come this far because you were with us. Now it's your turn to trust me." The little one can't look him in the eyes and murmurs, "Erna and you are both fools." Touching Jihan's bruised face, she whispers, "But perhaps you are exactly the kind of fools I needed. Yu Jihan, I will trust you this time." Back in the present, side by side, they face Kang Yubek. A powerful and unified energy envelops them. Sylph announces firmly, "I'll fight by your side." Jihan's sword bubbles with mana, and with the fairy's help, the boy fires his windblade attack directly at Kang Yubek. Firmly holding his dagger, Kang Yubek tried to contain Jihan's charged attack. In the process, his body was dragged backward. He stared at the blow with attentive eyes, protecting himself as he thought, "What incredible magical density! A common blade wouldn't have blocked that." At that instant, an insane laugh escaped his lips. Then he yelled, breaking Jihan's attack, "This is exciting! Why were you holding back until now?" The drunk hero advanced, with thirst in his eyes and reddish irises, running directly towards Jihan. Preparing to counterattack, Jihan called for Sylph, who remained attentive by his side. The little fairy replied firmly, "Leave it to me." With his sword now completely fused with the wind spirit's mana, Jihan ran towards Kang Gyubek, ready to use the haste technique once again. Thus, an intense exchange of blows began between Jihan and the drunk hero. From afar, it was clear how excited Kang Gyubek was. Finally, the boy had decided to fight seriously. Jihan was showing his true strength. Despite the chaos, the protagonist remained calm, dodging and blocking with perfection. His fighting style was centered, precise, and direct, the opposite of Kang's chaotic approach. In the background, the girls silently observed the intense battle. Min Yuri, surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, their speed is insane. I can't even keep up with my eyes. What happened to Jihan? He's gotten so much stronger. He's incomparable to that fight against the mutant Shavelcat." Meanwhile, Sihu looked at her hands thoughtfully. "Jihan is getting so strong, but what about me? As guild master, what am I now?" The fierce fight continued. Jihan attacked with mastery, but Kang Gyubek blocked or dodged most blows. In an unexpected moment, Kang crouched down and prepared a counterattack. Seeing the young man's surprised look, he questioned, "Didn't you learn anything? I told you exaggerated movements are easy targets for counterattacks." A precise cut was delivered towards Jihan, but there wasn't even a scratch. Looking at the boy, Kang noticed Sylph by his side. The little fairy had protected him. He yelled in disbelief. "He blocked with his spirit?" Cornered by the drunk hero's doubt, Jihan confronted him, his eyes shining. "What did you say? So that's what you wanted from the beginning?" Beside Sylph, he prepared to launch his wind bomb attack. Sensing the imminent danger, Kang Gyubek retreated with a leap, trying to gain distance. But everything in front of Jihan was destroyed with an intense explosion. When the dust settled, the boy looked for Kang. He couldn't have disappeared like that. Like a plague, the man reappeared, emerging from the rubble and shouting like a madman. That was truly impressive. I didn't know Korea still had heroes of this caliber. Jihan could hardly believe what he saw. Damn, he's a tough one. Sylph became worried. "Jihan, we don't have much time. My manifestation will disappear soon." Preparing for a final attack, Jihan enveloped his sword in another wave of mana and replied, "Then let's end this with our strongest blow. Enter my blade, Sylpha." The drunk hero, still thirsty for battle, ran towards him yelling, "So this is your ultimate technique? Show me what you're capable of." Wielding his sword charged with an immense wave of energy, Jihan replied with determination, "No need to ask. That's exactly what I'm going to do." Finally, the boy launched the Aura Blade, his most powerful and devastating attack, at the battle maniac. A crater opened in the path of the blow, heading directly towards Kang Gyubek. But the man, without any fear, kept advancing. He accepted his fate. However, someone interrupted this final attack. Between Jihan and the drunk hero appeared an imposing figure who stated with great dismay, "You reckless fools, that's why I hate hot-headed boys." With a simple movement, he launched a small but dense sphere of black and purple energy, nullifying Jihan's blow before it could cause more damage or eliminate anyone. It was so easy for him that while canceling the attack with one hand, the other remained in his jacket pocket. Jihan's eyes widened as he recognized that figure. It was Bayek. The man spoke firmly. "Enough, both of you. Are you planning to destroy this entire place?" In a flashback, we return to the moment when the meeting of the 6 heroes was taking place. Baek, with his serious demeanor, firmly laid out the plan. "We will establish the Fun Guild in Red Hall for protection, while also setting a trap to attract Rios. No one opposes this plan, right?" He paused briefly, confident everyone would agree. "Then let's proceed." But in the background, an unexpected voice broke the silence. "I object." Beck looked away and stared at the man who dared to interrupt. His tone became more incisive, slightly surprised but still restrained. He questioned the one who dared to interrupt him. "Park Young-sop, are you still here?" The man cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone present. And then he revealed aloud, "The 6 great guilds are protecting Yu Jihan. I don't think he's worth that much. As someone who saw him fight in Karos for 7 years, I can affirm that I know that boy well." The man then proceeded to list capabilities, or rather, completely disparaged the young man's power. Jihan only has mediocre stats, no grit, no real strength, a completely ordinary hero. And now you're all telling me he's a wind spirit mage? Honestly, it makes me doubt Red Hall's judgment and also the Dado Guild's judgment. Besides, I also have doubts about Rios from Azizia. Is he even really alive? One of the heroes, Kang Jun-il, added fuel to the fire by agreeing with the Karos guild leader. There's no concrete proof that Rios is still around, and yet they're acting as if it's a big operation. At that instant, Kang Yubek spoke with conviction. Ryos is alive. Park Young-seop was surprised by the sudden declaration. After all, the drunk had no proof to support it. With his face completely red from intoxication, Kang Yubek continued to assert with his imposing posture, "Ever since I returned to Korea, I've been smelling him everywhere." Kang continued, slurring his words with intensity. "I'm sure he's here. But as the Karas guildmaster said, is Yu Ji-han really someone we need? So how about this?" Brutally, Kang Yubek plunged his blade into the center of the table and declared, "I myself will find him and put him to the test. The old way." He then looked at Baek and questioned, "No objections, right? Senior Kangcheon?" Back in the present, Baek was trying to contain the chaos that had erupted. A dense, menacing energy enveloped the entire neighborhood where the battle was taking place. The man easily appeared in the center of all that mess that was about to destroy a good part of the region. Jihan's turbulent mana, condensed with the power of the wind spirit, was violently flowing in all directions. But fortunately, Baek was skilled and knew how to contain all that mess. As soon as he finished the work, he clenched his fists and murmured, "The old way, huh? That was a bit much, don't you think, Kang Yubek?" The drunk walked up to Baek, reprimanding him. "Kangcheon, you shouldn't have interfered." Baek, however, looked at him and replied without any hesitation, "Stop showing off. Even for you, taking that direct attack was risky." And so, what was the test result? The drunk maniac couldn't contain his laughter and announced with satisfaction that the boy's performance was simply perfect. Jihan observed everything from the background, in silence, with Sylph by his side. Seeing Baek, he couldn't hold back and shouted with his voice full of indignation, "Kangcheon Baek! What the hell do you think you're doing in a civilian area?" Unlike the protagonist, the man looked at him calmly and revealed, "I teleported the civilians a while ago, and we also made several preparations before you even arrived." At that moment, several Red Hall warriors surrounded the area. As always, they all wore black clothes and gas masks. The group caught Jihan's attention. They stopped right in front of the boy, surrounding him as if he were a criminal. Jihan was surprised and questioned in a doubtful tone what the Red Hall assault squad was doing there. The group also surrounded Min Yuri and Sihu. The half-elf yelled at them all with her guard up, "How can you do this to a fellow hero?" It was then that an old friend of the half-elves, Young Yeonji, looked at her and replied coldly, "Don't resist, Kim Sihu. We're not here to hurt you, just cooperate without arguing." Furious, Jihan shouted, "Do you really think we'll cooperate after you force us like this?" Baek calmly interrupted him as his cane materialized in his hand. "Unfortunately, you have no choice." In a matter of milliseconds, Baek opened a portal behind him and ordered in a soft tone, "Then just come quietly." Soon, several energy beams fell on Jihan, Sihu, and Min Yuri, and they all disappeared without even having a chance to fight back. The Red Hall warriors began to mobilize to assess the situation at the previous battle site, and the leader ordered them to be quick and for everyone to evaluate and report the damages. Jang, who had been hiding the entire time, watched in silence. He mumbled to himself, astonished, "This is insane! What the hell is going on? A rank 1 hero attacked out of nowhere, and now they're literally kidnapping people? I need to call for help." But before he could move, one of the Red Hall warriors found him. He asked his colleague, "What should we do with this little rat?" The leader replied objectively, "Capture him for now, but don't hurt him, he's a civilian." Jang Mongtong became completely terrified. Now he too would be kidnapped and taken God knows where. Meanwhile, in an isolated laboratory, Rias was sitting before two subordinates. Breaking the silence, he declared, "So it has finally begun, Yu Jihan." He then looked at Jerry and Lim Min-soo and asked, "Have you prepared everything according to my instructions?" Excited, the young maniac promptly replied, "Jerry is ready at any moment." Beside her, Min-soo also nodded firmly. "Everything is ready, exactly as you requested. We used all the magic crystals stored in the laboratory. As a result, we have 85 enhanced humans, and all have been completely activated." Inside the tanks, beings resembling CY013 and CY015 could be seen. Rias smiled, excited and satisfied. "Excellent. No more delays. Operation Paradise begins now." At the Red Hall Guild headquarters, Jihan's group appeared in one of the rooms. As he walked and surveyed the surroundings, Jihan murmured, "Where could we be?" As soon as the young people arrived, Baek announced loudly, addressing Jihan directly, "It seems you're no longer ill." Immediately after, Baek turned to everyone and declared with a smile, "Welcome to Red Hall, Fun Guild. It must have been sudden, but thank you for cooperating." In the background, consumed by anger, Sihu shouted, "Cooperate? That was more like forced cooperation." Baek laughed, amused by the indignation. "Forced? If Jian-ko hears that, he'll be upset." Jihan, impatient, went straight to the point. "Just tell us why you brought us here." Beck let out an irritated sigh and mumbled, "Spirit mages are always so impatient. All right, I'll get straight to the point. First, we are protecting the Fun Guild from the IUPC and the Ajacia race," he continued. "I'm sure Kang Jubek has already explained this to you. Second, we want to push Yu Jihan's spiritual magic to its absolute limit. But you've already demonstrated quite a bit of that in your fight against Gubayak." Then, with a more serious tone, he revealed, "And most importantly, third, we will use Yu Jihan's spiritual magic as bait to attract Rias." Jihan firmly retorted, "But there's no guarantee he'll show up just because of that." Beck gave a slight smile and revealed his true plan. "Of course, that alone might not be enough. That's why all of you will be the bait." The simple word bait enraged Sihu. Min Yuri couldn't hold back and confronted Beck. "You want us to be bait?" With a chilling calm, Beck confirmed, "Exactly. You will attract Rias and we will capture him. Meanwhile, you just need to release your mana and wait. Simple, don't you think?" Jihan then questioned, staring at Beck. "And if we refuse?" Even displeased, Beck replied coldly, "Well, if that's your choice, I'll respect it." But then his eyes became sharp as blades and he concluded seriously, "But in that case, I will have to use force." At that very moment, an overwhelming wave of mana filled the hall. That was Beck's power, and everyone there felt a clear sample of what he was capable of. His mana was almost infinite. The girls were terrified. "Is that really the mana of a single person?" Beck then made his proposal irresistible. "So to avoid unnecessary trouble, how about we resolve this peacefully?" Jihan, furious, refused. He drew his sword with force and yelled, "You ambush us, attack us, even kidnap us, and now you want us to just sit and wait?" With Sylph by his side, he stated with conviction, "I refuse. If he shows up, I'll fight too." The tension in the air was suffocating. On one side, Beck with his overwhelming mana. On the other, Jihan, with the wind spirit strength infused in his energy, colliding with Beck's power. The hero was silent for a moment, still observing Jihan. "You, Jihan, this boy is much closer to a true spiritual summoner than before. He is no longer submissive to authority. He follows his own will and acts freely." At that instant, Beck remembered the elf Erna and compared the two. "He's exactly like Erna back then." "Thus," the man stated with a firm and direct voice to the protagonist, "and that's precisely why I can't let you find him." Memories of the chaos that was Rias filled Beck's mind. Jihan, confused by the words, tried to understand. "What are you talking about?" But Beck, tired of dealing with him, replied sharply, "I don't know. Why don't you ask your senior?" Suddenly, a thick layer of rocks began to surround Jihan. The boy didn't even have time to react. Remembering Doha's ability, he understood what was happening. That man's technique was unmistakable. Enormous stone hands completely trapped him. "Sihu, desperate," screamed Jihan's name. Min Yuri, still paralyzed, mumbled in shock. "Sihu, that man is Yun Doha of the Dado Guild?" Before she could say more, Doha broke through Beck's dimensional plane and appeared saying, "A senior, huh? You can't be talking about me." Rubbing his head with his hand, a little dizzy, he grumbled, "No matter how many times I teleport, I never get used to it." Beck, looking at the trapped Jihan, commented, "You took your time. I almost had to fight your rookie." Doha retorted, "Maybe next time put the right coordinates." Beck shrugged. "Anyway, great timing to show up." But Doha was direct. "He won't be able to move for a while, let's go." In the background, Sihu screamed desperately, demanding they get Jihan out of there. Her words, however, were accompanied by action. She activated 6 magic circles and launched a powerful attack against the stone barrier. Still, the result was surprising. It didn't leave a single scratch. Doha then looked at her coldly and ordered, "Stop wasting your time. The earth-sealing magic won't let him out without my permission." It was then that a cold, rebellious voice echoed in the background. "Permission? I don't need that." Those words made both Doha and Beck look back at the stone barrier that held Jihan captive. From inside the stone, a wave of energy began to vibrate in growing circles. In the center, Jihan remained firm. With his sword in hand and his eyes burning with determination, he declared, "If there's an obstacle in my way, I just need to cut everything in half." Inside the rock barrier, Jihan focused. He gripped his sword, ready to destroy everything with the pure hatred he carried. While accumulating mana in the blade, he also carefully observed the barrier's weak points with his sample ability. Without hesitation, he called out to the fairy, "Sylph, envelop me with your spiritual magic." The small fairy, already exhausted, granted the request but retorted with a grumble, "Hey, do you by any chance think my mana is infinite?" Immediately after, however, she announced without losing focus, "All right, mana recharged." The sword overflowed with power, and with a fierce cry he charged. "Let's break everything. The earth may be solid, but it always has cracks." The slashing attack he unleashed was so dense and precise that it completely cracked the barrier. In an instant, rocks flew in all directions. launched like projectiles by a small tornado forming around him. Amidst the chaos, Jihan confidently stated, "The wind never misses the cracks, because the wind can reach anywhere." Baek was visibly surprised. Sihu excitedly yelled Jihan's name, while Min Yuri also thrilled at the strength he displayed. Doha cast a cold glance at the protagonist, but then a smile spread across his face. Proudly, he said, "You've grown a lot. That's how my junior should be." Jihan then raised his sword towards the two, firmly declaring, "If you two truly intend to stop me, you'd better fight for real. Right now, I'm confident I can cut through anything." Baek looked at Doha and provoked, "Did you hear that, Yoon Doha? How exactly did you train your junior?" The situation was spiraling out of control. Doha, scratching his head and visibly annoyed, told Baek to shut up. Then he turned to Jihan and announced, "You, Jihan, I have no intention of fighting you right now. You know as well as I do that facing both of us alone is impossible." But the protagonist retorted, "Winning completely might be difficult, but escaping from here?" Doha interrupted him, his posture now much more serious. "No, that is absolutely impossible. Aren't you curious where you are, you, Jihan? The place you're in now is deep beneath Red Hall. You're inside the stomach of the Earth Spirit, Mumu, whom I summoned. In other words, no matter what you try, there's no way out of this double-layered barrier." Doha's words made Jihan scoff, disheartened. But then he angrily questioned, "Why are you doing all this just to stop me from finding Rias? He wants me, not you." It was then that Doha revealed, "This is something we couldn't resolve in the past. We have no intention of passing on the tragedy that happened 10 years ago." Suddenly, an intense yellow aura began to emanate from Baek's body. It looked like he was on fire. And then the man firmly declared, "The bait has been taken. That bastard Rias just arrived." At that very moment, an imposing being manifested outside the enormous Red Hall building. Around him, everything was completely surrounded by a dense red mana. The visitor was Rias. His expression was somber, and the man did not look pleased at all. With a grave voice, he announced, "So this is where you were hiding." With renewed determination and chaos hovering around him, the man stated, "The spiritual hunt will begin." The Red Hall building was immense, filled with countless rooms. It wouldn't be easy for Rios to find the protagonist in that labyrinth. To make matters worse, the Red Hall members patrolled all floors, heavily armed, wearing black jumpsuits and equally dark gas masks. One of the warriors communicated with Base through his earpiece. "Command room, this is Team B reporting. No unusual activity so far." Outside, another group also made their rounds. "All patrol zones are clear." The atmosphere was tense. Baek's announcement of Rios' arrival had spread. One of the uneasy warriors questioned the squad leader. "You said something was coming, so why this silence? It's making me nervous." The leader was direct. "Stay alert. Not even an ant should pass. This is a direct order from Baek Kang-chun." And yet someone crossed the barrier and entered the Red Hall building as if it were nothing. Rias walked through the entrance hall, enveloped in a dense layer of red mana that rippled around him like eternal flames. He had activated the Presence Concealment magic ability. Thus, he moved calmly among the Red Hall warriors without any of them noticing his murderous aura. One of them, however, felt something strange and murmured, "Hey, did something just pass by?" But the leader responded with disdain, "You're being paranoid. Focus." Little did they know that that soldier was the only one truly aware there. All the others had let Rias pass without even noticing. After advancing a little further, Rias stopped. He tried to sense the energy of the wind spirit, still in the protagonist's possession. Mentally, he questioned, "Where are you, you Jihan?" He touched the wall in front of him, spreading his mana through the environment, and then he felt it. Rias looked at the ground and announced, "A spirit's presence, so he's below us." The man knelt, touched the ground, and mumbled, satisfied, "Finally, I found it. The one I've been searching for. The wind spirit." Two dense red circles appeared over his hand. Rias guided them to the floor and began to open a passage to the lower floor. Several red rays dispersed in all directions. Finally, Rias opened a hole in the ground and jumped without hesitation to the lower floor. During the fall, he thought, "If it's you, you'll give me the answer I'm looking for." The man landed softly, and there it was, an enormous door with a bright blue magic circle. He stared at it and reflected, "Is it beyond this door?" A complex circuit of sealing magic, a multi-layered barrier enveloping the building's outer wall. Prepared to proceed, he enveloped his hands in red mana, which swirled between his fingers like an endless river of energy. Then he touched the barrier and declared, "Well, not that it matters much to me." His mana violently collided with the blue barrier. In seconds, the magic door dissolved, opening a huge hole in front of him. Rias continued, still with an energized hand, but with an expression of disappointment. "Was that all you prepared? What a disappointment." Upon entering the dark room, his eyes saw nothing. Confused, he murmured, "Just an empty space. The spirit's presence disappears here. He took a few steps, still thoughtful. There must be something. But then he was caught by magic. Reality distorted, and something began to affect Rius. The surrounding environment began to crumble, and he gasped with a severe headache. That plan corrupted his memories. Rius brought his hands to his face and, gasping, screamed, "What the hell are these visions?" Veins pulsed in his face and hands. Thus, he concluded, "These are memories that don't belong to me." It was then that he understood what was happening. All these are fragments imprinted in my own cells. Beyond my will, the feeling of having my existence denied. His red eyes became intense. The young man gripped his own face, almost trying to tear out his brain. Rius stated as he was corroded by pain, "These buried emotions are emerging. All of them are from a memory deeply etched into my cells." Soon, Rius was before a chaotic scene. Many fallen bodies, a battlefield, a massacre. It was the memory of a war, the memory of the end. And then he realized what it was. His whole body trembled as he murmured, "This place is where I was eliminated, and where everything began, the place where Azezia fell 10 years ago." Rius stared at a shirtless man with torn pants, a lifeless body before him identical to himself, and then he stated, "This must be your memory." Observing the hologram of his former self fallen on the ground, Rius called him original being. At that instant, noises came from the back of the room. Rius murmured, "As you once wished, this time I will capture the wind spirit. This is my purpose. It is my duty." Suddenly, a dense golden energy erupted behind him. The force was too intense to go unnoticed. An enormous stone block crashed down before his eyes, raising a curtain of dust. Rius stepped back and observed the path he had just taken, thinking, "The entrance has been completely sealed." Then a voice emerged from the smoke. "Did you enjoy the welcome party I prepared for you?" Rius looked to the side and at that instant understood perfectly what was happening. It was a trap from the beginning. Suddenly, the dark room was flooded with intense light as several lamps flickered on from the ceiling. Now that everything was visible, the grandeur of the place became evident. It was then that the figure who had arrived spoke. "You've come a long way." Rius, still accustomed to the dim light, had to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the bothersome brightness. As he turned, his gaze met Doha's. The man was enveloped in an aura of powerful mana. His entire body seemed to emanate energy. In a relaxed tone, as if reuniting with an old acquaintance, he said, "Rius of Azizia, I never thought I'd see your face again. It's almost nostalgic." Now used to the light, Rius stared at him and replied coldly, "Quite a twisted pastime you have, using the memories of the departed to set traps." But internally, his thoughts were different. Rius was full of doubts. How did he find me? I used magic that completely erases my presence, and yet this hero knew exactly where I was. Before he could finish his thought, another familiar voice echoed through the hall, making Rios turn immediately. "You seem full of questions, Rios-kun. I bet you're trembling with curiosity to know how we found you." Behind him, Bake's body began to form. Now he was a white blur with bluish hues, a vortex of power. When his form stabilized, the hero questioned with a slight hint of provocation, "Do you want to know why?" Immediately after, energy beams began to fall like lightning within the room. The exit was completely sealed, and Bake remained there, standing, leaning on his serpent-headed cane, as if everything was under control. And then all the others began to appear. First, the Guildmaster of the Warriors, Kang Junil. The man had an arrogant and disdainful look. He rested his enormous hammer on his shoulders as he scrutinized Rios from head to toe. Beside him appeared Kim Min-jung, the Guildmaster of Snowball, with her black hair streaked with red highlights. The woman held a thick ice stalactite, ready to attack or defend without hesitation. Park Young-seop, the Guildmaster of Kiros, appeared next. His expression was neutral, but there was a slight nervousness in his demeanor, as if he didn't want to be involved in the situation. And finally, Kang Gyu-baek, the Guildmaster of Destiny, emerged. The drunk wielded his old sheathed dagger. As always, his face was flushed from drinking, contrasting with his lively reddish eyes, full of a thirst for combat. The 6 great Guildmasters of Korea were all there, gathered. In the end, Beck smiled mockingly, bowing slightly and questioned as if it were any ordinary meeting. "Well then, shall we begin, Rios?" Rios faced the leaders of the 6 great guilds of the country. With a furrowed brow, he remained silent, thinking deeply. Park Young-seop broke the silence. "So you're alive, Rios Azezia." For the leader of the Destiny Guild, it was the first time seeing Rios in person, unlike Kim Min-jung, who showed some surprise. "How do you still look exactly the same as 10 years ago, Rios?" Baek Kang-chun didn't want to comment on Rios' appearance. "At least this way, we don't need to confirm your identity. We can take you down immediately." Rios felt cornered. He couldn't understand the situation because In the guild hall, when he touched the wall, what he had sensed was, without a doubt, the wind spirit of Yu Ji-han. However, he didn't know he was being lured into a trap based on spatial magic. Baek Kang-chun had positioned everyone outside, beyond Ryus's detection range, and had brought them in through multiple spatial distortions. Ryus, always confident in his detection abilities, sought only the remaining traces of the wind spirit and ended up walking straight into the trap. But one question still bothered him. How did they manage to track my hidden presence? Seeing that Ryus was lost in thought, someone decided to act. Several dimensional slashes tore through the air, traveling toward him. Ryus stood still, allowing the slashes to approach, but at the last moment he extended his hand, creating an energy barrier that rendered the attacks useless. Ryus, neutralizing the space-cutting ability cast by Kang-chun, surprised Park Young-seop, who frowned. Having blocked the first wave of attacks, Ryus commented, "You should know that spatial magic doesn't work against me. Don't tell me you forgot." Small blocks appeared in his hand, floating above his palm, explaining why. He was also a spatial manipulator. Baek Kang-chun was not surprised, remembering that Ryus was the being who introduced the concept of spatial magic to Earth, even helping humans long ago by teaching them magic. Knowing this made the leader of the Red Hall Guild ask why Ryus had turned against humanity. But Ryus returned the question, "I'm the one who should ask? Why did the past me trust disgusting humans?" Kang-chun did not understand what Ryus meant. Ryus was unwilling to explain. Lighting the small block with flames in his hand, he warned with a dark expression, "You don't need to know more than this, since soon none of this will matter." Ryus did not believe escaping the trap would be difficult. He intended to withdraw immediately and wait for a new opportunity. But as he was about to use his spatial magic with the cube in his hand, it exploded. He raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing his spatial movement forcibly cancelled. Baek Kang-chun revealed they were responsible for the failure. "We put a lot of effort into bringing you here. Letting you go now would be a shame." With his staff pointed, Baek Kang-chun cast an area spell, the Dream World, enveloping the entire room with his spatial magic. Ryus realized he was trapped inside another spatial magic. That's why his own magic didn't work. Kang-chun emphasized what Ryus had realized. "Inside this space, only I control spatial magic. In other words, this is a perfect battlefield to turn you into pulp." Immediately after Kang-chun's words, the leader of the Warriors Guild, Kang Junil, jumped toward Ryus carrying his enormous hammer. "Our fight from 10 years ago isn't over yet." The gigantic, crushing blow fell on the pile of stones created earlier when Ryus had dodged it. Although he could not use spatial magic, Ryus still had some tricks he used to keep his distance. Baek Kang-chun slapped his face, irritated. "What kind of idiot shouts while launching a stealth attack?" Kang Junil didn't like being reprimanded. "Shut up! That's part of my fighting style." Seeing them attack again while hiding their presence with magic, Ryus wondered how they were managing to track him, but he remembered something. When he tried to locate the wind spirit earlier, upon touching the entrance barrier, he felt an energy. At that moment, he thought it was just a defensive alert. Ryus quickly examined his own body until he found something. Pulling the sleeve that covered his arm up to his wrist, he discovered a mark on his forearm. As soon as he noticed the mark's presence, Kang Gyu-baek approached from behind. "Did you like my gift?" As soon as he noticed the malicious look, Ryus moved. Kang Gyu-baek attacked with his short dagger, using wide strikes that, although sharp, were dodged by Ryus. Ryus recognized the identity of the Destiny Guild leader, confirming he was the one who had created the mark. Honored to be remembered, Gyu-baek launched a vertical attack from bottom to top, but Ryus dodged again. This time he raised his left leg, counter-attacking with a kick. As Ryus questioned what Gyu-baek had done, the Destiny Guild leader smiled provocatively. "Who knows? Let's just say maybe I put a restriction on your most annoying ability." Gyu-baek had used the Prey Mark ability. Once the mark was placed on someone, part of his mana constantly surrounded the target. "No matter how much you try to get rid of it, you will still be detected because of my mana connection." Raising the arm with the mark, Ryus let his energy leak, trying unsuccessfully to destroy that useless trick. This time, a guild leader mocked, "Without your stealth, you're just a fast little mouse." Ryus looked down as he heard her voice, realizing his feet had been frozen to the ground. That had been done by Kim Min-young, with her Zero Absolute Ice Shackles ability. With a sharp look, she warned, "You better not try to move. One slight movement and your legs will break." Another person joined the group, questioning if Ryus really thought they had done nothing in the last 10 years. Yoon Do-ha considered himself different from Ryus, who hadn't changed at all in the last decade. He then snapped his fingers, giving the signal for the end. Immediately, gigantic rocks appeared around Ryus. It was a massive earth imprisonment magic. Faced with such danger, Ryus saw no choice but to sacrifice his legs. But Kang-chun reminded him, "Did you forget you can't use spatial magic here without my permission?" Soon the stones around Rias began to move. As they grew above him, they started to fall, intending to lock him in. In an instant, a stone cocoon buried him for eternity. Seeing his ability bear fruit, Doha smiled extremely satisfied. Let's finish this. Using the zero absolute ability, Kim Min-jung created a massive ice ball, the Ice Planet. She didn't throw the Ice Planet at Rias, but hurled it toward Kang Junil. As the Ice Planet approached, Junil swung his hammer. Leaping, he focused all his strength, striking while shouting. The hammer, charged with energy, hit the center of the Ice Planet. Giant smash! With the power of that attack, the ice sphere split in half, sinking with all the energy of that combo. With a satisfied look, Baek Kang-chun watched the trio having fun, but also wanted to join in, adding the cherry on top of the cake. The snake's mouth on his staff glowed, channeling his ability. An explosion tearing through dimensions fell upon Rias, devastating everything in its path, leaving no room for escape. When the set of attacks dissipated, a small starry mist had appeared. Park Young-seop, who had not participated in the combined attacks, was incredulous at the result. Impossible. This is far beyond the level of first-class heroes. Before him was a spatial crater amid the icy peaks, remnants of Min-jung's attack. He glimpsed who the warriors were that led the Great War of Azizia to victory, the 5 Knights of Determination. After Rias disappeared in the combined attack, Min-jung asked to confirm, "Is it over, right?" To Junil, it was obvious. "Our attack went perfectly. Of course he's gone." Caught standing still, just watching, Young-seop averted his gaze, apologizing. "I ended up missing the timing to participate as well." Pointing to the result of the 5's effort, Young-seop questioned whether his participation was really necessary. Doha, although believing they had won, asked Kang-chun, "What do you think? Do you sense any trace of his magic?" Baek Kang-chun made a brief and quick analysis. He couldn't see anything, not even using his detection ability. Even Kang-chun was surprised that they had eliminated Rias so easily. While the two were talking, Kang Gyu-baek approached. He, who had placed a mark on Rias, was the only one to feel an extremely threatening dark energy. A voice ran through his ear. "I see. So this is the limit of your strength? How disappointing." Rias's voice was forceful, leaving no room for doubt or misinterpretation. Completely shaken, Kang Gyu-baek fell to the ground. As everyone gathered around him to understand what was happening, they noticed that the mark linking him to Rias was exuding powerful mana. Not Gyu-baek's, but Rias's. Rias's mana overflowed unrestricted through the mark. Soon a set of dark chains formed from that mana, making the space around completely chaotic. Quickly, the chains attacked Min-jung and Junil, catching them by surprise. Unable to resist, the two were bound together by the magical chains. The chains tried to do the same to Baek Kang-chun, but the Red Hall leader activated a spatial magic, creating a magical barrier in front of him. Although not captured, he was surprised by what he saw next. From Gyu-baek, Rias had emerged using spatial movement magic. Kang-chun couldn't understand what was happening. "We should have total control over spatial magic. How did he manage that?" Recovering his crimson energy, Rias kept his eyes closed for a few seconds before opening them, starting a new phase of the battle. His first target was Kang Gyu-baek, the one who had dared to place a mark on his body. Just by his presence, Rias was intimidating, even more so with his dark aura. With his neck grabbed, Gyu-baek stammered, asking how Rias had emerged from his arm. Rias replied, "It was because of the mark you engraved on me." The prey mark was a unique ability of Kang Gyu-baek, which created a mana path, allowing him to track his targets. Rias had done something simple. He reversed the flow of the mana path. His tone mixed sarcasm, although it started with a compliment. "That barrage of attacks you used to corner me was impressive. If everyone had hit me, I would have been in real danger." Satisfied, Rias recalled what had happened in the last moment before being trapped. The path created by the mark had become his perfect escape route, and since that path was created by Gyu-baek, he could simply cross it in reverse. As he began to run out of air under Rias's grip, Gyu-baek refused to believe those words were possible. Out of the corner of his eye, Rias looked at the spatial mage. "Thanks to the mark's path, I wasn't affected by the dream world and I was able to open a portal, since the dream only controls space but doesn't interfere with magical circuits." Baek Kang-chun, the creator of the magic, understood perfectly what Rias meant, especially for having underestimated him. Irritated by so much chatter, Doha created new stalactites. "We just need to capture him again." As the stones approached Rias, they were unexpectedly blocked by a hidden force. Doha was shocked to see his spiritual magic nullified. With Doha having made a move, Rias turned coldly to face him. "Doha, you said you've grown a lot in the last 10 years. The same goes for me." With the gaze of a dark being, Rias extended his hand, breaking the space in front of him. This simple act cracked the dream world, and a malevolent energy overflowed into it. In a place similar to where the fight against Rias was happening, Yu Jihan's group was present. Min Yuri was the first to try breaking the barrier that held them, launching a rain of ice. Together, Kim Si-hoo used the wind arrow magic. The powerful spells hit the room's walls, causing explosions, but they didn't even leave scratches on the surfaces. Realizing it was useless to keep trying to break out by force, Yoo Ji-han asked them to stop attacking, as they were just wasting mana. Immediately, he used his power to analyze the probability of escaping that place. However, the result proved impossible to determine. Even after countless attempts, the answer to his research remained the same, but Yoo Ji-han clung to the message because it didn't say it was impossible, which meant there was a way to escape. Not knowing what the method would be, he wondered if he should use the sword's aura again. Suddenly, Sylph appeared to the protagonist, pouting, "Yoo Ji-han! You were about to use my power again, weren't you?" The little wind spirit scolded him, explaining that this place was a subspace manifested by an earth spirit. Using only physical strength wouldn't help at all. Being reprimanded, Ji-han asked what they should do. With her hands on her hips, Sylph suggested a solution. "Since the spirit's contractor isn't here, we just need to convince him. You have to do exactly what you said to me before." Confused, Ji-han asked how he should speak, but Sylph rolled her eyes, throwing cold water. "I don't know, but maybe if you call him, he'll appear." Hearing the little wind spirit's words, Yoo Ji-han said that such a thought was ridiculous. To him, if a simple conversation worked, they wouldn't be in this absurd situation. Si-hoo, on the other hand, encouraged him to try. "Come on, at least try. We can't just sit here doing nothing." But to Ji-han, this plan didn't seem good. "You know we have no other options. Let's take a break and think of something better." Irritated, Kim Si-hoo pouted, puffing her cheeks. Sighing, she decided to act on her own. Raising her hands, she began shouting, "Moo, moo, you big cowardly idiot! If you're not a coward, show yourself and face us." Sitting while resting, Ji-han questioned what the girl was doing. Si-hoo said she was trying to provoke Moo Moo. Turning to Yuri, Si-hoo told her to do the same. Startled, Min Yuri asked why she needed to do that too. With a teary look from having to humiliate herself, Si-hoo declared, "That's a direct order from your guildmaster." Faced with that look, Min Yuri saw no choice but to obey. On one side, Si-hoo shouted, "If you're not a coward, show yourself, Moo Moo." On the other, Min Yuri was more reserved. "Moo Moo, if you can hear me, could you please appear?" Seeing her archer practically whisper, Si-hoo irritably told her to provoke the spirit with more enthusiasm. Faced with such a ridiculous scene, Ji-han refused to believe Moo Moo would actually appear. It was at that moment that Yuri provoked in the lowest tone she could imagine. "They say the earth spirit isn't a powerful dragon, but just a humble worm." As soon as she shouted those words, the whole room began to shake. A gigantic stone spirit appeared out of nowhere, shouting furiously, "Moo Moo is not a worm!" Si-hoo raised her arms excitedly upon seeing the provocation worked. Yoo Ji-han still refused to believe it had really worked, but the irritated Si-hoo showed that her plan was right. The stone spirit calmed down, asking why those noisy people had called him. Sylph flew excitedly toward the stone dragon. "Moo Moo, it's been quite a while!" Moo Moo immediately recognized the wind spirit, happy to see her. Yuri interrupted the conversation between the two spirits, asking if Moo Moo could help them get out of there. However, the spirit was embarrassed for not being able to help. "It won't be possible. Moo Moo made a promise to Yoon Do-ha. No one can leave." Irritated, Ji-han grabbed his sword. "Enough. Time to use the sword's aura to put some sense into this bird." Quickly, Sylph stopped him. Hey, Moo Moo didn't do anything wrong." Worried, Si-hoo asked Moo Moo to at least let them know what was happening on Do-ha's side. Since he hadn't promised to keep that a secret, Moo Moo focused to check Yoon Do-ha's condition. As his consciousness reached Do-ha, Moo Moo found a desolate land where chains and stakes pierced the stereo ground, darkly bathed in crimson energy. Moo Moo opened his eyes, frightened, making the room shake once again. The spirit began shouting, "Something's wrong! My partner is in pain! Yoon Do-ha is in danger!" Stunned, Yoo Ji-han never imagined he would hear such words from the spirit Moo Moo. In that barren land, stakes and spears could be seen driven into a vast area. The glasses that belonged to Yoon Do-ha lay broken on the ground, with red liquid dripping onto them. Yoon Do-ha coughed heavily, with spears pierced through his body. Maintaining a shred of consciousness, he murmured, "I've never heard of this type of ability before. What kind of red space is this?" On his knees, he stared at that land and its creator. Rias answered Do-ha's question with a dark calmness. "No need to be surprised. This is just a type of unique ability, the kind you humans tend to talk about." Rias then revealed his technique. "This is spatial magic, the judgment world. It is similar to Baek Kang-chun's dream world, a conceptual magic that affects space itself." Do-ha tried to get up, asking what Rias had done to the others. Rias revealed that each of the 6 guild leaders was sealed in a separate space, chained to their own crosses, as they would be crucial for Paradise's plan. Upon hearing this, Do-ha asked if that was the ultimate goal of the Creature Protection Union. Rias did not hesitate to reveal the next steps of the plan. After neutralizing all the masters of the 6 guilds, a large-scale invasion will be launched against South Korea, and thanks to the trap you created, our plan ended up advancing even better. Rias gave Yoon Do-ha a chance to suffer less than the others. He just had to say where Yu Ji-han was. Mocking Rias's words, Do-ha gripped one of the spears, piercing him, trembling. As he squeezed the spear with his power, it disappeared. Swearing he wouldn't tell, he stretched out his hand. Several sharp stones emerged from the ground, flying toward Rias. However, such spiritual abilities no longer posed a threat. As soon as he activated a barrier, Rias blocked the stones as he had done before. The stones were not only stopped but melted, completely disarmed. Faced with that level of neutralization, Yoon Do-ha could not believe his spiritual arts were so useless. Freely controlling the stones created by Do-ha, Rias explained, "That is the power of the judgment world. Inside this space, you cannot properly use your abilities." The ability had a special effect. It gave the user control over the magical circuits of everyone inside the space. Once the circuits fell under Rias's dominion, he could suppress or destroy his target's abilities at will, or even use them as if they were his own. Do-ha's stones were transformed into spears by Rias and thrown back at him. Wondering how Rias could use his spiritual arts, Do-ha found himself trapped. His escape route had been closed off, and unable to block the spears, he was hit. Having trapped Yoon Do-ha with the spears, Rias mocked, "So how does it feel to be hit by your own magic? Still think you have some kind of special power?" Do-ha shouted, refusing to believe. "That's impossible. Only those with contracts with spirits can use spiritual arts." Rias scoffed, accusing human arrogance as the root of their sins. Thoughtful, he decided to teach something that happened more than 30 years ago. Gates had opened on Earth, allowing the invasion of other races. Humanity was heading toward extinction, but a miracle occurred. People awakened a new power. Heroes emerged, being revered. Rias asked if Do-ha knew when it all began, and answered himself, with the arrival of the Azizia on Earth. Do-ha didn't want to believe it, but began to understand what Rias implied. Rias took pleasure in confirming. "That's right. The awakening power you so brag about originally came from the Azizia. Every ability you use is just a remnant of our legacy." The leader of the guild, Dato, frowned, deeply rejecting that idea. But Rias continued, "Everything, from the opening of the portals to the power given to humans, was orchestrated by the ancient Rios. The one who did all this was the true me." Confused about there being two Rios, Do-ha lifted his head. Before the being overflowing with malice and hatred, he shouted, "Then who the hell are you?" Tired of so much talk, Rias raised his hand. Light sparks appeared around him. He warned, "If you don't want to tell me where Jihan is, then you're no longer useful." From his power, a hole appeared in the sky. The energy of the judgment world concentrated around it. From that hole, a gigantic drill emerged. Bigger than Do-ha himself, the ancient magic, judgment spear, pointed at him. Rias had become prosecutor, judge, and executioner. "For having eliminated the Azizians, you are sentenced for your own actions." The tip of the spear, bound by chains, fell upon Yoon Do-ha. Immobilized, the guild leader frowned, awaiting his last breath. But then, a voice filled with energy pierced everyone's ears. "Looks like I arrived just in time." Rias recognized the voice immediately. The leader of the Red Hall Guild raised his hand, blocking the tip of the spear with his spatial magic. With an egotistical smile, he ran his fingers through his hair. "The protagonist has arrived." Baek-Kang-chun's energy pressed against the tip of the spear, causing countless cracks to appear in its structure. Soon, the dark spear crumbled into fragments that scattered in the wind. Baek-Kang-chun smiled at Rias. "You two were having an interesting conversation. Mind if I join you, fake Rias?" Rias furrowed his brow darkly, wondering how Kang-chun could be there. Baek-Kang-chun was sealed in the same judgment world. His magic and abilities had been completely suppressed so he could not escape. Moreover, Rias couldn't even sense any magical circuits within him. Quickly, Kang-chun destroyed the several spears surrounding Yoon Do-ha. As he stood up, Do-ha wiped the corner of his mouth. "You're late. Want me to hit you?" Baek-Kang-chun snorted at the provocation. "Is that how you talk to someone who just saved your life?" Worried, Do-ha asked about the others. Baek-Kang-chun had to disappoint him. "I barely managed to save myself. My mana is almost completely drained." Looking around, Kang-chun saw they were not in a favorable situation. Facing Rias, Baek-Kang-chun considered using a new ability. As his aura began to overflow, Yoon Do-ha curiously asked what he would do. Kang-chun murmured, "Something that surpasses the dream world. My most powerful magic, 1,000 years of dreams." With a manic look, Baek-Kang-chun raised his hand, making his magic begin to take shape through his mana. 30 years ago, during the invasion of the races, South Korea was devastated by flames. People ran desperately like a couple fleeing with their child. The boy, looking back, cried because in every direction he saw people who could not escape the destruction. Worried, the mother placed her hands over his eyes. "Don't look. We won't end up like them, understand? We will survive." Despite the tears, the boy nodded. With the father guiding them, The three continued running toward the place where the heroes were. However, halfway there, a monster appeared. Carrying a club, a giant ogre blocked the escape route of that family. In front of the colossal creature, they stopped running, trembling with fear. In the boy's eyes, hope turned into despair. The monster attacked his family before they could react. Suddenly, the boy felt his body being pushed. He saw his mother make a last request. "You need to survive." Trying to reach out to his parents, he couldn't even get close to them. The monster's club came down, sealing the fate of the couple. The boy's world was destroyed, shattered. After the attack, the monster lifted the parents' bodies in front of him, mocking him. The boy's eyes shone with an unnatural light. Raising his hand, he unleashed the power that had been granted to him, eliminating the monster with a single blow. It was at that moment that Baek Kang-chun was reborn. As soon as the first monster fell, others of the same kind began to arrive. The orc horde roared furiously upon seeing their companion dead, and with steps that made the ground tremble, they advanced toward the boy. But Kang-chun's eyes showed that he was not finished yet. A few hours later, the sun shone again over the ruined city. A group of heroes walked among the rubble until they reached the reported location. One of the heroines covered her nose, bothered by the strong odor. In front of her, a warrior frowned. He couldn't believe that the entire horde of monsters had been eliminated by just one child. With a disturbed look, the young man of incredible talent knelt before his mother's body. He couldn't even process what had happened the night before. Seeing the child's state, the group leader ordered one of his subordinates to fetch him. A warrior approached, calling for Kang-chun, but before he could react, his arm was attacked. He screamed like a pig in pain. The rest of the group was shocked to see their partner, John Kyung-chan, wounded. That boy was in a state of rage. The only thing on his mind was to eliminate everyone around him. The heroes hid behind the captain, asking what they should do. With no other option, the captain considered neutralizing him, until someone behind the group asked permission to try something. Looking back, the captain consented. A hooded woman approached the boy, revealing her face. Kang-chun still had his hand pointed at her, ready to attack if she advanced. But the woman asked him not to be afraid. Revealing her golden hair, pointed ears, and red eyes, the beautiful heroine tried to calm him. "I'm not here to hurt you." However, upon seeing the pointed ears, a sign that she was not human, Kang-chun lost control even more. A dark voice echoed from the boy's mouth. "Stay away, you monster!" Before he could realize it, the attack had already hit the woman. The group was left in shock. However, Erna prevented them from approaching. "Don't come any closer. I can handle this alone." Erna approached the boy, who was trembling in shock. "You have received a power you cannot control, and at such a young age." Seeing the woman's hand reaching out, Kang-chun felt extreme fear. He didn't want to end up like his parents. He wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish. To survive, he needed to eliminate any threat. Baek Kang-chun still wanted to protect his family, at any cost, but before he realized it, he was embraced by the woman. Erna wrapped him in her arms, covering his eyes and whispering, "You don't have to fight anymore. If this is too much for you, you don't have to see it. This is not your fault." For the first time since the tragedy of the previous night, Kang-chun felt his heart warm, just like his mother used to. That had been Baek Kang-chun's first encounter with Erna. She saved him, preventing the vengeful instinct from consuming him. But now, against Ryus, it was time for Baek Kang-chun to release the energy he had suppressed for so long. For the first time in a long time, he found himself obligated to protect someone. Kang-chun's eyes displayed the same glow from that night that changed his life. Letting the power overflow from his body, he summoned his snake-headed staff. Ryus was surprised that Kang-chun still possessed so much mana, but upon closer observation of the overflowing energy, he realized something was wrong. Mana is a source of energy that carries mass. The purer the mana, the more mass it contains. However, the mana Kang-chun carried was different. For some reason, the radiation of his energy had no mass at all. The mana emanated by the guild leader seemed more like an illusion. Ryus then understood what was happening. This is just an afterimage. Not even your staff carries a trace of your mana signature. Do you really think you can fool me with such a simple trick? Mocking, Ryus raised his hand once again, letting sparks of his power flow through the world of judgment. To demonstrate his complete control over that space, he created dozens of judgment spears. With a single command, the attacks crossed the space, flying toward Kang-chun and Yoon Do-ha. The duo remained motionless in front of that barrage. Worried to see Kang-chun just waiting, Yoon Do-ha shouted, "Hey, Baek Kang-chun, when are you going to use that most powerful skill you keep talking about?" With a sharp look, Kang-chun told his partner to wait, as it was almost ready. Due to the delay, the attacks fell upon the two before they could say anything else. Noticing that his attacks met no resistance, Ryus smiled, declaring himself victorious. However, something caught his attention. One by one, his judgment spears began to disappear. The energy they contained dissipated into the air, as if being nullified. The man holding the snake staff corrected Ryus's previous assumption. The execution of my dream does not happen only through my staff. It is just a means, a vein that brings forth the power sealed inside me. A small sphere of mana had formed in Kangchun's hand as he explained. Today, I decided to release all this power that was sealed long ago. As soon as the sphere appeared, the spirit of an elf, the spirit of Erna, appeared behind Kangchun, as if there to protect, support, and strengthen him. Kangchun smiled mischievously at Ryus. Hey, you fake. Do you happen to dream? Ryus's eyes narrowed as he saw the way that man presented himself. Frowning, he recalled some extremely unpleasant memories. He saw the distorted image of a woman with pointed ears. She, with her long hair, always seemed to smile, especially when greeting the owner of those memories. Ryus did not understand the meaning of those memories, especially upon realizing that the woman had a child. He wondered who she was. He knew her, but at the same time he couldn't understand. Erna was in his mind. Carrying the monosphere, Kangchun commented, "You can't remember her because you're just a fake. But don't worry, I will tear those memories from you. I will deliver the end of your nightmare." Amid Baek Kangchun's words, Erna's spirit seemed to cover its eyes. Immediately after Kangchun's words, a new rain of judgment spears fell upon him, proof that Ryus would not allow him to act freely. After the first wave of attacks, new openings appeared in the sky of the world of judgment, giving rise to new judgment spears. As Ryus advanced, he commanded the spear tips to move forward with him. Protected by them, he advanced toward Baek Kangchun. Baek Kangchun, just like the first time, waited for the attacks. Behind the hands of Erna's spirit, he smiled, commenting, "It's useless. Your attacks can no longer reach me." The mana surrounding Baek Kangchun also belonged to the one who protected him. Ryus frowned as he saw that, once again, his attacks disappeared before even reaching Kangchun, as if they were just an illusion. His attacks became ephemeral, just like the mana Kangchun released. Ryus couldn't understand what tricks the guild leader was using to create such an illusion. Baek Kangchun finally gave a hint about how his power worked. If the world of dreams manipulates space, then the 100-year dream manipulates reality itself. Little by little, the sphere Kangchun carried began to release small sparks. Those sparks overflowed, traveling through the world of judgment as its aura grew larger. Attacks from the 100-year dream began to strike the edges of that world, creating cracks that slowly started to join. Ryus couldn't go against that power. He saw, as if in a nightmare, his world fall before his eyes. The world of judgment was collapsing without Ryus being able to act. Shock appeared in his eyes as he saw the true power of the magical space Baek Kangchun carried. He, however, refused to believe such a thing. He had sealed Baek Kangchun's spatial abilities. There was no way he could create a spatial world. Seeing how confused Ryus was, Baek Kangchun taunted him. "Even if you figure out what's happening, it's too late for you to do anything." As Ryus's domain continued to fall, a second person moved. Yundoha, who had somehow reached Ryus's back, fell upon him carrying a gigantic stone fist. Amid his attack, Yundoha commented, relieved, "Damn, I was suffocating there. So this thing called judgment is finally over?" Ryus turned upon sensing the attack, but he seemed to have acted slower than necessary to stop it. The great Earth Smash attack fell upon Ryus, carrying all the spiritual energy Yundoha possessed. The attack threw Ryus to the ground, pressing him against the soil with the stone fist. Ryus found himself caught by the attack. It was practically impossible to survive a direct hit from Earth Spirit magic. Ryus saw the ground beneath his body crack, making him fall into a void of darkness. Baek Kangchun left him one last comment, "Fall into your own nightmare." As Kangchun commanded, Ryus found himself falling into that endless darkness, without light or hope. As his consciousness grew weaker, Ryus felt his body falling into a dark, cold sea. He weakly opened his eyes. Trying to understand where he was, he reached out his hand and finally realized he was underwater. Ryus opened his eyes, awakened to what was happening. Besides being underwater, countless dark vines bound his body, preventing him from moving. He tried to break free from those vines, but shock appeared in his eyes as he saw he couldn't control his body. Suddenly, a new Ryus appeared in front of him, questioning, "Haven't you realized yet?" The Ryus who had been defeated sank in a mixture of shock and disbelief. The one in front of him, with a look of superiority, put his hands in his pockets, revealing the truth. "You are nothing more than a mere copy." Ryus, furious, shouted at the one exactly like him. "So this is another illusion from that damn Baek Kangchun. I won't be fooled by such cheap tricks." The Ryus controlling him was surprised by his copy's thought. "I am an illusion? Then what makes you? Do you really believe you are the real Ryus? Then tell me, how much do you know about Ryus?" Hearing the question, the imprisoned one found himself before an abyss. He began to think about himself. His memories were cloudy. There were gaps in many of them. Such gaps made him question, "Who am I?" Remembering the many young people he had met, he wondered, is he the true king of Azisia? Faced with memories of Rias treating those young humans kindly, he questioned himself whether Rias really hated humanity. And at some point he realized he was treating Rias not as himself, but as if Rias were another person. He didn't even remember basic things, as if those memories did not belong to him. The false Rias felt that someone had forcibly erased his memories, as if a large part of his mind had been ripped forcibly from his being. He didn't even know what he had done in the past, or what his desires and dreams were. Rias didn't know what he lived for. He remembered nothing. He only knew that the words repeated to him echoed in his head. You are nothing more than a copy. Being a copy, a false person and personality imitating another being, shattered Rias's reality. Faced with so much contemplation, he seriously considered that he might be nothing more than a copy, a forgery. At the moment his mind was about to break, Rias felt a hand touch his face and answer his internal questions. No, Rias, you are not a worthless existence. Faced with the words spoken by that blonde-haired elf, Rias wondered if these were the original memories engraved in his cells. Realizing that such a person was extremely important to him, he wondered what his connection with her was. Erna's voice carried a melancholy that could not be easily understood. The kindness and warmth inside you, if you had not completely destroyed them, I would always be by your side. Rias was shocked when the sad woman apologized. Amid a glow of light, the memory elf who did not belong to him began to move away, leaving his arms. Those words were not meant for him, but for the original Rias. Still, they shook him tremendously. He didn't understand why, and that made him question even more. What am I? While shedding red tears, Rias decided those matters should no longer be considered. The past no longer matters. Only hatred and a sense of revenge make me keep moving forward. To survive, so he would not perish, Rias decided that everything else was unnecessary. To survive, any other emotions had no meaning. Nothing else had value. For him, there was only one thing he needed to prove, that he was the true Rias. Tearing the shirt he wore, Rias revealed a stone in his chest. The red crystal in his chest gathered the malicious energy permeating the air, making its glow grow stronger and stronger. Rias's heart became darker and darker, as did his intentions. I will judge humans with my own hands. That is my only promise. The crimson glow of the crystal exploded, consuming that world of zombie waters. Baekgang-chun and Yoon Do-ha, who were in a world below, saw that world break into pieces. Protecting themselves from the shards, Yoon Do-ha wondered what had happened for Rias to explode with his own power. Without understanding anything, he sought information from Baekgang-chun. Baekgang-chun faced something terrible. It seems he freed himself from the nightmare. Apparently, we have awakened a monster. Before the duo, the Rias they now saw had undergone a transformation. He had become a humanoid monster. His legs had grown stone scales and a long tail had appeared on his back, as well as spikes emerging from his spine. The voice of the crying Rias became as dark as his appearance. Baekgang-chun, there is no such thing as an eternal dream, and that is why now I will end your dream. At the same time, night had already fallen at the London branch of the International Union for Creature Protection. In a hall where only a few people were allowed to enter, a magic circle displayed its energy. As the power in the magic circle grew stronger, the attention of the people in the room was drawn to it. Looking at the circle, Director Im Min-gu commented, "He has awakened." Beside him, a senior officer, Robert, checked the time on his watch and added, "This happened much earlier than expected." Shirley Day paused her drink to ask, "This won't jeopardize our plans, will it?" But a fourth person, Senior Officer Reynard, reassured them, "No, this is just as expected. This Rias is an exceptionally tenacious specimen. I know better than anyone, since I was the one who took care of his cells." Another senior officer, Caden, teased Reynard. "He wasn't your favorite experiment, was he?" Now that Rias had awakened, Im Min-gu asked everyone to prepare. "It's time for us to move as well. It's time to create the first paradise. And for that, we're heading to Korea." In response to the director's words, Kim Jin-ho nodded. "Let's go." The crystal on Rias's chest glowed with a crimson hue as the dark aura was released, permeating his body. With such power surrounding him, Rias had arrogantly become superior to those beneath him. Yoon Do-ha, noticing the crystal on Rias's chest, frowned. "Is that the crystal of darkness?" Faced with the massive, chilling magic that Rias exuded, Baekgang-chun asked if that was another creation of the International Union for Creature Protection. Baekgang-chun still needed more time to regenerate the 100-year dream. Until he could do that, minimizing any kind of combat would be necessary. However, Rias didn't seem willing to just wait. "Are you all going to stay there like that? Then allow me to make the first move." In Rias's palm, a sphere formed as the energy surrounding him began to gather. Soon, a massive amount of crimson energy enveloped him, as if he were a black hole sucking in matter. When the energy stopped gathering and attacked Yoon Do-ha, the mage quickly created a stone barrier to defend himself. The energy exploded against the barrier in front of him, but didn't seem to want to stop. The wave of crimson energy tried to force its way through. faced with such an unusual density of energy. Doha felt that Rios was trying to obliterate him, but Kang Chun corrected him. Actually, it's the opposite. He's gathering his magic into a single point. A glow had appeared in Rios's hand, which remained surrounded by such a dense crimson mana. Forcibly, he compressed that energy to a point where the crimson tone of the aura had become so intense that it was no longer possible to see through it. The energy began to solidify through continuous compression until finally, a weapon was created by Rios, the true Spear of Judgment. As soon as he created the spear, Rios released the energy which swirled around his body like a hurricane, sweeping everything around him. Doha, no longer under attack, was incredulous to see that Rios had compressed such a massive amount of magic into a single spear. The strength of that being could no longer be measured. Such an amount of power was beyond the comprehension of worldly beings and far from the scope of any known power. Doha found himself trembling, realizing he was afraid. A very familiar fear was rising inside Doha. The same fear he felt when he saw countless comrades eliminated while he, powerless, could do nothing to stop it. That had been the terror born from overwhelming despair. Seeing the mage's reaction, Rios taunted, "What's wrong, Doha? Are you afraid, just like back then?" Hatred showed in Doha's eyes upon hearing those words. The power of the earth spirit ignited within his body, and he shouted at the one exuding the most powerful crimson aura, "Shut up!" Seeing that Doha had been provoked, Baekgang Chun tried to warn him to retreat. However, Rios had already aimed his spear. "Sink into your own despair." Doha couldn't bear to hear Rios's words anymore, and attacked by creating a gigantic stone gauntlet. His punch quickly traveled toward the cursed one who had provoked his wrath. Rios's eyes didn't even flicker at such a weak attack. His spear swung horizontally, piercing Doha completely and delivering his end. With a shocked expression, Doha saw the attack hit him, tearing apart the space around him. Like him, everything was torn apart, destroying the room they were in and opening a path to the void. With a simple swing of his spear, everything in his path was erased by Rios. That was the combined power of the Dark Crystal and the power of the Azacia, the ultimate ability of the current Rios. However, Rios encountered Baekgang Chun's annoying ability. Doha, who had been eliminated moments ago, began to recover. That was precisely the work of Baekgang Chun's celestial dream, which overcame the crisis. Confused, Doha looked at his own body, wondering what had happened since he had seen and felt the power of that spear. Kang Chun coughed heavily, which irritated him. "I told you not to advance unnecessarily, you idiot." Luckily, the sphere created by Kang Chun was generated just in time. To be able to fight Rios, Baekgang Chun would need to gather as many spheres as possible. Otherwise, he would have to use his last resort. Frowning, Rios wondered how far Baekgang Chun's celestial dream extended. At the moment Rios struck Doha with his spear, he felt Doha's life had been extinguished. However, as if reality itself had been distorted, that act was erased. Rios had never seen an ability like that before, and could hardly believe it. But Rios still believed that every power had a weakness. He just didn't know what Baekgang Chun's power's weakness was yet. Rios observed the sphere Kang Chun was creating. At the moment the Judgment World was destroyed and Doha revived, Baekgang Chun had used a sphere in each hand. That gave Rios a clue, and he immediately advanced. He realized that without the spheres, the celestial dream could not be activated. Therefore, his intention was to prevent Kang Chun from creating them. Swinging his spear, he launched an existence-erasing energy strike toward Kang Chun. Seeing the attack heading toward his ally, Doha became desperate. Just as the energy attack was about to hit him, Kang Chun asked, "Since when did I say I only had one sphere?" Immediately, Kang Chun's eye pupil cracked. Rios was surprised to see where Kang Chun had hidden a sphere. Rios' strike tore through its path, but was stopped by a large energy barrier raised by Kang Chun. The two energies clashed, exploding as neither could force its way through the other. Rios held his spear, surprised by Kang Chun's defense. He saw his opponent using the celestial dream to erase the existence of his divine spear. However, Rios didn't mind just one of his attacks being erased. With his magic, creating another divine spear would not be difficult. But then Rios' attention was drawn to something else. The energy surrounding Kang Chun. That energy was connected to the woman behind him. That was the same woman from the memories Rios kept. Grinding his teeth, he asked himself, "Why does she keep appearing in my memories?" Rios' reaction was not ignored by Kang Chun. "Even though you're a fake, you can't help but feel affected, because I am the woman the original Rios loved, Erna Haas." Upon hearing that name, Rios felt a strong sense of familiarity. The room where Yu Jihan was experienced a strong earthquake. With that earthquake, Mumu sensed that his master, Doha, was in danger. Yu Jihan was already tired of the situation. Drawing his sword, he released spiritual power. Crying won't change anything now. He pointed his sword at the earth spirit, ordering, "Open the way now, Mumu, we're going to join the fight." In silence, Rios stared at the spirit of that woman. He murmured Erna Hass's name, confused. Did I love that woman? Baek Kang-chun corrected him, going further. It wasn't just love, you admired her deeply, but you abandoned everything and even ended her. Faced with that statement, the surprise Rias felt left him disturbed. Immediately, the memories that had surfaced in his mind about Erna returned, clouding his thoughts once again. Faced with all those memories, and those he did not have, he wondered what the him from the past was trying to do. Creating a new sphere of the celestial dream, Baek Kang-chun began to ignore whether Rias was the real one or the fake. Now he would only treat him as a creature that needed to disappear. With the power of the sphere, Kang-chun created a ceiling box around Rias before the being could realize it. Trapped inside the box, Rias saw his magic cut off. Kang-chun was satisfied to see that Rias could do nothing. You will not escape. This is a separate space, created with a single orb. Kang-chun then broke another sphere, which was in his other eye. Immediately, Erna Haas's spirit used the power of that sphere, gathering it in her hands, overflowing with lightning. Rias couldn't believe Kang-chun was still capable of handling so much magical power. Kang-chun, however, corrected him. This is not magic. The dreams of 1,000 days feed my dreams. The 1,000 days dream was a power activated not through magic, but through dreams. Kang-chun had lived his entire life unable to sleep, gathering all hope and nightmare. Now, Kang-chun, through Erna Haas, was about to use all those dreams to activate the final ability of the 1,000 days dream. Erna's spirit's eyes shone with the power of dreams. Activating the final ability of the 1,000 days dream, a great barrage of energy was launched from her hands, with the trait, End of Dreams. Rias immediately put his hands in front of his body, trying to protect himself from the approaching power. However, that power of such immensity consumed everything around it in a glow of energy that overflowed the surroundings. The box where Rias had been imprisoned shattered, and inside it, the sphere of energy gathered around him. Soon, Rias was consumed, and the stone that had been trapped in his chest was released. Then, only the glow of dream energy remained in that world. Having used all her energy, Erna's spirit began to be consumed. Baek Kang-chun coughed heavily. His dirty hand reached out toward Erna, trembling. With a slight smile on his face, he said his farewell in his own way. It's time to wake up. There is no such thing as an eternal dream. Faced with the farewell, Kang-chun and Erna separated. As she dissipated, Kang-chun fell, his mind beginning to fade. That seemed to be his end, the end of his role. Before Kang-chun completely fell, Yoon Do-ha rescued him, holding him. Supporting Kang-chun in his arms, Do-ha frowned. Hey, what kind of dramatic pose is that? If you're going to leave, settle things with me first. Kang-chun smiled, seeing that someone still wanted to cling to him. I guess being so popular ends up being a curse. But didn't I beat you before? Irritated, Do-ha threatened to attack Kang-chun once more, but only jokingly. While the two felt more relieved, the crystal that had been in Rias's chest began to gather the dark energy still permeating the air. As the shadow gathered, a voice emerged. Wake up! Somewhere, a memory of Rias took shape. He was in a hospital room, a laboratory. He looked to the side, seeing a man with glasses wearing a lab coat. In extreme confusion, he asked, Who am I? The man was the one who answered him. Your name is Rias. You were born to avenge the Azizia. Any other memory is unnecessary, and any other emotion has no meaning. Everything else has no value. There is only one thing you must prove to show that you are Rias. As his body was rebuilt around that crimson crystal, Rias repeated, I must punish humans. Yoon Do-ha and Kang-chun faced the monster regenerating at an absurd speed. All the power he once possessed was gathering again in his body. Carrying Kang-chun, Do-ha was still incredulous that Rias had survived that attack. Without strength to fight again, Kang-chun just commented, He is a monster. He has a very oppressive power. Rias's recovery could be seen with the naked eye. Soon he extended his hand. Several dark stones were created, copying Yoon Do-ha's power. These stones changed shape, creating several spear tips that pointed at the duo. Leaving them defenseless, Rias gave a final farewell. Faced with that great pressure, the duo seemed to give up. However, at that moment, a voice arose, surprising even Yoon Do-ha. You talk a lot, but aren't you trying too little? A portal had been opened by the Earth Spirit, and someone appeared in a flash of light. As the young man carrying a sword passed through the portal, Do-ha and Kang-chun, who were near him, could recognize him. That was clearly Yu Ji-han. With a calm look, Ji-han asked for Sylph's help. The Wind Spirit, willing to help, asked him to leave such work to her. Sylph unleashed her wind magic, enabling Ji-han's attack. The protagonist launched a horizontal strike, wielding his sword. In moments, several ethereal attacks carried the power of the wind, guiding the aura cuts. The first spear fell before the aura attack, being destroyed. One by one, the spears suffered wind attacks, exploding before such power. Rias watched Ji-han neutralize his divine spear, which compressed extreme levels of mana. He knew very well what was the only thing that could destroy his power. There was nothing beyond the magical spirit of the wind. Rias smiled maliciously, recognizing who carried such a spirit. Ah yes, finally we meet. I have been waiting, Yu Jihan. Faced with the furious shout, Jihan remained calm. So, you are the famous Rias. Rias and Yu Jihan faced each other. One analyzed the other. Jihan on one side overflowed with the energy of the wind spirit, typical of Sylph. On the other side, Rios exuded a dark energy with crimson tones, emitted by the crystal embedded in his chest. The magical crystal desired something. It wanted the power of the wind spirit, something the original Rias sought. That was why the current malicious Rias aimed to conquer the wind spirit, to surpass his original and become the true Rias, the one who went the farthest. Trying to investigate the situation, Jihan asked Sylph if she remembered anything about the subject they were facing. Sylph closed her eyes, trying to force her mind to work, but her memories had been scrambled since the moment the contract with Erna was broken. Despite that, she remembered that the Rias she always knew did not possess the mana he was using now. Seeing how even Baek Kang-chun and Yoon Do-ha had difficulties dealing with Rios, Jihan told himself he could not let his guard down. He tried to analyze Rias with his eye, but his power was impossible to measure. The only thing the protagonist's eye gave him was a constant danger alert. Worried, Do-ha shouted, "Yu Jihan, how did you get here? You shouldn't be able to escape Mumu's domain." Do-ha was shocked to hear Jihan's explanation, that Mumu was the one who opened the way. From the portal through which Jihan had passed, a new light glow appeared. Soon 2 girls passed through the portal, Min Yuri and Kim Si-hoo. In Kim Si-hoo's arms, a yellow dog cried loudly, "Yoon Do-ha, please understand, Mumu had no choice." Worried to see even Mumu there, Do-ha opened his arms, allowing the little dog to snuggle. Min Yuri warned they had come to fight alongside them, but Do-ha alerted her, "Rios is way beyond your level." Si-hoo looked around, fixing her gaze in Rios' direction. She stared at the wretch, asking, "He was the one who eliminated my mother, right?" Kang-chun was surprised and immediately asked how the girl knew. With her head bowed, she revealed, "I could feel the atmosphere. Every time someone mentioned the Azasia, everyone got strange." Baek Kang-chun realized there was no point in hiding that secret from her anymore. However, he still made a correction. Technically, he is not the real Rios. Who you are seeing is a clone created by the International Union for Creature Protection, modeled after the original Rios. While they talked, Rios began creating a new spear, gathering the crimson energy along his hand. In a few seconds, the divine spear of judgment was recreated. With such a spear in hand, Rios' power overflowed, filling almost the entire hall, now displayed more precisely. Noticing, however, that the mana carried by Rios seemed to tremble, Jihan understood that the crystal in his chest could be the source of his power. After analyzing the energy used by Rios, Sylph warned the protagonist to try not to be hit by the spear. It transmitted an extremely bad feeling. To avoid being hit, Jihan saw no better strategy than keeping distance. This still favored him, since the Wind Spirit's arts were aimed at ranged combat. However, Rios did not intend to stay away from Yu Jihan. He immediately advanced upon seeing him. The quick cut of his spear appeared before Jihan, shortening the distance in an instant. Rios' blow tore space once more, erasing everything in front of him. On the floor of the combat hall, the girls from the Divertira Guild shouted for Jihan, worried. Rios smiled inwardly, wondering if that was all Yu Jihan could show. However, at the moment he believed he had already become victorious, the glow of wind energy appeared above his head. As soon as he looked up, Rios faced Yu Jihan, ready to swing his sword, which reflected the green energy of the wind. Being above Rios, Jihan did not need to worry about collateral damage. He could use all the spiritual arts available. In that position, Yu Jihan unleashed the sword's aura, causing the wind slash to gather overwhelming energy that dragged everything in its path. Such power and amount of energy clashed with Rios' attack, who raised his spear in a desperate defense. Rios knew that not even a divine spear that erased existence could block that spiritual art. A smile appeared on his face, for his doubts had dissipated. This was the power he had long sought. The aura sword strike tore through everything like a meteor crossing the atmosphere, and soon extinguished when the opponent could no longer be seen. Faced with that immense power, Yoon Do-ha was left speechless. He could not help but wonder when Jihan had become so strong. Despite the great potency of that attack, Baek Kang-chun knew it alone would not be enough. Unlike him, Yu Jihan believed he had won, as the attack had hit directly. However, his thoughts proved wrong when his eye detected a new analysis. Around the crimson crystal, the dark energy began to gather once again. Soon, Rios' body was reconstructed in its original and strengthened form. Sylph quickly alerted the protagonist about the power Rios possessed. Jihan immediately understood. Unless they destroyed the magical crystal in Rios' chest, they could not defeat him. Rios smiled, satisfied after returning once more. Facing Yu Jihan, he crouched, bending his legs to gain momentum. Putting all his power into his legs, he jumped toward Jihan while shouting, "Give me that power!" Jihan would not let Rios try to take his power. he would face him head-on. Preparing his sword, he advanced against Rias, who was coming his way. The two contrasting energies collided. Wind Sword and Dark War faced off, causing their auras to explode into a wall of energy. Each with their determination, they stared at each other, showing how resolved they were to win. Suddenly, Rias moved his tail, hitting Jihan, who did not expect the attack. Distracting him, Rias launched an attack with his claws, which by luck, Jihan managed to dodge. Still, the trail of claw energy hit his face, leaving a wound on his cheek. Jihan would not allow Rias to attack freely. Swinging his sword, he launched an energy attack at Rias, who leaned back, making the attack useless, or so he thought, for like the previous attack, Jihan's carried even greater energy, leaving a red mark on Rias's face. Jihan continued his attacks, landing a full punch on Rias's mocking smile. With the impact of the blow, Rias was thrown down. In the midst of the fall, Rias managed to recover and wiped his wounds. It seems you have some tricks hidden beyond your spiritual arts. Showing that such attacks would not be enough, Rias closed his wounds. Seeing how the power of the crystal granted him strong regeneration, the protagonist understood that a prolonged fight would only put him at a great disadvantage. Knowing what Sylph was preparing, Jihan asked how much longer she would need. Sylph was gathering as much mana as possible, so she asked Jihan to wait. Their last great attack had drained almost all the Wind Spirit's mana. Knowing he would be able to attack soon was already good enough for Jihan. Preparing his sword, he launched a Wind Sword slash at Rias. The attack traveled quickly, closing the distance. Facing that attack, Rias smiled. I have been waiting for this for a long time. For your spiritual art. Rias raised his hand, taking the wind attack. Seeing Rias block his wind sword with bare hands, Jihan was confused. But he quickly realized what Rias was doing. In Rias's raised hand, the wind's power stopped advancing fiercely. Now it slowly began to become gentle. In an instant, all that power disappeared, as if it no longer existed outside. Feeling the wind's power enter his body, Rias sighed. Ah, so this is the feeling. This is the taste of your spirit, Jihan. The protagonist was shocked to see that Rias's outstretched hand was now executing the wind spiritual art. Rias had truly absorbed his spiritual art. The energy that should have injured Rias was now wildly gathering in the crystal on his chest. Such energy overflowed through his body like a waterfall. Surprised, Jihan immediately asked Sylph what had happened. Seeing this for the first time, Sylph was unsure but knew that Rias was converting the spiritual magic into his own mana. Rias smiled as he saw his new power. This is an incredible power, Jihan. After the brief comment, Rias disappeared from where he was. Before the protagonist could realize it, he was already in front of him. Rias was eager, hungry for more of that spiritual power. His claws, carrying a great amount of power, fell upon Jihan, who, thanks to his quick reflexes, managed to defend himself. Jihan gritted his teeth to endure Rias's attack, who had become even stronger. Before he could realize, Jihan suffered more attacks. Several shadowy tails had been created, even faster than Rias had shown before, and attacked Jihan, who used his utmost concentration to defend each blow. Finally, the protagonist saw Rias raise his hand, and with the power he had transformed into his own, attacked again, once more defended by the sword. However, this time, Rias took advantage of Jihan's defense. He grabbed the sword the protagonist carried and, trembling, absorbed its energy. With a smile on his face, Rias once again absorbed the wind spiritual energy. Jihan would not allow him to act freely. Pulling the sword back, he used the body's spin to strike Rias with a kick. With the precise hit, Jihan once again managed to create distance between them. Despite this, the protagonist was worried about his situation, now that Rias could steal his spiritual magic even when blocking his sword. Having absorbed Jihan's energy, Rias mockingly taunted, "What happened? You seem much more exhausted than before." Despite the provocation, Jihan kept a confident look. "Shut up and wait. I'm about to launch a big attack." Hearing this, Rias smiled maliciously, eager to absorb that attack as well. With the wind spiritual energy surrounding him, Jihan advanced once more. Thirsty, Rias imitated his movements, extending his claws. Once again, the clash between energies happened, causing a great explosion. Watching the fight from the ground, the girls of the Divertira Guild saw a glow even stronger than the stars. Both they and Doha and Kangchun did not have enough power to intervene. Sihu grew increasingly worried, as Jihan was being pressured more and more. It was then that Minyuri decided to join the fight as well. However, before she could take her bow, Doha stopped her. "Stop right there, rookies. Haven't you understood anything watching the fight? Those two are on a completely different level. If you enter the battle, you'll only get in the way." Doha was shocked, when instead of convincing them to retreat, he ended up encouraging them even more. Determined, Yuri replied, "That's the way the Dado Guild thinks, but we from the Divertira Guild have our own style." As Yuri prepared herself, Sihu also grabbed her staff. Yoon Do-ha put his hands on his head, seeing how unbearable everyone was. Baek Kang-chun, however, supported the girls. What they said isn't wrong. It might be very dangerous for us to join the real fight, but if there's any way to increase the chances of victory, even just a little, there's still something we can do. In the training hall sky, sword and claws continued to clash at every moment. Thirsty, Rias shouted amidst the attacks. Give me more! Give me until all your spirit becomes completely mine! For much of the battle, Jihan had to focus on defense, blocking the claws coming his way. Seeing Rias grow stronger every second, Jihan asked Sylph for help. At that moment, the wind spirit finally finished gathering the necessary energy. The protagonist's body overflowed with energy as he spun his body. Once again, he launched the crushing sword aura attack, which tore a path toward Rias. Below the attack, Rias extended his hand, trying to block the charge with force. As soon as the sword aura energy was exhausted, the wind's power dissipated around. Amid the spiritual mist created by his attack, Jihan spotted his opponent at a distance. Jihan frowned. He's tougher than a cockroach. Having successfully defended the attack, Rias mocked, "What's wrong, you Jihan? Your attack was weaker than the last one." Tired, Sylph revealed the reason they hadn't defeated Rias again. Since he kept absorbing the mana she gathered in Jihan's body, she couldn't release a fully powered sword weapon. Despite the attack being ineffective, Jihan congratulated the wind spirit for managing to force such a large amount of mana. Since there was nothing more she could do for now, Jihan asked her to gather energy again. Worried, Sylph asked what he would do. To start, Yu Jihan intended to stop using spiritual magic. However, saying this only made Sylph even more worried. How do you intend to fight without magic? Yu Jihan knew he needed to do this, because the more he used Sylph's power, the stronger Rias became. To reassure her, Jihan revealed he wanted to test one last thing. Soon, the wind spiritual power surrounding the protagonist began to tremble. Rias was confused seeing this. In moments, the energy around Yu Jihan disappeared. Rias smiled irritably. Seeing that Jihan preferred to fight empty-handed rather than allow his spirit to be absorbed, he quickly advanced to punish him for that choice. Until then, Jihan had only resisted Rias's claws thanks to his spiritual energy. Now without it, Rias intended to finish him once and for all. Facing Rias, who was rapidly approaching, Jihan lowered his head darkly. Every second, he was using his skill to create a sampling. As soon as Rias stood before him, Jihan managed to see every analysis of his body and attacks. Yu Jihan had created a hypothesis and was about to put it into practice. He wanted to make use of his unique skill, sampling. This skill provided him with movement data, enemy alerts, attack timings, and many other pieces of information. Sampling always delivered an infinity of useful data in battle. However, the skill had one main problem. It activated randomly and did not always provide exactly the information needed for each situation. The reason was that the amount of data generated by sampling exceeded what Yu Jihan could process alone. However, he had created a hypothesis. What if he wasn't alone? With the contract linking him to Sylph, they shared their mana. More than simply lending a spirit or its power, their very existence was fundamentally connected. That was why Yu Jihan wanted to try sharing the sampling data with Sylph, to overcome the limits of his skill and reach beyond what he could achieve alone. While Yu Jihan was theorizing, Rias approached him. Rias opened his hand, trying to strike Jihan. His arm moved, launching an attack of dark energies at his motionless target. However, instead of hitting the target, Rias was surprised. Jihan, who had analyzed him, commented, "I knew you would attack like that." Yu Jihan grabbed Rias's arm without using any power. Rias's strength index reached 97.3%, his speed 92.6%, his agility surpassed 95%, and his regeneration was classified as high level. With such analysis, Yu Jihan predicted he would receive the attack in 0.2 of a second. The target's weakness had been detected. The mana core was overloaded, causing bodily instability that slowed his reflexes. Thanks to that, Jihan managed to grab Rias's arm before he could react in time. Just as Yu Jihan had predicted, thanks to his synchronization with Sylph, the sampling speed had increased to the maximum possible. Rias's attacks, habits, movements, and even reactions, Jihan could see everything. Irritated by having his attack blocked, Rias attacked with the other hand. "Don't get arrogant." Before his hand reached Jihan, Rias saw a sword move toward him. He couldn't understand why his attack hadn't reached Jihan first. Not knowing what tricks the boy was using, Rias saw his body struck by the sword. Quickly, he retreated, trying to prolong the battle until he discovered what Yu Jihan had done. However, Jihan advanced toward him, not allowing him to escape. Yu Jihan's eyes carried a sharp edge. "Where do you think you're going?" Having already hit one of Rias's arms, Jihan aimed at the other. Being hit again, Rias gritted his teeth. He felt that Jihan was starting to read his movements, preventing his escape. He didn't understand how Yu Jihan fought without using spiritual arts. Still, without his arms, Rias laughed madly for not understanding the situation. With a furrowed brow, he questioned, "What happened to you in such a short time? It's like you've become a different person." The protagonist hid a smile while replying, "Who knows? Maybe I saw something, like a glimpse of the future where you lose to me." Hearing about a future in which he lost, Rias smiled irritably. Making his arms grow once again, he shouted furiously, "That future does not exist!" Immediately after his arms grew, Jihan received a warning. Rias's mana fused with the absorbed spiritual energy. Mana amplification reached 150%. Rias studied his strengthened arms, gripping 2 divine spears. The threat level of that being, who exuded energy even greater than before, reached level 10. Rias's tone became even darker the more energy he released. "Don't think too highly of yourself, Yu Jihan. I only kept you alive to absorb the energy of your wind spirit." Sylph quickly warned Jihan to be careful. The spears Rias carried could erase everything except spiritual arts. Hearing this, Jihan held a firm thought. "I just need to avoid being hit by them." Without a trace of fear, he advanced toward Rias, even in the face of his overflowing power. Rias swung his spears, launching a cross-shaped strike. Subsequently, he fired several similar attacks, sending them toward Jihan to block his advance. Facing the attacks, the protagonist used his analysis skill. While the divine spears traveled, the system calculated their trajectories. Quickly, an enhanced evasion route was plotted. Yu Jihan's movements became fluid, slipping between the attacks to dodge each one, like water flowing around stones in a stream. Rias was stunned to see Jihan skillfully evade the spear strikes. After avoiding all the attacks, Yu Jihan raised his sword before Rias. "Now that I've dodged everything, do I deserve a reward?" However, before his sword strikes hit Rias, the latter recovered, swinging his spears countless times. He shouted furiously, launching as many attacks as possible, trying to overwhelm Yu Jihan. But before Rias realized it, one of the young man's sword attacks hit him in the chest. After the first, a second strike hit his cheek. Feeling that he was losing to simple attacks, Rias became even more desperate. However, Yu Jihan continued swinging his sword in the most precise way he had been instructed to, gaining the rhythm of the battle against the one who had absorbed his wind spiritual energy. Yu Jihan's concentration was extremely high to keep attacking while reading the calculations to dodge the spears and counterattack. Being able to predict all of Rias's attacks, the protagonist hoped to aim at his mana core to achieve victory. However, he suffered a slight failure. He soon realized his thoughts were beginning to slow down. Faced with the counterattacks that the analysis skill was about to provide him, Jihan noticed he was reaching his limit. Yu Jihan sped up his attacks, knowing that if he didn't finish the battle soon, the sampling would stop working. However, unexpectedly, Rias grabbed Jihan's sword with his mouth. Swinging his spear, he laughed. "Your agile movements end here. I win." Yu Jihan, eyes wide open, saw the spear coming closer. But before Jihan was hit, an explosion occurred behind Rias, causing him to lose balance. He gritted his teeth furiously, wondering where such an attack had come from. Looking down, he saw the pair of women who had attacked him. Furious, he charged toward the two, intending to keep them away from the fight forever. Baek Kang-chun did not allow that to happen. He jumped in front of the girls, raising a spatial barrier to stop Rias's spear. Even in his pitiful situation, Baek trusted the future to the young ones. Baek Kang-chun glanced sideways, asking Doha if he agreed. In another corner of the room, Doha was inside Muumu's open mouth, gathering a large amount of energy. He smiled, reprimanding Kang-chun. "Don't talk to me, I'm busy." After gathering a large amount of earth energy thanks to Muumu, the duo fired an energy cannon, the Earth Impact. The cannon swept everything in its path, advancing toward Rias, who was forced to defend himself. Furious, Rias destroyed Doha's attack while shouting, "Yun Doha, your spiritual arts won't work against me." However, Yun Doha had not done that to hurt Rias. "It's time, Jihan, go." Immediately, Yu Jihan appeared beside Rias, using a different power. Faced with the sword wrapped in the power of the wind spirit, Rias was shocked. Everything had been planned by the group. Rias didn't have time to absorb the power of the attack launched against him and was hit in his crystal. As soon as Jihan's attack struck him, everything seemed to freeze. Rias began to shatter like a glass doll. In disbelief, he murmured his last words. "I lost against a human?" The crimson crystal on Rias's chest displayed an extremely powerful glow, never seen before. Soon, all the energy began to dissipate, as did Rias, who fell to his knees. Sheathing his sword, Yu Jihan commented, "I'm not an ordinary human, but precisely because I am human, you lost." Soon, the mist that had transformed the training room into a different world dissipated. Seeing that they had returned to reality, Yu Jihan imagined that it would be the end of everything that had dragged on until that moment. The protagonist heard a hurried call of his name. Turning around, he saw the worried Yuri and Sihu running toward him. Sihu was the first to jump into Yu Jihan's arms. "Are you okay?" You idiot! Do you know how many times we almost lost you? If I had lost you too, I don't know what would have happened. Soon, Sihu's complaints turned into tears of relief. With a calm smile, Yu Jihan returned the hug, sharing the feeling and the peace. I wouldn't leave and abandon you. Seeing the two embrace so openly, Baek Kangchun scratched his head. Since when did young people become so shameless? Frowning, Doha teased him. Are you jealous? Putting the teasing aside, Yoon Doha smiled as he looked at the trio. They really are reliable juniors. Worriedly, Yuri grabbed one of Jihan's arms, asking him to treat his wounds before anything else. However, Sihu was the one who wanted to take on that role, saying, I'm quite confident with my healing magic. Despite enjoying the leisure of victory, the protagonist interrupted the two girls, warning that they still had something to do. Using the power of analysis, Jihan observed Rias's body. There were still 3 minutes left until his total disintegration, and in the meantime, they could uncover the truth about the incident involving the Azicians. They had 3 minutes to extract as much information as possible before Rias disappeared. Soon, everyone gathered around Rius. Doha was the first to ask, It's over now, Rius. Tell us everything about the so-called Paradise Plan. Jihan completed the question, asking what the International Union was planning. To Rius, the question seemed somewhat vague. Then he raised his head, and a glow appeared in his eyes. He glimpsed Sihu's appearance. Immediately, he remembered that woman from his memories. Despite the difference in eye color and ear size, they were identical. Staring at the girl, he murmured, Who are you? Sihu was surprised by the question, but with Jihan nodding for her to answer, she gathered courage to speak. She introduced herself as Kim Sihu, daughter of Erna Haas. Thinking of a daughter of Erna, Rias's memories began to fit together. Sihu looked away, stating she knew what Rias had done to her mother. However, she asked, Tell me what happened that day. At that moment, the seal suppressing Rias's memories was broken. Thus, the fragments of memories that surfaced forced him to confront the cruel truth of the past. The memories of the Great War against the other race began flooding his mind, the tragic story of fierce and brutal battles between humans and other races. After a long time, the groups finally agreed on a peace treaty. They were preparing an agreement to inaugurate a new area. The representative of the other race was precisely Rias, seated in his position at the Great Red Table. In the Grand Hall, the human representative, Erna Haas, arrived last. Sitting side by side, they began the meeting for the peace agreement. Erna was supposed to be the bridge that would unite humans and the Azisia. However, in that very place, a tragic incident happened, crushing all hopes for a future of peace. While Rias carried the hope of peace in his arms, a third person appeared in the dark chapel. So it was true that the Azisians shed tears of blood. My research subjects never shed a single tear, no matter what I did. Thanks to that, I learned many interesting things. Before the man holding the woman in his arms, a scientist appeared. Hello, my old friend. Seeing the peaceful yet motionless expression on Erna's face, the man confirmed that there was no life left there. The bespectacled scientist sighed in the shadows. Really, that was a foolish choice, Erna. I truly believed you would understand me. Around Rios's body, an energy as crimson as his tears arose, along with his hatred. Why? Why did you separate us from the humans? The scientist scoffed scornfully. Well, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand my grand vision. The scientist dropped his briefcase to the ground and, while putting on some gloves, made his voice darker. And actually, I'm extremely angry right now, so forgive me if I'm a little rude. From the scientist's eyes, an energy emerged, transmitted to his hand. Rias didn't care and accepted the challenge. Both charged at each other. Only one would come out unscathed from that battle. The two dark energies clashed, intending to punish anyone who stood in their way. However, in that confrontation, only one energy would be victorious. A great explosion occurred, and the scientist's energy prevailed, blowing everything into the air. As the confrontation ended, the dust mist lingered over the scene of destruction. Rias coughed heavily, showing that he was injured. He trembled, unable to believe what had happened. He shouted, furious at the human scientist, "How can someone like you handle our power?" The human adjusted his glasses arrogantly. I already told you, I did many experiments with your race. With the magical crystals I extracted from the Azisians, I merely used that power. Rias couldn't believe the man had extracted the magic of his people. The scientist didn't even care about what was happening in the world. The war between you and the humans was part of my plan. You all acted exactly as I predicted. All of this just to awaken your rage. The scientist had a single goal: to awaken the hatred and evil intent created by the war, consume the energy of hatred for which the Azisians were born, and transform it into his most necessary ingredient. To fulfill his goal and obtain the stone containing such a source of hatred, Erna became merely a means to contain it. In the end, the scientist felt sorry that Erna had broken. He had never found bodies and souls as pure as hers. He never imagined Erna would sacrifice herself upon discovering his plan, just to stop him. Still, that didn't affect the scientist. Good thing I already prepared a replacement component for this situation. Rios's eyes flickered upon hearing the scientist's plan, which confirmed what Rios had imagined. Bingo. I will use my daughter with Erna Kim Si-hoo. Having revealed everything he had planned, the scientist attacked Rios with a strike that Rios received with an open chest, defenseless. By the scientist's hands, that would be the end of Rios. In his final moments, he saw the scientist smile. See you next time, my friend. On the day of the peace treaty, a large crowd had gathered outside the Grand Cathedral of Harmony. Through the stained glass windows of the cathedral, sunlight illuminated the large red table where the representatives of the two races sat, along with several other delegates. Erna was the first to speak at the table. I extend my gratitude to everyone present today for this peace agreement. For a long time, we have lived in fear of one another, but now is the time to turn fear into courage. I believe that because we are different, we can become better. Everyone nodded at Erna's statement, which she concluded with a smile. After her, it was Rios's turn to speak. This is the last chance we have left. Let's end this terrible war now. Hearing Rios's words, Erna smiled, standing as his ally. The members of the other races furrowed their brows, reflecting on Rios's words. Likewise, the human members exchanged glances with each other. Soon, the first member of the other race spoke up. If Lord Rios says so, then there is no reason to doubt any longer. We also accept peace. A human agreed with him. Too many lives have already been lost. We need to break this cursed cycle in our generation. One by one, the members at the table raised their hands, voting in favor of the peace treaty. With the voting results being positive for both sides, it was officially declared by the representatives that the peace treaty between humanity and the Azazel was established. With the announcement, all those who had been waiting outside the cathedral celebrated, cheering and crying in joy at the end of the war. With an extremely relieved look, Erna turned to the representative beside her. We did it, Rios. Rios nodded at her celebration. I knew you could do it, and this is just the beginning. Just as Rios was about to take Erna's hand, a man grabbed his hand, stopping him. Kim Gyeon-oh suddenly appeared between the two. What a historic moment. You both worked so hard to get here. Rios frowned when he saw Kim Gyeon-oh, his eyes dropping to see the man trying to shake his hand. Unaware of what was happening right in front of her, Erna asked Gyeon-oh when he had arrived. Kim Gyeon-oh replied affectionately, I just couldn't help wanting to be with you on this big day. Looking away, he stared at the entrance of the cathedral. There was a young girl standing between two security guards. The stubborn little princess kept whining, since it was her birthday. At the cathedral door, Si-hoo waved excitedly at her mother. Erna couldn't help but feel extremely excited to see her daughter. Oh my, our princess just keeps getting more and more beautiful every time I see her. Kim Gyeon-oh then invited Erna to go out and have dinner together to celebrate their daughter's birthday. Erna was worried that she couldn't, since she still had several meetings to attend. Hearing Erna's concern, Rios volunteered to take her place. You can go, Erna. I'll talk to the council for you. Erna wanted to object, but Rios insisted that she stay with her family. Hearing his insistence, Erna smiled, grateful for the favor. Pleased with Rios's attitude, Kim Gyeon-oh said they wouldn't be long, and so the family left the cathedral together. Staying behind, Rios watched them. His eyes narrowed as he remembered the word family. Honestly, he wondered if, had he met Erna earlier, he might have been the one by her side. With a self-deprecating smile, Rios covered his own eyes, questioning why he was having such foolish thoughts. As they walked down the street, Kim Gyeon-oh passed by someone with an extremely dark energy. He noticed that person's presence and their eyes met. At that moment, Erna pulled him out of his daze. Darling, I need to go back now. While Gyeon-oh was still surprised, Erna lowered her head, deep in thought. Something feels off. I feel as if the assembly can't take place without me. Annoyed, Gyeon-oh asked why she was only saying this now, especially since they had already brought Se-hoo with them. Tears welled up in little Si-hoo's eyes. Are you going to leave us, Mommy? A look of sorrow appeared in Erna's eyes, prompting her to make a decision. Persuaded by her daughter, she smiled again. Where would Mommy go, leaving Si-hoo behind? Kim Gyeon-oh was satisfied, reminding Erna that she also needed to rest. He also reassured her, even if something happens with the council, Rios is there. Except for Erna, everyone was at the cathedral, discussing official matters. Suddenly, a hooded figure, the same one who had exchanged glances with Kim Gyeon-oh, entered the cathedral and stood before the great doors. He approached a woman. Hello, miss. Would you like to play a game of weapons with your friend here? With a manic look, the man drew his tool from beneath his cloak. Frightened, the woman stammered, Is this some kind of joke? However, the explosion that came from the barrel and struck her made it clear the man was not joking. The intruder smiled maliciously after the first attack. Please, don't hate me. As soon as the sound of the shot echoed through the cathedral, everyone stood up in fright. Rios likewise stood up, frowning in surprise. An Azazian became enraged upon seeing the girl of his race on the ground. He's a human. He did this to our child. Quickly, several Azazians stood up with fury in their eyes. You humans, are you trying to make fools of us? A human tried to defend himself against the accusation, but a fist flew toward him. Furious, the man who first shouted at the humans attacked, "Shut your mouth." As red tears streamed down his face, he shouted, "Many of our people lost their lives because of you, but despite all that, we decided to trust you. Is this the peace you seek?" While the man was shouting in fury, a human holding a chair appeared behind him. With a strong blow from the chair, the Azician fell. A general brawl quickly broke out, caused by the intruder. Rios tried to get everyone's attention, asking them to stop. He didn't even know why that had suddenly happened. However, his eyes turned to the girl lying on the ground. A thought crossed his mind. If Erna were here, would things be different? With his body trembling, Rios held the girl in his arms. With a furious look, he wondered once again, if Erna were here, would she be able to handle this burning anger? However, in his mind, he saw Erna leaving, abandoning him. At that moment, the hooded man approached Rios, maliciously whispering in his ear, "Why are you hesitating? You are an Asician. Originally, we are creatures who take everything we want. Don't hide who you are. If you keep going like this, you'll lose everything you desire. For the safety of our race, and to obtain what you want, that elf you desire." Faced with the provocation whispered in his ear, Rios allowed hatred to consume his being. Screaming, he let the storm of emotions be unleashed. The dark energy he emanated inspired those of his race. Soon, everyone released their inner energies. The fight that had been balanced in the cathedral became one-sided when the Asicians unleashed their powers. From then on, only the screams of desperate humans could be heard in the cathedral, where peace was supposed to have been sealed. When the sun set, a woman hurriedly ran toward the cathedral. Desperate, Erna opened the doors. "Is everyone safe?" However, what Erna saw was not what she had hoped to see. As she trembled, her eyes widened, refusing to believe what they saw. Amidst a floor covered with bodies, she saw Rios releasing an extremely oppressive energy. As she wondered why, Rios turned to face her. The story that followed was already known to everyone. The peace treaty was broken and the world was destroyed. The war between the Azacia and the humans became inevitable. Although he regretted his actions, Rios with his own hands brought an end to Erna. In his final 3 minutes, Rios told Sihu and the others the whole truth. He revealed how Kim Gyeonho had orchestrated the entire plan. He also revealed that Kim Gyeonho intended to sacrifice his own daughter. Shaking at Rios's words, Kim Sihu fell to her knees on the floor. Quickly, Yuli ran toward her, holding her. Sihu trembled, unable to believe the amount of information she had just heard. What happened to my mother in the war between the races? Was it all caused by my father? Why? Yoon Doha, furious, refused to believe Rios. "Don't lie to us. Are you trying to say that we were manipulated? Do you know how many comrades perished before my eyes because of you? And now you want to put all the blame on someone else?" Bae Kang-chun placed a hand on Doha's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Kang-chun reminded Doha that humans, too, had swung their swords without knowing the truth, and that, just like Rios, they had walked a path of misery. Hearing that they were no different from the Azicia, Yoon Doha clenched his teeth in fury, the veins in his body bulging. In front of everyone, Yu Jihan testified, "Rios is telling the truth." Yoon didn't want to accept that Jihan believed Rios. However, Yu Jihan was using the power in his eyes to analyze Rios's words and confirm that the chances of them being true were 100%. Jihan's analysis affirmed that Rios was telling the truth, and on his face was an expression that a liar could never show, one of despair and deep regret. Amidst his red tears, Rios pleaded, "Yu Jihan, destroy my core." Rios stated that Kim Gyeonho wanted his heart awakened by hatred. However, if his heart disappeared, they would be able to stop Kim Gyeonho's plans. Rios bowed his head, begging, "With your hands that possess the power of Erna, please, allow me to atone for my sins." Frowning, the protagonist looked back. He saw Sihu in deep sorrow, being comforted by Yuri. On the other side, Yoon Doha harbored a deep hatred. Bae Kang-chun was the only one who encouraged him to fulfill Rios's request. Yu Jihan decided to accept the request and allowed the spiritual power of the wind to overflow within his body. Drawing his sword with concentrated power, Jihan declared, "Very well, I will grant your wish." Jihan took his stance, pointing the sword at Rios while gathering as much energy as he could. Once all the energy was concentrated, Yu Jihan thrust forward, channeling all the power into the tip of his sword. However, before the blade could reach Rios, several portals appeared, releasing chains that attacked immediately. The chains grabbed Yu Jihan's sword, preventing it from advancing. As soon as they saw the chains, Sylph warned, "Be careful, Jihan. This is a sealing magic strong enough to suppress spiritual magic." Seeing what that power was, Sylph was surprised to recognize it. From the portals, new chains attacked. They bound Yoon Doha, who even using his strength couldn't break free. Other chains targeted the remaining people, binding Bae Kang-chun as well as Kim Sihu and Yuri. Seeing everyone immobilized, Yu Jihan was shocked. Two hands appeared, tearing through the air as they opened a new portal. The portal opened behind the protagonist, and through it, Reynard appeared, smiling. "It's been a while, Yu Jihan." Surprising Jihan, Reynard made a request. "And now, please, step aside." Reynard grabbed Yu Jihan from behind, pulling him into the portal. Kaiden appeared from another portal behind Yundoha, pulling him in as well. Soon, each of those who had been bound by the chains was pulled into the portals, leaving Rios alone in that room. Shock appeared in Rios's eyes, incredulous, as he realized that the International Union had already arrived. From one of the portals, a man in a suit emerged, greeting Rios. "It's been a while, my friend." Rios roared in pain as his heart was seized. Behind Rios, Kim Jian-oh adjusted his glasses. "You're still so good at making things complicated, as always." Annoyed, he vented, "I almost made the same mistakes as in the past." Hatred filled Rios's eyes as he saw Kim Jian-oh standing before him. Unbothered, Kim Jian-oh withdrew his hand, taking with him what gave Rios his strength. As Rios faded away, Kim Jian-oh praised him. "Truly remarkable. I was certain I had sealed your memories, but you managed to overcome that through sheer willpower. Even after 10 years, the Azizia species still fascinates me." Kim Jian-oh no longer cared about Rios, now focused on the source of power. However, he was caught off guard. The heart in his hands became ethereal and began to dissipate. Suddenly an illusion appeared behind the scientist. "This is not the real Mr. Jian-oh." Seeing the heart vanish in his hands as a result of reality manipulation, he understood who was responsible. Kang Chun. Baek Kang Chun revealed why he had created a copy. "I already knew you would show up." Annoyed, Kim Jian-oh saw a sphere in Baek Kang Chun's eye shatter. The power to turn real events into dreams. "Your dreamland is truly a nuisance." Despite the problem caused by Kang Chun, Kim Jian-oh smiled. In his eyes, it was just a futile fight, since the rest of Baek Kang Chun's team had already been taken away. However, Kang Chun frustrated Kim Jian-oh's thoughts. "You're underestimating me. Did you forget that I'm the best spatial mage alive? Weren't they gone a long time ago?" As Kang Chun spoke, Yu Jihan and the others were traveling through a spatial tunnel, heading to a different place while carrying the power core. While traveling in the spatial tunnel, Yundoha complained irritably, "Damn bastard, Baek Kang Chun. I'm going back to where he is. I can't leave him behind." However, Yu Jihan asked Yundoha to put those thoughts aside, so that Baek Kang Chun's sacrifices would not be in vain. Yu Jihan reminded him that this was the opportunity Kang Chun had created for them to finish the things they still needed to do. While they traveled, the protagonist used his sampling ability to try to determine Baek Kang Chun's chances of survival and begged for the result he saw to be wrong. Upon discovering what Baek Kang Chun had done, the scientist praised his skills. Managing to take Rios's power source, as well as the entire group, even if only for a brief moment, was truly impressive. Adjusting his glasses, annoyed, he remarked, "You always seem to be one step ahead. In that case, you must already have an idea of what the future holds for you. If things keep going this way, you won't survive." As soon as Kim Jian-oh spoke, Kang Chun coughed heavily. Kang Chun had already reached his limit. He could no longer use the 1,000-day dream. Remembering that Kang Chun had already shared his ideals, Kim Jian-oh searched for something inside his jacket. Taking out a small vial, he made an offer to give Kang Chun a new chance to join him and become part of paradise. Kang Chun's response was sharp. "This paradise you speak of will be built on tears, won't it? I'm tired of places like that." Kim Jian-oh defended himself against Kang Chun's accusations. To him, the end justified the means. A peaceful world where everyone can live in harmony. You know very well that such a world requires strong control. To Kang Chun, it seemed that Jian-oh was claiming he himself would take that control. Jian-oh told Kang Chun to accept reality. Humans are too indulgent and selfish. To maintain peace, they must be led by a strong power. If you can use your power to correct the mistakes of the past, just imagine what a perfect world that would be. Kang Chun scoffed at Kim Jian-ho's words, who believed in such a perfect world even after sacrificing Erna and planning to use his own daughter. Thinking of Erna and Kim Shihu, Jian-ho only saw them as essential to his plan, since they possessed elven royal blood. Smiling like a maniac, he uttered words that were anything but convincing. "They'll understand me eventually, because deep down they've always wanted the same thing." Insisting that this would never happen, Kang Chun reached out his hand, releasing a small amount of dream power. Struck by the power, the vial in Kim Jian-ho's hand shattered. Immediately, Kang Chun used a large portion of his power to attack, creating a wall of energy. In the midst of his attack, Kang Chun warned, "The world you imagine is not the world Erna wanted." Kang Chun realized that his attack had not worked when he heard Kim Jian-ho's voice in his ears. "Is this your decision? Very well, I will respect it." Baek Kang Chun couldn't believe that Jian-ho had taken a spatial blast and was completely unharmed. Putting on his gloves to unleash the energy he had copied from the Azeshia, Jian-ho gave Kang Chun an ultimatum. However, Kang Chun wasn't going to just stand there. He immediately reached out his hand, creating a sphere of dreams. From the sphere, several spatial slashes shot toward Jianho. The scientist saw the spatial slashes approaching quickly and frowned. Annoyed, he waved his hand, destroying the first attack. Immediately after defending himself, he advanced toward Kang Chun with an attack that tore existence itself into shadows. Jianho's palm swept over Kang Chun's head, who ducked to dodge. However, Jianho quickly moved his other hand with a grim look. Reacting at the last moment, Kang Chun managed to leap to the side, letting the attack hit the floor of the hall. Even though he managed to dodge, Kang Chun noticed just how destructive the force Jianho wielded was. It far exceeded the level of a Class 3 hero. In contrast, Kang Chun saw his mana being drained, along with his unique abilities. He found himself with only one option left. In the end, he had just one last choice. Without giving him time to think, the scientist unleashed a blast of dark energy that shot forward at high speed. Kang Chun raised his hands in front of his body, trying to defend himself by creating a dimensional barrier. However, his barrier was easily shattered by that attack. Before Kang Chun could react, the scientist had already moved behind him. Kim Jianho still had time to mock him. His defense was too thin. Kang Chun was struck from behind, unable to defend himself. Kang Chun coughed heavily, unable to resist. Passing through Kang Chun, Kim Jianho remarked, "I should thank Rios. Thanks to him draining your strength, I was able to finish this quickly. You chose a meaningless end." Suddenly, Kim Jianho realized something. His arm was stuck. He couldn't pull it back. Confused, he wondered if Kang Chun was holding him. Even wounded, Kang Chun grinned maliciously. "Meaningless? We'll see about that. Did you forget what my ability is?" An extremely dark energy surged from Kang Chun's hands, enveloping Kim Jianho's hand as well. He created a dimensional sphere, but not like the previous ones. Kim Jianho immediately understood what it was: a black hole. That was the ultimate spell of spatial magic. Time collapse, black hole. Such a spell would burn away an entire existence, dragging everything into the shadows. Kang Chun was satisfied to have pulled Kim Jianho in. In the face of a black hole, there is no escape. This is a void where possibilities do not exist. Finally, Kang Chun declared, "You and I will be forgotten forever." Kim Jianho found himself facing a great disaster. He never imagined that this would be Kang Chun's plan. Leaving the upcoming battles to Yu Jihan and the others, Kang Chun activated the black hole ability. Soon, the spatial magic expanded, consuming all light as well as all existence. In the end, the black hole's energy collapsed, sucking everything into its center. As soon as the black hole disappeared, the glasses Kim Jianho wore on his face fell to the ground. A portal was once again torn open by two hands. Through it, Reynard looked around, impressed. Oh, that was an impressive show. Stepping through the portal, he wondered if anyone could have imagined that Kang Chun would use a black hole. In the face of such an attack, not even Kim Jianho could survive. Walking to the center of the room, he picked up Kim Jianho's glasses and corrected himself. He wouldn't have survived unless I had helped him. On the other side of the room was Kim Jianho, saved by Reynard in the very last millisecond. Kim Jianho didn't want to know about his own situation. Immediately, he asked Reynard about the heart, revealing that they had already tracked the coordinates. Reynard handed Kim Jianho's glasses back to him, warning that the agents were already in pursuit and would find him soon. Reynard asked Kim Jianho not to worry. "You know, this time even the president is personally following our progress." Imagining the destruction that must already be happening around Yu Jihan and those carrying the heart, Reynard commented, "I'm looking forward to seeing how all of this will end." Trembling as he furrowed his brow, Yu Jihan looked at the burning city. Everyone was wondering just one thing: what happened here? After finishing their space journey, the group ended up on a street where destruction had taken over. Burning buildings, fallen poles, and broken cars were all they could see. Yuri didn't understand what was happening, and Sihu could only say that everything was destroyed. Yoon Do-ha realized that this attack was much worse than the one that targeted Seoul last time. The protagonist furrowed his brow as he tried to analyze the area, imagining that this was part of the paradise plan they had mentioned. Looking at the stone heart, he wondered what the International Union was planning, just like Kim Jianho. Knowing that her father was behind it, Sihu grew anxious. Frowning, Yoon Do-ha asked how long Jihan intended to carry that item instead of destroying it. However, Yu Jihan couldn't destroy that heart. Even with the system's sampling analyses, he couldn't find a way. Certain conditions needed to be met for that. When they were in the room and Jihan tried to destroy the heart, he received a warning that it would be impossible. Moreover, there were no details about the necessary conditions. Suddenly, Jihan heard Kang Chun's voice. "From your expression, it seems it can't be destroyed." As soon as Jihan was startled, Kang Chun reassured him, "Don't panic. Only you can hear my voice." The protagonist, surprised, asked how Kang Chun had entered his analysis space. Kang Chun revealed that he had sensed Jihan's power for some time and knew that he could see the truth. Baek Kang-chun said that he had seen a user like Yu Ji-han before. Although he wanted to talk more, Kang-chun found himself out of time. So, he asked Ji-han to listen carefully. They are heading to your coordinates right now. They have a high-level spatial mage. Kim Ji-on-oh is coming. Knowing the enemies were approaching, Ji-han asked if they should confront them. Now, I have enough power to fight. However, Kang-chun frustrated him. Our current forces are not enough. There is someone you need to protect. Ji-han knew who he was talking about. Sihu. Baek Kang-chun, as he prepared to leave, warned that he would buy some time, asking Ji-han to take the heart and the girl far away. Immediately, Baek Kang-chun's spatial power enveloped everyone in that ruined place. Ji-han was extremely worried. This is too irresponsible. Baek Kang-chun, you're already at your limit. You can't face them alone. Kang-chun knew that Ji-han's words were true. If he tried to fight all the enemies, he wouldn't be able to escape. And that was exactly why he needed to stay. That was the mission Erna had entrusted to him, not to anyone else. You, Ji-han, as Erna's successor, you need to find the mission that only you can fulfill. Kang-chun's words lingered in the protagonist's mind, and soon he nodded, obeying and making a request. I swear I will carry out this mission. So you have to survive as well, sir. Ji-han's request caught Baek Kang-chun off guard, leaving him wide-eyed. Faced with Ji-han's ambitious words, Kang-chun smiled faintly. Thus, Baek Kang-chun sent Ji-han and the others off on their journey to leave the hall. Now, the protagonist looked at the item in his hand, remembering the opportunity Kang-chun had created at the cost of his own life. So that such a loss would not be in vain, Ji-han knew what needed to be done. He had to protect Sihu. Immediately, the protagonist called the young woman Erna's daughter. Despite the confusion, he wanted to say something to her. Being direct, he stated, I will defeat your father Kim Ji-on-oh and I will protect you. Sihu didn't know how to react and, despite the shock, kept listening. Yuji, Han's gaze showed his seriousness. That's why I became a wind elementalist, and this is Erna Haas's will. Now the only decision left is yours. What are you going to do? Everyone waited for Si, whose answer. Yoon Do-ha looked at her expectantly, as did Yuri, who would support her. Sihu lowered her head. I still can't believe my father did such things, but I can't just watch the world my mother created fall. Si, whose resolve grew stronger as she thought of Erna. The future my mother dreamed of and the present that everyone is fighting to protect, I want to defend them. In tears, Sihu pleaded with hope. Help me. Please, help me stop the tragedy my father caused. Yu Ji-han struck his sword against the ground. He knelt before Kim Sihu. At your command, Guildmaster. I will protect the world that you and Erna Haas dreamed of seeing, no matter what happens. Si, whose tears showed the relief she felt in trusting Ji-han. Beside them, Yoon Do-ha watched the promise between the two. At first, he imagined that he and the members of the great guilds would have to put an end to the war, because the great tragedy had been caused in their generation. However, the new generation had not turned their backs, even knowing that the world had been turned upside down. The young people raised their swords, their bows, and their staffs to correct that nightmare. Do-ha realized that what needed to be passed on was not the feeling of guilt, but the baton of opportunity. The three in front of him formed the final hope. The third member, Yuri, scratched her neck and sighed. Looks like I won't be able to get out of this situation. As she joked, Shixila, on her shoulder, noticed a presence. The little mascot stood up, its fur standing completely on end. Immediately, Ji-han stepped in front of Sihu to protect her, bracing for danger to appear. Yoon Do-ha didn't just stand there. Using earth magic, he shouted, Who's there? Identify yourself. Before everyone could launch their attacks, someone appeared. Wait, it's me. To everyone's surprise, Park Jung-seop raised his hands in front of them, asking them not to attack. Yoon Do-ha immediately found the guild leader's appearance suspicious. How are you here? Weren't the other 6 guildmasters supposed to be unable to escape the space created by Rios? Smiling, Park Jung-seop ended up agreeing that it was strange, since none of them were a match for Rios. However, he took out a small pocket watch, showing it to Do-ha. This is the speed artifact, Temperus. I used the artifact to escape Rios' spatial magic. Furious, Do-ha grabbed Jung-seop by the collar. You had that the whole time and ran away by yourself? Jung-seop quickly apologized. Don't get me wrong, it was the best I could do. Someone had to let everyone know what was happening here. Jung-seop was saved from being attacked by Do-ha. Ji-han asked Do-ha to let go of what had already happened and focus on stopping Kim Ji-on number. Jung-seop was surprised to see Ji-han, as well as what he was holding in his hands. He quickly became excited. You, Ji-han, that's amazing! If you're holding that, it means you defeated Rios, right? Come on, give me the heart. I've already informed the government. Before it falls into the hands of the International Union, hand it over to me. Before Jung-seop could finish his sentence, Ji-han drew his sword. Park Jung-seop, how did you know about the heart? Jung-seop was startled. Hey, what are you doing? Ji-han's eyes stared at him firmly. We only found out about the heart a few minutes ago. There was no way anyone who hadn't witnessed the battle could know about it. Pressing Jung Seop, Jihan asked with his sword pointed, "Park Jung Seop, who are you?" Suddenly, a sword of light appeared, along with an irritated voice, "You're as sharp as ever." A heavy sword was swung, launching a sneak attack from behind Yu Jihan. Kim Hyun-tae grinned maliciously. "Let's see what you've got, you piece of trash." Kim Hyun-tae's attack exploded into a gigantic fireball. Just like the city that was already in flames, everything around also caught fire. However, Kim Hyun-tae quickly retreated. Smiling maliciously, he asked, "Oh, Yu Jihan, so you becoming a spirit user wasn't just a rumor?" Brandishing his sword, the protagonist pushed Kim Hyun-tae away, frowning. "What do you think you're doing?" The protagonist immediately looked back, seeing Sihu and Yuri approaching. They managed to protect themselves from the wave of attacks, but not thanks to themselves instead. It was Mumu who had appeared to create a stone barrier, allowing Mumu to protect the girls. Doha joined Jihan. He frowned, asking Jihan to focus on the pair with him. They needed to eliminate the two traitors. Sticking out his tongue to show off the power crystal he had received, Kim Hyun-tae joked, "Still trying to play the heroes?" Annoyed, Jung Seop reminded the swordsmen that they needed to avoid combat as much as possible. However, this time it was Hyun-tae who got irritated, reminding Jung Seop that he was the one who had ordered everything to be cut off. Dropping his heavy sword to the ground and unleashing the power he had obtained, he reminded them, "Wouldn't it be strange not to use this power I just got?" Seeing that Kim Hyun-tae had obtained a mana crystal, Jihan asked how he had gotten it. Kim Hyun-tae smiled. "Don't act like you don't know. Can't you figure out the situation just by watching?" While you were fighting that guy named Rios, the International Union launched a large-scale attack across all of South Korea, and the result was clear. All the heroes were defeated. Kim Hyun-tae celebrated the victory. "The entire nation has already been taken. It's over. No one can protect this land anymore." Furious, Jihan shouted, "So you joined them?" Kim Hyun-tae corrected him. "I didn't join them. I made a choice to side with the stronger party. A wise decision." Maliciously, Kim Hyun-tae reminded him, "You yourself said before that I could never become a first-class hero." As much as he hated to admit it, Kim Hyun acknowledged that Jihan was right. There was a limit he would never be able to overcome. However, the powerful crystal in his mouth had shattered any limits. Jihan's eyes focused on what was necessary. Kim Hyun-tae attacked him swiftly, but just as quickly, Jihan raised his sword, deflecting the attack. Even so, the speed Hyun-tae displayed was far greater than Jihan had expected. Kim Hyun-tae declared boldly, "When we joined the Paradise Project, we decided to become the masters of the new era." Tired of the nonsense he was hearing, Yu Jihan swung his sword, channeling the spiritual power of wind, but the flaming sword blocked him. With a dark look, Kim Hyun-tae raised his sword and made a proposal. "For old time's sake, I can give you the chance to become one of us, Yu Jihan, but only if you hand over your heart." Making it clear that his offer was just a joke, Kim Hyun-tae swung his sword from various angles, forcing Yu Jihan to retreat. After the protagonist blocked several attacks, Sylph warned him, "Jihan, we've managed to gather enough magical power." While fighting, the protagonist analyzed the conditions against Kim Hyun-tae. Due to the high temperatures his opponent created, the risks had increased, and Jihan's attack accuracy had decreased. There was a fundamental aspect between wind and fire. In terms of compatibility, wind could not win. This was the law created by nature. In Jihan's case, with his spiritual arts, he could be relatively superior in terms of compatibility due to Sylph's vastness. However, because of the power of the mana crystal imbued in Kim Hyun-tae, the advantage Jihan once had no longer existed. Jihan was worried about using his spiritual arts incorrectly, because if that happened, Kim Hyun-tae's flames would only grow stronger. However, there were several openings in Hyun-tae's swordsmanship, and Jihan knew them well. As soon as Kim Hyun-tae launched a wide attack, Jihan prepared a counterattack. But when he tried to retreat to strike back, he realized he was already cornered. Kim Hyun-tae took advantage of Jihan's lapse and leapt, raising his sword for a final attack. "It's over, Yu Jihan." However, this was exactly what Yu Jihan had been waiting for. In his eyes, Hyun-tae would never change. Faced with Hyun-tae's impatience and arrogance, the protagonist used analysis together with the wind element. While Jihan distracted Hyun-tae with his magic, someone else appeared behind the fire swordsman. With a gigantic stone fist, Doha launched his attack. Only then did Kim Hyun-tae realize he had fallen into a trap. Yoon Do-ha's Terra Breaker skill struck the ground, causing a massive explosion together with Kim Hyun-tae's flames. The powerful blow devastated the entire area, like an earthquake after a comet's impact. Shielding himself from the shockwave, Jung Seop grumbled, "Kim Hyun-tae, you damned bastard! I told you not to fight." Jung Seop knew that if he didn't hurry, someone else would arrive soon. He intended to take the heart before that happened. However, a voice he no longer expected to hear sounded in his ears. "Shut up, Park Jung Seop. I thought you had an amazing attack plan, but you were below my expectations." Unexpectedly, Kim Hyung-tae appeared beneath the stone fist, lifting it with his gauntlet. Kim Hyung-tae grinned excitedly, looking at Yoon Do-ha. I heard you're the only first-class hero left. So, if you're eliminated, I'll be the only first-class hero, right? Immediately, Kim Hyung-tae ignited his heavy sword with blazing flames. He swung the sword with an explosive attack toward Do-ha, intending to put an end to the heroes once and for all. With the powerful attack, he smiled in satisfaction. A system like this is no longer necessary, because I'll be above all the heroes. Worried, Jihan tried to run toward Yoon Do-ha. However, the guild leader had managed to retreat, so Yoo Jihan didn't need to worry. Even Kim Hyung-tae was surprised to see that the man was all right and asked, "Is it because you're an Earth Spirit user that you're this tough? Still, it looks like you took quite a hit." Panting from exhaustion, Yoon Do-ha clicked his tongue in irritation. Because of the energy he had spent in previous battles, and also because his spiritual power wasn't at 100%, facing the young man in front of him was very different from the last time he had seen him. Do-ha wondered if he was having trouble because of the power from the mana crystal that Kim Hyung-tae had consumed. Kim Hyung-tae acted with a certain humility. I wanted to provoke both of you at the same time, but I guess fighting against two spiritual power users alone is a bit too much. So how about I bring in some allies of my own? As soon as Kim Hyung-tae called them, new people appeared to join him. Yoo Ji-han was shocked to see who had arrived. With an energy as dark as Kim Hyung, Tae's Hwang Jun-ho and Im Se-yeon had joined them. Seeing the two of them, Ji-han thought of someone else. As soon as he wondered if Mia was there too, a short-haired girl. The short-haired one appeared behind him to attack him from behind. Yoo Ji-han sensed the presence behind him just in time. However, before Mia could carry out her attack, she sensed something approaching. She quickly jumped back, dodging an attack. Yuri was surprised to see Mia evade her arrow, which should have been a perfect shot. Mia did a few backflips, landing perfectly. With that, the girl showed that her reflexes had been extremely sharpened. Immediately, Ji-han thanked Yuri for saving him from danger, but Yuri quickly waved her hands. No problem, although I didn't even land my attack. Even so, Ji-han thanked her. You helped a lot. I almost took Mia out with my own hands. Analyzing the girl, Yoo Ji-han received the information that Lee Mia was under mind control due to the use of the magic crystal, probably the same thing happening to the other two. Sylph appeared next to the protagonist, warning that someone must be controlling all three of them. Yoo Ji-han knew exactly who the culprit was, the spellcaster, that bastard Kim Hyung-tae. Furious, the protagonist turned to Kim Hyung-tae. What do you think you're doing? Hwang Jun-ho, Im Se-yeon, and Lee Mia. They were all his teammates. Laughing, Kim Hyung-tae claimed that since he used his team members, only he could decide. With a simple command, they would face even extreme dangers, like loyal puppets. They're the ideal team members, aren't they? Maliciously, Kim Hyung-tae threw the situation back at Ji-han. So, what are you going to do? Can you attack your former teammates? The protagonist frowned, cursing Kim Hyung-tae. Cowardly bastard. Immediately, Hwang Jun-ho lunged at Ji-han, raising his fist. Seeing Hwang Jun-ho attack him, the protagonist gritted his teeth. However, Chinchilla grew in size, blocking Jun-ho's fist. Seeing Chinchilla, the protagonist was surprised. Immediately, Yuri caught Ji-han's attention, asking him to leave that fight to her. The protagonist was worried, but Mimi Yuri was determined. I already understand the situation. They're being controlled, right? So, while we hold them off, you take care of the red-haired idiot. Using a magic arrow, Yuri fired at Lee Mia several times. Mia, carrying a large amount of energy, destroyed the arrows, however. Mia's lightning barrier surprised Yuri, who thought the girl was some kind of stealth type. At that very moment, the flash of lightning appeared. Yuri managed to react in time, jumping to the side to dodge a lightning bolt that struck where she had just been. She discovered who was responsible for the lightning, none other than Lim Se-yeon. Before Se-yeon could cast more spells, a magic circle appeared beneath her, releasing several lines that bound her. Other magic circles appeared in the sky, surrounding Se-yeon. Immobilizing Se-yeon, Sihu warned, I am your opponent. From the magic circles in the sky, several energy attacks rained down on the immobilized girl. However, Se-yeon was rescued thanks to Lee Mia. The two stood side by side to face Sihu and Yuri. Sihu and Yuri were ready, each holding their battle tool. On the other hand, Park Jung-seop was furious. Kim Hyung-tae, you bastard. I told you to avoid fights at all costs. Clicking his tongue, Jung-seop saw Hyung-tae as a lost cause. Now, he saw himself with no options left except to use the information he had gathered to join the other side. Before Jung-seop could sneak away, giant stones blocked his path. Someone walked toward him. Where do you think you're going? With his hands in his pockets, Yoon Do-ha smiled. We still have a lot to talk about, don't we? Seeing that Yoon Do-ha intended to interfere, Jung-seop grabbed his magic tool once again. Watching everyone fight so bravely, Hyung-tae felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. This isn't what I planned. I wanted to see you crawl on your own. Yu Jihan, after thwarting Hyung-tae's plans, still humiliated him. Obviously, you could never do something like that. You've never fought while trusting others. And that's why you're going to lose. And I'm going to save everyone. Hyung-tae couldn't help but smile at Yu Jihan's words. Have you ever considered the scenario where you lose all your former and current companions? The worst-case scenario? Showing that such a thought would never cross his mind, Yu Jihan charged forward, shrouded in spiritual power. In an attempt to deliver Jihan's worst nightmare, Hyung-tae faced him with his heavy sword. Their energy slashes collided, violently blocking each other. Quickly, a full-blown battle erupted, with sword energies being unleashed wildly. Faced with so many continuous attacks, Jihan found himself in trouble. The speed of the heavy sword was insanely fast, and the irregular attacks were impossible to predict, even with analysis. Facing a vertical strike that tore through the entire road in flames, Jihan wondered if Hyung-tae had been hiding his strength throughout their previous fight. Enraged, Hyung-tae attacked to prevent Jihan from continuing to just defend himself. Confronted with the fiery attack that swept across the street, the protagonist swung his sword, splitting the flames in half. However, he realized that his enemy had disappeared behind the flames. Hyung-tae was no longer at his original position, but was now in front of Yu Jihan, preparing a heavy attack. As soon as he closed in, Sylph warned, "Jihan, we're ready. Unleash your attack." Following Sylph's instruction, the protagonist used all the wind energy he had accumulated up to that moment. The sword's aura traveled toward Hyung-tae, who was already pointing his sword forward. Kim Hyung-tae tried to split the aura attack in half, but the power was overwhelming. Faced with the massive wind attack, Kim Hyung-tae unleashed an incredible amount of fire energy, turning the wind into a whirlwind of flames. Jihan was shocked to see that Hyung-tae had only grown stronger because of his attack. Pleased with the attack he created using the enemy's wind, Hyung-tae smiled. "It's over, Yu Jihan." The fire consumed everything in sight with Hyung-tae's meteor attack, overwhelmingly destroying everything in its path. The entire block was struck by that attack, which became a sea of fire, like the surroundings of an erupting volcano. Amidst the attack stood Kim Hyung-tae with his heavy sword. His expression showed shock and surprise, as even he couldn't believe he was capable of unleashing such a powerful attack. Soon he began to laugh loudly. "I won, Yu Jihan, I won. In the end, you couldn't protect anything." However, Hyung-tae's smile faded when cracks began to appear on his heavy sword. Like an overheated crystal, the sword shattered into thousands of pieces. As a spiritual wind energy arose, a voice reached Kim Hyung-tae's ears. "Are you done talking yet? If you're finished, now it's my turn." The wind energy flowed along Yu Jihan's sword, gently gathering and focusing. Against Hyung-tae, who had lost his means of defense, the protagonist swung his sword, unleashing a howling attack that tore through the air toward him. With a determined expression, Yu Jihan showed who would have the last laugh.